Hey guys, how are you? Like and hype this video now, for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. In the auditorium of Huangshi No. 1 High School, the principal was talking on stage. 300 years ago, the gate of the realm was opened, thousands of races invaded, and the lives of all people were devastated. 90% of all human beings on the blue planet were wiped out by the sudden disaster and nearly perished. Thanks to the great men from heaven and the rise of several god-level powerhouses, 50% of Blue Star's land and 20% of its oceans were brought back into human territory. Now, it's time for you to show off your skills. Unified Awakening Talent today, everyone has 7 days to get in touch, in order to get good grades in the college entrance examination, and contribute to the great cause of human expansion. Under the stage, the students' blood boiled with enthusiasm, and they were eager to try, and couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Su-mu was also slightly hot, but more nervous. He was originally from Earth, but because of a car accident, his soul passed on to the Blue Star. Before the Blue Star disaster, it was 99% similar to the Earth, but after hundreds of years of suffering, another civilization has developed. Here the strong can move mountains and seas, run at a speed comparable to a train, and fly over tall buildings in one leap. Not to mention that after awakening talent, mind manipulation, invisibility, telekinesis, and teleportation are all possible. But Su-mu is very nervous. He has traveled here for 18 years, but he has not shown any special talent for cultivation. And the gold finger, which is standard for travelers, has not arrived for a long time. Although he has experienced 2 lifetimes before awakening, he is no different from other students. Okay, everyone line up and touch the awakening stone. The principal shouted from the stage. If you have awakened a B level or higher talent, a golden light will emerge. The higher the level, the brighter the golden light. Those who have obtained B level talent or above need to register in front of the stage, and others will fill out the registration form in their own class later. The students also became nervous and communicated noisily, "I'm so nervous, I don't know what I will get. Look, someone has awakened." The students lined up to touch the awakening stone. The first few people touched it, but there was no response. The teacher in charge of awakening is also very used to it, and waved them away. The awakened students were immediately stopped by others and asked questions in a hurry. Sea level, elementary intelligence, spirit increased by 10%. It's okay, after the college entrance examination, you can change to a spellcaster, a mage priest, no melee combat, and less injuries. Well, before the college entrance examination, everyone was a casual person. Any primary skill can be used. It doesn't make much difference if the spirit is improved by 10%. But it will be useful after changing jobs. You are miserable, this talent is useless. My sea level eagle eye can see anything within 300 meters. This is not bad. Although the level is low, it is good to transfer to a support job. Suddenly, a burst of golden light ahead attracted everyone's attention. Golden light is coming out, B level and above. What is it? A girl put her hand on the awakening stone, her face full of surprise. Awakening teacher smiled, "Not bad, what skill?" The girl said, "B level skill, invisibility." The other students all looked envious and jealous. "It's so cool. The stealth skill can be used as an assassin, and it can also be used as a supporting job to collect intelligence. I don't know whether to distort the light or force the elimination of cognition. It must be distorted light. If it is a kind of stealth that distorts cognition, it must be A level or S level." That's right, but with this skill, she has reached the pinnacle of her life, and both the Alchemy Guild and the Merchant Hunting Club are vying for it. I can't be envious, I can only wake up silently. Many people came forward to awaken, but most of them did not respond. The teacher is also very used to it and waved them away. Only when there are a few people who emit golden light will the teacher smile and record. A-level talent, flame flickering, able to flash within 50 meters, near objects above 500 degrees. B-level talent, telekinesis, I can control objects, great. B-level talent, air cannon, can condense air and fire shells. B-level talent, spiritual shock, can shock all individuals with souls. Teacher, why is the CD of this talent so long? There were several golden lights in a row, but most of them were B-level, only 2 A-level. Su-mu couldn't help getting nervous, he wasn't sure what level of talent he could get. In this world where the weak prey on the strong and strength is needed, only strength is the last word. At this time, a boy passed by Su-mu, snorted mockingly, and cast a disdainful look. His name is Pan Zion, his family is rich, he is a bully in the school, he bullies everyone he sees. Only Su-mu didn't give him any face. It just so happened that the principal made an inspection that day and didn't give him a chance to use the phone, which made Pan Zion feel resentful. You will know after a while that in this world, only strength is the last word. Pan Zion threw down a harsh word, swaggered up and touched the awakening stone. A dazzling golden light lit up, and everyone was stunned. S rank, the brilliance only available at S rank. Oh my god, there is an S grade in the school. That seems to be Pan Zion? That's right, his family is rich, so he must have strengthened it with special materials before awakening. I'm jealous. Teacher Awakening was also very surprised. Instead of asking on the spot, he brought Pan Zion to the cubicle. Pan Zion turned his head proudly, gave him a hard look, and wiped his neck. But no one thought it was too much. An S rank, even if he shits on the spot, must have fans. After all, it is S level. After awakening this level of talent, not to mention the God level in the future, the Holy level is stable. When it was Su-mu's turn, he took a deep breath, put aside all distracting thoughts, and walked up to the stage. Put your hand on the awakening stone. Chapter 2. Su-mu put her hand on the awakening stone, but there was no reaction at all. Teacher Awakening waved his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Su-mu froze for a moment, then left with a dull expression. But there was a storm in his heart. A text appeared in front of me. Talent has awakened. Universal Godhead, ssss level. You can wear unlimited titles, and the duration is unlimited. Su-mu was shocked, he had only heard of the SSS level. Everyone with this level of talent has become a strong one out of hundreds of millions. Everyone ignites the divine fire and becomes the patron saint of mankind. But on his own panel, it actually shows the SSSS level? No wonder the awakening stone didn't respond. How could it feel such a high-level power? Sure enough, the golden finger of the traverser arrived late, but I finally got it. Su-mu clenched his fist, his heart was full of excitement. Wear an infinite title? What kind of ability is this? After being shocked, he began to think. Open the panel. Su-mu said in his heart. A curtain of light flashed in front of him that only he could see. 300 years ago, the gate of the world was opened, and the world entered the era of digitalization. All attributes can be converted into data, which can be accurately viewed and controlled. Everyone can also cultivate their level and put the value into their own panel to become more powerful. Su-mu. 18 years old. Constitution, 20. Strength, 23. Agility, 21. Spirit, 24. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Talent, Universal Godhead, SSSS level. Title, Beginner, blessed by the Holy Blood Judge. All students from the human territory can obtain it. All attributes are increased by 5%, and the speed of gaining experience points is increased by 30%. Now there is one and only one title, and all school-age people can get the same attribute improvement. Mu pondered. The Holy Blood Inquisitor is a top-level professional who has already ignited the divine fire and has a level of more than 5 digits. His ability can buff the entire group, and all school-age people can improve their attributes and speed up the rate of experience acquisition. But for Mu, everyone has this title, so the significance of talent becomes less significant. How to do this? He fell into deep thought. The universal godhead can wear unlimited titles, so all he has to do now is to keep getting titles. Mu had some thoughts in his heart. When everyone has completed their awakening, there are 1,000 students in the third year of high school, and there are 37 B-level students, 9 A-level students, and 2 S-level students. The principal smiled all over his face. Congratulations, everyone, you have acquired your own abilities. The college entrance examination will be in 7 days. I wish you all good luck and good grades. The students were also immersed in the excitement, and the next 7 days were for them to polish their talents so that they could better match their current skills. The principal said, "Next, please enter the secret realm of the Undead God King's reappearance." Ah! No way! The students wailed for a while. Why do you want to go in again? I don't want to be beaten. The name Undead God King is also ironic. He obviously possesses the ability of immortality, but he was finally exhausted and sealed. It is said that he is still controlled by the Witch Clan, and he is killed thousands of times every day. Don't talk nonsense. The Undead God King was one of the supreme heroes back then. If he hadn't held back the 13 races, the high-level human power would have been wiped out, and the entire race would have perished. Oh, I have to go in once a year. I didn't expect to go in and get beaten up soon after the college entrance examination. The reappearance of the secret realm is a special secret realm shaped by the rules of time and space. After entering, you can experience the recorded event as someone else. The Undead God King was a legendary figure more than 100 years ago. In World War I, human beings suffered a disastrous defeat. The Undead God King held back 13 aliens and tens of thousands of troops by himself, leaving enough time for the only remaining high-level power of mankind to escape. In that battle, blood flowed like rivers. Not only the enemies, but also the Undead Kings. It is said that he was killed thousands of times and resurrected thousands of times. In the end, he was exhausted and lost, and was sealed and brought back to the Wu clan. After the human beings regrouped, they defeated the 13 clans, and even killed the native world of the Wu clan. But in the end, it was a pity that no trace of the Undead King was found. And this event was sealed up by the mage who studied time and space carefully, and used it as a reappearance secret for future generations to recall. This secret place has become the identity education of all schools. Tell all the students that it is the blood shed by their ancestors that allows them to have a stable life today. After entering the secret realm, everyone has to endure the pain of being continuously attacked and killed, and experience the extremely bloody scene. Only by experiencing the pain can they remember their blood feud against other races. Mu has also experienced it several times and is used to it. He lined up and stepped into the secret realm normally. In a flash, a blood-red world appeared. Mu lowered his head and saw that he was naked from the upper body, and he had already participated in the incident as the king of undead gods. What followed was an endless fight until he couldn't stand the coma and exited the secret realm. But at this moment, a text flashed in front of Mu's eyes. A new title has been obtained, do you want to wear it? Mu was taken aback, what? He opened the attribute panel abruptly, and saw an extra title. Undead, not worn. Chapter 3. New title, Undead, not worn. Immortality, recover 10 * level plus 0.1 AP life per second, the more life lost, the stronger the effect. Immortality, you can get an extra life every 24 hours, and you can store 0.5x level times in total. Every time it is killed, it can be fully revived within 100x level meters within 160x level seconds. During resurrection, only basic time and space can be perceived. Eternity, if you lose all layers of unyielding, you will enter a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 99%, recovery speed will be increased by 10,000%, and you will be resurrected immediately after being killed. Unyielding stacks restore attributes after recharging. Mu was stunned, he finally realized that his talent is strong here. After entering the secret realm of reappearance, participate in the battle of the year from the perspective of the Undead King. Correspondingly, he also won the title of Undead God King. Mu pressed it tremblingly, put it on. Worn. Title. Beginners, already worn. Undead, worn. Mu thought of another sentence in the talent, the title lasts forever. So, if I leave the secret realm, I can still have this title and the ability to be immortal. Mu is ecstatic, as expected of an ssss level talent, it really has a strong reason. He understood clearly in his heart that he already had a detailed plan. I know what to do. Mu raised his head and saw tens of thousands of foreign troops attacking in the secret realm of reappearance. Now, let's practice with you first. Principal Tao Yinki stood by the gate of the secret realm, watching the students come out of it one by one. As soon as many people came out, they complained endlessly, saying that they had been killed many times and their bodies ached. But when he saw the principal here, he fell silent and fled in fear. Tao Yinki is also very used to it. The secret realm of the Undead King's reappearance is to make them hurt so that they can learn lessons from history. Of course, this is just a fragment of history, and the pain is only 20%. After the students leave, they wake up like a dream and quickly forget the details. In the secret realm, they saw the high-level tactics used by death, and they would forget them after they came out, leaving only a little insight. This is also the limitation of time and space fragments, otherwise, as long as you use the secret realm to train soldiers, you can train countless elites indefinitely. Therefore, this kind of secret realm can only serve as an educational function, testing the mind of the entrant. The principal looked at everyone's ratings after they came out. B level, B level, B level, it's not bad, I died 100 times before I fell into a coma, and my heart is not bad. This student is good, he can reach the A grade. Let me see. Is there only a C level talent, but with this kind of heart, it can be of great use in the future. Why is there still a C level? The reappearance of the secret realm has reduced 80% of the senses, and this can't handle it. Remember the name for me, and let his teacher scold him severely. The longer the student persists in the secret realm, the higher the rating. But most of them are at B level, and a few are at A level. In the past 100 years, only a few people have been able to reach the S rank, and they persisted almost to the end, reaching the moment before the God King was exhausted and sealed. These people are determined, and even if their talents are mediocre, they can still emerge in various fields. And the longer you persist, the longer you will play the Undead King. Even if the memory fades quickly after coming out, he can still retain some of the insights of the God-level powerhouse. But in recent decades, there has been no S-class. The door of the secret realm flashed, and Mu came out. He looked up at the sky, and felt that the world was extremely beautiful, and the sun was shining everywhere, which was much better than the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the secret realm. But after leaving the secret realm, the various abilities of the God King and the memories of being slaughtered and killed quickly faded away, leaving only a trace. Mu quickly checked the information panel, his eyes lit up. Title. Beginners, already worn. Undead, worn. Great, the title has indeed been retained. Mu was overjoyed. The title of Undead is exclusive to the Undead God King. This means that he already has the same power as him. In the future, as long as you don't make waves, don't be surrounded by 13 foreign races and tens of thousands of troops like the Undead God King, and be sealed in the end. It will definitely become the peak combat power of human beings, ignite the divine fire, possess infinite power, and endless lifespan. The only fly in the ointment is that the title of Undead has no damage bonus. Su-mu sighed slightly in her heart. If someone else heard it, they might scold her on the spot. The power of a god-level powerhouse is still despised, it really doesn't know how high or low it is. But Su-mu is not worried, he already has a plan in his mind, and knows how to arrange it in the future. At this time, Pan Zion came out from the inner room. The Director of Academic Affairs at the side smiled all over his eyes. Mr. Pan, it is an honor for our school to have you. Awakening the S talent, you will definitely be invited into the elite team, and then don't forget your alma mater. Hehe, definitely. Pan Zion said perfunctorily. When he turned his head, he happened to see Su-mu walking out of the secret place, and raised his chin slightly. Director, the school won't mind if I take care of myself. The Director of Academic Affairs followed his gaze and saw that he was a stranger. He smiled and said, of course not. An ordinary student, Mr. Pan, you can do whatever you want. An ordinary student, I don't have any impression, he is definitely not a genius, and his talent must be below B level. Being beaten up by a genius with S level talent, maybe you can still leave a good name. A memoir will be published in the future, claiming that he had a fight with a god-level powerhouse and survived. Pan Zion showed a sinister smile, and strode towards Su-mu. Seeing that the other party was still contemplating, he didn't care about asking, and just swung his fist directly at the other party's face. Chapter 4. Pan Zion didn't show mercy at all, and he didn't give Su-mu a chance to beg for mercy. Waving his fist, he slammed Su-mu's face hard. His family spent 90% of the money to get an epic item, which allowed him to awaken the S-level talent essence extraction. This ability can extract the essence of the victim, reducing the attributes of the opponent and improving it. If not recovered in time, the enemy is permanently lowered. Pan Zion was going to do this, he punched Su-mu first, extracting the opponent's attributes. And the academic director who was standing next to him licking the dog would definitely not allow Su-mu to fight back. Then I can prstute a lot of attributes for nothing, and Su-mu will permanently reduce the panel value. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and there will be a difference of hundreds of people with just a little attribute. This trick is not insidious. Call. His fist slammed at Su-mu, and Pan Zion showed a vicious look. This guy doesn't give himself face, now let him try his best. But at the moment when it was about to hit, a palm suddenly stretched out. Boom! Pan Zion's fist was firmly caught. He looked up in surprise, and suddenly said in shock, Principal. Pan Zion didn't see the principal blocking the door to the secret realm. He was about to clean up Su-mu last time, but he didn't dare to do it because the principal appeared. Tao Yinki grabbed Pan Zion's fist, his eyes were full of anger, in broad daylight, in public, attacking classmates, what a shame. Pan Zion was startled at first, and then he thought that the current self is not what it used to be. What about the S-level talent, the principal? Why don't you just kneel and lick? He said to himself, Principal Tao, I have awakened the S-level talent now, so I can clean up a C-level talent, maybe a D-level talent. Is there a problem? The Director of Academic Affairs just saw Tao Yinki, ran over in a panic, and echoed, Yes, yes, Principal Tao, Mr. Pan has a whim, and discusses with classmates. It's a trivial matter, just forget it. At this moment, Su-mu came back to her senses, and when she heard what the other person said, she was slightly angry. If the sneak attack fails, forget it. Then if the sneak attack is successful, wouldn't the skills be inferior to others? Before he could speak, Tao Yinki said loudly, No matter who it is, fighting in school is a violation of discipline. Pan Zion, my college entrance examination is coming soon, so I will postpone your punishment. But this violation will be recorded, and you can take care of yourself in the future. Pan Xian's face turned pale. Why is the headmaster so shameless? But he still insisted, but I am S rank. S rank. Tao Yingqi said coldly, oh? You got the S-level defensive talent? Can you withstand the punishment? Pan Xian was startled, snorted angrily, turned around and left. Tao Yingqi looked at the director of academic affairs, and said coldly, as a teacher, he is flattering, and using public affairs for personal gain. Go back and submit your resignation letter yourself. The dean's face suddenly turned pale. He was full of disbelief. What happened to the principal today? It's just a conflict between students, why should I dismiss myself? He looked at the other party's cold gaze, and dared not refuse, but still insisted, why, I want a reason. Tao Yingqi put his hands behind his back and said, this Su Mu has obtained an SSS grade in the secret realm of the Undead King's reappearance. The director of academic affairs was dumbfounded, with his mouth open enough to stuff an egg. SSS grade? Why, how is it possible? The student who didn't leave was also upset, damn, 3S grades? How did it come out? It's a bug. S-level ratings haven't been seen for decades, how could there be 3 SS? I only persisted to death 12 times, D-level rating. Oh my god, it's 6 grades worse than SSS level rating. No, isn't the highest score an S grade? At most, you can see the Undead God King exhausted and sealed by 13 foreign powerhouses. How could it be higher? Tao Yingqi said lightly, is this reason enough? The director of academic affairs lowered his head and said sadly, enough. He didn't say much, turned and left. S-level talent is very rare, but before the secret realm score SSS, it is still a little bit worse. This means that this young man, in the reappearance of the Undead God King, persisted until the end and made better changes in order to get the highest SSS level. This kind of person is a dragon and a phoenix, and I can't be messed with by a little academic director. He only hated himself for not seeing enough, and mentioned the iron plate. I also pray that this Su Mu, who will flourish sooner or later, will not remember this offense. Tao Yingqi looked at Su Mu, and suddenly smiled gently, son, what did you do inside? His amiable attitude was completely different from how he treated Pan Xian before. After seeing the SSS level score of the reappearance of the secret realm, Tao Yingqi was also stunned for a while. He confirmed many times that there was nothing wrong with the secret realm, and he did not read it wrong. Although this space-time fragment was shaped by a latecomer, the key factor inside is still the Undead God King. This is equivalent to keeping the God King at that time until now. Only by doing actions that can be recognized by the peak God King, can this rating be obtained. You know, the complete experience of what the Undead God King did back then is only an S-level score. When Su Mu heard Tao Yingqi's question, she was also a little puzzled, but quickly figured it out, oh, it's nothing. It's just that it lasts longer than the Undead God King. Chapter 5. At the beginning, Su Mu didn't understand why he got the SSS rating. But he quickly figured it out. Because of wearing the title of Immortal, Indestructible is passive, which can provide 1 extra life every 24 hours, and can store 0.5x level times in total. If you wear it for the first time, you will get 1 as a gift. Su Mu is now the same as all high school seniors, waiting for a job change at level 10, which means she can get 5 extra lives. The God King is estimated to be 12,000 level, with 6,000 extra lives. In other words, relying on these 6,000 lives, he forcibly held back 13 foreign tribes and tens of millions of troops. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, bleeding and floating ores. If you can persist in the secret realm to the end, you will die 6,000 times and get an S grade. And because Su Mu has an extra life of his own, maybe the two have the same origin, so it is also counted. He felt that the Undead God King fought to the end. At the end of the 6,000th life, it should have been sealed and sent out of the secret realm forcibly. But the Undead God King had the last chance to fight back against the 13 alien races again, and continued to fight in the Bloody Sea. After the death of the last life, the God King still fell, and was sealed according to the trajectory in the time fragments. After all, history has already happened, and no matter how it changes, it cannot change the reality. Su-mu was also sent out of the secret realm. At the last moment, he seemed to see the King of Undead looking towards him. The eyes of the Undead God King seemed to see through time. He smiled, and spit out 2 words. Ike. Tao Yinki chanted these 2 words and nodded slightly. I see, you did a good job, you should go back first. Don't spread this matter to the outside world. You have obtained an SSS grade, and the school and the Ministry of Internal Affairs will reward you. Su-mu nodded and went home neatly. On the side, the students all exploded. My god, it's a real SSS grade. He persisted longer than the Undead God King. How is it possible? Who is that handsome boy? Looks like it's from class 8, it's called Su-mu. He's so strong, he's handsome and capable, and he doesn't show off anything. I really want to be his girlfriend. What did he say, Izzy? I don't know, is it the name of a person from the western region? Okay. Tao Yinki said loudly, those who should enter the secret realm go in, those who should go home and rest go home. Just woke up, don't go out to play around, you have to go back to school tomorrow. Remember, talent is a part of strength, and the college entrance examination will be the time to test your strength after 7 days. The students were told, the whispering stopped, and they went about their business. Tao Yinki left calmly, and he returned to the office. The moment the door was closed, a large amount of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He picked up the phone, dialed it, and said excitedly, something has happened to me. There is an SSS rating in the secret realm of the Immortal King. Tao Yinki talked about it for a while, and finally said, Ike. The fantasy of the Undead King has a different behavior, and he said this name. I deeply suspect that the place where he is being held is not the Wu clan, but the stronghold city of the parasitic clan. Ike City. Su-mu suppressed her excitement and walked home. Although he has awakened the SSS level talent, there is no one before, and there will be no one after. Moreover, he also won the title of Undead King of the Undead God. From the panel data, he will never die now. But Su-mu still tried to maintain a normal state, neither happy nor sad, and walked home as usual. The Undead God King had 6,000 lives, but he was still killed by the crowd tactics. I have just obtained the title of Immortal, and the charging of Immortal has not yet been completed. If it is too rough, the car overturns in the gutter, and someone kidnaps and seals it, then it will be over. Su-mu's eyes are firm, and she already has a whole set of improvement plans in her heart, which only needs to be gradually realized. He returned home, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard a weak voice, Big brother. Su-mu looked up and saw a girl pushing a wheelchair out of the room, smiling, Xiao An. Su-anan also smiled happily, Big brother, how about waking up today? Su-mu thought for a while, and gave an ambiguous answer, it's okay. Su-anan didn't mind either, and smirked along. Su-mu asked, what about mom? Su-anan said, still at the stall, I said to help, but my mother refused, saying that she was afraid that it would rain later. Well, it's fine if you don't go. Su-mu patted her head, don't worry, your brother will become a professional in a short time, earning money to treat your illness. Su-anan's face darkened slightly, but she immediately smiled, okay, then I'll wait for Big brother. Su-mu smiled on the surface, but sighed slightly in her heart. Su-anan is his younger sister. She has been in poor health since childhood and has been ill. A few years ago, because of the exam, I needed some buff potions. In order to make more money, the family asked Su-anan to help out temporarily. But on that rainy day, a car accident took his father away, paralyzed Suinen's lower limbs, and put him in a wheelchair. Since then, Su-mu has a deep sense of identity with this reborn home. He secretly made up his mind that he must let his mother live a good life, and must obtain repair props to heal his sister. Okay, then you take care of the house, and I'll go see mom. Su-mu decided to go out when she saw that the house was fine. Suinen, okay. But they didn't know that just 2 streets away, in front of Su's mother Jingrong's stall, 2 young men came. Pan Ziyan sat on the booth carelessly, showing an unkind smile. Chapter 6. Su's mother, Jingrong, runs a small noodle stall, and her business is so-so. A few years ago, a car accident took away the pillars, and she could only support the family. Fortunately, with the help of someone, Jingrong was able to buy a basic noodle blueprint and learned how to make noodles that can replenish blood. But because her level is very low, all attributes are very weak, and the pasta she makes has only a weak blood recovery effect. And this kind of food with soup is not easy to take away, and professionals are not willing to buy it. Only the nearby construction sites, as well as some low-level personnel who do hard work, are willing to spend a few more money occasionally. You can eat and restore your strength. But Jingrong is still under a lot of pressure to support Su-mu's education and to bear Suinen's medical expenses. When she saw a young man sitting down, she immediately greeted him warmly, "What do you want to eat?" Pan Ziyan raised his eyelids and pretended to take a look. "That's it, the folded beef noodles." The servant next to him snickered and said, "I want beef noodles too, hee hee." Jingrong didn't suspect him, so she dealt with it quickly. Soon, the steaming hot noodle soup came out of the pot. Pan Ziyan took a bite, then stood up suddenly. "Do you know how to cook noodles? Did you put salt in it?" Snapped. He threw the whole bowl of noodles on the ground and smashed it to pieces. The servant next to him ate so fast that he had already eaten half a bowl of noodles. Seeing Pan Ziyan's movements, he covered his mouth and stood up, slurring his words, "That's right, I don't even put any salt in, it's so unpalatable." Snapped. Again, the bowl broke. Jingrong was stunned. I put salt." Pan Ziyan looked at her disdainfully. "Let it go? You have to taste it to see if you let it go or not." Jingrong glanced at the noodles on the ground and swallowed. "It's all paste on the ground, how can I eat it?" She stayed for a while before apologizing. "I'm sorry, I may have made a mistake." "I'm sorry, I'll cook another one." Soon, the steaming hot noodle soup came out of the pot again. This time Jingrong left a small sip of the soup and tasted it. Only after confirming that it was correct did she dare to serve it. But Pan Ziyan didn't even eat it, so he slapped the bowl again and threw the bowl on the ground. "Damn it, you look down on me, don't you? So much salt this time, trying to kill me." The attendant hurriedly took 2 more bites and dropped the bowl too. Jingrong felt sorry for Wan, and knew that the 2 young men were here to find fault, so she could only bow her head and say, "I'm sorry, both young and old. How about this, I will pay, and the 2 of you will have a meal at the restaurant." Pan Ziyan felt a little more at ease. Today he wanted to mess with Su-mu, but the principal stepped in and failed. He asked someone to ask, and learned that Su-mu's mother set up a small stall here. And because Su-mu is more handsome, many girls will deliberately detour and come to take care of business. This made Pan Ziyan very upset. He deliberately came here to find fault, but within a few minutes, the woman gave up. Pan Ziyan felt a little pity, and he didn't care about any compensation, he just wanted to have fun again. The attendant immediately understood what he meant, and rolled his eyes. "Humph, if you want to avoid the important, take the light. How unpalatable your noodles are, the young master will teach you today. Kneel down and eat the noodles on the ground, and I will let you go." Jingrong was petrified, and couldn't help but look at Pan Ziyan. The other party didn't intend to dissuade him at all, but wanted to watch a good show with a half smile. These 2 people's demeanor is not simple, She is an ordinary person, how can she be an opponent? Jingrong gritted her teeth and was about to step forward. Mom, step aside. Sumyu's voice came from the side. When Pan Ziyan turned his head, he showed an excited expression. Ha, I still wanted to find you, but I delivered it myself. Jingrong said anxiously, Amu, hurry up, they are not easy. Hee, it's late. The servant has strode forward to meet him, he must behave well in front of his master. He reached out with one hand and was about to grab Sumyu's collar. Boom! Everyone was stunned, they didn't expect Sumyu to take the initiative to attack. With an uppercut, he sent his servant flying. The attendant's eyeballs turned white, and his entire face was distorted. After landing from the air, he rolled twice and lost consciousness. Is he that strong? Pan Ziyan felt weird, but soon turned into excitement. Okay, if you dare to do something, I'm not welcome. With the nourishment of medicines and props at home, all his attributes exceeded 30. Pakasumyu, more than enough. Pan Ziyan stepped forward with a big stride, his left arm was bent, and his right hand reached for the dagger at his waist. He was about to release a charge, followed by a shadow attack. Of course, the most important thing is to immediately release the S-level talent essence absorption after being stunned. With Sumyu alone, it is impossible to retrieve the extracted attributes. Even if this person is abolished. Pan Ziyan's eyes were gloomy, the moment he was about to sprint. It's very lively. A male voice came from the side. Several people turned their heads subconsciously, and saw a middle-aged man with a beard standing aside. I want a bowl of noodles. The middle-aged man said to Jingrong, then turned his head, slap me if you need to, continue. It's not bad for young people to fight each other, but well, don't use anything other than skills. Pan Ziyan's face was cloudy and uncertain, did he see through his own thoughts? Chapter 7. Pan Ziyan wanted to refute, but an ominous premonition arose in his heart. It seems that as long as you don't listen to the man's dissuasion, there will be bad consequences. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm an S-level talent. Are you sure you want to meddle in your own business? Several passers-by who watched the excitement suddenly exclaimed, S-level talent? Whose genius is this? He will definitely become a big shot in the future. It's a great honor to meet such a genius. It's over, that man and that kid are dead. S-level geniuses are recruited by the major forces, and they will definitely sidestep. But the middle-aged man just took the noodles indifferently, with a little empty hand. Everyone around gasped. Level 100. Pan Ziyan's complexion was not very good either. No matter how talented he was only at level 10, and the difference between them was 10 times. Generally speaking, level 30 is a watershed, the boundary between ordinary people and real professionals. The vast majority of people can reach this level at the highest level. If you neglect to practice, all the data will gradually regress, and finally return to the single-digit level. This middle-aged man is level 100, which shows that he is a strong man and can control things to a certain extent. Pan Ziyan still didn't dare to refute, since the other party just said that he didn't need talent, and didn't intend to stop him from beating Sumyu. He gritted his teeth and said, Humph, you're dead even without talent. Pan Ziyan's attributes of more than 30 points are considered top in the school. He is confident that even without talent, he can easily crush Sumyu. Charge! Pan Ziyan strode forward vigorously, and rushed towards Sumyu with a shoulder bump. Charge can bring 0.25 seconds of dizziness, followed by a dagger attack. You are dead. In a blink of an eye, his shoulders, elbows and dagger were already in front of Sumyu. But at this moment, Sumyu moved slightly to the side. Pan Ziyan rushed over his head in the blink of an eye, his mind was full of disbelief. How could it be so fast? How can I fail in my skills when all my attributes are crushed? Sumyu was also slightly surprised. I see. In the past, so Mu would not be able to defeat Panzion. After clearing the secret realm of the Undead God King at the SSS level, he was recognized and gained a combat perception far superior to others. God King senses, hidden passive combat intuition has been greatly improved. It's my turn. So Mu smiled slightly, and slapped Panzion with a slap. Panzion was shocked, subconsciously escaped, and forced his body to jump back. Swish! But So Mu moved faster and grabbed his collar, and his escape skill was forcibly interrupted. How is it possible? Panzion was shocked. What speed is he? He could see that the opponent's strength and agility were still inferior to his own. But if you shoot at the same time, the opponent's speed will be faster. He seems to have a kind of enigmatic calmness, able to predict every movement. Snapped! Snapped! So Mu pressed Panzion to the ground, and punched him all over the face. Pull! Jump! Snapped! Snapped! Are you here to ask for trouble? Do you dare to do it again in the future? Panzion's face was quickly beaten into a pig's head. He wanted to escape, but he was caught no matter what, and he continued to be beaten on the ground. He could only cry, "Wrong, big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare in the future." Humph! So Mu didn't bother to waste time, he had more important things to do, so he let go. Panzion was full of confusion. He didn't know why he couldn't beat him despite his S-level talent and crushing attributes. He was about to run subconsciously, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. "Wait." Panzion turned back in fear. "Yes, what's the matter?" The middle-aged man pointed to the surface on the ground. "Did you pay?" Panzion resolutely threw all the money on his body in a thick pile on the table. "There's no need to look for it." After speaking, he wanted to run again. Middle-aged man, wait a minute. Panzion was surprised again. "What else is there?" The middle-aged man pointed to the unconscious follower on the ground. "You won't take your friend." Panzion could only carry his servant on his back, and fled in a hurry. After running a certain distance, Panzion roared angrily, "So Mu, I am an S-level talent. Just wait for me." After speaking, he turned around and ran away in fear, for fear of being caught up. So Mu didn't intend to chase, but just looked at the middle-aged man. "Thank you." The middle-aged man had already finished his noodles and paid the money. "You're welcome, he can't beat you without me talking." So Mu didn't speak. The middle-aged man looked at him with deep eyes. "From the Immortal King, have you gained something?" Knowing that this matter cannot be concealed, So Mu nodded. "Well, I have gained some combat insights, and my body is more flexible." The middle-aged man smiled. "Introduce yourself, Saints Club, Guozi. My daughter is also in your school, and told you about your SSS level customs clearance secret realm." So Mu was slightly taken aback. Guozi said, "We are very interested in the information you have obtained, if my friend." Humph! A cold snort came from the side. "The temple will develop its congregation honestly, and don't bother with the Ministry of Internal Affairs." A man in white came over. "Student Su is still a student, this matter is our internal matter." Guozi frowned slightly. But before he could open his mouth, another voice came from beside him. "The Ministry of Internal Affairs is not doing anything, what's the trouble here?" A man in a camouflage suit with a square face leaned against the wall. "Student Su must enter the Ministry of War after the college entrance examination." The man in white was angry. "Wuzeki, what are you doing?" "Hee, stop arguing." An old voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and were surprised. "Master Lu." Master Lu leaned on crutches. "I think this little friend doesn't like to be bound, so come to my bounty guild in the future." All of a sudden, several major forces gathered to rob people. Chapter 8. Several powerful people gathered in front of the noodle stall, making a lot of noise. "It's impossible for such a good talent to join your war department. It's a waste to go to the front to die." So what? Greed for life and fear of death in the rear. Why don't you join my Saints Association? Fart, a group of lunatics, don't think that you are the only ones who care about the whereabouts of the undead king. Jingrong was already dumbfounded, and passers-by were also dumbfounded. Although they didn't know these people, but listening to their words, they all knew that there must be something big. My God, who is this young man? Why are there so many people fighting for it? SSS level customs clearance secret realm? Isn't that going to make a fortune? No wonder, I want to grab it, even if it is a teaching secret realm. SSS level customs clearance, everything must be perfect, and it is impossible to achieve it without strong means. He's so young and handsome, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Su Mu looked at the group of people and smiled wryly. Everyone, I still have 7 days left for the college entrance examination, let's talk about these things later. Several people quarreled for a while before they handed over their contact information and patted Su Mu on the shoulder. Come on, boy, I will pay attention to you in the future. After everyone had left, Jingrong said in surprise, Hey, what is this? Su Mu also discovered that there were several packages on the stool of the noodle stall at some point. He opened them one by one, and found that it was a long sword, shining brightly. Military standard long sword, silver. Strength plus 10. Dexterity plus 5. Sharpness, plus 5% damage to flesh and blood creatures, plus 5% damage to joints. Passers-by suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, silverware. Silverwares cost at least 110,000 to 20,000. Is this a gift? What a generous offer. Su Mu was slightly speechless. It was obviously a gift, a bribe left by that group of people. He opened the remaining packages, revealing the contents. A soft armor, a gem, and a bottle. Wujin soft armor, silver. Stamina plus 20. Armor plus 20. Cushioning, it has a certain cushioning ability, which can absorb weak impacts, and loses this characteristic after a certain degree. Green life stone, silver. Primary recovery, recover 5 HP every 5 seconds, continuously relieve fatigue. Skill book, rapid slash, silver. After learning this skill, you can swing 5 swords within 1 second, and the cooling time is 5 seconds. The number of sword swings and cooling time vary depending on the attributes. Su Mu was overjoyed. This group of people was sleepy and sent pillows, which coincided with his plan. Amu, what are they doing? Why did they give such a precious thing? Jingrong continued to be shocked, unable to believe it. Each piece of silver-level equipment must be sold in the market for more than 100,000 yuan. The skill books are more expensive, and they are all above 300,000. These gifts are more than Jingrong's annual income. Su Mu smiled, Mom, don't worry, this is just an addition, there will be better ones in the future. Go home, I'll help you close the stall and tell you about today's affairs. In a few days, I can let you live a good life and heal my sister's leg injury. He already had a plan in mind. If you join a big force, you will get better things, but now is not the time to show off. Just wait another 7 days. But what everyone didn't know was that after Pan Zion escaped from the noodle stall, because of the wound on his face, he was too embarrassed to take the main road, so he took a shortcut and entered the alley. Damn it, why did this kid become so powerful? Pan Zion cursed as he walked, and threw his follower on the ground, making him wake up and go home by himself. Humph, wait for me, I'm an S-level talent. I must make you look good. He didn't know that upstairs, 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. There is someone next to the SSS rating, so it's not easy to do it. It doesn't matter, let him live for a few more days. I spent some money to bribe those students. I found out that he is a C-level talent. Then it doesn't matter, you can lower the level of danger. As long as he doesn't enter the core structure, he won't pose a threat to our family. Okay, you can wait for the right time to kill. Get rid of this kid first. He is an S-level talent and cannot be allowed to grow. It is good. Pan Xian didn't believe it before he died, because he lost his life because of his embarrassment. The next day, all the students returned to school as before, honing their skills and talents in different training grounds. B, A, and S-level geniuses naturally got attention. Is that a B-level mental shock? It's so strong, it actually shattered the mouse's brain. Wow, telekinesis, fetching objects from a distance, can you kill people with a sword if you practice it at an advanced level? The A-level space division is also very strong. It can cut off items below the mysterious level. It's a pity that only a 2 cm space crack can be created, otherwise the rating can be even stronger. Why do I only see one S-class and another Pan Xian? Maybe he's doing special training at home. His family is rich, so the school's training ground doesn't look good. Ordinary students are all envious and jealous, looking at people with advanced talents, their abilities are all getting stronger. Someone also remembered that there was another person. Where is the person who scored the SSS grade yesterday? Yes, Sir Mew, Class 8, why didn't you see it? His talent is probably C level or D level. There is nothing but a high score. I saw it, Sir Mew, he is watering the flowers. What? Such a tight time, what is he doing watering? The students were stunned, and a few good-natured people ran over and saw Sir Mew by the flower pot. Take the watering can, and water the flowers carefully one by one. What is this for? A new practice method. Chapter 9. Sir Mew surprised everyone, many people want to see, what is so awesome about the SSS rating. But he didn't show any strength, just doing some chores. The students, Monk Zhong'er, couldn't figure it out, what is he doing? They looked at it with interest for a long time, but Sir Mew just kept watering, leaving the gardener in charge of maintenance aside, at a loss. After a long time, Sir Mew finally put down the watering can. The students suddenly became excited, could it be cultivating Xingxing? It's possible, people with SSS grades have different training methods. But after Sir Mew put down the watering can, she borrowed the gardener's shears and trimmed the branches. Student? What is this doing again? The person who can unlock the SSS level score has such a special training method? After a while, Sir Mew put down the scissors. The students cheered up quickly, should we start training this time? Sir Mew turned around and walked towards the depths of the school, with a group of people hurriedly trailing behind. But to their surprise, Sir Mew communicated with the breeder for a few words, took the feed and plot tools, and went into the animal pen. The school's training ground consumes a large number of beasts every day, from mice to tigers, wolves, and jackals, for students to train and test their skills. These animals do not need to be bred by themselves, they are all dispatched from special farms by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But there also needs to be a place for temporary storage and transit. I saw Sir Mew entered the animal pen, concentrating on adding food to various animals, cleaning the stains on the ground, and taking the initiative to inject the sick animals mainly stimulants, so that they would not die of illness before being killed by the students. What is this doing? A group of people, Monk Zhong'er, were puzzled. Are you crazy? The college entrance examination is only a few days away. Why don't you train hard and do chores here? Humph, it looks like it's broken, useless waste. The students suddenly lost interest and talked a lot. From their point of view, Sir Mew must have triggered some kind of mechanism to get an SSS rating by fluke. He has self-knowledge and knows that he will never achieve such a record again. On the one hand, there is an unprecedented SSS score, and on the other hand, there is a mediocre talent below B level. The huge gap made him lose confidence in his future, and he began to do other things to paralyze himself and make himself miserable. Forget it, don't waste time on this kind of person, Germany doesn't deserve it. That's right, the SSS grade score must be good luck, and we will go to clear the facts later, maybe it will be okay. Oh, don't, although the memory will fade, but it really hurt at that time. Seeing that Soo-mu is quite handsome, why is his mentality so bad? It's really useless. The students quickly dispersed and ignored them. After finishing the work in the animal pen, Soo-mu went to the warehouse to help with the tally. After sorting out the goods, I went to the life training ground again, asking for advice and helping my classmates who decided to change their careers. It was not until the afternoon that Soo-mu finally stepped into the training ground, asked for a training dummy, and began to practice swords. Have you finally started training? Another person glanced curiously. I found that Soo-mu just practiced swords normally, and didn't use extra skills. He just slashed quickly, released the CD when he had CD, and slashed the dummy normally when he was cooling down. Swipe quickly? Silver level skill, he knows this move. This skill, which is not available in school, has attracted many people's interest, but it quickly fades. For hours on end, Soo-mu kept using this one skill and never did anything else. People who are curious at the beginning will get tired of watching after a few hours. What does he want to do? It's just training dummies. The speed of gaining skill experience is very slow, and it is impossible to upgrade. It must have been a fluke. I got a good skill and wanted to improve my proficiency. But it's only used on dummies. At most, it can improve physical coordination, and it's useless for gaining skill experience. Crazy, this is really crazy. He is doing nothing today. The students completely lost interest in Soo-mu, who behaved strangely all day long, not at all like a quasi-professional who is about to take the college entrance examination. There are only 7 days, and you are wasting time on useless things. Really crazy. But Soo-mu didn't care about it. He was at school, and he still went around all the corners and did all the trivial things. And when I got home, I helped my mother prepare the ingredients for the next day all night. After finishing the work, I took 2 hours to read and spent 2 hours singing to the open space. Complicated things filled the time until late at night before Soo-mu finally fell asleep. 3 days have passed like this, and now, no one is interested in Soo-mu anymore, at most they cast contemptuous glances. While Soo-mu continued to swing his sword at the dummy, 2 resting students were chatting. What the hell do you think he is doing? Crazy, his talent must be very weak, and he does these things to paralyze himself. It took him a few days to do an ordinary slash, could he be earning his title? You mean a junior fighter? Swing a sword 100,000 times, or be attacked 1,000 times, what else? There is another one that restores a total of 50,000 health points. Any one of the 3 conditions can get the title of Junior Warrior, and the physical attack can be increased by 5%, but what's the use of it? That's right, the title of Beginner can increase all attributes by 5%, and can also increase the speed of experience acquisition. Isn't it better than Junior Fighters? I also think that this title will only be used if there is a problem, and this thing cannot be superimposed. Chapter 10. Soo-mu is indeed brushing up titles. He has been busy these past few days just to obtain various titles that have no barriers to entry. For example, Junior Fighter, all physical damage increased by 5%. This title says whether it is strong or not, whether it is weak or not, it is better than nothing. But every student has the title of Beginner, and all attributes are increased by 5%, which increases both attack and defense, crushing in all directions. It is too troublesome for a junior fighter to do it, and no one will deliberately do this title. 3 conditions are required to complete either. 100,000 swings. 1,000 attacks. A total of 50,000 HP is recovered. As long as you live long enough, you can always complete it by recovering 50,000 health points. But even if it is completed, it only increases physical damage by 5%, and there is no need to wear it. But Soo-mu is different, he can wear infinite titles. Now he can wear the Junior Warrior title, gaining 5% physical damage. After spending some more time, you can make intermediate fighters, advanced fighters, elite fighters, and combat masters. The higher the title, the more bonuses, and even extra special effects. Some strong people can upgrade their titles of warriors to the legendary level, and even summon ancient heroic spirits out of thin air, forming an army by themselves. Now Su-mu needs to keep slashing and slashing with his sword in order to quickly make a title. The title system is divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, epic, legend, myth, and supreme. In the later stage, Su-mu can even stack 9 titles at the same time. That power is afraid to destroy the world. Su-mu, the principal is looking for you. A person passed by and shouted. Although slashing quickly does not consume mana, it will consume stamina. Su-mu just drained her energy and needs to rest and recover her strength. With the green stone of life presented by a certain force, his physical recovery speed is faster than before. Su-mu arrived at the principal's office, where Tao Yinki had been waiting for a long time. He handed out a card. You have obtained the SSS grade for reappearing the secret realm. This is a reward from the school, and there are 3 million yuan in it. Su-mu nodded without refusing. The family really needs money, there is no need to be fake and clean. Tao Yinki said, the money is not too much, and I hope you will not be distracted by these foreign things, and prepare well for the college entrance examination. In addition, I have also applied for an opportunity for you to enter the killing secret. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red spar was placed on the table. Killing realm. Su-mu was a little curious. Tao Yinki nodded, yes, killing secrets are divided into levels, and this spar allows you to enter level 10 killing secrets. There are no rules in it, all you have to do is kill as many monsters as possible to get a higher score. According to the current information, if you get a grade A and below, you can get weapons, equipment, and props. Below A level? Su-mu asked, that means there are A level and above. Tao Yinki nodded, yes, the only S grade rating was obtained by Heiyu 15 years ago. According to what he said, he has received the blessings of heaven, and his various perceptions have greatly improved. I heard that your sister has physical problems. Try to get an A or B grade. Maybe there are special medicines. Su-mu's eyes brightened, above S rank, can I still get medicine? Tao Yinki laughed, above S level? No one can reach it. Maybe if you score at SSS level, you will be awarded the title of Master of the Secret Realm. Who knows? Heiyu has been blessed by heaven. It has only been 15 years, and he is already the pillar of the front line. Don't be delusional, people's hearts are not enough to swallow elephants, you have to be down to earth. Also, if you meet fellow human beings, help as much as you can. Su-mu nodded, and began to think in her mind. Ahem, that's right. Tao Yinki cleared his throat, I heard that you have been idle for the past 3 days. Idle around? Su-mu didn't expect that his affairs would reach the principal's ears. Tao Yinki said, there are still a few days left for the college entrance examination. Now focus on running in and don't waste time doing chores. In case the grades are not good, in the future. He didn't finish his sentence, but his tone was full of warning. If you fail the college entrance examination, you will have plenty of time to do handyman. Or, be a handyman for the rest of your life. Su-mu didn't argue, but just nodded, Principal, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Seeing his persistence, Tao Yinki couldn't help but sighed in his heart, his tone was dissatisfied, and he hated iron for being weak, that's good, but I hope you can correct yourself and do your job well. Of course, Su-mu can't confess his talent. What he has to do now is to get all the titles that can be obtained within a few days before doing that. For example, if you are a gardener, you can get a junior gardener, your ability to understand plants increases by 5%, and your proficiency with sharp tools increases by 5%. By helping the stable manager, you can get a junior animal trainer, understanding of beast habits increased by 8%, damage increased by 3%, and all attributes in the wild environment increased by 1%. To do handicrafts, you can get a primary maker, the production speed is increased by 5%, and the quality is increased by 5%. Hidden, reduces damage received by 2%. While preparing ingredients at home, you can get a junior chef, the quality of food and beverages will increase by 10%, the understanding of knives will increase by 3%, and anatomy will increase by 8%. In addition, there is also a junior singer obtained by singing, the speed of spell singing is increased by 5%, and the probability of being interrupted is reduced by 8%. Picking roadside berries to obtain primary collectors, collection efficiency and accuracy increased by 5%. Hidden, agility increased by 2%, spirit increased by 2%. Hold your breath to get primary diving, lung capacity increased by 15%, stamina increased by 3%, and physical exertion decreased by 5%. Chapter 11. These title bonuses seem to be small, and there are not many people who specialize in brushing them. If it is a life professional who is full-time here, it is easy to brush up the skills to the intermediate level or even the advanced level. But when these titles are superimposed, there will be a qualitative change. Submu's single attribute can be easily increased to more than 30%. The total damage, total defense, and total consumption can also be increased to about 20%. For the early stage with poor attributes, it is already equivalent to 1 or 2 pieces of gold-level equipment. In front of peers, it can already be said to be crushing. Even if he didn't have the sense of the God King obtained after clearing the SSS level, with the current Submu, he could still hit a few Panzion casually. And this consumes only 7 days. But this is not enough. It is relatively simple to obtain the junior title, but it takes more time and effort from the beginner to the intermediate level. For Submu now, the time is too late. What he is doing now is laying the groundwork, everything is for the future arrangements. Okay, you can go back. Tao Yinki sighed, but still told him resentfully, you must train hard, do you hear me? Okay. Submu replied. He practiced the sword all afternoon, and then continued to use the lowest consumption primary spell, Lightning Strike, on the dummy. This made Tao Yinki a little satisfied, thinking that this kid still listened to it. It's not that I look down on life professions, but now that thousands of races are invading, there are many strong people. Only by continuously producing high-quality combat professionals can we gain a firm foothold in the war. But the next day, Submu still wandered around in various places, and started training in the afternoon. Snapped. Tao Yinki was so angry that he slapped the table with a slap. I'm so mad. I'm really mad. The man in white opposite him also shook his head. In 130 years, the first and only SSS rating. I thought it would be something special. The Ministry of Internal Affairs was very interested in robbing people from the Ministry of War. Now it seems. Tao Yinki sighed, I also thought he would be a good seed. He regretted a little, thinking that he should hang himself, and then give Submu the keystone of the killing realm. Although the keystone is precious, there is no need for the principal to compete with the students. He was only worried that Submu would be killed if she went in with such a foolish attitude. The man in white also lost interest. Okay, I'll go back too. You only have 2 S ranks this year, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs probably won't be able to compete with the Ministry of War. Tao Yinki nodded, have you found out about Yuki? That was the special information brought out by Submu, the only time that there was an accident in that piece of time that was used to reappear the secret realm. The man in white shook his head, it's difficult, the parasites are multiplying too fast, we can't occupy the hinterland, and now Iki has been cut out. However, a hidden professional has been sent, go in and see if there is any news. Tao Yinki nodded, okay, I'm just a teacher, and I can only help here. The man in white smiled. Not only that, if the news is wrong and the precious hidden professional falls, your student will also be involved. Tao Yinke's complexion changed, he just provided information. The man in white smiled unchanged, just. Then in the end, you will be responsible, or me. Okay, let's go. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind Tao Yinke, who was somewhat regretful. Similar conversations also occurred inside and outside Huangshi No. 1 High School. People in different clothes got up and left after talking on the phone. It seems that the SSS grade score is a fluke. At present, it seems that there is no need to pay attention to it. People from different forces looked at Su Mu, who was cleaning and distinguishing the beasts in the animal pen, with regretful expressions. It's a pity that a potentially good seedling has an unstable mentality, and it will be embarrassing to use in the future. Su Mu didn't know this, he still went his own way and worked hard to complete various titles. Finally, on the 6th day, all the titles that can be obtained so far have been obtained. Character panel. Su Mu said, and a light curtain immediately appeared in front of him. Su Mu. Level 10. You can continue to gain experience points after changing jobs. Constitution, 70. Strength, 66. Agility, 59. Spirit, 71. Skills, Rapid Slashing, Primary Skills, Charge, Slash, Lightning Strike, Shadow Attack, Cleave, Fireball, Aiming and Shooting, etc. Equipment, Military Standard Long Sword, Silver, Black Gold Soft Armor, Silver, Green Stone of Life, Silver. Talent, Universal Godhead, ssss level. Title. Beginners, already worn. Undead, worn. God King Senses, hidden passive. Junior Gardener, worn. Junior Warrior, already worn. Junior Spellcaster, worn. Junior Beastmaster, worn. Junior Maker, worn. Junior Chef, already worn. Junior Gatherer, already worn. Beginner Diving, already worn. Junior Seeker, worn. Junior Singer, already worn. Only display the panel once, and will not bring water words in the future. Su Mu looked at a lot of titles and smiled in relief. The hard work of several days was finally not in vain. Your own attributes and the attributes provided by the equipment and the bonus provided by the title, let your own attributes crush the students of the same level by 1 to 2 times. This is also because these titles are all primary. The title of Undead does not provide damage and panel bonuses. As long as you let yourself get the title of increasing damage, the panel will be turned upside down. The next day, in No. 1 Middle School in Huangshi, Principal Tao Yinke called everyone together to mobilize. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I hope everyone will be calm and get good grades. Hey, where is Su Mu? Why is he still fumbling around at such an important time? Su Mu was standing at the gate of a secret realm at this time, and she was fully prepared to step into it. Today I have a lot to do. Chapter 12. Su Mu only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she entered a dark and hazy world. The Peak of Bloodthirst, this is a special secret realm of all levels and connected to the whole world. The core consists of the Blood Desire Arena and the Road to Madness. Its secret gates are distributed in many cities, and there is one in the deserted city. Why is there a little guy? What are you doing wearing a mask? Someone shouted. Before entering, Su Mu put on a ghost mask to hide all the information that could be hidden. Now is not the time to be exposed. The man was dressed in grey clothes and was the guard here. He frowned. Level 10? What are you doing here on the Peak of Bloodthirst? How dangerous is it here? Where's your parents? Where's your teacher? There are special mechanisms here to see the ranks. Su Mu said calmly, I'm alone. The guard frowned, forget it, there is no rule that level 10 is not allowed to enter. I'll take you there, just keep your eyes open, don't get involved. There is still a long way from the gate of the secret realm to the Blood Desire Arena. The gate is guarded by human forces and is the safest place in the world, but the way to the arena is not certain. The bloodthirsty Peak secret realm will not attack any outsiders, and the danger comes from other ethnic groups. That's right, this secret realm is not only distributed in the human territory, but also spread to many foreign territories. Those ethnic groups that have blood feuds with humans are very interested in killing activities. Captain Tien, there's no need, I'll take this young man there. A voice came. A man and a woman walked in through the gate of the secret realm and said to the guard. When the guard saw the man, he also raised his brows. Okay, Shui Wenwu, please. The man named Shui Wenwu smiled and waved his hands. It's a small matter, I just happen to be there too. Shui Wenwu is level 70, and his occupation is snow scholar. The girl's name is Ding Mi, level 50, and her occupation is light attendant. These two are more than enough to bring a level 10 rookie. Moreover, if a foreign race sneaks into the human guard range, it means death. No one would do this, wasting a life to kill a small character at level 10. Ding Mi looked at Su Mu curiously, not understanding why low-level professionals would come here and wear a ghost mask. But Shui Wenwu stretched out his hand and said with a smile, let's go, kid, let's go over there. He seems to be gentle, but in fact he has the charity of the superiors to the inferiors. Su Mu shrugged and didn't say anything, she couldn't reach out and hit the smiling face. There happened to be a guide, so he followed the two to the Blood Desire Arena. With the presence of outsiders, Shui Wenwu's desire to perform is stronger. He seems to be popularizing the origin of this secret realm to Su Mu, but he is actually showing off his knowledge in front of Ding Mi. The Peak of Bloodthirst is one of the most special secret realms. Private fighting is not allowed here. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by the strong. Of course, except for the Blood Desire Arena and the Road to Madness, other areas are not under the control of the natives. That grimace, you'll just sit there obediently later, just pass it by. Su Mu glanced at him and didn't bother to answer him. In this way, there were no emergencies along the way, and the three arrived at the bloody arena. At first glance, this place looks no different from an ordinary indoor fighting arena with a rough wooden structure. But in fact, the superb space-time rules are used, and the ring-shaped room that can be seen at a glance can accommodate tens of millions of viewers. And the fighting stage in the middle can also carry out tens of thousands of rounds of battles at the same time and at the same position. Each round is superimposed together for the audience and the most powerful people on the bloodthirsty peak to enjoy. As soon as the few people entered, various creatures on the nearby seats cast unfriendly glances, but none of them dared to make a move. As soon as Su Mu stepped into it, he felt his blood dry up and his mood became excited. This is the exposed rules of Bloodthirst Peak, we must pay attention to it. Shui Wenwu said proudly, seemingly telling Su Mu, but actually showing off his knowledge in front of Ding Mi. Sit here with us later, watch the gladiatorial fight, and send you out later. Su Mu suddenly pointed to a piece of animal skin in the distance. What is that? Shui Wenwu looked at it. Oh, it's the paperwork board for signing up for the competition. Su Mu nodded. He checked the guide, but this was the first time he saw the real thing. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you don't participate. Hey, where are you going? Shui Wenwu yelled. Su Mu strode towards the writing board. As soon as he touched the animal skin, he heard a rough voice in his head. Registration successful. Shui Wenwu was shocked. What are you doing? Going up is a life and death wrestling. Aliens will not hold back humans, and it is possible to eat them on the spot. Forget it, you're only level 10, and there are very few low-level contestants here, so it shouldn't be enabled. You go back. Leaving before the start of the game is considered a waiver, but you can no longer enter in the future. Ding Mi said with concern, let's send him out. Shui Wenwu said, send me a fart. Hands and feet, it's a miracle that this kind of person doesn't die. Let's see how lucky he is on the way back. Ding Mi was a little puzzled, she felt that this young man was very calm, not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Shui Wenwu was getting impatient, let's go, leave him alone. The game probably won't start, let's see him on his way back. Su Mu's body flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next second, it appeared in the arena. Chapter 13. Shui Wenwu was also taken aback, and clapped his hands, this kid is really unlucky, there must be several people who signed up, and he happened to be the top of the fifth person, so he was put on the stage so quickly. Ding Mi anxiously said, what should I do, can you save him? Shui Wenwu sneered, save? How to save? This is the rule of the secret realm, only God-level powerhouses can interfere, but God-level powerhouses will come here. He's unlucky, just sit and watch. He's got hands and feet, and he won't live long if he doesn't die now. There are so many poisonous snakes, insects, and ants in the secret realm, if you are not careful, it will be extremely poisonous. Su Mu appeared on the field in a blink of an eye. He and the other four opponents stood in a pentagonal position at the farthest points of the arena. Ha, there is a human bug, only level 10? Not bad, you can eat meat quickly. A monster with shark fins on its back said. Su Mu looked up at the sky, sure enough, it's exactly the same as what the guide said. The language rules here allow unlimited communication. Weak mud algae, what are you mumbling about? A 2-meter-tall green slug said. He's mine, don't fight. A carapace-covered monster said. Fart, I can kill him, a zombie monster roared. Su Mu looked around and found that this group of monsters were all level 20, no more, no less. On the stage, Shui Wenwu shook his head, it's hopeless, his luck is too bad, there are no 10th level competitors, so we put him in the 20th level group. Don't look, it's dead. Ding Mi was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. In the arena, the shark fin monster couldn't hold back anymore, and rushed towards Su Mu quickly. Boom! Su Mu was unprepared and was sent flying. He fell to the ground, motionless. Shark fin said arrogantly, trash. Ding Mi stood up, he's dead. Shui Wenwu shook his head, otherwise? A level 10 kid, what miracles can we expect? Soon, the remaining 4 monsters on the stage began to fighting into a group. Ding Mi couldn't bear it, but continued to watch, hoping for a miracle. Don't look, a guy who is overestimated, don't be so thoughtful. Shui Wenwu said. As long as you think about it in your mind, you can see other battles, but you can only see those that do not exceed your own level. Actually, if that guy doesn't go up, it's for nothing. He doesn't know how much he weighs, and he can only watch level 10 wrestling when he comes. Where do you see people from level 10 coming to this place? Soon, the winner was decided on the stage. Sharkfin won the melee as he panted and shredded the slug and left him covered in blood. The zombie was poisoned all over its body, its limbs were covered with wounds, festering and pus were festering, and its nerves were paralyzed and unconscious. But fortunately, it won, and a miserable victory is also a victory, and it will be able to go out soon for treatment. Sharkfin trembled uncontrollably and stood in the middle of the field. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Sharkfin? It couldn't help roaring, I have won, send me out. Unwavering voices came from all around, there are 2 living creatures on the stage. Sharkfin was taken aback, looking at the 4 opponents he had killed, how is it possible, I am the only one now. The unwavering voice did not appear again, but Su Mu's voice came from behind the shark's fin, kneel or die. Startled, Sharkfin stumbled and turned around. Seeing that it was Su Mu, it turned pale with fright, why are you still alive? My blow, you can't survive. Su-mu smiled, unfortunately, I am special. His stats are not high now, and Shark Fin is also a small powerhouse of his own group, which really killed him. But with the uniqueness of the undead, every time he is killed, he can be resurrected at will within 600 seconds and within a range of 1000 meters. So Su-mu waited until there were several 20-level opponents, and only the last one remained, before jumping out brazenly. The abilities of several opponents are not bad, and Shark Fin used the desperate style of play because it misjudged the number of remaining players. Nearly dying to win. Now, it is impossible for a dying level 20 to surpass the level 10 supermodel. On the stage, Ding Mi jumped up, he is still alive. Shui Wenwu's eyeballs almost popped out, how is it possible? His chest was sunken just now, how could he be alive? Ding Mi stretched out his hand, and quickly said, the rules cut off perception, but judging from his performance, his vitality is very strong. It must be some kind of feigned death skill. Great, these monsters underestimated the enemy when they saw level 10, and they just happened to be used. Su-mu pulled out the silver-ranked long sword, and there was no suspense in the future battle. The Shark Fin struggled to resist for half a minute, and was cut into several pieces in the swift swing. A calm voice came from all around, humans, win. There was an uproar in the auditorium, whether it was humans or foreigners, they all whispered in surprise. Level 10, actually survived in front of 4 level 20s? This is really unprecedented, the first time I saw it. The unwavering voice came out again, please choose rewards, 1 the title of Bloodlust Strong. 2 equipment, props, and skill books that meet the level. Chapter 14. Please choose the rewards, 1 the title of Strong Blood Desire. 2 equipment, props, and skill books that match the level. After Ding Mi was excited, he asked curiously, what is the title of the arena strong? Shui Wenwu shook his head, it's useless, it's just trash. See the small room over there? After obtaining the title, there will be an exclusive viewing room with food and drinks, and better medical treatment. Oh, and you can also choose a small follower. It's useless. Let's not talk about food and drink. If you are injured here, you will return to the mother world for serious injuries. You can just bandage up minor injuries. You don't need them at all. There are also attendants, who serve you tea and water, and take you to see the scenery of the bloodthirsty peak. It's fine if you can't enter the arena to help in the battle. When you return to Blue Star, the title will automatically disappear, so the followers will not. I will follow back to the mother world. I can only enjoy the service here, so there is no need for fart. Shui Wenwu said contemptuously, only at the very beginning, there were a few idiots who didn't check any information, would they foolishly think that blood desire strong is such a good thing? At this moment, Su-mu said in the arena, I choose the title. Shui Wenwu? Ding Mi asked curiously, why did he choose the title? Is there any hidden reward? Shui Wenwu is now completely convinced that this is a lucky fool, fart. He must have heard the sound of blood desire strong and thought it was something awesome. Hey! I'm so lucky, I managed to fool a few people at level 20 by relying on my low level. I dare say, with this lesson learned from the past, if someone fights in the future, they will definitely make up for it. Ding Mi nodded half understanding. Su-mu heard a voice in his ear. Acquired a new title, Strong Blood Desire, not worn. Blood Desire Strong, not worn receive preferential treatment in the Blood Desire arena, have an exclusive viewing room, and can enjoy unlimited food and drinking water. Medical services are half price, and the effect is better. 1 follower can be recruited, only local life. Continue to participate in gladiatorial battles to increase the title. Su-mu smiled slightly, and the goal was achieved. His eyes blurred, and he appeared in front of the writing board again. Ding Mi hurried over, how are you? Su-mu was a little surprised, but this girl cared about him just by chance. But remember, during the chat just now, she introduced herself as a light attendant. Maybe it's a professional characteristic, treat people friendly. Su-mu nodded, it's okay. Ding-mi applied several healing techniques on Su-mu, and said warmly, next time, don't touch me carelessly. Su-mu nodded, okay. His goal has been achieved, and there is no need to take the risk to compete again. There was nothing wrong with the process, but it's a pity that a life wasted, and it can only be replenished at midnight today. If anyone else knows, I'm afraid they will scold her. Anyone who participates in the bloody gladiatorial battle is not risking their lives. This is to win unscathed, and to be a good boy if you get it cheap. But it was also because Su-mu had a complete plan and all the processes were within expectations, so he could easily win. Seeing these two people chirping at me, Xue Wenwu was immediately taken aback, walked to the middle, and stood in front of Su-mu. We will go to the road of madness later, are you coming? Su-mu shook her head, I still have something to do. Ding-mi looked at the time, it's already the opening time, why don't you take a look and learn more? Su-mu thought for a while, then nodded, okay, I'll take a look and then go back. The road to madness is not in Su-mu's plan, and he doesn't intend to create extra problems. But it doesn't take much time to take a look, and you can collect some information for future use. Xue Wenwu muttered, going back by myself, I don't know if I'm lucky enough to live. Ding-mi didn't hear clearly, what? Xue Wenwu smiled immediately, it's nothing, let's go, take our friend there. Soon, several people left the Blood Desire Arena and arrived at the road to madness. This looks like an ordinary gravel road, but you can only see 10 meters ahead. Further outside, there is a black mist, inside there are ghosts crying and wolves howling, and there seem to be endless roars of monsters. Xue Wenwu showed his insight, this is the road to madness, Meyer, it's up to you. Ding-mi took out his staff and cast several buff spells on Xue Wenwu. Environmental resistance. Be determined. Holy protection. Guardian of the Holy Spirit. Goddess grace. Xue Wenwu exuded colorful lights, and he looked like a god of thunder becoming immortal. The road to madness has no real danger. Unlike the Blood Desire Arena, it attacks the heart. When you step on this road, your mind will have endless hallucinations, constantly invading your mind. The further in, the greater the impact, but the better the reward. If you have a mental breakdown, you will be teleported outside and get a reward for that distance. Some people want to rely on speed to rush to the innermost point in one go, exceeding the limit they can bear. But after he was sent out, he was completely insane, his thinking was completely destroyed, and he lost all his sanity. As Xue Wenwu said, he glanced at Su-mu contemptuously, so, only those with mature and determined minds can set foot in it. His subtext is that person is me, but unfortunately no one joins in. After Ding-mi used the buff, he looked at Su-mu curiously as he walked to the side of the road, do you want to go in? Chapter 15. Seeing that Ding-mi paid attention to Su-mu, Xue Wenwu's eyes immediately burst into flames, hey, I'm going in today. At this time, Su-mu came to the edge of the path of madness, and took 2 tentative steps towards it. Ding-mi ignored Xue Wenwu at all, but looked at Su-mu intently. She was very curious about how far this person who won the gladiator at level 10 could go. Su-mu walked a few steps in, feeling the heat in her heart increasing, and there was a whimper and moan in her ear. But soon, hallucinations appeared in front of his eyes. He saw his sister get out of the wheelchair, stand in front of him, reach out to him, inviting him to enter the deeper road. He saw grotesque figures with dozens of arms growing on them, and each hand was doing different jobs. He saw a huge tree full of fruit. But when I got closer, I realized that those fruits were all heads. But he felt how beautiful and kind these things are, and he really wanted to touch them with his own hands. Su-mu woke up suddenly, looked down, and saw that she had passed through the black mist. He turned back without hesitation, and left the road of madness in 3 steps and 2 steps. As soon as he walked out of the road, So-mu immediately felt light in his head, and the whisper just now disappeared instantly. He called up the panel to check the details. In just a few seconds, sanity dropped to 92%, a loss of 8%. If you walk a few dozen steps further in, your sanity will plummet, and it is not impossible to clear it. At that time, even if the road will be sent out, but I don't know what it is. Seeing So-mu, Xue Wenwu backed away within a few seconds, pretending to be concerned. Hey? Why don't you go in? Did you see something? Ding Mi was also concerned. What's wrong? So-mu shook her head. It's okay, I've seen it too, thank you for your guidance, see you soon. Without hesitation, he walked away without delay. Ding Mi felt a little regretful. Okay, see you later. This person was wearing a mask, obviously unwilling to reveal his identity. May not be seen in the future. Xue Wenwu disdainfully said, Humph, now that I know myself better, why don't I go any further, why are you so afraid of death? Ding Mi blinked, how about? I withdraw the buff. Don't. Xue Wenwu hurriedly said, don't withdraw, I'm afraid of death, just do it. So-mu first returned to the Blood Desire Arena and entered the exclusive room titled Blood Desire Powerhouse. An old human appeared. Dear strong man, do you need food and water? So-mu has read the guide and knows that this old man is not a human being, but an illusion according to the rules of the secret world. He shook his head. No, I want to recruit followers. The old man waved his hand, and different types of creatures appeared in the sky. Dear strong man, please choose. So-mu had been prepared for a long time, and said directly, the Eye of Nothingness. Yes. The old man said. In the next moment, a light blue luminous sphere appeared in front of So-mu. Following the old man's prompt, he provided blood and signed a contract with the luminous sphere. So-mu quickly felt the new perspective, starting from the luminous sphere, the panoramic view that spreads outward. The Eye of Nothingness, in the Guide to the Peak of Thirst, some people mentioned this creature, but they all expressed regret that they shouldn't have made such a stupid choice. The Void Eye, as the name suggests, is a void creature with no substance. On the Peak of Thirst and Blood, private fights are not allowed in the core area, and the only role of followers is to serve tea and water, beat their backs and pinch their feet. And the Eyes of Nothingness, which has no entity, is even more useless. No matter in the auditorium or in a separate room, you can watch the gladiatorial battle completely through the special space law. Then use this Eye of the Void, just take off your pants and fart, it has no effect at all. The only use is to look at the scenery with a panoramic view in places other than the Blood Desire Arena and the Road to Madness. But in the extra area, almost no races set foot. Whether it is the raging flames that can incinerate legendary strong men, or the wind that can crush even spirit bodies, many races in the 10,000 realms are discouraged and find it difficult to develop their power. So, why risk your life and choose such trash as the Eye of the Void? As long as this thing can't bring out the Peak of Thirst blood, it is completely useless garbage. But So-mu smiled slightly. The Eye of the Void is used by me in the form of a contract. If the speculation is correct, I can still wear the Bloodlust Strongman after I go out to summon it. He left the bloodthirsty Peak Secret Realm cleanly, and the road was very safe because of the panoramic surveillance of the Eye of Nothingness. At the door, Captain Tian saw So-mu and was slightly surprised. Why did you come back alone? Boy, you're lucky. So-mu nodded to him politely and left the secret place. Back in the deserted city, his mobile phone received several messages in an instant, most of which were from his classmates. Where are you? The principal couldn't find you, so he was very angry. Come back to school, it's the last day, don't make the teacher angry. You are finished, be careful that you will be put on small shoes tomorrow, Haha. So-mu shook his head and turned off the phone. Busy today. He hurried on his way to the Heroes Memorial Hall in Huangshi. Here, there is a mystery of recurrence. Chapter 16. There is only an old man who lost his teeth guarding the gate of the Heroes Memorial Hall. He just gave So-mu an extra look and allowed him to enter without stopping him. Come alone? There are fewer and fewer young people who still think about old guys. So-mu entered the Memorial Hall of Heroes, which is no different from an ordinary museum. There are various items of famous professionals, and the time and overview of important battles are written. He didn't stop on his feet, and quickly walked to the innermost point. There is no one in the Memorial Hall. If there is no mandatory tour requirement, no one would want to see these old-fashioned things. In the eyes of young people, it's better to go to a few more secret realms. Maybe you can get powerful skills and equipment, and soar into the sky. So-mu walked to the end and stood in front of a secret gate. The dark purple vortex door gave off an ominous atmosphere. The sign on the side reads that this is also a reappearance secret realm created by a famous saint-level powerhouse after his fall. During a mission, this strong man was attacked by the Ghost Clan, and eventually lost to death. At the end of his life, he activated the forbidden spell and took away all the ghosts. When the human reinforcements arrived, they only saw a memory crystal protected by a mana shield on the ground, recording the situation at that time. Relying on the information left by this strong man with his life, human beings have mastered some of the weaknesses of the Ghost Clan, and have achieved a lot of results afterwards. And So-mu naturally wanted to play this strong man, so as to get his title. But this reappearance secret realm is different from the Undead God King, and consists of two parts. After entering, you can't directly watch the scene from the perspective of that strong man. Because the forbidden spell is too powerful, it also interferes with the memory crystal. People can only extract the time of another person on the battlefield at that time, and splicing his experience with the experience of the strong, thus creating a compound recurrence secret realm. Therefore, only through the experience of another person can the natural flow of time be used to restore it to the time when the strong man made a move. But the one in front died earlier, and in the real history, there was no strong person to be seen. So it is equivalent to forcibly repairing the time flow in the fragments of time and space, and forcibly connecting the two histories together. This will cause a strong counterattack by the rules of time and space, which is reflected in the more violent attacks of the ghosts on those who enter the secret realm. Being able to use the perspective of the previous person to see the strong alive has become a very difficult thing. Over the past 80 years, only a handful of 2 or 3 people have achieved it. And these few people naturally became the mainstay. Although So-mu obtained the only ssss level talent, it has only been 6 days and it hasn't developed yet. He has self-knowledge, but relying on himself, it is impossible to complete the previous journey, and he will definitely fail and be sent out. If you can't see that strong man, it's like doing nothing. So So-mu made all the preparations. He took a deep breath and stepped into the secret realm of reappearance. The surrounding environment changed, and So-mu appeared at the foot of a mountain. The surroundings are eerie. Looking up, the mountain is majestic and steep, with jagged rocks and very steep. The environment was cold, and terrifying howls could be heard in the wind. The Ghost Clan has already started to act, and the time in the space-time fragments has begun to flow. So-mu lowered her head to confirm that she had changed, with different clothes and equipment. Panel. He called out, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. All skills, equipment, talents, and titles are there and can be used at any time. Time has a rate of change. As long as you don't do too much exaggerated behavior, such as leaving the battlefield to strangle a villain who is still in its infancy, you will not be rebounded. So-mu only needs to follow the general process, let the professional he plays live as long as possible, and then meet the strong man on the top of the mountain. Yin Angsuan, a level 99 silver swordsman, talent A level cutting. He can now temporarily use the skills and talents of this professional. For some people, entering the reappearance secret realm can also feel advanced, or other professional skills, and maybe they can have insights. But there is a problem with this. Those who can be made into a secret realm usually die a miserable death. In addition, the memory will quickly blur after going out, and no one wants to suffer. So Mew continued to look down. Skills UU / Meteor Strike, Star Silver Step. Hey! Title, Retracing Master. This person has a special title. Title obtained, Backtracking Master, not worn. Retrace Master, you can retrace the cooling time of any ability, and the cooling time of this talent is determined by the cooling time of the retracing ability. So Mew was overjoyed. This was a windfall. He didn't intend to get anything here, and he didn't expect there to be surprises. Recall the cooldown time of any ability, that is to say, the active skills given by talents, skills, and titles can all be restored. Well, this skill is very strong. So Mew couldn't help but look down again. It's a pity for this Yin Angsuan. He has a special title, but his life is too short. This skill is not very powerful in the early stage. For example, So Mew's only silver skill is the Rapid Slash, with a 5-second cooldown. This skill restores the CD and can be released twice at the same time. Then wait for the next 5 seconds, and it can be released twice. It sounds good, but in actual combat, it is to allow a skill to have 2 chances to cast spells. Works, but limited. So Mew glanced at the top of the mountain, and the weather was getting more and more gloomy. If even the forbidden spell can be recovered, use it twice in succession. Chapter 17. Yin Angsuan, unknown in history, everyone only knows that he is a stronger cannon fodder, and he is gone before the strong can make a move. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the closest to the strong man and just able to connect to the fragments of time and space, he would have been even more unknown. From So Mew's point of view, he just died too early, his whole body skills are average, and his talent is not surprising. At level 99, relying on the title of retrospective teacher, it is not a big problem to go up to 10 or 20 levels. But in a battle where the strong fall, it's still not enough. So Mew also secretly made up her mind to be more on the safe side. Although it is certain that it can be immortal, if it is really sealed, it will also suffer. So Mew took a deep breath and stepped up the stone ladder in the mountain. There was a dark wind blowing around, and he could hear screams from a distance. It's the ghosts. The ghosts are here. The environment quickly became icy. So Mew turned her head and saw stars and light blue lights shining in the sky in the distance. It was a spirit stealer of the ghost race, fast, good at scouting, and stealing the souls of living things. Leaping Moon Slash. So Mew activated the Silver Swordsman's skill to chop the spirit-stealing monster that was flying quickly. It's just a small scout, and it can be easily dealt with. You must move forward quickly. Take silver steps, charge, escape, and climb. So Mew continued to activate skills and quickly headed towards the top of the mountain. Click! The lightning struck down a bolt as thick as a bucket, and So Mew could feel the hairs on his hair stand on end, and the air was filled with static electricity and ozone. Lightning struck a cloud in the distance, and countless blue rays of light exploded immediately. The strong man made a move, attacking the large force of the ghost clan in the distance. So Mew was speechless secretly. A strong man deserves to be a strong man, this blow may cause millions of damage. But he didn't dare to stop and moved forward quickly. The strong human beings shot, which means that the strong ghost clan also appeared. At that time, the level 99 Silver Swordsman will be just delivering food. So Mew had deduced several times in his mind, and said decisively, Summon, Eye of Nothingness. Title, activated by the strong blood desire, a flash in the air, and the Eye of Nothingness appears. In an instant, So Mew has a 360-degree panoramic view. Sure enough. He was overjoyed, because you can wear titles infinitely, you can bring out the Eye of Nothingness. The Eye of Nothingness is useless on the bloodthirsty peak where private fighting is forbidden, but once it goes out to the outside world, it becomes an extremely powerful auxiliary summoner. The Eye of Nothingness has a panoramic vision, and can directly see through objects with low energy levels. Equipment and enchanted items cannot be seen through, but most of ordinary clothes, soil, rocks, and doors can be seen through directly. Moreover, the Eye of Nothingness, as the name suggests, does not exist on the main plane. It straddles the four main planes of energy, wisdom, life, and space, and even includes the small plane of the secret realm of Thirst Peak, which can switch to hide at any time to avoid attacks. The light sphere seen is just its projection on the material plane, and has no entity or weight. Monitor the plane of life, hiss, so fast. Mu just gave the order when he saw a violent energy body flying towards him. With a dodge, he spilled a soul bomb with his backhand, which exploded instantly. Colorless flames exploded in the air, and the energy body lost its target and floated in the air. But Mu hurriedly hid and climbed in steep places, out of the observation range of the Ghost Clan. The soul bomb is a prop bot, 200,000 apiece, it really hurts. The reappearance of the secret realm will give the player the ability, but at the same time, he can also use his own things. It's just that very few people do this. Why bother wasting your money in a secret realm without rewards? And high-level professionals, even legendary, saint-level, and god-level powerhouses, cannot rely on their own abilities to get a higher rating. If the level is too high, the rate of change of time will be destroyed easily, causing the entire secret realm to collapse. So low-level people are reluctant to use high-level props, and high-level people can't use abilities. Mu quickly climbed the cliff, while letting the Eyes of Nothingness monitor the plane of life, observing, avoiding the strong Ghost Clan. Observing with his Eyes of Nothingness, he quickly discovered several powerful auras, and immediately moved away, continuing to go up the mountain from another road. If you are targeted, quickly throw the soul bomb to gain a gap to escape. The lightning and thunder on the top of the mountain became more intense, constantly bombarding the Yunli and Fengli ghost race. The camp at the foot of the mountain kept screaming, and countless people were being swallowed. These people have been dead for decades, but they will die again and again in the secret realm of reappearance. Not good. Mu's complexion changed suddenly, and he saw a cloud of dark light rushing towards him at high speed. He touched his pocket, and the soul bomb inside was empty. Oops! Mu had climbed halfway, and the props had already been used up. Fireball! Lightning bolt! Charge! Leaping over the moon. Mu quickly used his skills, trying to stop the attack of the strong Ghost Clan. But the opponent's level is too high. These skills have no effect at all, and they pass through instantly. Mu had no choice but to grit his teeth, cast the Star Silver Step, and rush up the mountain 2 steps as much as possible. Swish! The strong Ghost Clan passed through Mu's body and drained his soul instantly. The body of this level 99 Silver Swordsman died instantly. Chapter 18. The moment Mu died, he regained consciousness in an instant. At this time, the world in front of his eyes has become black and white, and all the environment has become a wave, no longer showing the original appearance. Mu was overjoyed. Sure enough, because the additionally worn title cannot be detected, it can be used in the recurrence secret realm. The last time he was in the Undead King's secret realm, he was in a trance, and he didn't know whether the title of Undead was valid. Tried it again now, and it worked. Now Mu is dead, but not completely dead. He needs to be revived within 600 seconds and within 1000 meters of the corpse, otherwise he will be forced to stand up on the spot. Mu looked at the world that turned into black and white, and controlled her body to float upwards. 1 kilometer is already far enough away from the corpse, hoping to get rid of the perception of the strong Ghost Clan. Time is tight, although Mu has 600 seconds, 10 minutes. But the strong human beings on the top of the mountain may not be able to last that long. Mu reached 999 meters and felt that he could not go any further. Although there were no obstacles ahead, he was blocked by an invisible wall. Use skills to be indestructible, resurrect. Swish. Mu stood firmly on the rock with both feet. Her life, mana, energy, and physical strength all recovered to full value, and all the items on her body followed. He is fully resurrected. This is a real magical skill. Some professions also have similar recovery skills, but they all have very huge restrictions. This kind of resurrection skill that can freely choose the location and bring all the items is unique. Eye of Nothingness. Mu hurriedly summoned the Eye of Nothingness. The moment the panoramic vision appeared, he sensed that a powerful energy was sweeping from the plane of life. It's still the strong ghost race man who was discovered. So fast. Mu's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he used all his acceleration and displacement skills, and ran up high. Only 2 seconds later, the pale blue light drifted past. The name of the ghost tribe is like a spirit body, but it is actually a special life. Because the life force of the 6 elements is too strong, it can exist purely as life energy without being attached to matter. However, the attributes of human beings are relatively balanced, and many factors such as matter, life, wisdom, and energy are involved. So Mu wants to let the Eye of Nothingness monitor the plane of life, so that he can better see the ghosts. He ran up for less than half a minute, when a light blue light flashed across, and he died suddenly again. Damn, so fast. Mu couldn't help cursing. The level of this monster is too high to compete at all. Mu has also entered this reappearance mystery before, and GG is at the foot of the mountain. Now that I have sprinted halfway up the mountain, I realize how difficult it is. He made preparations, and with the eyes of nothingness that could see life energy, he still died twice in a short period of time. Fortunately, I didn't enter until the last day, otherwise my life would not be enough. Mu reached 999 meters again, revived, and rushed upwards again. One life can be recharged in 24 hours. Mu is currently level 10 and can store 5 lives. Mu waited until the last day, with sufficient resurrection layers, before entering the challenge. But I still didn't expect that the strength of the monsters here was beyond imagination. Half a minute later, Mu had already climbed to the last quarter, and was killed by the strong ghost race again. The light blue light cluster of this ghost clan turned into scarlet, and it was also rather depressed. How could this person not be killed? This mountain is really high, hurry up, we will reach the top of the mountain soon. Mu bangs, revives, and charges. He still has one last life, and one more chance to fight. If you die after consuming all the chances of resurrection, you will enter a 24-hour weak state, which is unacceptable to Mu. Therefore, this time must succeed. Charge, star silver step, climb, charge, and jump. Mu quickly moved towards the top of the mountain, and he could already see the edge of the platform on the top of the mountain, as well as the halo cast by the strong human being on the top of the mountain. But at this moment, he felt a chill down his spine. The Eye of Nothingness saw that a huge cloud of scarlet mist was galloping towards this side. It's still one step away. We must arrive. Mu gritted his teeth, and burst into Mu again, crazily hitting the top. Clack clack. He felt that the sweat on his back was frozen into ice, and the bone-piercing cold filled his organs, as if his joints were going to freeze. The Ghost Clan strongman has arrived. Quick, go faster. Mu charged wildly, and suddenly his expression changed. He saw his health drop rapidly. According to the previous times, it only takes 1 second for him to be sucked to death by the ghosts. Hold on for another half a second. With a leap, Mu finally jumped over the edge of the platform on the top of the mountain and jumped into the air. Successful. Seeing that the life value was almost zero, Mu suddenly froze when he was about to rejoice. A huge halo of light burst out on the top of the mountain. The ring of light is like a bearing, carrying endless smaller balls in the middle, constantly rotating and rolling. And the small ball and the large aperture, and the objects that come into contact with it, are all silently reduced to dust. No, it's not that there is no sound, but even the air is annihilated, and all matter and energy are swallowed up. The circle of light and the sphere, with a silent but destructive aura, swallowed Su-mu and the ghosts behind him. That strong human being activated the forbidden spell. Chapter 19. Su-mu was instantly engulfed, and then returned to the world of black and white. Is it a step too late? Su-mu sighed. I almost caught up with the Abyss Mage and entered his time fragment. It was a pity that Su-mu was still a step too late to catch up. This journey was too dangerous. He had created the Eye of Nothingness and carried 4 extra lives, but he still failed. I really can't figure out how powerful the 3 people who met the Abyss Mage before are. Forget it, maybe this is fate, I can't force it. Su-mu shook her head, a little disappointed, but not yet desperate. I have accumulated experience this time, and I will do it again when I save 5 lives. It's just that my plan to accumulate enough ability before the college entrance examination was shattered, so I had to settle for the next best thing. It's strange, the Abyss Mage is also dead, the space-time fragment should end, why wasn't I sent out? Su-mu was puzzled for a while, but still followed the procedure, chose a location on the mountaintop platform, and chose resurrection. Swish! Su-mu appeared on the top of the mountain in an exquisite robe and holding a long staff. But as soon as it appeared, Su-mu was stunned. A new title has been obtained, Abyssal Wise Man, not worn. Su-mu was taken aback for a moment, then exulted, successful? It was successful. He lowered his head, only to see that he had changed to another actor. When he first entered the secret realm of reappearance, Su-mu played the role of a level 99 silver swordsman. And now, he is obviously a legal profession, the strong human being the Abyss Mage. Su-mu suddenly understood, because I have passed the junction and entered the space-time fragment of the Abyss Mage. So the moment I used the forbidden spell, I happened to play him at that time point. Although I still used the last chance of resurrection, it was the Abyss Mage who was resurrected. Su-mu was overjoyed, he was ready to fail, but unexpectedly he hit the right button and succeeded. He quickly checked the title skills and was immediately speechless. Abyss Wise Man. Abyssal Wisdom, mana increased by 10,000%, and mana regeneration increased by 10,000%. Chaos ability, all spells are greatly enhanced, and the highest critical strike can reach the legendary level. Cold Mind, passive, sanity will not drop below 85%. Active, immune to charm, hypnosis, control, terror, berserk and other effects, lasting 36x sanity seconds. It's too strong, it's really too strong. Su-mu was surprised and delighted. Compared with the title of Pure Defense of the Undead, this set of Abyssal Wise Men is all about attack. Abyssal Wisdom adds 100 times mana, and 100 times mana recovery, so you will never lack mana in this life. Moreover, many large spells require several people to activate. With 100 times the mana, he can unleash mega magic spells by himself. The Chaos ability can strengthen all types of spells. Su-mu clicked on her panel and entered the Fireball interface. Fireball, normal chant for 1 to 25 seconds, release a fireball, causing 20 to 300, plus 0.4 AP fire damage, with a burning effect. Ding! Su-mu heard a voice, Chaos can only be activated. Fireball, normal, has been enhanced to destroy world and burn hell, legendary. World Destroyer and Burning Prison, legendary sing for 2 to 15 seconds, release a world-destroying flame to a limited area, causing 7,000 to 50,000, plus 2 AP points of flame chaos damage, and may have burning, pain, serious injury and confusion effects. Su-mu was shocked, and then overjoyed, "It's too strong, it's really too strong." AP is spell power, linked to spirit. Most of the spells are AP bonuses. The higher the spell power, the higher the effect of damage, curse, and healing skills. In contrast to this is AD, attack strength, which is linked to strength and agility. The higher the AD, the higher the attack strength, and the stronger the physical, bleeding, blunt, and piercing damage. Different architectures have different definitions. In some places, AP, attack power, also refers to attack power. Here we separate this book. AP, ability power, is spell power, and AD, attack damage, is attack power. Fireball is a bar that reads from 1 to 25 seconds, and the panel damage is 20 to 300 points, plus 0.4 times the magic power, spiritual bonus, of fire damage, plus a small continuous blood loss. And the legendary level Destroying World and Burning Prison is not only AoE, but the panel damage is as high as 7,000 to 50,000 points. And the spell power benefit is doubled, several times stronger than Fireball. At a high level, the spirit attribute points up, the AP number is high, and the growth of this spell will be stronger. Not to mention, there are a series of negative effects. Burning, pain, serious injury, confusion, any one of them is unbearable. Su-mu was very excited. No wonder these strong men are so good, one person can beat an army. Their skills are too imba, each one is unreasonable. Fortunately, Su-mu is more imba than them, and one person can have the titles and passives of N superpowers. It's much more comfortable to think about it this way. Su-mu looked at his skill bar. There were a lot of basic legal skills. Lightning strike, cone of ice, air shock, strong wind curse. Gudu. Su-mu swallowed involuntarily. These skills can also be transformed into. Su-mu shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and quickly looked at the last skill. With a cold mind, the sanity is always above 85%, and there are active skills that can release various mind control skills. At present, it doesn't seem to be of much significance. There are not many illusionists, and they can only be effective in places where hallucinations can occur. Wait, a place where hallucinations can occur. Su-mu was taken aback, and soon thought of something. Click. Just when Su-mu was in a daze, a slight sound suddenly came from not far away. He turned his head, only to be surprised to find that not far away, there was a ghost clan, inserting things into the ground. Is there still alive? Su-mu was slightly surprised. But when he took a closer look, his expression changed drastically. The thing that the ghost tribe inserted into the ground was an memory crystal. Chapter 20. Memory crystal? Su-mu seemed to think of something, and was shocked. Wait, memory crystal, isn't it left by the Abyss Mage? According to historical records, the powerful human Abyss Mage cast a forbidden spell, bringing the ghosts several kilometers around and turning them into the most basic particles in the world. At the last moment, the Abyss Sage used his last strength to leave memory crystals, which recorded the situation at that time, and were chased by humans as heroic spirits. But now Su-mu saw that it was a strong man of the ghost clan who inserted memory crystals into the ground and wrapped them with a spell shield. What's going on here? Su-mu was surprised. His spiritual power has improved a lot, and he can clearly feel that the aura on the spell shield is the Abyss Mage himself. What exactly is going on? Why do ghosts still survive after the curse? Roar! Su-mu suddenly felt a palpitation, and the incorporeal Wraith clan let out an inaudible roar. In the next instant, the enemy had already unfolded like a film, and a colorless aura shot out. The Abyss Mage played by Su-mu sensed the attack instantly. Instinctively, a huge shield appeared around the body. Long. An indescribable sound drilled into Su-mu's ears. It was two energies colliding, making an uncomfortable sound. Strange, the plot shouldn't be like this. Su-mu frowned, and could only wave the scepter of the Abyss Mage. Never mind, kill this monster first. He cast the skills of the Abyss Mage, and shot epic spells at the opponent one by one. This Wraith is a dread spirit, a very powerful type of the pack. Its body flickered, and even the light blue mist disappeared without a trace, and several epic spells hit the air. In the next moment, it appeared around So Mu again, releasing weird roars and waves. Sweat dripped from So Mu's forehead, struggling to resist. He is too far behind the level of the Abyss Mage, and now he can use skills, but he is very unskilled. But this time the situation is different from that of the Undead God King. In the previous secret realm of reappearance, the Undead God King would act on his own and take the initiative to kill tens of thousands of troops. But this time the Abyss Mage only has a little bit of instinct, which can at most assist So Mu to release high-level spells. Because the limit of time fragments has been exceeded, the Abyss Mage of this time has died, so he has no ability to move. So Mu felt a lot of pressure. He is very unfamiliar with high-level spells, and the strength of the horror spirit opposite is not inferior to that of the Abyss Mage. One ebbs and another, defeat is only a matter of time. What should I do? The skills of the Abyss Mage are advanced enough, but they can only be tied. So Mu was a little anxious. This period of time has surpassed history, but it is still in the reappearance of the mystery, continuing in another form. And he has not been kicked out of the secret realm yet, indicating that the rate of change of time has not reached the limit. Now So Mu has tried his best, but the gap in the middle is too big. The terrifying spirit is a first-class powerhouse. If it appears in a human city, it only needs a soul-stirring roar to crush the hearts of more than half of the people. Only a powerhouse of the same level as an Abyss Mage can resist. But because at this point in history, the Abyss Mage has died, and now he is just So Mu's auxiliary spell-casting machine, which cannot be defeated at all. So Mu was sweating on his forehead, trying to use his barrier skills to resist the terror spirit's attack. If you die here, there is no chance of resurrection, and you will enter a 24-hour period of weakness. Although he has won the title of Abyssal Sage, it is not a big turnaround, but it will always affect So Mu's plan. I have to go out, I have to find a way. So Mu waved his hand, and instinctively released the legendary spell Abyssal Blow, repelling the terror spirit again. But the other party just flashed his figure, and then appeared near the barrier again, releasing colorful black, constantly disturbing So Mu's sanity. So Mu felt dizzy, but quickly regained her senses, and couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, I just got a cold mind, which can just resist the mental shock. If it is a complete form of Abyss Mage, relying on thinking to resist, there is a high probability that it can kill the horror spirit. But now the difference is here, So Mu is just a fake Abyss Mage, there is no way at all. Leave, or really die once, and be resurrected weakly. No, it will affect the follow-up plan too much. So Mu thought, then disturb the time and create different branches, so that they will be rejected. But how to achieve it? So Mu tried to leave the battlefield, but the horror spirit had already fixed his eyes on him and could not leave at all. And every time the opponent attacks, it will cause a huge amount of damage, and even the magic barrier may not be able to block it. Thanks to So Mu's passive immortality, he can recover tens of thousands of health points every second, barely resisting. The situation was at a stalemate all of a sudden, and if it dragged on, it would only fail. My biggest hole card is the Undead. As long as you don't wave, you won't die. So Mu thought, Abyssal Sages are very strong, but they are still far inferior to holy level horror spirits. What other cards can be played? That's right. So Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, there is another title. He looked at the panel, where there was a surprise. Title, Backtracking Master, can look back on the cooling time of any ability, and the cooling time of this talent is determined by the cooling time of the backtracking ability. So Mu looked at the Abyss Mage's panel again, and there was a skill lying at the end, with a 7-day cooldown period. Forbidden Curse, Frost-Soaked Annihilation, destroy all life within 7 kilometers, including yourself. Su-mu smiled, clear the cooldown of frost annihilation. He paused, release frost dip oblivion. The frightening spirit on the opposite side showed frightening fluctuations. Chapter 21. What else can affect time more than an additional forbidden spell? A big trap and small circle appeared, sweeping everything within 7 kilometers again. Scary Spirit lost 99% of his body in an instant. It sent out painful fluctuations and quickly disappeared without a trace. Su-mu felt a great sense of repulsion, and at the last moment, he looked at the engram. The mana shield was easily destroyed by the frost-soaked annihilation, and the memory crystal didn't last long, and it was also shattered into slag. Relying on the last perception of the Abyss Mage, Su-mu clearly felt that there was an undetectable ghost aura hidden in the innermost part of the memory crystal. The next moment, Su-mu stood in front of the gate of the secret realm. Back. He immediately clicked on the panel, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There is no debuff that reduces 99% attributes, which means that he did not die at the last moment. Fortunately, I made the right bet. Su-mu patted her chest in fear. After all, it's the forbidden spell that I released, so it's still biased. After the globalization of data, magic has become a delicate discipline. But in terms of casting, it can be roughly divided into before casting, during casting, and after casting. Frost-soaked oblivion destroys itself, and opens the back door a little bit, allowing death after the cast is over. The difference was only a few milliseconds, but obviously the time repulsion was faster, and Su-mu was ejected before the Abyss Mage died again. If we look at the linear time, the Abyss Mage died again in his own reappearance, offsetting the death of the actor Su-mu. Su-mu suddenly felt something strange about the palms patting his chest, and he couldn't help but look. Hey? What is this? To his surprise, he held a ring in his hand. It looks like a black iron material with simple runes on it. Salt, iron. Su-mu read out. Acquired item, Ring of Salt and Iron, Legendary. Ring of Salt and Iron, Legendary. Spirit plus 50x level, Dynamic. Lord of Ocean Currents, manipulate or strengthen the salt within 100 meters, no cooling time, the effect depends on the spirit. Deep Sea Relic, consume iron to summon a piece of equipment no lower than elite level. The higher the quality of iron consumed, the higher the quality of the equipment. Cooldown, 6 hours. Su-mu was overjoyed, the equipment is ready. He performed an identification technique on the gate of the secret realm, and found that it gave an SSS grade. So that's how it is. Although it's a reappearance secret realm, there are still rewards. Su-mu nodded, but she also understood in her heart. This piece of equipment might have come from the Abyss Mage, it was considered one of the relics. If I want to do it again, I'm afraid there will be no more prizes. He looked at the ring carefully and put it on his hand decisively. Su-mu suddenly felt refreshed, and his attributes improved a lot. This equipment is so strong, it turns out to be a dynamic bonus, and it will become stronger as it goes forward. But what do these two skills mean? One skill is to manipulate salt, and the other is to sacrifice iron. Do you want to use salt to perform magic tricks? Then you have to bring a meal of iron on the battlefield? Young man, how is the sight? Just thinking about it, the old administrator passed by and asked with concern. Su-mu smiled, I am very encouraged, I feel the will of the seniors. The administrator smiled gratifiedly, now there are fewer young people with such a heart. Su-mu nodded, I'm done visiting too, so I won't bother you, goodbye. Hey, well, I'm in a hurry. The administrator was a little reluctant, but he could only wave goodbye. When she was about to leave this floor, Su-mu turned her head and glanced at the memory crystal behind the glass cover. This thing is weird. Su-mu walked out of the Heroic Spirit Memorial Hall, and the time had already reached noon. He counted the time, turned on the phone, and all kinds of missed calls and messages were bombarded in. Most of them belonged to classmates, and they were still asking where he was. So-mu directly chose to ignore it. There are also many mothers and younger sisters who send messages when they see that the phone cannot be connected. AMU, your teacher called and said you didn't go to school. AMU, please reply a message, so that mother can rest assured. AMU, where are you? I'll go find you. The tone changed from blame to worry, and So-mu was heartbroken, and quickly made a call. I'm sorry, Mom, I have special training today, so I didn't go to school. Well, I'm fine, very good, don't worry, when have I let you down before? Don't worry, if you persist for another 2 days, I will soon let you live a good life. Sue's mother Jingrong sighed, the child has grown up and has his own ideas. You do it. Mom has only one request, not for a good life, but for you and Anan to be safe. So-mu nodded, okay, I remember. After hanging up the phone, he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with fighting intent. Only if you are really strong can you be safe. Turning off the phone again, So-mu strode forward without stopping. What happened this time was not planned, but because of the unexpected harvest, you can give it a try. So-mu sat in the car, and soon arrived at a door of a secret realm, and passed through it with ease. On the summit of Bloodthirsty, Captain Tian who was guarding the gate looked surprised. You level 10 kid, why are you here again? So-mu wore a ghost mask and smiled slightly, I'm here to clear the road to madness. Chapter 22. Captain Tian was stunned, what? Before he could react, So-mu had already left quickly. This brat, do you really think this is a playground? Captain Tian shook his head. The portal flashed, and several professionals walked in. Old Tian, what are you talking about? Captain Tian smiled and said, it's nothing, I heard that someone wants to clear the road to madness. Ha ha ha. Several people suddenly laughed. Dream, no one has been able to clear the road to madness after the emergence of the bloodthirsty pinnacle secret realm. There are a few people who can go very far, and they all become strong. Don't talk about clearing the customs, walking 1,000 meters is a big deal. There are a lot of equipment and skills that increase defense, but there are few that strengthen the mind. The road to madness is simply not for people to go. That's why. Captain Tian said, he's just a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. So-mu summoned the Eye of Nothingness, with a panoramic warning, and reached the road of madness with ease. But just arrived here, but met an acquaintance. Hey? You haven't left yet. So-mu saw that Shui Wenwu and Ding Mi were still here. The two were also taken aback, why are you back? Shui Wenwu thought for a while, and suddenly said, I understand, you haven't found the way out? Or there are people blocking the door outside, so you dare not go out. He was in a mess right now, all the equipment on his body had been turned into rags, his hair was messy, his mouth and eyes were crooked, and his hands and mouth were full of blood. Seeing So-mu, Shui Wenwu is still very proud to have a weak person who can say hello. So-mu took a second look at him, and the injuries on his body were mostly abrasions and scratches, just matching the marks of his hands and teeth. Obviously, on the road to madness, Shui Wenwu did not encounter an external attack, but attacked himself. Only insanity would do that. Ding Mi smiled at So-mu, brother Shui has reached 400 meters, and he also got a level 70 gold weapon. Unfortunately, the attributes don't match, so we can only trade it. Shui Wenwu looked proud, 400 meters, do you know what the concept is? So-mu shook her head. Shui Wenwu said, even for Tian Jiao, at this level, he can only advance 500 meters at most, and then he will fall into a fatal illusion and lose himself. Going further in, every additional 100 meters is a natural moat. It is said that after passing 5 kilometers, you can conquer the road of madness and win the top title. Myu's eyes lit up, really? Shui Wenwu sneered and said, don't overestimate yourself, you are only level 10, you haven't changed your job yet. If you can enter the path of madness at level 10, other masters may have to find a crack in the ground to get in. Ding Mi also said, yeah, let's take a look. We'll send you out after Big Brother Shui has a rest. Shui Wenwu said in dissatisfaction, what's the use of a waste of good luck if one's heart is higher than the sky? I'm not sending him out. Ding Mi could only sigh, okay, I'll take you out later. Shui Wenwu suddenly became anxious, ahem, I'm joking, anyway, it's not impossible to walk together. Myu shook her head, go, I want to go in. Ding Mi wondered, didn't you experience it just now? If your sanity drops too much, it will still have an impact, and you will have psychological problems in the future, let's forget it. Seeing that she cared about others, Shui Wenwu said jealously, hee, let him in, I don't know how to write dead characters. Before he finished speaking, Myu had strode forward, stepping on the seemingly ordinary gravel road. Ding Mi became anxious immediately, hey! Wait! When she raised her hand, there were several buffs, environmental resistance. Be determined. Holy protection. However, just a few meters away, a film of light appeared on the gravel road, blocking all the buff spells. Shui Wenwu was even happier, it's useless, once you get in, the outside world can't help you. Let him go, I'm afraid he will come out crying soon. And the moment Myu embarked on the road to madness, he felt his brain tighten. In an instant, he saw many hallucinations in front of him. There are beauties in simple clothes, piles of equipment, enemies you don't know but hate, and the closest people. These intentions constantly tempted Myu and stimulated his heart. Myu's mood was aroused, and she continuously felt violence and greed filling her heart. He wants to let go of himself, become a wild beast, and plunge into the endless precious treasures. And at the same time, a cold breath flooded into his mind, clearing away most of the uncomfortable feelings. Myu looked up again, still seeing endless hallucinations. But this time, those intentions became much thinner. It's like changing from VR to 2D movie. Although it is very realistic, it can be clearly recognized as fake. The cold mind is in effect. Myu called out the panel and saw that his sanity was firmly locked at 85%. His sanity was reduced by 15%, which made him feel uncomfortable, such as dizziness, nausea, and restlessness. But no matter how tempting those circumstances were, they couldn't lower Myu's sanity. As he strode forward, the hallucinations became more numerous, more varied, and more seductive. But in front of the cold mind, 85% of the rationality can clearly distinguish that these are illusions. Myu couldn't help showing a smile, the most difficult road to madness, he didn't expect to be restrained by a skill. Now he is like having a lucid dream, and he can wander comfortably in it. Chapter 23. Sanity boosting spells are rare, and sanity locking spells are almost unheard of. Myu lamented that the Abyss Mage died early, so he didn't go to the bloodthirsty summit and swipe the data hard. But now he, stepping on this road, is like a fish entering the sea and a bird returning to the forest, it is extremely easy. Those miscellaneous hallucinations kept emerging, stimulating Myu's brain and senses. But to him, it's like a garbage 4D movie from a previous life. Messy pictures, noisy sounds, mechanical structures that spray water randomly, and very annoying movable massage chairs. It's really annoying, but that's all. The road to madness does not cause any physical damage, it will only continuously invade the mind of the entrant. 99% of the injuries suffered by the entrants were caused by self-mutilation during mental breakdown. But the current road, for Myu. It's too simple. Myu strode across, and in just a few minutes, he surpassed 400 meters. His sanity is locked at 85%, and his mood is disturbed and slightly irritable, but he can easily control it. If Shui Wenwu was here, he would probably be scared to pee on the spot. When he walked 400 meters, he had already consumed most of his mind. The phantoms he saw were not only terrifying, but also had a strong psychological impact. When Shui Wenwu passed by here, horrible human-faced lumps kept appearing on his body. At first he could still tell himself that it was fake. But the further he walked in, the more he doubted whether he had always had such facial sores on his body. Nearly 400 meters away, Shui Wenwu had scratched every part of his body, trying to tear off these terrifying faces with his nails. Dare to tear off a face, and more greasy arms and legs will emerge from the wound, as if flesh and blood plants are blooming on the body. Shui Wenwu's spirit collapsed, and he was teleported outside in an instant. And Mu passed 400 meters with ease, and saw lifelike appendages growing on his body. Those distorted flesh and blood can also transmit real touch. You can feel the body trembling with movement, and the breeze blowing when walking. But Mu just shook his head, didn't pay attention at all, and walked straight forward, crossing 500 meters in 2 steps. The accessory limb seemed to become annoyed, and grabbed Mu's neck, trying to suffocate him. Mu was a little surprised, and then took a deep breath. It's quite realistic. He felt the discomfort of suffocation, but the airflow in his throat told him that he was still breathing normally. The hallucination tried to manipulate his senses, but his rationality could still verify from another aspect that he was still normal. I have to hurry up. Mu roughly understood the mechanism of the hallucination and started to move forward quickly. 800 meters. 1000 meters. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Mu felt a surge of anger for no reason, as if she wanted to crush the whole world. Manipulating emotions. Mu took a deep breath. He was still angry, but he was able to control his body, not to do reckless things. Various illusions have appeared on the road, and Mu can even see that her mother and sister were invaded by foreigners and killed tragically at home. He squeezed his fist and said calmly, "It's all fake." Mu strode over the corpse and continued on. Just as he left, the corpses of relatives on the ground instantly turned into a puddle of acid water, exuding a highly poisonous aura. Mu simply lowered her head and walked forward on her own, regardless of anything that appeared. Click. Slightly. Click. On the gravel road, only Mu's footsteps were left. In the end, the sound of footsteps turned into the sound of water, as if stepping on the corpses everywhere. Regardless of what happened, Mu didn't look up. He didn't look to see who those bodies belonged to, but the information forced its way into his mind. Mu has traveled to 4,000 meters, which is a number that has never been reached by anyone. When normal people come here, their sanity may have been reduced by tens of thousands, and they will be deducted to a negative number, falling to the center of the earth. Even if he is sent out, his thinking has been destroyed and he becomes a lunatic. Even if you get advanced equipment, you don't have that life to use. Mu suddenly felt his surroundings light up, and when he looked up, he saw Shui Wenwu and Ding Mi, who were surprised. This came out. Mu was slightly surprised. Ding Mi suddenly said happily, "Congratulations, you have completed the road to madness." Shui Wenwu also sighed and shook his head, "It's amazing, it's amazing. You are the first human being to complete the road to madness, and you must leave your name in history." Ding Mi stretched out his hand, trying to hold Mu. Let's go get the reward together." Mu didn't move. Ding Mi wondered, "What's the matter?" "Let's go together, it's over there, let's go there." Mu remained motionless. Ding Mi became angry, and his expression became cold. "Go, let me go. Otherwise, I will die here." Her face fell off with flesh and blood, and she turned into a corrupt zombie. "If you don't leave, you will die." Mu shook her head and continued walking forward. The 2 zombies howled behind him, but he ignored them. This time the hallucination was more realistic. If Su-mu didn't know in her heart, the behavior patterns of the two of them might have been really deceived. If it is another entrant, it will definitely be modified subconscious, instinctively thinks it is true, and does not think about it. But Su-mu still has 85% sanity left, even if he didn't see through the hallucination for a short time. If he thought about it for a while, he could still find the clue. More than enough to cope with this situation. Su-mu's feet suddenly stopped, and he found that the surrounding area was lit up. 2 goals. He turned his head and saw the surprised expressions of Xue Wenwu and Ding Mi. Immediately, a voice came from my ear, completed the road to madness, fury. Chapter 24. Is it really done this time? Su-mu looked around and confirmed it many times before he was sure that he had returned to the outside world. Ding Mi was surprised. It was teleported out? Are you injured? How far is it? Xue Wenwu sat on the ground, his face turned pale, but he still disdainfully said, it must be enough to walk a few meters. After staying in it for so long, I'm afraid I wanted to rely on my reason to carry it, but I couldn't carry it in the end. Ding Mi raised his staff, several recovery spells landed on Su-mu, and a warm breath surged. Su-mu glanced at her, thank you. Although no treatment is required, the body will be transparent and the sanity will slowly recover. Ding Mi was surprised, hey, the passive of radiant healing didn't trigger, so you weren't injured. There is a passive skill on her body, and people who are injured by milk will trigger radiant healing, and the healing effect will increase according to the degree of injury. But when the milk reaches Su-mu, only a 0% bonus pops up, which means that Su-mu has not lost a drop of blood. Su-mu nodded, well, I'm fine. Xue Wenwu felt uneasy for a while, although he was injured by self-mutilation, but in order to tear up the phantom of sores on his body, he even used his great skills. When he came out, he directly dropped to 50% life. Xue Wenwu said in a strange voice, hey, so you just hid when you entered? Don't you dare to go forward. I was overwhelmed. Seeing that you won the wrestling, I thought you could get a good result. Su-mu nodded, I have completed the road to madness. Xue Wenwu was stunned for a long time before bursting into laughter, ha ha ha, you want to laugh me to death. Have you completed the road to madness? What is completion? This is a term you invented. Since the completion of this road, no one has been able to complete it. I'm afraid you are dreaming. A ray of light flashed, and Su-mu floated up. Completed road to madness, rage. Acquired a new title, God of Sin Rage, not worn. God of Sin Rage, gain the aura of madness, and the sanity of all enemies within the range will continue to decrease. Your damage is increased by 0.25% for each 1% of your madness. For every 1% increase in the enemy's madness, the damage received increases by 0.5%. Acquired skill, Hammer of the Fallen, Legendary. Hammer of the Fallen, Legendary. Gather all madness and throw a hammer like an enemy, causing 5000x madness aura value, plus 1.8 AD chaos damage and generating random chaos effects. Clears all insanity, but does not restore sanity. Cooldown, 6 hours. Su-mu was slightly speechless, these two things are so powerful. The title of Rage is obviously a match with Hammer of the Fallen. Wearing the title of Rage, before the sanity value is cleared, smash the Hammer of the Fallen, causing huge damage. The price is the accumulation of madness, which in turn reduces sanity. Su-mu immediately put on the title, and immediately felt restless in her heart, wanting to kill everyone she saw, and also wanting to self-mutilate and destroy her own body. But soon, he could clearly realize that this was just a negative effect of the title. After breaking away from the path of madness, the newly recovered sanity began to decline again. But soon, the cold-headed passivity locked his sanity at 85%. Su-mu observed that the crazy value in the debuff was still increasing, but he didn't feel any more discomfort. So strong. Su-mu was surprised. He did some research, and found that his madness increased by 1% every hour, which was 24% a day, which could increase the total damage by 6%. Even if you lie at home, you can become stronger by 6% every day and make steady progress. It will be 60% stronger in 10 days, and 600% stronger in 100 days. No matter where it is placed, it is a super awesome increase. And who dares to say that he can find new equipment and new skills every day to make himself 6% stronger? Moreover, if the aura of madness is activated for 1 day, the new skill Hammer of the Fallen can deal 5000 x 24 plus 1.8 AD chaos damage. Su-mu saw that he only had triple-digit strength, and 1.8 AD was no more than 1000. The damage is done entirely by the front panel value. However, this title is only for Su-mu. Not to mention anything else, if other professionals increase their crazy value by 24% every day. It was okay on the first day, but it was close to 50% on the second day, and it has become a real madman. No matter how high the panel attribute is, it has no effect. Su-mu has the aura of madness, and the minimum sanity is 85%, but she will be upset occasionally, and there will be no major side effects at all. Moreover, the aura of madness can also increase the madness value of the enemy and increase the damage taken by the opponent. When it takes effect on the enemy, it jumps every 10 seconds, and increases damage by 0.5% each time. It doesn't look like much, and it doesn't have much effect on ordinary monsters. However, it is normal for many large-scale hunting and crusades to fight for days and nights. As for world-class bosses, fighting for months, or even years, is possible. Once the time is extended, the damage will be increased by 5% for 100 seconds, 50% for 1000 seconds, and 500% for 10,000 seconds. As long as the time is long enough, all bosses are a piece of paper in front of Su-mu. It's too strong. Su-mu was overjoyed. She never expected that the unplanned road to madness would yield such gains. He looked at the panel and couldn't help thinking, rage seems to be the 7 deadly sins? Does that mean there are 6 more? Chapter 25. Ding-mi looked at Su-mu floating in the air, and said in shock, he really cleared the road to madness? No, I have to take a picture. Technology products cannot be used in this secret place, so she immediately used the memory crystal to take a photo of Su-mu. Unfortunately, he is wearing a ghost mask, so I don't know what he looks like. Ding-mi wondered, but his fingers are very slender, so he must be very handsome. After Xue Wenwu was shocked, when he heard Ding-mi's words, he was immediately taken aback. Fart. He must be ugly to wear a mask. Let me pick him off. Forget it. Bloodthirst Peak cannot fight privately, even if Xue Wenwu is level 70, he would not dare to attack a level 10 person. Ding-mi looked at Su-mu with curiosity in his eyes. Xue Wenwu snorted, what's so strange, it must be a skill that has been temporarily strengthened. Hey, is that so? While speaking, Su-mu also landed from the sky, and the energy fluctuations around him dissipated. He just heard someone asking, subconsciously nodded, that's right. Xue Wenwu said proudly, look, that's right. No one has ever cleared the road to madness, and there has never been any information about foreign races. The farthest person can only reach 4 kilometers. There, the mental pressure has reached the limit. If you try to force a breakthrough, it will cause permanent damage. Those who can reach the depths are the strong ones, who is willing to pick sesame seeds and throw watermelons. He folded his hands and tried to find the place. Okay, kid, let's go, don't be ashamed of yourself here. But Su-mu just made some calculations before entering the gravel road again. Ding-mi was in a hurry, what are you doing in there? Xue Wenwu was also surprised, but quickly said with a smirk, let him go, no one can stop him if he wants to die. Ding-mi cast a few more buffs, but they were all cut off by invisible membranes. She anxiously said, "He entered twice in a short period of time, I'm afraid it will cause mental damage." "That's his own business too," Shui Wenwu said happily. "I must feel that there is still room to spare, and I want to fight a wave." "Humph, overreaching. Let's go." Ding Mi shook his head, "No, I have to wait for him to come out. Entered twice in a row, the accumulated injuries must be very serious, I have to treat him." But she also had doubts in her heart. She gave Su Mu healing before, but it didn't trigger the radiant healing passive. Had he not self-harmed, but simply mentally damaged? Shui Wenwu snorted, "Just wait, I'm afraid that a madman with a nervous breakdown will come out." Su Mu entered the road of madness with ease, and after only 2 steps, she saw a red carpet appearing at her feet. When he looked up, he saw a white marble platform suspended in the air, with 5 pieces of equipment exuding an astonishing aura placed on it. The headmaster stood in front and said with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming the strongest god level ever. These are your rewards. Artifact, Strike of the Titans, the bullets fired can summon the gods of the wilderness, each of which is god level. Artifact, Crown of Thorns, which can lead the elves, and its 27 territories and worlds belong to you. God level skill, Great Sun Falls, let the sun of this world fall to the earth, and burn everything. God level potion, the king of all gods, after drinking it, he will become the lord of the heavens and command an army of 100 billion angels." Su Mu couldn't help feeling dry and swallowed. With so many artifacts in front of him, it was a great shock. "No. This is fake." Su Mu was suddenly in a trance, thinking that he was on the road to madness. Everything in front of him must be false. This level is greed. Su Mu's brain became clearer, and he quickly reacted. But even if he knew it was fake, he couldn't directly decipher the illusion. Those radiant artifacts were still placed in front of him, exuding an astonishing aura. Su Mu looked at the principal, "All these things belong to me." The principal smiled, "Of course, please allow me to introduce the last one. God-level title, Eye of Delusion. Wearing it can penetrate people's hearts and see through all illusions." Su Mu couldn't help raising her eyebrows, what a coincidence. He stretched out his hand involuntarily, and grabbed the 5th gemstone Eye of Delusion. The headmaster was still smiling, but the smile became more and more weird. Some people were greedy at random before, even if they knew it was an illusion, they couldn't break through it. Most people will be attracted by the artifacts and choose one or all of the artifacts. Then those people will completely fall into the illusion, and spend 100 years or 1,000 years in an instant. As they looked at the kingdom they built with artifacts, they exhausted all the foundations they had built with their minds. Falling apart among the increasingly greedy people, and because of pain and aging, he was unable to resist the assassination. Only then did he have a mental breakdown and was sent out of the road to madness. And because they have experienced hundreds of years and thousands of years in an instant, and they have broken away from the special rules of the road, these people's minds will be overloaded in an instant, and they will become lunatics. Others, like this young man, chose the Eye of Delusion, trying to use illusions to fight against illusions. But after using the Eyes of Delusion, they mistakenly thought that they had escaped from the path of madness and began to live ordinary lives. It wasn't until decades, hundreds, or thousands of years passed that they suddenly saw an unreasonable scene and realized that they were still in the illusion. And until he was in an illusion, the life and pursuit of so many years would be in vain. No one can accept this result, and it will collapse in an instant. Teleport Doubt also became a lunatic because of overload. No matter what you choose, it will be a dead end in the end. The principal smiled strangely, watching Su Mu's movements with a smile. Choose quickly. Whether you choose an artifact or the Eye of Delusion, there is only death. Su Mu picked up the Eye of Delusion, and the principal opened his mouth wide, ready to announce happily. Click. Mu put the eye of delusion back again. I don't want anything that doesn't work. Chapter 26. I don't want either. Mu put the eye of delusion back on the table without hesitation. The headmaster's smile froze, and it took him a while to speak. How about, choose one? Mu said lightly, no need, they are not good things. The headmaster suddenly hesitated. This person doesn't want anything, so what should I do? He said, no, you have to choose a reward for advancing to the god level today. Mu shook her head, no. The headmaster's face became distorted, no? If you can't complete the ceremony, you'll be stuck here forever. He figured it out, if you don't want this person, just don't want him. If he is trapped in the illusion for 100 or 80 years, he will naturally be exhausted physically and mentally, and eventually he will have a mental breakdown. This is even more pitiful. Those who choose the artifact will at least spend their whole life in a happy illusion, and the few days when they discover the truth will be painful. Those who don't choose can only stay on this table boringly, waiting until the day when they can't hold on. More pitiful. The principal said, choose the artifact and complete the ceremony. Or wait here until the day you can't survive. But Mu shook his head, I choose the third one. The principal was puzzled, the third one. Mu said, well, let's make a deal. Principal, deal. Mu said, I will tell you the location of your body, and you can show me a way out. The principal was shocked immediately, and his whole body twisted like water waves. What corpse? Mu laughed and said, what race are you? A human-faced spider? But there's a reptile tail at the back, which is weird. The principal's face was cloudy and uncertain, and his eyes were full of horror. How do you know? His race is called Spider Snake, who entered the path of madness many years ago, and after his mind collapsed, he committed suicide in it. While his body died, his soul continued to be bound in it, as a dynamic illusion, exerting pressure on other entrants. When the spider snake died, its spirit had already collapsed. But the secret realm does not allow it to rest, and uses special rules to force it to condense and continue to serve. For every second the spider snake lives, it suffers another second of pain. It wanted to commit suicide countless times, but how could a dead person die again? The spider snake didn't know how many years it had served here, and how many people it had broken down with its own hands, including many of its own kind. And the most painful thing is when a member of the same family has a mental breakdown and is about to be sent out. I saw the imprint on the body of the same family, that is its daughter. After it died on the road to madness, the daughter tried to retrieve her father's body, but she also collapsed in it. The spider snake was in great pain, and finally understood why this fellow was so persistent. Even though his mind was confused, he still wanted to move on. It just wanted to retrieve his father's body, and that little persistence became an accomplice to the collapse. The spider snake withdrew his thoughts, took a deep breath and calmed down, using his human appearance. For so many years, it has caused many people to collapse, but they did not expect that there would be a day when they would break their defenses. The spider snake said coldly, how do you know about my dead body? Mu smiled lightly, my skills are quite special. The spider snake looked gloomy and threatened, tell me all the secrets, or I will kill you. Mu was not in a hurry, this is the road to madness, there will be no physical damage. Also, isn't this level greedy? When did it become fear? The spider snake suddenly laughed, indeed, this level is greed. I failed to arouse your greed, but instead let you arouse my greed. You succeeded, you can receive the final reward. Mu raised her eyebrows, could it be another illusion? As soon as the spider snake raised its hand, the red carpet under its feet straightened in the air, forming a road leading to infinity. Mu looked down and stepped on it without hesitation. He walked a few steps, and suddenly heard a voice behind him, the last transaction is completed, and I will make another one with you. Swish! With a flash of light, Su Mu was teleported to the periphery of the road to madness. Ding Mi was surprised again, it was teleported out so quickly. You are not injured. She raised her hand to heal, but the result was still various +0, +0, +0. Shui Wenwu looked unhappy, humph, it must have failed after only a few steps. Su Mu didn't respond, but looked down at the spider-shaped pendant in her hand. Spider Snake Pendant, common. Summons a death spider snake warrior in the form of a follower with N/A loyalty. It's a very simple white outfit, the only function is to summon a spider snake. The spider snake's soul has been bound by the road to madness, and it can no longer escape. Moreover, this race is still at war with human beings, so it doesn't dare to ask Su Mu to help him sincerely. This is a very worthwhile transaction. As a one-sided market, Su Mu has absolute bargaining power. Because the spider snake is dead, there is no loyalty, and it will always obey Su Mu. What Su Mu has to do is to go to the spider snake world and return its bones when it is no longer needed. Of course Su Mu agrees, having an extra helper is a good thing. A ray of light flashed, and Su Mu was suspended by strange energy fluctuations. The road to madness, greed has been completed. Chapter 27. The road to madness, greed has been completed. Title obtained, God of Sin Greed. God of Sin Greed, gain the heart of greed and constantly generate greed. The stronger the greed, the more experience points you get, the item drop rate is improved, and the drop may be of higher quality for critical strikes. Su Mu was startled, then overjoyed, this thing is good. He turned on the greedy heart skill, and soon a strong desire to ask for it appeared in his heart. As before, sanity is still locked at 85% and will not decrease any further. With this skill, if you get something in the future, it is possible to crit to a higher quality. And it's a resident passive, every reward can be judged once. Just as he was thinking, there was a ding in his ear. Enhanced Potion, Master, has been obtained. Strengthening Potion, Master strengthening abilities, all skills are greatly enhanced. Ding! The Potion of Comprehension has been strengthened into Potion of Comprehension, Legendary. Potion of Enlightenment, Legendary keeps enlightened for an hour after use. Su Mu was taken aback, there is such a strong potion. The state of epiphany can be encountered but not sought after. Once encountered, at least one can gain proficiency, and more can upgrade skills. The same fireball technique, after epiphany, not only reduces the consumption, but also increases the casting speed and power. This savvy potion is really rare, if it is really available on the market, it will not be able to beat billions of dollars. If a professional can get an epiphany, their strength can be greatly improved. Su Mu said with emotion, fortunately, I have the universal godhead, and I can wear titles infinitely. And the sanity is locked at 85%, and the heart of greed can be opened all the time. The longer the opening time, the stronger the things that may drop. If it is someone else, they will not use auxiliary skills without combat bonuses in combat. Even if they are activated, they cannot be maintained for a long time. These titles have side effects, and ordinary people will not wear them for a long time. Only when Su Mu can wear countless titles can he find a title that restrains each other. Next. Su Mu looked at the road to madness, and couldn't help but smile, it's such an easy place to earn titles, why don't you stay a little longer? Ding Mi swiped a few healers, staring at a bunch of +0s in a daze. This person wearing a ghost mask went in twice in a row, why didn't he get hurt at all? Didn't go in very deep, so the hallucinations are not strong, and there is no self-harm? Still. When she was in a daze, she saw that Su Mu had stepped into the path of madness again. Hey, why are you? Shui Wenwu was also taken aback, and then laughed loudly, ha, don't admit defeat? Do you want to try again? I tell you, it's useless. If you can't make it through, you can't make it through, don't struggle. Ding Mi clasped his hands anxiously. What to do? He went in 3 times, could it be that he was insane and ignored the danger? Xue Wenwu looked in the direction of the gravel road proudly, and said happily, leave him alone, let's go. While talking, a few people came in and greeted happily when they saw someone of the same kind. What's the good thing, so happy, did you get something good? Xue Wenwu pointed to the gravel road, and said cheerfully, there is an idiot who claims to pass the road of madness. He has tried twice and failed twice. Going in for the 3rd time now, I'm afraid there will be more bad luck than good luck. Later people looked at each other in dismay. Clear the customs? There is still a customs clearance on the road to madness. I know a big guy who has more than 1,700 levels and can walk up to 2 kilometers. Yes, the difficulty will increase exponentially in the future, and the requirements for reason are very high. The loss of tens of thousands and tens of thousands is simply unbearable. A group of people were talking, and Su Mu was teleported out again. Xue Wenwu felt a little regretful, why didn't this annoying person die? But he still pretended to point at Su Mu. Everyone saw it, it's him, who claims to clear the road to madness. Look, it came out in a few minutes, it must not have taken many steps. A strange energy struck and lifted Su Mu into the air. Xue Wenwu still said strange words, I came out in a few minutes, I'm sure I won't get any good things, don't you think so? The people who followed looked at each other in blank dismay, their eyes full of surprise. Finally, one of them hesitated and said, I have seen that 1700 level boss, he has walked 2 kilometers, and he also has this strange wave. Xue Wenwu's smile froze, and it took him a long time to open his mouth. Maybe, just a coincidence? Or, this idiot just happened to trigger a certain mechanism and got a little good reward. The man continued, but, the strange energy obtained by that big brother is less than 1/10 of that of this little brother. Xue Wenwu was dumbfounded. The rest of the people were turbulent. Who is this little brother? The energy fluctuations in his body are so powerful. His distance cannot be less than 2 kilometers, he must have entered the deepest point. Will it really pass the level? To get such a huge fluctuation. A group of people are really stupid, they don't know what it is like to clear the road to madness. But the energy fluctuations on Su Mu's body really made people tremble. The fluctuations on Su Mu dissipated, he fell back to the ground, and opened his eyes. A person stepped forward and said cautiously, this friend, how far have you walked? Su Mu thought for a while, the road to arrogance is quite long, there are more than 10 kilometers. Chapter 28. 10 kilometers. Everyone on the field was shocked and stunned in place. They don't know what the road of pride is, but they can understand it for more than 10 kilometers. A high-level boss can only walk 2 kilometers. Can this young man of level 10 pass more than 10 kilometers? This group of people subconsciously didn't believe it, but the fluctuations in Su Mu's body told them that it was true. This friend, why did you go in again? One person wanted to strike up a conversation, but Su Mu turned around and walked into the gravel road. A group of people were dumbfounded, what's going on? Brush again. Xue Wenwu seemed to have recovered his emotions, and said arrogantly, yes, you must have made a mistake. He has entered and exited like this several times, and none of them lasted more than 10 minutes. How could he pass the level? This group of people was also lost in thought. I dare not think about more than 10 kilometers, so I count it as 5 kilometers. In 10 minutes, a professional can easily run the entire distance on flat ground without obstacles. But this is the road to madness, every step is an illusion, and every meter of progress requires a huge amount of energy. Moreover, you will often encounter ghosts hitting the wall, turning around and going backwards while walking, which will even eliminate your sanity. Can the young man really pass the level after going in for 10 minutes? Xue Wenwu patted his chest, believe me, he went in several times, and he didn't get any other rewards except for the weird fluctuation. It must be fake. Swish! Su-mu was teleported out again, floating in the air. In the next moment, a thin sword emitting dark purple light appeared in his hand. Legend, legend, a person exclaimed. Others took a closer look before noticing the extraordinariness of this sword. Although there is no pattern on the blade, the overall structure is exquisite and charming. It always seems that the line of sight is constantly being absorbed, and the whole mind is addicted to it. It's really a legend, but I can't see the specific attributes, so I need to identify it. My passive appraisal eye has been resisted, such a powerful force, this eyeball is almost blind. Clear the customs, he must have passed the customs, otherwise how to explain? There is a saying that there is a customs clearance on the road to madness. Oh my God, we have witnessed history. A group of people blushed with joy. If it wasn't for the fact that this secret realm forbids private fighting, they would definitely go up and give Su-mu a big bear hug. I was rewarded with a legendary weapon. Besides clearing the level, what else could be the reason? Even if he was a little short of clearing the level, he could reach a sufficient depth in just a few minutes, which also showed that he had mastered absolutely special skills. To be able to step into the illusion, as if entering the land of no one. But this alone is enough to make people admire and willing to please and invest. After Su-mu finished checking, a person stepped forward respectfully. Hi, I'm Fang Yiming from the hunting group, and I want to make friends with you. I'm Lu Jinkei from the Lu family. It's a pleasure to meet you. This bottle of high-level vitality pill, a small gift, is not a respect. Hi, ghost friend, I'm Chen Kajun, the deputy head of the Greythroat Bounty Group. I see that you are short of a cloak, my friend. It just so happens that I have an extra triangular bull shawl, so I'll give it to you. All of a sudden, everyone gathered around, with friendly smiles, and kept fawning and giving gifts. No one paid any attention to the pale Shui Wenwu. This man has blind eyes, can't even recognize a peerless genius, and dares to speak satirically. This group of people has already secretly recorded Shui Wenwu's appearance and characteristics. If necessary, this person's head will be a stepping stone. Su-mu didn't react, it took a long time to come back to her senses, and thanked calmly, "Thank you, but I still have something to do now, please wait a moment." A group of people hurriedly waved their hands. You are busy, we have nothing to do, just come and watch the fun, haha." Su-mu nodded, turned around and entered the path of madness again. After the group of people were shocked, they couldn't help but sigh, "Genius, what a genius." I don't know which family's children, but the road to madness is as simple as breathing and drinking water. Envy, I can't achieve it in my life. Cough cough. Fang Yiming of the Chamber of Commerce warned with a serious face, I advise everyone, what you saw today is all rotten in your stomach, so don't spread it indiscriminately. Although this little friend is level 10, it is obvious that he has been instructed by an expert, and the level is suppressed. He only needs to change jobs and soar into the sky. If there are greedy people, take care of your hearts and don't do stupid things. A group of people nodded quickly, that's natural. They are flattering now, how dare they cause trouble. There is no way to fight privately here, and there is no treasure hunting at all. The news of being able to pass the road to madness will definitely shock the whole world. It's been so many years since the bloodthirsty peak, and I've never heard of such a thing as customs clearance. The rewards he received must be beyond everyone's imagination. It's just that everyone still doesn't understand one thing, why did he go in so many times? Will there be rewards for repeated swiping? Generally speaking, it will drop sharply. Occasionally bring a trumpet and have experience. If you can't brush things off by yourself, it's a waste of time. The group of people watched Su-mu reappear at the entrance after a while, and before they could speak, they walked straight into the gravel road. Repeatedly. After several times, the people waiting at the door didn't see Mu come out for a long time. Did that ghost friend encounter any difficulties? It must have been half an hour since I went in this time. Is it because you swiped too many times, which triggered the resistance in the secret realm? It's possible. If you've wiped out all the rewards, what else will others do? Waited for a long time. It's been 2 hours, why haven't you come out yet? 3 hours. 4 hours. It's been half a day, why haven't you come out yet? The expressions of a group of people became more dignified, and they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. He won't die in it, will he? Chapter 29. Mu left the peak of thirst for blood. That group of people guarding the door is really annoying. Mu just tentatively asked the road to madness whether it could be teleported outside, but got a response. It seems that passers still have some hidden benefits. Mu checked the harvest. This trip was really fruitful. After obtaining Mad God Rage and Greed, 5 more special titles have been collected. Arrogance, gain the Eye of Arrogance and keep becoming egotistical. The longer Eye of Pride gazes, the stronger the effect of the skill on the target. Jealousy, acquired the Heart of Killing, wanting to kill all living things. The longer you have killing intent on a target, the more you will be able to discover the opponent's weakness. Laziness, get the soul of laziness, and the attributes will continue to decrease. Skills can be prepared for infinitely extended spell casting, resulting in infinitely superimposed power. Gluttony, gain endless appetite and produce a strong sense of hunger. Can devour matter and gain its abilities. Lust, gaining charisma. Mu couldn't help being speechless. Each of these titles is so strong that there is no limit. Moreover, the negative effects that ordinary people cannot resist are just offset by Mu's ability. Mu turned her gaze and saw an inconspicuous item in the title column. The eye that breaks delusion, it can penetrate people's hearts and see through all illusions. And sanity value increased by 10%. That was the title of one of the 5 artifacts when he entered the path of madness for the second time and obtained the title of Mad God Greed. For other entrants, they need to wear the item Eye of Delusion in order to have the same name. But Mu got this title at the same time when he grabbed the artifact. After he wears the title, he puts the props back, but still retains the ability. The ssss level Universal Godhead takes effect. Even if there are no props left, it can still hold the title forever. This is almost a bug. Because of the delusion-breaking eye that sees through illusions, Mu was able to find the spider snake's corpse and proposed a deal. In addition, the sanity value increased by 10%, and Mu's sanity quickly recovered to 95%. This is already a normal state, and there is almost no discomfort. Those rage, greed, jealousy, negative emotions were all suppressed to the lowest level, so low that they didn't need to be ignored at all. It's too strong, it's a bug. Mu was also very excited. I'm afraid that the Lord of the Secret Realm didn't expect to be able to get the title for free, and it completely offset the negative emotions. The harvest this time is extremely rich. In addition to 7 titles, there are also a variety of high-end equipment. And because the level of Mu is too low, these equipments are also intimately turned into dynamic levels, which can become stronger as the level increases. There is one last stop. Mu took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. Although he is now invincible among people of the same level, he still cannot relax. If it is targeted by a high-level powerhouse, it is still a bigger ant. Don't take tenderness lightly. Mu took out a red crystal, which was the keystone of the killing realm. In order to reward him, the headmaster gave him this rare secret key. The killing realm is different from other secret realms in that there is no fixed door. As long as you crush the keystone, you can enter. Just in case, Mu went to the gate of the hospital first. He found a corner where no one was around, and crushed the keystone. Whoosh! He disappeared instantly. Not long after, the people in Peak of Bloodthirst also noticed something was wrong. Why haven't you come out yet? Could it be that he really died inside? The fall of a genius who can clear the road to madness is a big event. No, I have to go out and tell the family that this matter must be taken seriously. Level 10, is it a college entrance examination? Can the college entrance examination pass the road to madness? Is this world crazy? It's hard to say, maybe a genius from some family has come out of the mountain. No, I have to go out too and inform the head of the team. Soon, many people left with deep expressions. The news was quickly passed in secret, and soon, under the calm Yanmen, there was an undercurrent surging, hiding various thoughts. Killing realm, this is a world completely composed of killings. Boom boom boom. Wen dragged her teammate Yuan Lianyu and fled with blood on her face. Behind them, followed by a group of Suanhua wolf eagles, this kind of wolf pack with wings, not only has strong limbs, but also runs extremely fast. It can also flap its wings, sprint into the air for a short time, and spit out fiery flames downward. Why are there groups of elite monsters? Wen ran away desperately with a look of horror. Yuan Lianyu was seriously injured and her blood volume was less than half, but she could only hold on and cast a silver-level ice cone technique behind her. Ah! More than a dozen Suanhua wolf hawks chased after them. Even though the cone of ice attack hit them, they only slowed down a little and were melted by the flames. Swish swish swish! Suanhua wolf hawk was enraged by the ice cone technique, raised its head one after another, and sprayed fiery fireballs at the two girls. Yuan Lianyu quickly set up the mana shield and forcibly drained the mana points that had dried up, making her face even paler. Boom! The mana shield only persisted for half a second before it shattered like glass. The two girls were also impacted by the explosion of the fireball, and were thrown far away, falling heavily to the ground. It's over. The two looked at the Suanhua wolf hawk that was getting closer, with despair on their faces. But at this moment, swish! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. He was wearing a ghost mask and ordinary white clothes without attributes. A trace of guilt flashed in Yuan Lianyu's heart. Because of her mistake, the team was almost wiped out. And this person who had just been teleported to the killing secret realm also died at the mouth of the Suanhua wolf eagle immediately because he entered the battle by mistake. Run, run away! Yuan Lianyu yelled, use all your escape skills, run away quickly. Here are all elite monsters. Chapter 30. As the captain of the adventure team, Yuan Lianyu entered the killing secret with a few experts. Although this group of people are all level 10, everyone is wearing silver-level equipment. Defense, output, treatment, and support are all extremely perfect, with almost no shortcomings. Yuan Lianyu planned to get a score of AOR above in the killing realm, so that everyone would have a rich harvest. But their confidence only lasted 15 minutes. After killing an elite monster, everyone felt that the monsters in the killing realm were quite powerful, but with the cooperation of a whole team, they could still be easily resolved. So a group of people entered the monster's lair, trying to kill a master-level boss, and get an A-level score. This group of people soon encountered Suanhua wolf hawk. Just a face-to-face meeting, the thigh was torn off in the shield battle. The rangers were still drawing their bows and nodding their arrows, when they were roasted by several balls of blazing fire. The poison maker was so frightened that his face turned pale, he tripped, and the highly poisonous potion he grabbed in his hand exploded all over his body. In less than 10 seconds, there was only one gorilla and one elementalist left in a complete team. Both of them are crispy skins, facing the elite monsters who can't even handle the shield battle. There is only one way to escape. Damn it, why are elite monsters so strong? Wen fell to her knees, her eyes full of despair. Only then did Yuan Lianyu understand that there is still a difference between elite monsters and elite monsters. The Suanhua wolf hawk is obviously very intelligent, and knows how to sneak attack, ambush, and fight in groups. The team paid the price for their ignorance. But when the two girls fell to the ground under the impact of the flames, waiting for death in despair. Suddenly, a man wearing a ghost mask appeared in front of him. "Run, run away!" Yuan Lianyu couldn't help shouting, not wanting to involve others. Su Mu looked back and saw the group of Suanhua wolf hawks surrounded by a circle with fierce eyes. "You don't need to waste time looking for monsters so quickly, that's good." He nodded. Seeing that the man didn't move, Yuan Lianyu thought he was stupefied, and shouted gratefully, "This place is full of elite monsters, whose attributes are almost equal to level 30 monsters, run." I saw Su Mu pull out a purple sword and hang it by his side. He chanted under his breath, sparks emanating from the tip of his sword. Yuan Lianyu was in a hurry, "Don't even think about attacking them. It will only make them angry." Wen also murmured, "Are you a fool? This is a monster that is friendly to the fire element. It's useless to attack with fire." Yuan Lianyu also quickly said, "Yes, don't use fire to attack them. You go, we can't go anymore, I will try to hold them back as much as possible, you run away." As she spoke, she condensed an ice storm and tried to shoot at the Suanhua wolf hawk. And the mana value had already bottomed out, and this forced extraction directly caused her to suffer internal injuries, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. Scoff! The ice storm hit the elite level Suanhua wolf hawk, only a little white smoke came out, and it disappeared immediately. Suanhua wolf hawk looked down, then showed a mocking expression, and approached step by step. "It's over." Wen couldn't help closing her eyes. "This idiot doesn't understand how strong monsters are, we have to finish playing." But at this moment, Su Mu had finished chanting, raised his sword, and released the spell. "Destroy the world and burn the prison." Rumble. A group of flames that seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth fell from the sky, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, all the fire elements around were taken out, and Yuan Lianyu and Wen even felt a little cold. And in the next instant, a wall of fire with a height of 100 meters rose from the ground, covering all the Suanhua wolf hawks in a circle. The flames scorched all the monsters in an instant, leaving them literally wiped out. Only one Suanhua wolf hawk, which was in a rather tricky position, let out a half-life wail. In the next moment, it was burned to ashes. -81,300. -81,215. -81,381. Extinguishing the world and burning the prison reads the full bar, which can cause 50,000 points of damage. Seeing that Suanhua, wolf, eagle, and fire elements are compatible, Su Mu still took the title of Crazy God and Laziness, and after reading for a few more seconds, he dealt 80,000 points of damage. Crazy God Laziness, you can cast spells on skills infinitely, and the power is superimposed. The more than 1,000 in the back is Su Mu's current spell power, which can only be said to be better than nothing. The skills are so strong that he is now a numerical monster, and he can be invincible without wearing equipment. Yuan Lianyu was stunned. She looked at the pile of ashes around her. No, not even ashes. Even the ashes were blown away by the raging flame that seemed to be able to destroy the world, leaving only the ground with a slightly lighter color. What Suanhua wolf hawk, what fire element affinity? Under absolute power, there are only jokes left. As long as the spell is strong enough, the resistance is paper. Big brother, who the hell are you? Yuan Lianyu was frightened. Who is this person? Meeting him face to face is a big move. Wen covered her mouth, eyes full of disbelief. Impossible, I must be hallucinating. She exclaimed, the people who can come in are all level 10, how can someone be so strong? Su Mu didn't have time to talk to these two passers-by, but just listened to the prompts that popped up from the panel. Chapter 31. Suanhua Wolfhawk X14 has been killed. Get kill value, 147,392 points. Killing value? What is this? Su Mu muttered. The keystone of the killing secret realm is more precious, and he didn't find too many strategies. Yuan Lianyu's eyes lit up. This is the first time you came in. Su-mu nodded. Yuan Lianyu was overjoyed. This, Mr. Li Gui, the killing value is a unique value in the killing secret realm. You can get it by killing monsters or finding some special creations. The killing value can be converted into a secret realm score. The higher the score, the better the reward. In addition to this, there is another use. Su-mu was curious. Another use? Yes. Yuan Lianyu said, if the killing value is taken out of the dungeon, it can be used as a backup storage of experience value. It can be taken out at any time and converted into experience at a ratio of 1:1. Su-mu suddenly realized, that's it. No wonder so many people have a soft spot for the killing secret realm, and they try their best to send their juniors into it. The purpose is to reserve the killing value at the same time when brushing the equipment, and take it out for use when needed. Just think about it, if in a battle of equal strength, one side suddenly rises to 10 levels on the spot, it will definitely cause unexpected consequences. Su-mu had an idea in mind. No wonder it's called the killing secret realm. Okay, then start spawning monsters. Wen on the side suddenly said, hey, the masked person. Why don't we hire you and take us to kill the master boss? Su-mu glanced at her and didn't speak. Wen dissatisfied, did you hear that? I'm afraid you don't know what the existence of my Wen family is, it's the Longde family. You help us score, it will definitely benefit you later. Yuan Lianyu immediately blamed, how can I talk, it is already my honor to know this Mr. Li Gui, how can I ask for it? Wen said arrogantly, Lianyu, what are you afraid of? He wants to kill monsters anyway, so what if he helps us kill a few? Su-mu made a plan, turned around and left. Wen hurriedly shouted, hey, that grimace, why are you running? I have to brush anyway, so what if you bring the two of us? Hey, talk to you. With a kick on Su-mu's feet, her figure has rushed out like lightning. Wen stomped her feet angrily, how can this be? A man, why care about a woman? She forgot about the pain after her scar healed, she was out of danger, and now she is starting to be squeamish again. Yuan Lianyu thought of just now, it was Wen who said that it was easy to enter the mobs, and encouraged her teammates to enter the monster's lair. But now the matter is a foregone conclusion, and people are dead, so it is useless to blame. Yuan Lianyu had no choice but to say, okay, don't talk anymore, let's get to the safe zone, let's leave quickly. At this moment, a small team ran towards this side. There was a pillar of fire here just now, did you see it? The captain asked. Hey, two beauties, do you need help? Hey, we are blessed. A skinny man said with a smile. Yuan Lianyu didn't want to respond, but Wen had already leaned forward enchantingly, oh, big brothers, our teammates are all dead, can you take us with you? The thin man immediately squinted and said, of course, if the beauty speaks, how can I not obey? Yuan Lianyu was a little dissatisfied, no matter how they were teammates who had been through for a while, how could they die so easily? But she is injured now, and she will definitely not be able to get out by her own strength. I can only sigh, thank you, please take us to a safe area, and there will be a big thank you afterwards. I don't need any thanks, beauty, you just need to help me. Halfway through the thin man's words, the captain next to him bumped him with an elbow, shhhhhhh, take it to a safe area first, don't worry. Su-mu quickly forgot the little episode just now, and he also tried the legendary spell of destroying the world and burning prison for the first time. Sure enough. Once in the soul, this kind of level 10 mob, even if it is an elite, cannot withstand a move. Roar! A huge tiger covered in vines jumped out, and it was a sprint towards Su-mu. Slash quickly! Su-mu raised his hand and hit a skill, splitting 5 swords in an instant. -5121. A few balls of blood burst out from the vine tiger's body, but it didn't feel any pain at all, and it slashed off with one paw. The melee skill has become a shortcoming instead. It seems that I want to change my job to a mage. So Mew thought while easily dodging the claw attack. Boom! The tiger hit the ground with one paw, and the forceful blow was turned around easily. It also froze for half a second before chasing after it. With the passivity of the God King's senses, So Mew's combat awareness has been greatly improved. Especially in close combat, he can instinctively dodge an attack, and he is very smooth. Don't worry, you can use the master's skills first, and then you may encounter the title of strengthening close combat. So Mew kept dodging the tiger's attack, stuck his CD and slashed quickly a few times, and finally killed him. Ow! The vine tiger fell to the ground unwillingly, and its body fell apart under the impact of falling to the ground. So Mew saw that its body was covered with vines, like tangled hair, looking very disheveled. It's disgusting, it looks like the tiger is parasitized by the vine, but it just looks alive. So Mew was thinking, when he heard the beep. Parasitic Fujitora has been killed. Get kill value, 9,912 points. Get life potion, bronze. Ding! Crazy God Greed has taken effect, life potion, bronze, critical strike becomes advanced life potion, silver. Chapter 32. So Mew held the life potion that exploded, and didn't have much joy. He has the passive skill of the Undead, and he will automatically recover blood every second. The life potion is temporarily unavailable. Continue to spawn monsters. So Mew continued to move forward, jumping out all kinds of strange monsters along the way. Slash quickly. Minus 5,734. Cleave. Minus 782. Shadow attack. Minus 999. Burn the world and burn the prison. Minus 54,120. So Mew killed the past all the way, constantly harvesting various potions. When he saw a deserted city ahead, he finally met the first boss. An identification technique was thrown up. Sand Turtle Dragon, Master Boss, Level. Skills, Earthquake Regret, Earth Slam, Bite, Hard. The huge turtle dragon is 10 meters high, like a small building, with 4 legs, a turtle shell, and a snake-like head. It stood on a piece of gravel, turned its head like a snake's neck vigilantly, and stared at So Mew. This tiny bug brought it a huge sense of threat, which was different from other similar little things. So Mew also looked up at the turtle dragon in the sand. This is not a turtle dragon, it's obviously a magnified turtle. The sand turtle dragon stood there, eyes as big as windows, fixedly staring at So Mew, motionless. And So Mew raised his hand, Zhenyu Lei Ji. Click! A huge bucket-like thunder fell from the sky, piercing through the head of the sand turtle dragon in an instant. It was full of disbelief, its brain had been completely pierced, and it could only collapse to the ground. The 10-meter-high giant fell, splashing dust all over the sky. Jinyu Thunder Tribulation is an epic spell created by the lightning strike, ordinary, when the Yuan Liu wise man is passive. I'm waiting to chant, what are you waiting for? So Mew approached and saw the prompt. Sand Turtle Dragon, Master, has been killed, killing value, 26, 9,123 points. Obtain, Spirit Potion, Master. So Mew was about to put away the newly dropped medicine, but found that the backpack was full. Hey, it's troublesome if you don't have space props, you have to prepare well when you go out. So Mew had no choice but to take out a bottle of primary life potion, ready to drink it with full blood, otherwise it would be a waste. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. So Mew tentatively unscrewed the life potion, and ordered in his mind, devour. Swish! The primary life potion disappeared instantly. Crazy God Gluttony in effect, swallowed, primary life potion, bronze. Maximum health increased by 50 points, and 50 points of blood will be restored every 5 seconds. Soo-Mew's eyes lit up immediately. It really works. The title of Mad God Gluttony given by Road to Madness can devour items to obtain its effect. The effect of the minor health potion is to restore 50 health and 150 health over 15 seconds afterward. After being devoured, the effect becomes permanent directly. Permanently increase 50 health points and restore 50 points every 5 seconds. Soo-Mew was overjoyed. This skill is the big core. He quickly opened the backpack, and there was a dazzling array of medicines in it. Killing monsters just now dropped the most potions. With Soo-Mew's current skill set, there is no need for these consumables at all. But if he could swallow the potion and make its temporary effect permanent, it would be different. Potion of Strength, increases strength by 10 for 20 seconds. Speed Potion, increases speed by 15% for 8 seconds. Mana Potion, temporarily increases mana by 100 for 1 minute. Advanced Vitality Pill, stamina recovery speed is accelerated by 50% for 15 seconds. Soo-Mew quickly activated his skills. Crazy God Gluttony. Ding! Strength increased by 10 points. Agility increased by 3 points. Blunt weapon damage increased by 25 points. Recover 7 points of mana per second. Physical recovery speed increased by 50%. The potions in the backpack disappeared one by one, and all became Soo-Mew's passive attributes. The effects of temporarily increasing attributes and recovery speed have all become permanent attributes. After devouring all the potions, Soo-Mew glanced at the attributes. Strength increased by 98 points, agility by 82 points, and spirit by 60 points. Health increased by 475 and mana increased by 350. Restores 300 health every 5 seconds and 200 mana every 5 seconds. Soo-Mew is overjoyed. This attribute is amazing. He walked all the way normally, and killed the monsters on the way, so he added so many attributes. If you focus on killing monsters, wouldn't it be? By the way, there are still things. Soo-Mew thought for a while, and took off the military-style longsword and Woojin soft armor that hadn't been used for a long time. Gluttony, devour. Ding! The 2 pieces of equipment also disappeared immediately, turning into a ball of warm current into Soo-Mew's body. Strength plus 10, agility plus 5, stamina plus 20, armor plus 20. Acquired characteristics, sharpness, plus 5% damage to flesh and blood creatures, plus 5% damage to joints. Acquired features, cushioning, with a certain cushioning capacity, it can absorb weak impacts. Soo-Mew was ecstatic. Sure enough, even equipment can be devoured. The attributes given by equipment are much stronger than potions, and they also have characteristics or special effects. If they can all become passive according to the 1:1 attribute, it can also solve a big problem. Chapter 33. Although people can wear many pieces of clothing at one time, they cannot wear many pieces of equipment at one time. Slightly more advanced equipment will be enchanted or have special effects, which involves restrictions on the complexity of enchanting. If a person wears too much magic equipment and complicated attributes, they will affect each other and become a 1+12 situation. This made many Lord of the Rings who dreamed of wearing 23 enchanted rings, or professionals who hung dozens of large gold chains, give up this idea. Generally speaking, life professions, such as blacksmiths, enchanters, blacksmiths, and magic pattern masters, have higher enchanting complexity and can wear more magic equipment. But these professionals don't need to wear so much advanced equipment. As for combat professionals, they need various combat attributes, but they can only have a few. Soo-Mew couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. If he can even devour the equipment, he doesn't need to think about replacing the equipment at all, he just needs to devour the replaced things. However, Soo-Mew doesn't intend to devour powerful equipment right now, he hasn't figured out the effect of these things, so he can take it easy. We must kill monsters as soon as possible. Su Mu looked at the ruins of the city in the distance with earnest eyes. As long as you keep spawning monsters and dropping things, whether it's potions or equipment, they can be directly converted into attributes. Moreover, killing points can also be exchanged for ratings, or experience after changing jobs. Su Mu regained his composure, quickened his pace, and quickly approached the city. And just after he left for a while, a group of people also passed by here. "Captain, look," one person shouted excitedly. Captain Lu Ji held Wen in his arms, looked over, and was startled. "What? It's a sand turtle." Wen leaned in Lu Ji's arms, and raised her head when she heard the voice. "Brother Ji, what is a sand turtle dragon?" Lu Ji's expression changed. "It's a master-level boss, and among bosses of the same level, it can be regarded as the most resistant to beating. Even if we meet, we can't break the defense at all, we can only walk around." Yuan Lianya felt sad when she heard his words. Their team thinks they are all good players, and their goal is to defeat the master boss. But now seeing the fallen giant that is still 3 or 4 meters high, I really don't know where to start. It was because of her incomplete planning that led to the group's destruction. Wen was heartless, just surprised. Who did this? The head was pierced with one blow, and the brain is still bleeding. It doesn't seem long. Lu Ji also nodded. Yes, the skull is not only the thickest, but the boss also has passive defense magic, and it was penetrated by one blow. There were not many traces of battle at the scene, and this man took down the sand turtle dragon in seconds with just one move. Wen thought of the man wearing the ghost mask before, but quickly shook her head. Impossible, he can only kill a few mobs in seconds, what a big deal. Lu Ji heard her talking to herself, and slapped her buttocks with a smirk. What are you talking about? Wen complained, it's nothing, there is a passerby who doesn't show face at all. I want to pay him to help him fight monsters, but he doesn't pay any attention. Lu Ji chuckled, whoever dares to mess with my sister, if you meet him, see if I won't tear him apart. Wen winked like silk. Brother Ji, thank you. Yuan Lianya shook her head. Being able to kill small monsters in seconds is not the same thing as a dozen or so elite monsters. But now that she is injured, she also needs the help of Lu Ji's team to get to the safe zone, so it's hard to say anything. You can only make up your mind in your heart, and then draw a clear line. At this time, the person who inspected the sand dragon turtle came back. That's right, there is only one trace of the thunder attribute, and it seems to be a quick move. Lu Ji thought about it. Who has such a great ability? Could it be the holy maiden Qing Ning? But isn't she using the ice attribute? Why is she still using lightning strikes? Wen asked curiously, who is Qing Ning Saintess? Lu Ji said, the Lang family in the northern region has guarded the northern region for 100 years, preventing the Dong clan from entering the Yan League. Saint Qing Ning is the pride of this generation. In order to become a blockbuster in the college entrance examination, she entered the killing secret as early as 3 months ago. Wen also remembered, the Lang family? I remember I haven't set foot in the Central Plains for decades, right? Lu Ji said, yes, Patriarch Lang has the idea of extending his hand to the south, but every time he reaches out, he is blocked by other forces. It just so happens that the Holy Maiden of Qing Ning is a genius that is rare in 100 years, so let her become a blockbuster in the college entrance examination and enter the colleges and universities in the central region. They can also use this to expand their power. Wen exclaimed, this is a conspiracy. The college entrance examination is something that Yanmen must guarantee, and other forces can't hinder it. That's right. Lu Ji said, but those big shots are none of our business, so let's move on quickly. There is a safe zone in the fallen city ahead, I will send you there, and then... Wen's cheeks blushed, oh, I hate it. Su Mu went through the desert and entered the ruins of the city. Here is the appearance of an ordinary city, every building is covered by wind and sand, windows are broken, and occasionally rags are hung on the glass shards, making noise with the wind. The sky is full of yellow sand, very desolate. Just as Soo-Mew was about to walk in, her footsteps stopped suddenly. Whoosh! In the next instant, a black poisonous needle flew past his eyes. If you take another step forward, the needle will pierce your body. The reaction is quite fast. A gloomy voice came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, a person passed through the yellow sand and rose from the ground as if without a body. It was a man in a tattered black robe and a huge hood, and said sinisterly, "Leave all the equipment, and you can leave alive." Chapter 34. Soo-Mew didn't look at him, but turned to look to the left. There was a masked woman in frayed leather, with a sniper rifle pointed at her head. The feeling is quite sensitive. The man in the tattered black robe said, sensing occupation? "How dare you act alone, you really don't know how to live. Put down all the equipment, Yin's Hiwo, keep my word, and you can leave alive." Two more people came out from the dark corner, one was carrying a knife, the other was holding a flamethrower. Their expressions were unkind, and they didn't look like they would let people go. Soo-Mew was not in a hurry, but heard a certain word from the other party and asked, "Professionals? Have you changed jobs?" Yin's Hiwo was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed loudly, "What? You are a rookie? Dare to enter the killing secret realm without changing jobs, you think your life is too long?" The people around also laughed. "Tch, I thought I could catch a young man from an aristocratic family and get some money, but I didn't expect it to be a newcomer. Dare to enter without changing jobs, can't you be a freshman this year? Let's just kill him. I just stayed in there for a few days. There is no oil in my stomach, so I have added meat." Listening to what they said, Soo-Mew gradually understood. This killing secret realm only allows people of level 10 to enter, but there is no occupational restriction. These people have obviously changed jobs for a long time, and they have remained at level 10 under pressure of experience. They don't kill monsters in the outside world, and they don't do anything to gain experience. But at the same time, continue to sharpen skills, obtain better equipment, and increase attributes through potions, runes, and other means. This is also level 10, and they will be at the top of the food chain. You should know that after changing jobs, you will get exclusive job characteristics and job skills. A level 10 newcomer who has not changed his job can easily be crushed. This is a bit like some games Soo-Mew played in his previous life, where he could be stuck at a certain level and play PvP to crush ordinary people. And these people are even more despicable. They have obtained the key to the killing secret realm through certain means, and they are here to intercept newcomers. Every time I meet a family, or a newcomer trained by a big force, I can always get a lot of good equipment. Sometimes they also do business such as escorts, but as long as the temptation is high enough, it is not impossible to kill the employer halfway. After hearing this, Soo-Mew couldn't help sighing. The principal also warned that if you encounter fellow human beings, try to help them as much as possible. I didn't expect that there are villains who specialize in attacking compatriots. Hearing this sentence, Yin's Hiwo was even more sure that this was a student, and laughed loudly, "Learn what is useless and be stupid. Who would do stupid things without profit? By the way, let me tell you a more shattering fact, this city is full of killer hunters like us. You idiots, I'm afraid it's not enough, ha 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 ha." A group of people hugged their stomachs and laughed wildly. "Go, kill him. Chin." There was a crisp sound of unsheathing, and the professional with a long knife jumped and appeared in front of Soo-Mew. The other person's flamethrower also fired at the same time, and a huge stream of flames rushed to Soo-Mew's side. At the same moment, the sniper rifle in the distance raised up, and a bullet shot towards Soo-Mew's forehead. Banyu instant slash, bone burner, lockdown sniper. The last second, they were still laughing wildly. In the next moment, he used the strongest ultimate move. Yin's Hiwo showed a sinister smile. In front of this kind of instant ultimate move, no one can be spared. Zilla. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard the sound of flesh being cut. Guan Xin succeeded. His Banyu instant slash is divided into bright half-moon and yin half-moon. If he only blocks the bright half-moon and ignores the yin side, he will be cut into pieces in an instant. Yin's Hiwo showed a disdainful expression. It's true that he is a rookie, and several people shot at the same time, so he still took advantage. Looking at the battle situation, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Guan Xin, holding a long knife, stood there, motionless. In the next moment, a line of blood appeared between Guan Xin's eyebrows, which smoothly separated from left to right, and fell into two pieces on the ground. Yin's Hiwo's pupil shrank, and the sound of flesh and blood being cut just now came from his companion. "There's a problem," screamed the man with the flamethrower. Holding up his weapon, he pushed the button to the maximum and released the flame-breathing ability. Yin's Hiwo suddenly saw a crack in his companion's flamethrower, and he could even see the highly concentrated fuel flowing inside. "No, don't use skills." It was too late to shout, and the companion had already pressed the trigger, and the flames burst out from the nozzle and the crack in an instant. Rumble. The flamethrower exploded in an instant, and a small mushroom cloud gradually rose up, and the blaster instantly turned into scorched flesh. Yin's Hiwo was stunned. Who is it? Who killed Guan Xin? And who broke Lai Chun's injector? Boom! 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 In the distance, there were suddenly several gunshots. Yin's Hiwo's face changed. He was naturally familiar with it. It was the sound of the sniper teammate's gun. Boom! The gunfire stopped abruptly, and there was no sound in the distance. The yellow sand blew past, and the ruins of the city became silent again. Only Yin's Hiwo and Su Mu were left standing. Su Mu picked up the long knife, studied it twice, and then devoured it. Only then did Yin's Hiwo come to his senses, pointing at him and excitedly said, "It's you, you killed my man." Su Mu shrugged, "It's not me." He pointed behind Yin's Hiwo, "It is it." Yin's Hiwo turned his head and saw a 3-meter-tall spider snake. The whole body was like a spider, but the tail was like a poisonous snake with scales and twisted continuously. The two front pincers were like sickles, and they were also stained with the blood of his companions. Chapter 35. This, what the hell is this? Yin's Hiwo staggered and fell to the ground. The ferocious head of the spider snake stared at him firmly, bringing great pressure. Being stared at by such a 3-meter-tall giant is really stressful. Su Mu said lightly, "Since you are not good people, there is no psychological burden to kill. Kill him." Swish! The front pincers of the spider snake's sickle split off instantly. But what was strange was that the sickle passed through Yin's Hiwo and directly chopped on the yellow sand. Yin's Hiwo was horrified. He saw the other party did not hesitate to attack. His identification technique could only return a series. Knowing that he was definitely not an opponent, he gritted his teeth, and his body turned into a cloud of green smoke, which was blown by the wind and quickly drifted into the distance. The spider snake chased and killed it for dozens of meters, but every time it slashed with the front claws of the sickle, it was like real smoke, and it had no effect. Su Mu beckoned, "Forget it, come back." The spider snake stopped chasing immediately and returned to Su Mu. Su Mu has no spiritual obsession and does not resist killing bad people. But he still tried his best not to do it himself, so he summoned the spider snake. The living level of the spider snake is about 500 or 600. After death, the corpse is a little worse, but it still has the strength of 60 or 70. Although these killer hunters have many skills, their attributes are still level 10 no matter what. The spider snake moved its hands, one at a time. Su Mu used the spider snake for the first time, and it felt quite convenient. He is very obedient, as directed by his arm. Without the order, the spider snake raised its head automatically, its lifeless eyes kept monitoring its surroundings, observing all directions. Mu picked up the equipment on the ground and devoured them one by one with the title of gluttony. These killing hunters are quite poor, except for weapons, they only have a few bottles of basic potions. Crazy god gluttony has taken effect. Swallowed golden ring moon knife, bronze, furnace core, silver, precision projectile rifle, silver, com potion, bronze, primary life potion. Strength plus 31, dexterity plus 24, spirit plus 26, max health plus 120, life regeneration per second plus 20. Special effect obtained, half moon slash. If your slash is half moon, the power will increase by 7%. Acquire special effects, calmness and concentration. When you hold your breath, the crosshairs increase by 10%. Acquire special effects, furnace fire. The ability to control flames is increased by 2%. They are all ordinary things, even if they are special effects, they don't have much effect, they can only be used as attributes. Only guys with flamethrowers, the dropped fire cores are still useful. Although it only increased the flame control ability by 2%, but before the legendary fire spells, the power is still much improved. Go down and make amends to those who robbed and killed you, and be a good person in your next life. Mu cleaned up the scene, estimated the time, and walked in one direction. Fortunately, my profession is a shadow demon, so I can't be harmed by pure physical damage. Yin's Hiwo was still terrified in his heart, and kept running towards one place. His professional characteristics, when switching to shadow form, can avoid physical damage, and the cost is to double the elemental damage. What the hell is that kid? Why is he carrying a monster? Yin's Hiwo couldn't figure it out, but he also knew that he had kicked the iron board. Those idiots will die when they die. Hurry up and seek refuge with the boss. Some monsters have entered the killing realm, so we can't stay here any longer. Yin's Hiwo shuttled through the ruins of the city in the form of smoke, and soon arrived at the entrance of a supermarket that was still intact. He turned into a human form, pushed the door open and entered. It's not good. Brother Deo, something serious happened. There are more than 20 people here, all of them have stern eyes, and they don't seem like stubble. Soon, a man with a scar on his face came out. What's going on? A monster entered the killing secret realm. Its level cannot be seen, but it was very strong. All my subordinates died in an instant. Yin's Hiwo quickly explained what happened. At the end, he said, Brother Deo, do me a favor, take me to a safe place, I want to go back to Blue Star. Brother Deo stroked his chin, thinking a little, a young man who hasn't changed his job, and still has a bodyguard? It sounds interesting. It must be a child of a big family, there must be something good on him. If you make a fortune, we will make a lot of money. Yin's Hiwo said anxiously, Brother Deo, no way. That monster is too strong, I can't keep up with its speed, and killed Guan Xin and the others with one move. Humph, idiot. Brother Deo stood up and kicked Yin's Hiwo away, just those trash, they will die if they die. You didn't see my number 25, would you be afraid of him alone? The people around also laughed loudly. Yin's Hiwo, you have become more and more timid after changing your job to Shadow Demon Queen. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful his bodyguard is, he is alone. There are so many of us, are we afraid of him alone? That's right, he's only one person, and no matter what, he's only at level 10. As long as he's under control, the bodyguards will also throw his hands at you. Brother Deo showed arrogance. Yin's Hiwo, lead the way and find that kid. The killing secret realm is special, and those who can bring bodyguards in must have something good on them. Get rich, just watch this wave. Just as a group of people were talking boldly, the door of the supermarket was pushed open, and wind and sand poured in. No need, I'm here. Mu raised her hand and retracted the eye of nothingness that had been following her. Chapter 36. Brother Deo was taken aback for a moment. and then he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Fat Sheep came to the door by himself. Yin's Hiwo's complexion changed drastically. You follow me. Mu also didn't hide it. If you don't let you go, how can you find the lair? Yin's Hiwo wanted to say something else, but Brother Dao stopped him. It's okay, he will deliver it to your door, so you don't have to look for it. Boy, if you are sensible, hand over your equipment, props, potions, and special supplies obediently, and I can make you die happily. A dark-skinned person next to him smiled strangely. The one with thin skin and tender flesh must be a kid from a rich family, for example. Leave it to me, he he he. Mu's nose twitched. How can you tell a rich kid? However, with the rise of his attributes, he was recovering blood every second. His health is full, and those extra vitality are constantly improving his physique, removing toxins and repairing hidden injuries and hidden diseases. This also made Mu look much better than before, and also a lot more handsome. Brother Dao waved his hand. Okay, don't talk nonsense, catch this fat sheep for me first. As soon as the words fell, the two fighters jumped up and attacked the upper and lower lanes at the same time. Tiger embrace, strangle, and capture. Their eyes were fierce, and they were going to catch this kid. Don't! Yin's Hiwo shouted. Brother Dao smiled and said, it's okay, they have a count, that kid can't die. Yin's Hiwo was in a hurry. No. Our people are going to die. Bang! Bang! The moment the two fighters landed on the ground, their feet softened and they fell straight to the ground. What? Brother Dao was shocked. And as the fighters fell to the ground, their bodies were also smashed to pieces, and their limbs and heads were separated from their bodies. Apparently, they were cut into several pieces while they were still in the air. For a moment, the entire space was silent, leaving only the sound of jointed limbs walking on the ground. Click! 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 The spider snake stepped out from behind Mu, stepping on the blood. Brother Dao was stunned, and said in a low voice, why don't you say, his bodyguard is so strong? I told you, you didn't believe me. Yin's Hiwo covered his face, his eyes full of despair. It's over. Swish swish swish. What followed was a massacre. In the ruins of the supermarket, countless types of attacks erupted in an instant. Magic, firearms, melee, curses. Countless skills hit the spider snake, but the opponent ignored it, braving the hail of bullets, and killed the crowd with one blow. For a while, the amputated limbs were wasteful, and the blood spattered everywhere. Regardless of the defensive magic or the strong shield, in front of the spider snake's level 70 attributes, they were easily crushed, and they couldn't stop it for even a second. That kid! Catch that kid! Someone yelled, catch that kid, even this monster dare not do it. Immediately, someone rushed up, trying to attack Mu in a detour. Falling spear. A man raised his spear, aimed at the right moment, and stabbed at Mu suddenly. Now that monster is slaughtering his teammates, it is more than 10 meters away from here, which is enough to control that kid. The spearman showed a triumphant smile, charged up his strength, and stabbed with a single shot. The spearman's smile stiffened. He suddenly found that he was fixed in the air, unable to move at all. And the boy on the opposite side was playing with the ring on his hand, so that's how it is, that's what controlling salt is all about. The salt and iron ring in Mu's hand glowed faintly, and the unpretentious appearance looked low-key and luxurious under the cover of light. Ring of Salt and Iron Skill Master of Ocean Currents, manipulate or strengthen the salt within 100 meters, no cooldown time, the effect depends on the spirit. Being able to control the salt in the human body also means controlling the whole person. If it spreads out, all living things can be controlled. Surprise filled Mu's heart, as expected of the Abyss Mage Secret Realm, the reward of SSS rating. Simple in description but powerful in effect. This ring can control the chlorine and sodium ions in the human body. The simplest usage is to give it power, as a control skill. Or simply pull it out, causing the osmotic pressure in the opponent's body to become unbalanced, coma or death. However, this skill needs to determine the mental attributes of both parties, and whether they have protective skills. It depends on the specific situation. But anyway, it is a very powerful skill. The spearman was fixed in the air, with a look of disbelief and despair. Swish! The spider snake had returned to defense, and cut off his head with a scythe. The scene suddenly became deserted, and only a few people were left standing. Brother Dao's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, "Come on, get rid of that kid, get rid of Cough." He suddenly grabbed his throat with both hands, and soon lost his strength due to the pressure on the nerves, and fell to his knees. Su-mu raised his hand, and the skill Lord of Ocean Current of the Ring of Salt and Iron was activated, instantly controlling everyone in the room. "Kill them!" The spider snake approached quickly, raised the knife and dropped it, and more than 20 bandits died one after another. Su-mu let go of the controls and began to collect supplies on the ground. After devouring all the equipment that could be seen, Su-mu's various attributes increased by more than 200 points. Judging from the panel alone, he has surpassed people of the same level by nearly 10 times. And what makes Su-mu stronger is not the attribute panel, but those big skills that have been strengthened to the point of abnormality. He couldn't help being speechless. This attribute has been added too much. It's better to do this, while killing monsters and thieves at the same time. He's not a good person anyway, and it wasn't me who did it, it was the spider snake who did it. Isn't it an exaggeration? Chapter 37. Su-mu began to walk in the deserted city with the spider snake. The haggard ratman appears. "Burn the world and burn the prison." A white monkey appeared. "Burn the world and burn the prison." The yellow sand demon spirit appeared. "Burn the world and burn the prison." Su-mu was walking in the city, only to realize that the place is not silent, but full of various monsters. They have conflicts with each other, but they have formed a relative order, occupying different regions and levels. And when someone passed by, these monsters would jump out and try to kill the intruder. But Su-mu just raised the purple light longsword and retaliated in unison. The supermodel's legendary magic didn't give these creatures a chance to regret, and they were burned to ashes in an instant. Even the yellow sand is solidified into high-temperature crystals. Get kill value, 6231. Obtain primary agility potion, bronze. Su-mu didn't bother to put away the drop, so he manipulated a ball of salt, picked it up, devoured it with a gluttony, and turned it into an attribute. Salt is what he precipitated in the corpse of the monster, which can be manipulated very well by the Ring of Salt and Iron. It couldn't be more convenient for picking up items. The title of Crazy God Gluttony is really strong. After devouring so many potions of the same kind, there is no attenuation. Su-mu was slightly surprised. However, there is a certain point where the differences will be reduced. He thought about it. There's no need to stay in one place, keep looking for potions, and devour them into attributes. When the level is high, one piece of equipment can be equivalent to dozens of pieces now. Rather than wasting time devouring at low levels, it is better to upgrade earlier. Su-mu decided to devour it as soon as he sees it, and there is no need to spend too much energy collecting it. Boom! A mass of flames burned the sea buckthorn dragon's lair to nothing, and tens of thousands of killing points were added to the account. It's strange, why is this lair full of mobs? There is no management level. Su-mu was thinking about it when he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. He walked over and saw a small team fighting 3 sea buckthorn dragons. All kinds of formations, magic, and arrows are flying, which is very lively. Su-mu also saw that one of them was a master-level boss, but the overall attribute was relatively weak, not as good as the sand turtle dragon he had encountered before. He saw that someone was swiping, and there was no need to grab it, and was about to leave. "Friend, do me a favor." A formidable opponent suddenly shouted, "This boss is hard to deal with, help me out, let's share it together." Su-mu took a look, and indeed found that this group of people fought vigorously, but it was already at the end of their strength. Without thinking, he drew his sword. The attackers were overjoyed that someone was willing to help. They came here specially to fight against the sea buckthorn boss, but the other party would summon the same kind. With a howl, 2 elites ran over, which immediately increased the pressure on the group. Now it is no longer a matter of whether the crusade is successful, but how many people must be sacrificed to escape. Just as the attacker was thinking wildly, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Rumble! The sky and the earth changed color when they heard it, and the yellowish sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Click! The thunderbolt struck on the sea buckthorn boss, instantly knocking him down. The boss twitched on the ground for a few seconds, then remained motionless. The attackers were all dumbfounded, and so were the other 2 elite sea buckthorn dragons. The team swarmed up and finally killed the elite sea buckthorn dragon. The attacker winked to the side, and then said to Su-mu, "Thank you, friend." Su-mu stood on the sand dune and said condescendingly, "You don't have to thank me, I want the drop of the boss, and the elite monsters belong to you." The attacker was a bit embarrassed, but he finally gritted his teeth, "Okay. You just come and get it." Su-mu looked at him, and after a while, suddenly laughed, "Are all the people in the killing realm like this?" Seeing that he was discovered, the attacker no longer covered up, and waved his hand, "Go, kill him. He is a mage, if you don't let him read the note, there is no threat." Whizzing! The members of the team appeared on both sides in an instant, with a sinister smile on their faces. "I'm sorry, grimacing boy. The master boss is not easy to kill, and we have no way to kill another one. We can only kill you." Su-mu sighed slightly, "That's fine, you don't have any scruples when you move your hands." The attacker sneered, "What are you talking about? Kill him." A legal professional raised his staff, and a language curse shot out, prolonging Su-mu's casting time. "Clean it up." Su-mu pulled out the spider snake pendant, turned and left. "What are you pretending to be, what?" The attacker wanted to sneer, but the sneer remained stiff on his face. A huge 3-meter-high monster appeared, with a huge aura as real as it was, trying to crush them completely. How come, what kind of monster is this?" the members of the team exclaimed. Just as he was about to run away, the spider snake had already stepped on 8 legs, and instantly caught up with him, splitting him in 2. Someone wanted to sneak attack from behind, but was caught by the snake's tail, caught in the air, and crushed abruptly. The attacker fell to his knees, terrified. "Wrong, I was wrong." Swish! The spider snake had no intention of discussing it, and chopped off his head with a knife. Su-mu stood on a high place and swallowed the equipment back with salt. "It seems that the locals are not very friendly, so as a friendly neighbor, let's clean up the city's garbage." Chapter 38. Lu Ji and his group entered the ruins of the city, but were surprised to find that the street was much more lively. They walked into the street full of yellow sand, and people kept running away, shouting in fear, "Spider demon! Monster! Run away! There are monsters! Help! Help!" This situation is not common. Lu Ji had also been in the killing realm for a while, and he was well aware of the PG nature of these people. They will ambush in seemingly safe places, only waiting for someone to come, and then block the road and rob. This is also the reason why this city, even though it has a safe point and can leave the killing secret, is still called the Fallen City. This is a dark forest of hunters and prey, and offense and defense will switch between each other at any time. But now, this group of killing hunters fled desperately, shouting monster and spider devil in their mouths, and their eyes were full of fear. "What's going on?" Wen panicked. "Brother Ji, what happened to them?" Lu Ji was also confused, so he ordered his younger brother to catch a person and ask him what happened. The man was pinned to the ground, struggling hysterically, howling in fear, "Run! Run! There are monsters in the city. There are Nerubians, and they killed a lot of people. All my brothers are dead, all dead." Lu Ji and his party heard the general idea, and frowned. "What's the matter? Why is there a monster in the city suddenly? The ones that can massacre are at least Lord level or Nightmare level monsters." The younger brother hesitated and said, "No way, level 10 killing secret realm, the highest level is the Lord level. And they all have their own lairs, how could they suddenly enter the fallen city to kill people?" Lu Ji didn't know what was going on, so he raised his chin. The younger brother stuffed the revolver into the mouth of a passerby, and performed a show for him. Yuan Lianyu was taken aback. He just killed him like this. Lu Ji glanced at the other party, feeling a little itchy in his heart. This girl was very cold and didn't speak much all the way. But Wen tugged at his ears, and could only give up temporarily. "Forget it, we'll take care of each one, take your time." Lu Ji paused, and explained, "He is the bounty hunter of the Thunder Rat team. He is not a good guy. He has several lives in his hands. If he kills him, he will do harm to the people. It's just that he didn't say that he also has many lives in his hands, and killing this guy is purely for equipment." Yuan Lianyu felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell, so she could only nod her head. "Don't go too deep, old Jian, go for a walk with the bird and see if there are any spider demons," Lu Ji ordered. Old Jian smiled, and took out the bird. It was a real bird, and when he looked at the sky, the bird flapped its wings and flew away. He knelt on the ground, sharing the view with the bird. Lao Qian is a support job in the team, and has the special skill of controlling birds and sharing vision. In addition, they can only fight coldly by the side, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. Soon, he found something, seeing a person, wearing a mask, nothing special. Lu Ji didn't care either. "Look again, avoid that spider demon. If fallen city is hard to deal with, go to the forest of singers." But Yuan Lianyu and Wen's eyes lit up, and they said in unison, "What kind of mask?" Just as Lao Qian was about to pull the bird away, when he heard them ask, he took another look. It's a fierce ghost with a blue face and fangs." Yuan Lianyu was overjoyed, finally met her benefactor again. "This time, we must seize the opportunity, at least know who he is, and find a way to repay the favor after leaving the killing secret." Wen, on the other hand, had the opposite attitude. With a face full of eagerness to try, she grabbed Lu Ji and dribbled into him with the ball. "Brother Ji, that's him, the one wearing the grimace mask. It's him who provoked me." Yuan Lianyu said urgently, "What are you talking about? Mr. Li Gui saved us, how can you say that?" "Oh." Lu Ji rolled his eyes. Although he didn't know any ghosts, since Wen was offended and Yuan Lianyu couldn't forget it, it made him a little upset. Lu Ji waved his hand, "Follow him, let's go there." Seeing his bad tone, Yuan Lianyu immediately became anxious. But she was injured and couldn't stop this group of professionals at all. Wen was very excited. She wanted to hire the ghost-faced man just now, but was ignored. This made her lose face, and she had to get it back no matter what. Soon, the group found the ghost-faced man. Across the half-street, facing each other from a distance. Lu Ji chuckled, "Sister Wen, is that guy?" Wen nodded again and again, her eyes full of hatred. "It's him. Brother Ji, you must help me deal with him. It's a small matter, we have a lot of people, let him kneel every minute." Lu Ji waved his hand, and a group of people greeted the ghost-faced man. Wen was very excited and shouted, "Yes, yes, let him kneel down." Snapped. Yuan Lianyu slapped Wen's face, "Shut up, BCH." Wen was stunned by the beating, and said in disbelief, "You hit me." Snapped. The whole street was quiet, and a group of people turned their heads. Yuan Lianyu slapped Wen on the other side of the face again. UBCH was the one who slapped. Mr. Li Gui obviously saved you and me, how can you be ungrateful? After a brief astonishment, Wen became furious. You dare hit me? She pushed suddenly, pushing Yuan Lianyu to the ground. We have such a good relationship, yet you beat me for a man. Yuan Lianyu subconsciously wanted to stand up, but just as she turned over, she felt a pain in her thigh and collapsed to the ground again. I was injured before, even after drinking the recovery potion, it still didn't heal so quickly. Wen sneered and said, okay, since you defend that stinky man, I'll let you take a good look at it. Brother Ji, help me clean up. No, kill that person. Lu Ji chuckled, it's a small matter. Even if Wen didn't say anything, just asking Yuan Lianyu to defend her would make Lu Ji feel bad. This ghost-faced man is dead. He led a group of people and walked towards the man aggressively. But at this moment, Lu Ji's heart suddenly twisted, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He subconsciously turned his gaze, only to see jointed limbs stepping out at the end of the street. First came two sharp sickles stained with blood, followed by a ferocious spider on the upper body, and finally a dragging tail of a snake. Even if Lu Ji didn't know him, he understood immediately. This is the Nerubian. In an instant, the hearts of everyone in Lu Ji's team froze into ice. Stay where you are, not daring to move again. Chapter 39. The appearance of the spider demon made everyone at the scene stop moving. Although they were seeing this monster for the first time, the huge 3-meter-high body, the blood-stained front pincers of the scythe, and the twisted snake tail gave people a great sense of oppression. Old Jian's cold sweat broke out immediately. Why, what should I do? Lu Ji didn't dare to act rashly either. Although the spider demon was far away, he was afraid that the monster would attack moving targets first. Wen also froze in place, and her body couldn't help shivering. How could this be? I'm going to get to a safe point soon, so I don't want to die here. Lu Ji tremblingly said, it's okay, we are far away, the spider demon will attack the ghost face first, it has nothing to do with us. Suddenly, Wen's eyes lit up, she grabbed Yuan Lianyu, and pushed towards the ghost-faced man. Don't you want to curry favor with that stinky man? Go! Go save him! Yuan Lianyu also trembled in fear, but she gritted her teeth, braced her body abruptly, and walked towards the ghost-masked man with all her strength. Run, run away! Yuan Lianyu shouted, there is a monster behind you, it has killed many people. Run away! The ghost-faced man reacted, he was lowering his head, checking the panel. Hearing the voice, he turned his face and saw Yuan Lianyu. Wen pulled Lu Ji's sleeve silently, Brother Ji, that stupid woman has attracted the monster's attention, let's retreat. Lu Ji also nodded deeply, withdraw, take it easy. A group of people retreated in an orderly manner. They were relieved when they saw that the spider demon did not respond. They quickly retreated outside the corner and entered the blind spot. Yuan Lianyu watched the spider demon approaching unhurriedly, her face was ashen, and her heart became more and more desperate. But she still endured the pain and approached the ghost-faced man. Let's go. When Su-mu heard the voice, she turned her head and was quite surprised to find that it was a familiar face. The killing secret is very large, and it is also fate to meet the same person twice in a short period of time. But all of this is inevitable, he killed many hunters in the city, and the rest fled in a panic. If he dared to walk on the street and was spotted by Lao Qian's birds, that would be him. Su-mu didn't have much sense for Yuan Lianyu, she just nodded lightly, meet you again. Seeing that he wasn't nervous at all, Yuan Lianyu kept sighing in her heart. When death is imminent, he is still so calm. But thinking that this person saved his life, now is the time to pay back. Seeing that the spider demon had approached 10 meters, Yuan Lianyu said as if she was going to die, you run away. I'm already injured, I can't run away. I'll hold it back, you go. She raised her hand, squeezed out the last bit of mana, and released an ice storm. Su-mu frowned, what are you doing? He shook the spider snake pendant, and the huge spider snake instantly turned into a ball of light and fell into it. Yuan Lianyu? She exhausted all her strength, knelt down on the ground, panting heavily, then, that monster, why? Su-mu said calmly, my follower. Yuan Lianyu's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. That monster is your follower. She almost screamed, with complicated emotions in her heart. On the one hand, it is the joy of escaping death, and on the other hand, there is a strong sense of absurdity. So, is it a person who knows how to save people and is killing people in the city? But before thinking about it, Su-mu killed 14 Suanhua wolf hawks with just one spell. Yuan Lianyu felt that this is not impossible. She is somewhat famous in Longdu. The people recruited are also good players. But such a team, also in front of the Suanhua wolf hawk, failed to last for 5 minutes. It is not impossible to kill the Suanhua wolf hawk with a powerful follower. Yuan Lianyu had a lot of thoughts, and finally gathered into one sentence, okay, I want to thank you for saving my life before, and I can leave a name or contact information. When I return to Blue Star, I will repay you as much as possible. Su-mu, 100,000 pieces of silver level or higher equipment or potions. Yuan Lianyu looked confused, what? Su-mu said lightly, can you afford it? Yuan Lianyu shook her head, I can't afford it. Su-mu waved his hand, forget it, you don't need to repay. Yuan Lianyu? She even thought about making a promise with her body, but she didn't expect the other party to ask for 100,000 pieces of silver equipment. Not to mention her, no matter how awesome the organization is, it can't be pulled out. At this time, Lu Ji's team, which had withdrawn for a certain distance, stopped. Lu Ji said vigilantly, Old Jian, go and see if the spider demon is chasing you. Old Jian nodded and let the bird out. Wen asked curiously, can you share your vision? I want to see how that stinky BCH died. Okay, look. Lao Qian glanced at her, thinking that this woman is just good looking, but she has a vicious heart. After all, she is also a best friend, but she is not sad at all. But it doesn't matter, Lu Ji will go to them when he gets tired of playing, and they will kill or sell them when they get tired of playing. A good-looking appearance is enough, no matter how vicious the heart is, it is still warm. Soon, the bird returned to its previous position. They're still alive. Wen screamed, Brother Ji, that smelly woman and that smelly man are still alive. Lu Ji also glanced at it, thinking, the spider demon is gone? Is it too weak not to kill? Wen said angrily, Brother Ji, you can't let them jump around like this. Isn't this slapping you in the face? Hey, okay, I'll avenge you. Lu Ji said with a smile. However, he has no interest in helping Wen take revenge, the main thing is not to let Yuan Lianyu run away. Just now she went to attract the Nerubian's hatred, and she died when she died. Since he is not dead, he should be captured or live. Lu Ji led the team and quickly found Su-mu. Chapter 40. Yuan Lianyu was slightly surprised when she saw a few people coming back. You. Lu Ji smiled and said, of course I'm worried about my sister, I'm back to protect you. What about the spider demon? Don't worry, I will ensure you reach a safe point. Something bad flashed in Yuan Lianyu's heart. Su-mu said at this time, your friend? Then I will go first. The city is full of killer hunters, but he doesn't really kill innocents. As long as he wears a tattered white outfit and reveals that he has no occupation, those bandits can't help but jump out and be harvested by the spider snake. So seeing this group of people, Su-mu didn't plan to do anything. Yuan Lianyu shook her head, no. Mr. Li Gui, you should go first. She gritted her teeth and decided not to leave troubles to Su-mu. Su-mu didn't think much, turned around and left. But Wen quit, and walked up quickly. "Don't go." As she shouted, she drew the weapon at her waist. Yuan Lianyu's face was pale, but she still stretched out her arms, trying to stop her. "Stop." Wen's eyes were fierce. Looking at her former friend, she turned her hand and stabbed the dagger into her heart. "Smelly woman, if you dare to hit me, you will die too." In the blink of an eye, Lu Ji was shocked, and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't. That woman is beautiful, but death is a waste." But something moves faster than him. Zilla! A flash of lightning surged out, ionizing thick ozone in the air, making the hairs of everyone around stand on end. Lu Ji looked intently, and his face turned pale with shock on the spot. There was only half of Wen left, and her lower body was completely melted. The wound was scorched instantly, and the blood flow was actually blocked. This also made the upper body unable to die for a while, and fell to the ground in a daze. After a long while, he screamed in pain, "Ah! My legs are gone." Several people subconsciously turned their heads and saw Su-mu raising his hand, with a flash of thunder shining in his palm. "Sorry." The ghost face seemed to be apologetic. "It's too far away, it's too late for Yan to control it, so I can only attack." "Is she all right? Who made her do it all of a sudden?" Several people looked at Wen, who was only half left on the ground, and murmured in their hearts, "Is this all right?" Wen wailed and rolled in pain, her heart full of regret and despair. When the lightning melted her flesh and blood, she remembered that this person also killed more than a dozen Suanhua wolf hawks in one move. But Wen has always been pampered, she can get what she wants, and she can't bear being rejected by others. But now, it's too late to say anything, death is only a matter of time. Lu Ji swallowed, and carefully apologized, "Well, big brother, we are just passing by, so pretend you haven't seen it." The few of them took a step back, but at this moment, one of them's waist bag was scorched by the lightning that passed by, and it cracked open, and something fell out. Slap! Several ears fell to the ground. Lu Ji's face changed drastically. "Where did you pick it up? Throw it away." This is a hobby of his subordinates, who like to collect loot. Now he regrets it very much in his heart. If he knew that he would meet this killing god, he shouldn't let his subordinates do such a shit. But now, Lu Ji could only forcefully smile and said, "Brother, I'm leaving first if I don't have anything to do." Su-mu sighed slightly, "It's killing hunters again, there is no good person in this city. I didn't want to kill people with my own hands, so I broke the precept. If you break it, let it be broken. Just clean up this place. Go." Lu Ji's eyes widened, seeing that spider demon suddenly appear. In an instant, his head was chopped off. At this moment, Lu Ji finally realized that it was no wonder that the ghost face did not die under the hands of the spider demon. It turned out that he was the master of the spider demon. This time it was kicked to the iron board. Gilyalu. Lu Ji's head rolled half a circle on the yellow sand, ending his sinful life. Yuan Lianyu panicked when she saw it. The huge spider snake killed everyone in 10 seconds. Everyone is killed in one hit, and there is no trace of excess. After completing the task, the spider snake returned to Su-mu and resumed the standby mode. Yuan Lianyu couldn't help trembling. Will I die? Su-mu. Yuan Lianyu, I saw your secret, will I die? Su-mu pointed to the mask on his face, am I stupid or are you stupid? Yuan Lianyu. Su-mu waved impatiently, get out, leave quickly, I have to clear the venue. Yuan Lianyu didn't understand, what? Su-mu pointed to a nearby building, see, there is no good person in this city, I want to clear the place. A trace of confusion flashed in Yuan Lianyu's heart. Could it be that he wants to destroy the entire city? She subconsciously thought it was ridiculous, but the next moment she thought it was not impossible. This person can hit everyone with one move in seconds. Level 10 is a guerrilla fighter, or a group of elite monsters, each of them can reach the second hit. Could it be that his talent is to drop any object in seconds? Can this city be defeated in one move? But before Yuan Lianyu could figure it out, Su Mu had already stepped on the disc made of salt and flew up. Can fly, so handsome. Yuan Lianyu watched Su Mu fly away, the tattered white clothes on his body fluttering in the wind, and suddenly felt that he was very chic and quite elegant. No, maybe he can really do it. Now that everyone is on the run, I have to go out and tell my family that a real killing god has appeared in the killing secret. The safe point is not far away, just get out from there. Chapter 41. Tao Yingqi, the principal of Huangshi No. 1 Middle School, received a strange piece of information and immediately ran to the office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What? There's a problem in the killing realm. Chen Kai, the head of the Internal Intelligence Department in the deserted city, was shocked when he heard the news. A monster has appeared, and it will kill people if it catches them. The level may exceed the limit. Tao Yingqi also looked panic-stricken. The news came from the family of an old friend of mine. One of his juniors entered the secret killing realm. In the Fallen City generation, he discovered the massacre. Chen Kai frowned. This. Your student with SSS grades, did you go in? Tao Yingqi sighed. Yes, I haven't been able to contact you since this morning. I suspect that he entered the killing realm last night. Chen Kai patted the table, confused. We simply don't have the right people to enter the level 10 killing secret realm. A good seedling will be ruined by you. Tao Yingqi said, I can only think about the good, maybe he is not in the Fallen City area. This is easier said than done. Chen Kai Dao, entering the desolate city, it is easiest to refresh in the Fallen City. It's full of killer hunters there, and it has been impossible to cure them for so many years. There are robbers on one side, and monsters on the other side, there are more dangers than good luck. While talking, both of them kept sighing. Although that child is a trash talent, but he can pass the Undead God King's secret realm with SSS score, so he has a good heart. It's a pity that he fell into the killing realm because of the principal's wrong decision. Something has happened. A man suddenly ran in with a piece of information in his hand. Level 10 killing secret realm, Fallen City, was completely destroyed. What? Both Chen Kai and Tao Yingqi stood up suddenly. What's going on? The person who sent the news said, someone saw a mushroom cloud 10 kilometers away from Fallen City. The entire ruins have been razed. In order to destroy the ruins of the city, Su Mu spent a lot of effort. Although his skills are very strong, he is still not good enough to attack an entire city. But fortunately, when chasing and killing the hunter, he discovered an interesting place. The gang found an abandoned power plant and used its core as a power station. Meditating and resting next to the abandoned energy core can restore physical strength faster. After Su Mu cleaned up the gangsters, he also saw the core. 5 million blood is really thick. He patted the core shell and cut it twice before seeing the blood volume. The blazing blue fireball was suspended in it, faintly releasing coercion. Su Mu casually threw some rubbish into it, but it was swallowed instantly, splashing a little spark. If you can't take it away, you can only use it. Such a huge energy, if the stability is destroyed, it should be able to generate enough power. Anyway, there are no good people in this city. It is a den of bandits. Letting this discarded core take effect is also considered to make the best use of it. Thinking of this, Su Mu began to read the long article. World Destroyer and Burning Prison, Legendary Sing for 2 to 15 seconds, release a world-destroying flame to a limited area, causing 7,000 to 50,000, plus 2 AP points of flame chaos damage, and may have burning, pain, serious injury, and confusion effects. Crazy God laziness, you can prepare for the skill and cast it infinitely, and the resulting power can be superimposed infinitely. Extinguishing World and Burning Prison is just a panel, which can cause 50,000 points of damage. Lazy passive can extend the casting time infinitely. So you read it for 2 hours. If it weren't for swallowing a lot of mana potions and recovering mana every second, it would almost be unbearable. When the last trace of mana was drained, Mu aimed at the energy core in the middle and threw the skill. And just 2 hours ago, a group of people gathered in a hidden stronghold in Fallen City. A rare gathering of hundreds of people killing hunters, the scene was suddenly noisy and chaotic. The forest leopard is here, and the 4 major killer hunters are all here. Someone shouted. Forest leopard, corpse eater, silver wolf king, blood claw, the 4 strongest killer hunters are all present. This is probably the first time. Are they strong? Someone asked. Strong. Immediately someone covered his mouth and explained cautiously, they are different from us, they just kill people and sell goods, and they need to go back to Blue Star to live. These 4 people are all S-rank wanted criminals of Yanmen, and each of them has countless blood debts on their hands. They don't leave the killing secret realm, they use this place as a stronghold, and every hunter who comes in must submit to them. Those who don't obey. Aren't you surprised why there are only hunters left in the Fallen City except for a few people who strayed into the city? Because disobedient people and disobedient forces are all dead. As the man explained, he trembled and was very frightened. If it's in Blue Star, Yanmen can still send high-level professionals to arrest them. But in the killing secret realm, that is, the fish enter the ocean, and there is no way to find them. They have reached the pinnacle of level 10 professionals, no one can match them. Even the Yanmen cannot cultivate stronger professionals. These people appear together, that kid is dead. Chapter 42. The hunters exchanged their lives for information. It turned out that the spider monster had a master behind it. He brought high-level monsters in through an unknown method. And now? The corpse eater said coldly, where is that kid? I am looking forward to tasting his flesh and blood. Will it be more delicious? Blood Claw waved his blood-stained paw, my man has found him. He is hiding in Hei Lang's territory, the power plant. A group of people turned their heads and looked at a man with scars all over his face. Silver Wolf King said in a low tone, I will avenge my brother. Lin Jianbao smiled and said, I heard that monster has dozens of levels of strength, what revenge do you have? The Silver Wolf King said angrily, it's just a monster, I can use the pack of wolves to hold it back, you go in and kill the summoner. The little guy below was excited, as expected of the Silver Wolf King, he has reached the pinnacle of this level. Even high-level monsters of dozens of levels can block them by themselves. And with such a strong existence, there are 3 more. That kid dared to carry out a massacre in the Fallen City, just in front of these 4 hunters. He is dead. So under the leadership of the 4 hunters, a group of people went to the power plant in a mighty way. Sure enough, at the entrance, they encountered a spider snake. You go in, I'll hold you back. The Silver Wolf King roared angrily, calling out the pack of wolves. There were so many wolves, they rushed up and entangled the spider snake. The spider snake is just a corpse with only physical damage. Even with one knife, they were entangled by a pack of wolves and bypassed by other hunters. Dare to kill my younger brother, go to hell. Behind the Silver Wolf King appeared a phantom of a giant wolf, and he himself turned into a werewolf, and rushed forward, fighting with the spider snake. When that summoner dies, you are useless. And the other 3 big hunters rushed into the power plant with hundreds of people. But just when they thought they could catch the summoner quickly, an ice wall appeared in front of everyone. What? Lin Jianbao was surprised, and hit it with a punch. Stop, yelled the corpse eater, but it was too late. Chikacha. Countless spikes erupted from the ice wall in an instant, piercing directly into the forest leopard's body. Before he could react in time, he was stabbed into an ant's nest. Ordinary killing hunters have not had time to be surprised when they see those spikes being shot out, and they are coming. Chikhacha. Blood splattered on the scene, and the spikes easily pierced into the bodies of this group of people, killing dozens of people in an instant. Mage, shield! Someone shouted, and then set up the magic shield, temporarily blocking the attack. The corpse eater's face was ugly. Qingning BD, come out. The faces of ordinary hunters suddenly changed. Saint Qingning? Why are you here? I heard that she has been here for a few months. Isn't she not showing up in Fallen City? It's over, this is her conspiracy. Pieces of ice crystals floated in the air, and a young girl Yukong stepped out. She was dressed in a light blue gauze dress, with a dusty temperament, standing proudly in the air, swaying like a fairy. I've wanted to clean up your group of pests for a long time. They hid in the ground one by one, and now they finally showed up. Standing in the air, Lang Junyeo said arrogantly. The corpse eater gritted his teeth. BCH, you kill my brother, today is your death day. The moment he spoke, he had already made a bold move. Two groups of bloody air condensed in his hands, and countless maggots splashed out from them. Small tricks. Lang Junyeo flapped her sleeves, and countless ice crystals flew out. Before the maggots got close, they fell to the ground and turned into popsicles as thick as fingers. Do it. This BCH is from Beijing Leng's family, and he is very powerful, the corpse eater roared. Lips dead and teeth cold, blood claws have nothing to do, so they can only keep up. He activated his skills, and the ground under his feet rippled like water waves, and soon he dived into it. The corpse eater let out an angry roar, bloody smoke condensed on his body, and shot towards Lang Junyeo. Tarsus maggots. Howling. The fog of decay. Several skills flew towards Lang Junyeo. She dodged in the air and hit the ice wall. Immediately, many holes appeared in the wall of ice, which was corroded and damaged. Big ice spike. Lang Junyeo chanted, released a big skill, and smashed at the corpse eater from the air. The corpse eater wanted to dodge, but the skills on the opposite side could control the direction. He could only summon a bone shield and struggle to support it. If one-on-one, he is far from Lang Junyeo's opponent. Swish swish swish. Ordinary killer hunters came to their senses and launched their skills one after another to attack Lang Junyeo. Although these people are relatively weak, she can't ignore them, so she can only give up chasing and killing the corpse eaters and run away quickly. Also at this moment, the floating effect of the ice crystal wings came into play, and Lang Junyeo, a frost nova controlling the field, fell to the ground. But as soon as she reached the ground, she suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. Crack! A huge mechanical claw rushed out of the ground, holding Lang Junyeo in its palm. The sharp claws closed suddenly, about to chop her into pieces. Oops, I was careless. Lang Junyeo was startled, knowing that she had still been tricked. Blood Claw was buried underground just for this thunderous blow. At this moment, he was also brought out of the ground by the claws that had been magnified several times. His eyes were full of excitement and pride. No matter who it is, as long as the level is still in this range, they can only die. Lang Junyeo quickly made a decision in her heart, there is no way to escape with just a level 10 attribute. Whether you want to unlock the seal, that is the last trump card. And many more. She turned her head suddenly and looked into the depths of the power plant, not even caring about the mechanical claws that were about to close. Successful! Blood Claw cheered triumphantly. Clang! The claw suddenly closed. Chapter 43. What is that? Whether it was the Blood Claw, the Corpse Eater, or the ordinary killer hunter, they were all stunned. A sun is rising in the power plant. Lang Junyeo also saw the blazing flame, which was rushing towards her at an astonishing speed. I'm going to die. This was the only thought in her mind. As long as you touch this flame, you will definitely die. Without hesitation, Lang Junyeo crushed the talisman, and her whole body was pulled into the multidimensional space, and disappeared in the killing secret in an instant. It was the only one life-saving talisman of the Lang family, and it was originally intended to be used in the subsequent War of 10,000 Realms. But I didn't expect that in a low-level killing secret, I was forced to use it. Down, what happened below? Bloodclaw muttered to himself. He watched helplessly as the fireball expanded and engulfed the forest leopard's body in an instant, leaving no bones left. Bloodclaw wanted to escape, but before he could turn around, the fireball swallowed half of his body. He didn't feel too much pain, and soon even his brain was turned into fly ash. Someone reacted and wanted to escape. But who can go too fast? The fireball expanded, and wherever it went, it instantly vaporized rocks and steel. The corpse eaters desperately set up a bloody barrier, but the blood energy could not condense at all, and was annihilated by the high temperature. He also quickly disappeared into the flames, with only one question on his mind: what happened underground? Hundreds of killer hunters only escaped for a few seconds before being overtaken by the rapidly expanding fireball and swallowed together. The Silver Wolf King on the ground fought fiercely with the spider snake, and his whole body was injured. They have been gone for so long, should they catch that kid? The next moment, the spider snake disappeared in front of him. The Silver Wolf King was overjoyed. It's done, they killed that kid. But in just 2 seconds, the Silver Wolf King's joy turned into panic. He saw a mass of raging flames spewing out from the ground, sweeping towards them with a destructive aura. The Silver Wolf King ran away, and the sudden burst of speed allowed him to escape quite a distance. But even so, he still felt the heat from his back. The Silver Wolf King turned his head in horror, and saw countless monsters being forced out of their lairs, running, or flying away quickly. But the bursting speed of the flames was even faster, drowning and scorching these monsters one after another. Crescent speed effect has expired. The Silver Wolf King's acceleration skill had reached its duration, and its speed dropped a lot. It's over. He was overtaken by the fireball and ended his sinful life. A huge fireball rose from the ground, completely sweeping across the entire city. Lava flows on the ground, and after cooling down slightly, it turns into a glass-like substance. The whole world is like the end, full of scorched black and death. After a few minutes, Su-Mu suddenly appeared in the 100-meter deep pit. Hiss, I've used up my last life. Standing on the ground, he felt extremely weak inside his body. In the Abyss Mage's reappearance secret realm, Su-Mu used up all 5 lives. This time the power core was detonated, leveling the entire city and killing him one more time. The passivity of the undead caused Su-Mu to reduce all attributes by 99% and enter a weak state after exhausting the resurrection opportunities. But as long as it passes 0 points, after getting a chance to recharge, the weak state can be lifted. Wealth and wealth are in danger, anyway. If you want to increase the killing value, you can die if you die, and it will be the next day soon, so it is not a waste. Su-Mu released the spider snake. Collect all the things that are not melted, and come back to protect me. The huge explosion frightened everyone, and no one dared to enter the ruins of the city for a while, but it gave Su-Mu time to tidy up. He can calm down and count the gains just now. Creatures killed, 236,418. Get kill value, 101,761,394 points. You have become the most slaughtered existence in this killing secret realm, and you have obtained the title, Slaughter Focus, not Worn. Carnage Focus. Every time you kill an enemy that grants experience with a skill, the skill is empowered. Su-Mu was slightly stunned. You got the title again? It's so strong, as long as you use your skills, you can get stronger. He shook his head and looked at other gains for the time being. With an AoE shot, 230,000 monsters were killed and 100 million killing points were obtained. In addition, Spider Snake still has a lot of equipment and props that have not been destroyed. After Su-Mu devoured all these props, he looked at his panel again. Physique, 3261. Strength, 5235. Agility, 5478. Spirit, 4396. Hiss, horror. Su-mu swallowed involuntarily, and was shocked in her heart. This panel attribute can already catch up with characters in the 60 or 70 levels. You know, level 30 is a threshold. Once you can cross it, you can unlock dual careers. And level 60 is another threshold, which can unlock professional integration. Even a person with average talent, reaching level 60, can combine different professions to highlight his own advantages. And Su-mu is only level 10 now, and he has already surpassed the level 60 professional fusion professional, so it can be said that he is not strong. It seems a little too hard. Su-mu smiled. His plan is to shine in the college entrance examination and get noticed. Traveling to Blue Star by myself, after all, I am alone and have no support from behind. Even if you are immortal, your family needs to be cared for and protected. Only by improving your strength can you exchange for capital. Ding! A layer of indestructible charge has been obtained, and the weak state has been lifted. Su-mu felt a warm current all over her body, and the side effects of 99% attribute reduction had all disappeared. After 12 o'clock, one life was restored. Su-mu thought, the keystone is precious, and after tomorrow, I will no longer come to the level 10 secret realm, so I have to seize the opportunity. He looked into the distance. I remember, there is also a singer's forest in the killing realm. Chapter 44. Su-mu spent the night in Singer Forest. Seeing monsters is like destroying the world and burning prisons, and turning into scum along the way. There are not many people here, and they all seem to go to the direction of the ruins of the city to watch the big explosion, and have no intention of spawning monsters. This also allows Su-mu not to be distracted. There are many normal people here, so there is no need to kill them. It's just that there is no energy core, and the entire forest cannot be raised to the ground, which is a pity. It's 5 o'clock. Su-mu looked at the time, relaxed her muscles and bones, and her bones made a crisp sound like popping beans. He didn't feel tired at all, and his high attributes and high spirit allowed him to stay awake and excited for a long time. High strength and high agility can also passively eliminate muscle fatigue. As long as skills are not used excessively, physical strength will never be exhausted. For the same reason, there is also mana. The passive of the Abyssal Sage provides 100 times the maximum mana and mana recovery speed. Even if you use legendary spells, take 2 steps, and find the gap for the next target, you can still recover completely. Su-mu swallowed the last bottle of explosive power mixture and opened the panel. Physique, 4261. Strength, 6235. Agility, 6478. Spirit, 5396. Compared with the ruins of the city last night, each attribute has increased by more than 1,000. It's time to go out. There are still a few hours for the college entrance examination, so don't miss it. Su-mu followed the strategy in memory and left towards the safe exit point. The harvest of this day is not insignificant. From the secret realm of the Abyss Mage, he obtained the title of Abyssal Sage. From the secret realm of Thirst Peak, 7 super titles that had side effects but happened to be restrained were obtained. And in the Killing Secret Realm, the most important attribute points were obtained. Before entering, Su-mu can be said to be a glass cannon, with powerful spells, but very fragile itself. But now, not counting damage avoidance, damage reduction, and resistance, his HP alone has reached 100,000. It can be regarded as having the power of self-protection. If someone uses Exterminating World and Burning Prison on him, he can also carry 2 shots. Killing Realm has made up for Su-mu's last shortcoming. In addition to his profession, he has already crushed professionals in the 50s and 60s in all aspects. It seems that you brushed too hard, and going to the college entrance examination like this, isn't it bullying the children? Su-mu was thinking while leaving the killing secret. Ding! Completed, killing secret realm. Total creatures killed, 247,276. Total kill points, 114, 184, 931 points. Scoring. Your score is, ssss. Distributing rewards. Title obtained, Lord of Slaughter, not worn. Acquired item, Out of Wrath Scroll, legendary. Acquired item, Malicious Perception Strengthening Rune, legendary. Acquired items, Occupation Book Elemental Swordsman, epic. Acquired knowledge, Comprehension of Myriad Realms. Good stuff. Su-mu was overjoyed, and lowered her head to check what she got. Title, Lord of Slaughter, owns the ownership of level 10 Slaughter Secret Realm, can enter and exit at any time, and can control the access authority. Need to bind the main world. Hey, so this secret realm is equivalent to my back garden. With a thought in his mind, Su-mu suddenly appeared at the gate of the number 1 hospital in Huangshi, Langxing. With another thought, he reappeared in the mysterious and beautiful Singer Forest in the Killing Realm. Bind to Blue Star. Su-mu bound the secret realm to the main world without hesitation. Now that he could control the entry and exit, he had a flash of thought and drove all the non-indigenous people inside out of the secret realm. A small secret realm can continuously develop resources, and as long as the gate of the secret realm is guarded, an absolutely safe territory can be created. No matter how good a professional is, it is difficult to cross the Star Sea and forcefully enter another world. All of a sudden, countless people suddenly appeared from all over the Blue Star, and even from other worlds. They looked confused. What's going on? I'm not in the sea of yellow sand, why was I transferred back to the main world? Kicked me out of the killing realm? Strange, did it trigger some taboo? Oops, City Defense Army. Countless people were stunned, and they didn't know why they were suddenly kicked out of the killing secret. There are also many wanted criminals who suddenly lost the protection of the secret realm and were caught by the guards who arrived soon. All of a sudden, the news of the change in the killing secret realm spread throughout the Yan League and many worlds. Countless big shots fell into deep thought. Why does the killing realm expel people? Could it be that there are high-level props about to appear? Hurry up to collect information and find the person who left the killing secret. But Su-mu didn't know about these things, she just had her first private secret realm happily. He can open the door to the secret realm at any time in Blue Star, allowing allowed people to enter and exit. As long as a place is cleaned up, all the monsters are emptied, and even the mother and sister can live in. Just watch the door, there is no safer place than that. Withdrawing her thoughts, Su-mu looked at other items. Malicious Perception Enhanced Rune, legendary released on any object, it can perceive unkind gazes. Perceptual distance varies with average properties. Occupation Book Elemental Swordsman, epic changed to Elemental Swordsman, main attributes, agility, spirit. Passive, elemental affinity, sword affinity, wind spirit step, earthly's stealth. Learn active skills, elemental blade, 4 forms of earth, fire, water, and wind, power of shock, form transformation, star rush. Chapter 45. Without thinking, Su-mu summoned the Eye of Void, and gave it the Malicious Perception Enhancement rune. The detection ability of this thing is much stronger than his own physical perception, and it can also hide in other planes. After being able to perceive maliciousness, it becomes an all-round radar. Elemental Swordsman. Su-mu looked at the job transfer letter, lost in thought. This profession is a combination of a sorcerer and a fighter. That is to say, a sorcerer and a fighter can be selected at level 10, and another profession can be selected at level 30. Only at level 60 can one become an elemental swordsman, which is pretty good. Su-mu thought for a while, and put the job change letter back in his pocket. The attributes are enough now, don't rush to change jobs, and think about it later. He looked at the last item, the comprehension of the world. This thing is like a elixir, but it doesn't have any grade or comment. But Soo-Mu thought of another thing. He took out a bottle of potion from the deepest part of his backpack, almost forgot about this thing. Potion of Enlightenment, legendary, keeps enlightened for an hour after use. That was the customs clearance reward obtained in the Road to Madness. There were so many people at that time that Soo-Mu couldn't care less about using it. Now he swallowed the potion without saying a word. Passive obtained, maintain a high level of awareness. Sure enough, Soo-Mu was overjoyed. In an instant, he felt clear in his mind, and everything became extremely transparent. Soo-Mu saw the passing cars, and suddenly felt the torque of machinery, and seemed to have become very transparent about manufacturing and engineering skills. He saw the sun in the sky again. The morning sun was not hot, but it gave Soo-Mu a new idea about fire skills. Soo-Mu saw two children running, untrained, and their movements were rough, but it suddenly made him figure out the problem of exertion. The effect of high awareness is so powerful. Soo-Mu exclaimed, I'm beginning to understand the skills of using skills. If you have the same attributes, you can definitely crush the same level. Without thinking about it, he swallowed the prop's myriad worlds comprehension into his stomach. Boom! Soo-Mu only felt a heat rising from her abdomen and rushing straight into her mind. He saw the killing secret realm in the void, stretching out countless dense thin lines, connecting thousands of planes. Soo-Mu saw countless creatures in the void, countless civilizations, and countless histories. He also noticed that different people were living, fighting, and doing all sorts of strange things. Soo-Mu seems to have entered the bodies of those people, observing the world from the first person. Thousands of people were killed, and Soo-Mu was also killed by thousands of people. There are tens of millions of people forging iron, and Soo-Mu also forges with thousands of people. There are tens of thousands of people living peaceful lives, and Soo-Mu also watched their every move and lived thousands of peaceful lives. He seems to have passed a moment, and it seems to have experienced thousands of days. Everything that has been experienced will not disappear, but will be stored in Soo-Mu's mind like instinct. Everything in the world has become extremely transparent because it has been experienced thousands of times. In Huangshi No. 1 Middle School, many people have already gathered here. Looking at the many students in the underground, the principal Tao Yinki was quite relieved. Principal, most of the people are here, a teacher reported. Tao Yinki nodded slightly and asked, Where's Soo-Mu? Are you here? The teacher shook his head, I haven't seen it yet. Boom. Beside him, Minister of Internal Affairs Chen Kai slapped the table and said angrily, Humph, be proud of your talents. It's just that he passed the Undead God King's secret realm at the SSS level, and didn't even take the college entrance examination. What's the point? Tao Yinki sighed, maybe it's just late, wait a little longer. Chen Kai continued to scold, I think he is too complacent, so he shouldn't be giving him 3 million. I just asked someone to check, and he took 3 million the day before yesterday. I didn't show up all day yesterday, I must want to relax and have a good time. Tao Yinki said incredulously, Soo-Mu is not like this kind of person. Chen Kai snorted again, it didn't seem like he had no money before, but now that he has got a 3S score and has money in his hand, he must go get it. Tao Yinki changed the topic, it's okay to drink and drink, I'm afraid he killing the secret realm. Chen Kai's words stopped immediately, will he enter the killing secret realm? No matter what, you have to wait until you have changed jobs and have professional skills before entering. Tao Yinki said, a major event happened in the killing secret realm. First, the entire fallen city was destroyed, and then everyone was ejected. It's okay for him to miss the opportunity to change jobs, but he's afraid of dying in it. Chen Kai was silent for a moment, and then said forcefully, the college entrance examination will start in 1 hour, if you don't come, it's a matter of attitude. The two waited for another half an hour. Tao Yinke stretched out his head and kept looking around. A teacher came up. Principal, you can open the door to the secret realm. Tao Yinke hesitated for a moment, then said, wait a little longer. Chen Kai said disdainfully, I also heard that in the last few days, instead of improving his talent, he was doing useless things. He doesn't cherish the opportunity himself, and it's his own fault to miss it. When the time came to 8:55, the teacher said again, Principal, let's open it, and let the students go in a few minutes earlier, so that they have time to prepare. Tao Yinke looked embarrassed, wait a little longer. Humph. Chen Kai put down his cell phone, my people just found out that Su Mu was still on the phone with her family at noon yesterday. You said that he entered the killing secret in the morning, it seems that it is not true. He's just drunk with paper and gold, taking the money to spend time and money. Chapter 46. Tao Yinke didn't look at him, Su Mu is not like this kind of person. Bang bang bang. Chen Kai knocked on the table, people's hearts are separated by belly, he is a young man, he is easy to fall when he has resources. I only gave 3 million, and I have fallen so low that I forgot the college entrance examination. How can I entrust him with more important positions in the future? The teacher glanced at the time, Principal, let's start, or it will be too late. Chen Kai also said, let's start, that kid is useless, waiting for him is a waste of time. Tao Yinke sighed, on, hey. He suddenly felt something, and when he turned his head, he saw a person running towards the school at high speed. It's Su Mu. Tao Yinke suddenly stood up and said in surprise, he's here. Chen Kai was also a little surprised, but he still snorted, dare to be late for important things, but there is still a problem with your attitude. But soon, Tao Yinke frowned. He saw Su Mu running towards the school gate quickly, but at the gate, he encountered an obstacle. Su Mu climbed over the fence in a hurry and took a shortcut into the school. Phew, that sentiment is too strong, and I haven't absorbed it yet. If it wasn't for returning to Blue Star, the mobile phone had signal again. At the last moment, a sound sounded in his head, Su Mu was almost immersed in the feeling and missed the college entrance examination. Although he already has a job change letter, he may be able to find a better job on the mainland where he is being tested for the college entrance examination. This is not to be missed. When Su Mu woke up with a start, she rushed to the school before she could absorb all her insights. But when he rushed into the campus, suddenly a person stopped in front of him, and said coldly, stop. Su Mu frowned. This was a man with a hooked nose, wearing a black windbreaker, looking at him unkindly. You are Su Mu? The hook-nosed man asked. Is there something wrong? Su Mu asked. The hooked nose looked at Su Mu, and suddenly said, Pan Zian, do you know him? Su Mu thought of the classmate who was causing trouble. He hadn't seen him for a few days. At this moment, the attributes of the two were 1,000 times different, and he didn't have the heart to take revenge on an ant. He said, I know. Hooked Nose waved, and two people walked out behind him. Pan Zian was at your noodle stall for the last time, and needs to cooperate with the investigation, take him away. Su Mu frowned. But the hooked-nosed subordinate didn't intend to communicate at all, and walked straight to him. In this tense scene, Tao Yinke's voice came from behind, Special Envoy Sun Yuzheng, today is the college entrance examination, it's not good to take my students away. Sun Yuzheng turned his head back, Principal, do you want to hinder the work of Wenxi Institute? Of course I don't dare. Tao Yinke chuckled, but today is a special situation, so you can't hold your hands high. Special Envoy Sun just arrived in Huangshi from Longdu today, right? I'm the host, please rest and recuperate until the college entrance examination is over. Sun Yuzheng narrowed his eyes, a student with S-level talent disappeared under your jurisdiction, and still wants to take a rest. Tao Yinke knew that Pan Zion had some money in his family, and he had awakened an S-level talent. But somehow, it disappeared a few days ago. At first, I thought I was practicing at home, but I didn't expect to see it today. The disappearance of an S-level talent is considered a major event. But today, Sun Yuzheng wants to prevent another SSS scorer from taking the college entrance examination, so it's not worth it. Tao Yinke said, "We will deal with this matter, thank you Special Envoy Sun for your attention. It's just that Pan Zion and Mu are fighting among young people. It's normal, so there's no need to pursue it." Sun Yuzheng said coldly, "According to information, the last time Pan Zion appeared was in front of this Mu. It is necessary for him to investigate with me." Tao Yinke said, "Special Envoy Sun, you can't postpone it for a day. After the college entrance examination is over, I will assist you in the investigation with Mu." Sun Yuzheng snorted, "No, it has to be now." Tao Yinke's attitude also cooled down, "What if I say no?" Sun Yuzheng turned around, and a powerful force exploded from his body. "You want to fight against Wen Shiwen? You are worthy too." The faces of the surrounding teachers changed. This momentum is definitely a master above level 100. You know, this group of teachers is also in the range of 30 to 60. Faced with such coercion, there is no ability to resist. As the swords were tense, a voice came from the side, "He is not worthy, I don't know if I am worthy." Chen Kai strode forward. Under the coercion, his expression was a little unnatural, but he still walked confidently. His level is not high, but his power is very high. If you continue to unleash coercion in the campus, it will be regarded as a provocation to Yanmen officials. Chen Kai shouted angrily. Sun Yuzheng took a deep look at him, pressed his hands together, and gradually weakened the power just now. Humph! Knowing that he could not achieve his goal, Sun Yuzheng turned around and left. Chen Kai said with a half smile but not a smile, "Special Envoy Sun, don't rush to leave. People from Wenxi Academy can be regarded as guests, please go to the high platform and watch this year's trial together." Sun Yuzheng stopped and showed a ferocious smile, "Okay, let's watch together and see where this SSS-rated kid will die." Tao Yinke patted Mu on the shoulder, "Don't worry, with me and Lao Chen here, no one can touch you." He thought about Mu's strange behavior these days, not training and being late today, and he felt quite disappointed. But still encouraged, "I, Tao Yinke, told you to complete the trial, no one can stop it. Go and get a good grade and slap them in the face." Chapter 47. Mu couldn't help being a little moved. Although he didn't know that Sun Yuzheng, he also knew that the other party's background was not simple. The headmaster can withstand the pressure and protect himself, which is also a kindness. Mu nodded, "Principal, what grade do you want?" The principal was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, "Little brat, you have such a big tone. You are really qualified, give me the first place in the league." "Well, the first place in Zhejiang province will do." Mu nodded, "Okay, I see." After he left, Chen Kai said, "You only have one S level this year, and you are still proficient in support. You are the first in Zhejiang." Tao Yinke sighed, "That's fate, as a human being, you have to have something to look forward to." Mu quickly entered the class team, and was immediately grabbed by his friend Qin K, "SSS class, do you want to form a team?" Mu couldn't laugh or cry, why did her nickname change to this? He declined, "No, I will do it alone." Qin K felt a little regretful, "It's a pity, many people want to form a team with the SSS class. What is there? It's just a reappearance secret realm, and there is no reward." "That's right, Mu's other attributes are average, around 20, who here is not. Let's form a team. Although the experience will be shared equally, but with tanks, output and healing, it's easier to fight." Qin Ke ignored the cynics and said to So Mu, "How did you provoke Sun Yu's Hung?" So Mu was curious, "You know him?" Qin Ke said braggingly, "Yes, I am also from the deserted city." "You know the secret realm of the recurrence of the Abyss Mage in the Heroic Spirit Memorial Hall?" So Mu looked up, "Well, I know." Qin Ke said, "Sun Yu's Hung cleared the secret realm decades ago, successfully met the Abyss Mage in it, and learned a lot of skills. After coming out, he quickly made contributions in the frontline secret realm, and even entered the Academy of Invention. Now he has a background. He's returning to the deserted city now, he must want to return to his hometown. By the way, how did you provoke him?" Many messages flashed in So Mu's mind, and he frowned. "It's nothing, Pan Xian is missing. He asked me if I saw him." Qin Ke didn't know what was going on, and was still rambling. "Yes, after he wakes up, his descendants will disappear. I guess it must be because I didn't take the college entrance examination, and a big family gave me a job transfer letter, so I went directly to the pinnacle of life. Oh, I can't be envious. By the way, why didn't you?" So Mu looked at the stage. Through the glass, she couldn't see the people behind her. But the eyes of nothingness told him that there was a malicious gaze behind him. "Listen up, everyone, every 3 seconds, when the green light turns on, you can enter the secret realm. Those who form a team, remember to lead the team and prevent them from getting separated. The time for refining the secret realm in the college entrance examination is 1 day and 1 night. Try to find materials that can be improved. Central Star Spirit Pagoda, those who have not changed jobs, and those who do not exceed level 10 are forbidden to enter. If your life is in danger, you must use the city return scroll. Combat occupations kill monsters as much as possible, life occupations collect or make items, and send them to the 36 stronghold areas. Now, the trial begins." With the instructor speaking in front, the students stepped into the gate of the secret realm one by one. Qin Ke was eager to try. After more than 10 years of learning, it will finally come in handy. "So Mu, you are alone, don't die." So Mu smiled and didn't answer. Soon, he also stepped into the gate of the secret realm. So Mu's eyes blurred, and he saw himself standing on the top of a hill. It was morning on Blue Star, but it was night here. This is the Trial Continent, discovered by the Yanmen and completely controlled by it. Every year, tens of millions of students step here to kill monsters on the 50,000 square kilometers of land, improve their rankings, and try their best to find suitable job transfer letters. This continent has special rules. When monsters are killed and resources are collected, there is a chance to drop special transfer books and skill books. Thousands of students, 99% of them, will change jobs through this method. So Mu glanced at the surrounding environment. The eyes of nothingness spanned the plane of matter and life, and saw the surrounding living things clearly. "There's a saber-toothed tiger next to it, it's coming." As he thought, a saber-toothed tiger smelled a human being appearing in its territory, and jumped out with a roar. In Huangshi No. 1 Middle School, the principal and others were sitting indoors, watching the scene through monitoring magic. The picture is divided into 3,000 parts. Because of special magic, everyone can see the person they want to see as long as they think about it. 9 A grades, 1 S grade, and So Mu's SSS grade have all received significant attention. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger jumping out in front of So Mu, his homeroom teacher's expression changed immediately, and he lamented, "You're so unlucky." The saber-toothed tiger is a silver-level monster, with high agility and high bite force. It is very easy to cause bleeding effects. So Mu is only a C-level talent, it's too difficult to deal with this monster. Someone persuaded, So Mu can pass the secret realm at the SSS level. There must be 2 brushes, don't worry too much. Before he finished speaking, the saber-toothed tiger rushed to So Mu's side and bit it down. "Hurry up and hide." The head teacher and the headmaster all felt their hearts twitch. It's not easy to be bitten by this beast. Although he could quickly use the city return scroll to escape, but the job transfer was delayed. Click. The saber-toothed tiger bit Soo-Mu's body, and blood splattered immediately. This. Several people were shocked. Soo-Mu was bitten. Yes, he escaped. The saber-toothed tiger is still chasing. Soo-Mu escaped so fast. Several people watched helplessly. Soo-Mu was bitten, and quickly escaped from the saber-toothed tiger. Dragging his injured arm, he walked through the rocky mountains and forests, and quickly left the battle scene. The saber-toothed tiger snorted twice arrogantly. Seeing that he had already driven the man out, he stopped chasing him. Only a group of spectators were left stunned. The SSS level grading talent that everyone was looking forward to, got injured in less than half a minute. This is too delicious. Chapter 48. Soo-Mu saw the saber-toothed tiger and roared at him. The huge gap made him laugh out loud. The killing secret realm starts at the gold level, and masters and lords abound. Since you're here, let's give it a try. Soo-Mu didn't move, and took the saber-toothed tiger's bite. -54. Soo-Mu took another look at his 100,000 level blood volume, and let the saber-toothed tiger survive until tomorrow. And it restores thousands of health points every second, which is completely a perpetual motion machine. Soo-Mu was also not interested in killing such a weak cat, so she jumped away. By the time he found a quiet cave, the saber-toothed tiger would have been left behind. Soo-Mu sat in the cave and crossed her legs. Hurry up and absorb the effect of myriad world perception, try it for a day and a night, don't worry. The time before was too short, and he hadn't absorbed all the rewards. There was a period of interruption in the middle, but because of the blessing of the comprehension potion, it remained intact. Soo-Mu closed her eyes and directly entered the perception mode. Outside, a group of people looked at each other in blank dismay. This kid, why did you just sit down? They looked at Soo-Mu with doubts in their hearts. Could you be healing? A teacher asked. I was bitten by a saber-toothed tiger just now, and there must be bleeding, and maybe there is a debuff from the hot disease. I need to rest and heal. Chen Kai frowned. It's just a saber-toothed tiger, although it's a bit difficult to deal with, it's so embarrassing. He looked at the screen, and other students began to encounter monsters. But because of the long-term preparations and the back-and-forth fights, no one has self-healed due to injuries. The so-called SSS score is nothing more than that. Sun Yuzheng leaned on the chair, crossing his legs. Tao Yingqi said dissatisfied, it's just a moment of ignorance, it will be fine after the wound is healed. Sun Yuzheng chuckled, I'm just waiting for him to escape with a scroll, a useless piece of trash. Principal Tao, will you still protect him? Tao Yingqi snorted and ignored him. But after half an hour, Soo-Mu was still motionless, her eyes were closed tightly, her face was pale, her forehead was covered with sweat, and she seemed to be struggling. Even the class teacher started to beat his heart, and whispered, Principal, Soo-Mu will be fine, right? Although his voice was low, Sun had the attribute of Shenggao, so he heard it clearly, and immediately sarcastically said, I'm laughing to death, I thought there could be someone in the deserted city with an SSS rating? That's it. The homeroom teacher yelled angrily, Special Envoy Sun, I remember you are also from the deserted city. Sun Yuzheng sneered, do you really take your identity as a barren city person seriously? Don't be ashamed, but proud. I have already switched to Minglu, and I am not the same as you. You. The class teacher was angry, you don't even recognize your hometown, you are not worthy of being a human being. Okay. Tao Yingqi stopped the quarrel, look at other people's performance. Hey. The head teacher snorted and returned to his seat. Sun Yuzheng picked out his ears, as if he was determined to win. The SSS score of a dilapidated secret realm made this group of people feel like they found a treasure. Soon, it will be proven that it is just a waste. No matter how hard their mouths are, this group of people will not protect a single trash. The teachers were filled with righteous indignation, but under Tao Yinqi's coercion, they didn't dare to quarrel anymore and focused on the trial. This time the competition is not fierce enough, the first place is only 300 points. It hasn't started yet. The trial day and night are basically in the middle and late stages. That's right. You don't get many points for killing mobs. Many people will choose large targets or bosses. The drops are good and the points are high. Hey, there's a 1,000 point show, let me check the information. Zhuang Xiaoyu, wait, she's a level 23 sentinel. How can there be professionals over level 10? Someone saw a special lovelorn and couldn't help screaming. Someone replied, with so many colleges and universities across the country entering the trial continent at the same time, it is normal for special students to appear. Another teacher smiled mysteriously, it's not the same, the practice for the college entrance examination this time is very different from the past. Oh? What's the difference? The teacher said, the Lang family in the northern border sent this generation of Tianjiao to take the college entrance examination, hoping to enter the colleges and universities in the hinterland of the Central Plains. Their family can also use this to develop their influence in the interior. Someone was surprised, Lang's family in the north? Then, the teacher said, other families will not let the Lang family be so relaxed, but in front of the college entrance examination, you can't use dirty tricks. You can only send outstanding juniors from your own family to participate in this trial. As long as they can suppress the Lang family's arrogance, they will be able to be above the Lang family in the future and have enough power to speak. Someone sighed, it's amazing, this kind of undercurrent is turbulent, we ordinary people can't see it at all, and think that we have an S-level talent, which is already good. Immediately, the others sighed, unfortunately, our S-level is a support, and the achievements in the early stage must not be as good as combat professions. Look at where our S-class is. Several girls form a team to farm monsters in a safe place. As expected of an S-level talent, the boost is strong, and there is no pressure to spawn. I don't know what it will become when I change my job. What about the Lang family's Tianjiao? Are you also spawning monsters? Of course not. The teacher shook his head. These people may have changed jobs, or they may have specific goals, and they won't drop randomly based on their faces like ordinary people. Their goal is to test the Star Spirit Pagoda in the middle of the continent. Chapter 49. Xingling Pagoda. Someone wondered, isn't that forbidden to enter? Ahem. The teacher said, it's not that they won't be allowed in, but those who are too weak will not be allowed in. The Star Tower has a total of 100 floors, and the difficulty of each floor will increase. If you can continue to challenge, you will get better and better rewards. The monsters in the trial continent provide ordinary people with job transfer letters, but those big forces and big families only target the Star Spirit Pagoda. Tianjiao of the Lang family, and the battles with other families will also be reflected in the ascent of the Star Spirit Pagoda. Whoever climbs to the top will win the Cold War. Someone asked, what will happen if you climb to the 100th floor? The teacher said, impossible, no one has ever achieved it. Someone sighed, oh, our S-level talents, or students with SSS scores, it would be great if they could enter the Star Tower. Tao Yinqi felt upset immediately, and glared at them, look at it with peace of mind. There are obviously 2 S grades this year, and one is the first SSS grade in history. But now one S level is missing, and the SSS level 1 has been healed for a long time. No matter how you look at it, it's overturned. A group of teachers immediately sat upright, feeling very decadent in their hearts. The S-level talent is a support, it can only help other combatants buff. And another guy with an SSS score and a promising future is still sitting there. Sun Yuzheng was triumphant, trash is trash, a bunch of country folks, it's hard to be elegant. The teachers glared at him, but the other party just smiled contemptuously, making it even more itchy. After half a day like this, many students have become professionals. They have obtained the occupation book and successfully transferred to this occupation. Or if you get an unsuitable occupation letter, you can hand it into the school in exchange for the 7 basic occupations. The 7 basic occupations are Ranger, Warrior, Sorcerer, Conjurer, Priest, Beastmaster, Villain, basically covering all styles. And at level 30, you can start a second job and learn another one. The first and second occupations can become more powerful second-rank occupations when the occupation fusion is activated at level 60. For example, fighters and wizards can be fused into elemental swordsmen, fighters and priests can be fused into paladins, fighters and fighters can be fused into bloody warriors. Going up to a higher level, you can get another second job, which can then be integrated into a new job. After half a day, many students have successfully changed jobs and started to use professional skills to spawn monsters faster. Because they can finally gain experience after changing professions, they will eventually improve by 2 to 5 levels in the trial secret realm. The head teachers and teachers of each class were relieved to see their familiar faces successfully transferred. Great, 23 people in our class have successfully changed jobs. I also have 21 people here. Congratulations, seeing that there is a hidden class in your class, Pyromancer, you don't have to worry until the second rank. Yeah, the Wizard Hunter in your class is also good, but I remember that kid, who has always practiced magic, but now he wants to practice physical spells instead. In the beaming atmosphere, the class teacher cast his eyes on Su-Mu. Seeing that his eyes were still closed, his face was pale, and his whole body was drenched in sweat, he couldn't help but sighed, "Oh, I thought he was an old god, but I didn't expect a saber-toothed tiger to seriously injure him." Sun Yuzheng said, "So many people have encountered a saber-toothed tiger, why did this trash get seriously injured? It's really useless." The head teacher wanted to fight back, but he couldn't argue with it. The facts are there, what use is there? Someone saw that the atmosphere was not right, and changed the subject. Look, at the Xingling Pagoda, the arrogance of several families met. Everyone looked over and found that it was so. In front of an ordinary 10-meter-high tower, there were several men and women standing. "Lang Junyeo, I thought you didn't dare to come." A man waved a fan and smiled proudly. The teacher suddenly exclaimed, "Huang Tianli, a member of the Huang family in Haikan. My god, he is already 32nd level. 32, they crush ordinary students of 10th grade in all aspects. With them, the top few in the college entrance examination must be taken. 32 is enough to be a teacher in Huangshi No. 1 middle school. Such a person even took part in the college entrance examination practice, competing with a group of 10th level people. Perhaps for them, the college entrance examination itself is of little significance, they just come here to deal with the Leng's family going south from the northern border. But for ordinary people, this is a dimensionality reduction blow." At this time, several other people also said, "Lang Junyeo, I heard that you have been in the killing secret for a few months, and I don't know what secrets you have discovered? Everyone was kicked out of the secret today, he, I don't know if you are there. The Lang family is nothing more than that. Any one of us present can easily crush you. I'm very happy to defeat you head-on. Not only do I want to thwart your thoughts of going south, even the northern gate will be mine sooner or later." On the other side of them, Lang Junyeo was dressed in Xingyi, with a cold and arrogant demeanor. She didn't pay attention to these words at all. The teachers were stunned, everyone here is a big shot. Chu Chenjao, a level 28 destroyer, has such a strong evil spirit, I feel full of blood just by looking at it. That's Hua Nianwei from the Hua family in Xiangcheng. Their family has suppressed the insect nest for 100 years, and the strong have never stopped, so they even sent someone here. Who is the other person? The name is very strange. Which family? Is that Lang Junyeo from the Lang family? Why is it only level 10? Chapter 50. The teachers all saw Lang Jiashan Jiao, I see, beautiful girl. Can monitor magic feedback, she is only level 10, and her profession is Snow Maiden. Such a low level is really puzzling. The Lang family sent a girl of level 10, how can they fight against those big families? I don't know, they seem to be going in. Sure enough, in front of the Star Tower, the genius of the Huang family, Huang Tianli said arrogantly, how about this, let's form a team together and enter the Star Tower. Now there are 5 people in total. After a while, each of them will divide the monsters into 5 parts according to their abilities, and each will kill his own part. Boss, let's do it together, everyone will talk about the final contribution. Whoever can't bear it, just say it, and we will help, but the loser, please leave obediently. Of course, if it's our sister Leng, you can watch from the sidelines and share your silver equipment at the end, it's not impossible, ha 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 ha. Several people around also laughed, and their words were full of sarcasm. Although these families competed with each other, under the invasion of the powerful northern family, they had to connect with each other. Lang Junyeo didn't refuse either, yes. A group of people divided their positions and stepped into the Star Spirit Pagoda. Entering it, the scene is very different. The first floor, which is obviously indoors, suddenly appeared in a desert. Surrounded by endless poisonous snakes, crocodiles, insects, and ants. Massacre the city with the axe. Chu Chenjao used the skill of the destroyer, threw the giant axe behind his back, and immediately emptied a large area of poisonous insects. Dense attack. Huang Tianli smiled slightly, raised his right hand towards the sky, and suddenly a rain of arrows fell out of thin air. Hehe, I've finished cleaning up here. Huan Yanwei also smiled easily, flicked her fingers, and a group of pythons and crocodiles began to kill each other. The last person praised, as expected of the Hua family who control insects, you are taking advantage of this scene. And Lang Junyeo also waved his sleeves, and a piece of ice crystal appeared around him, starting to freeze the poison. Soon, she also cleaned up most of the poison, and it didn't look like much effort. It's just that from the perspective of overall efficiency, it is still a little worse than others. The teachers of Huangshi No. 1 Middle School were stunned, so strong. The scores of these people skyrocketed to 1,000 in an instant, although there is still a lot of gap from the first 50,000. But everyone knows that catching up is only a matter of time. The monsters in the Spirit Tower are dense, and the higher you go, the higher the score. It seems that the No. 1 scholar will come out of these few people. A teacher felt sorry for him, these arrogances are not in the same dimension as our students at all. They even felt that using their identity as teachers to confront these people would not lead to good results. Tao Yingqi was about to sigh when he heard the surveillance personnel exclaim, "Principal, something has happened. There have been several student deaths." This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of many people. Tao Yingqi pressed his palm, "Calm down, there will be casualties in the trial, what's going on?" The monitoring personnel said anxiously, "Just now I thought it was an ordinary casualty, but the situation is different now. There is a team that wiped out the whole group, but none of them activated the scroll to return to the city. Look, someone lost contact again." On the screen, the picture representing a student suddenly turned grey. Not only did the students die, but even the monitoring magic also failed. "What about playback?" Tao Yingqi asked. The surveillance personnel looked pale. "I tried, but there is no playback. The surveillance magic has been invaded, could it be someone intruding?" "Absolutely impossible." Tao Yingqi said, "The space in the trial continent is locked by the strong, let alone outsiders, we can only enter through the gate of the secret realm." The monitoring staff seemed to hear something, and their pupils shrank immediately. There have been casualties again. Now 871 students have died in the All Yan League, and our No. 1 middle school in the deserted city has died. 27 people. So many. Tao Yingqi also realized the seriousness of the matter, and he frowned, "Send someone in and warn everyone with loudspeaker magic." A teacher took the order and immediately went downstairs to the gate of the secret realm. But just as he stepped into the gate of the secret realm, his complexion suddenly changed, and he roared angrily, "Something went wrong!" Swish! The teacher was instantly torn into pieces by the rotating door of the secret realm, and his whole body was reduced to thousands of dollars, and he was thrown to the ground. Tao Yinke's pupil shrank, and his whole body exuded a huge aura. He directly smashed through the glass curtain wall and jumped off the square. "Everyone, don't move, don't leave, stay away from the gate of the secret realm!" He roared angrily, and immediately stopped the panicked staff around him. In the observation room upstairs, everyone also went downstairs one after another. Only Sun Yuzheng was at the end, showing a look of great interest. Minister of Internal Affairs Chen Kai frowned, "What's going on?" A group of people watched the sudden incident, shocked and anxious. Tao Yinke beckoned, asked someone to bring a rabbit, and threw it towards the gate of the secret realm. Swish! The rabbit was smashed to pieces in an instant, and became a bloody mess with the teacher on the ground. The gate of the secret realm has become the gate of death. The people around suddenly felt a tumbling in their stomachs, and panic and nausea rushed into their hearts. Tao Yinke gritted his teeth, "Something happened. Trial continent, something went wrong." Chapter 51. The contact person exclaimed, "Principal, the Trial Command Office has confirmed that there are problems with all the gates of the secret realm. And warn that until the matter is thoroughly investigated, stand by and not enter." The surveillance staff also said with a pale face, "Principal, the students are still dying, and 7 more people were killed, one of us was among them." Tao Yinke's face was ugly. An accident happened in such a big event as the college entrance examination. This is an attack on Yanmen, and it is a precise attack on future talents. He shouted angrily. Someone anxiously said, "Principal, what should we do? You can't just watch the students die inside." Tao Yinke's face was gloomy, the door of the secret realm was blocked, and they were helpless. "How about directly crossing the void and entering the trial continent?" Tao Yinke asked the liaison officer. The liaison officer picked up the phone, and quickly showed a sad face. "There have been strong people trying to cross the void, but it seems that someone has imposed an enchantment, and it is difficult to pass in a short time." "How could this happen?" Chen Kai was also shocked. Wouldn't it be possible to let the students stay inside and be massacred by something? He also made several phone calls, but to no avail. The Yanmen reacted quickly. A god-level powerhouse and 3 saint-level powerhouses directly crossed the void, trying to use violent means to enter the trial continent, but soon discovered the trap set. The void is too big, and they can only crack it slowly. The Yanmen sent 300 space professionals to launch the long-range magic circle, and now temporarily maintain the scroll to return to the city. The liaison officer cheered. Everyone was overjoyed immediately, and it was at this time. Swish! A student suddenly appeared in front of the gate of the secret realm. She was covered in blood and fell to the ground as soon as she came out. Someone came out. "It's a teleportation scroll." Tao Yinke hurriedly directed the medical staff to treat her. Seeing that some students came back alive, the staff at the scene were refreshed. But this little bit of happiness didn't last long, and the liaison officer's face changed. Something went wrong. The space magic circle has energy disorder, and an explosion has occurred. 300 space professionals were injured to varying degrees, and the city return scroll is invalid. This sentence knocked everyone's mood down. "What?" Tao Yinke exclaimed. Even the scroll to return to the city failed, and the trial continent became an isolated island. If it was only half a day ago, no one cared about the situation there. But now, there are tens of millions of students on it, and that is the future of mankind. If they are unable to return, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to the entire Yan League. How could this be? The college entrance exam training has been going on for hundreds of years. The defense system is absolutely impenetrable, and it is impossible for foreigners to enter. Chen Kai looked angry. Besides, every time before the college entrance examination, special personnel will enter to clear all high threats and inspect all facilities. How could this happen? But at this time, there is no need for accountability. The most important thing is to get the students out. Principal, that So Mu has acted. Someone mentioned. Tao Yinki looked back at the big screen, and the boy with the SSS score stretched his waist and walked out of the cave. But now he just feels upset and irritable. Really, it's useless at all. When he was asked to kill monsters, he didn't move. Now there is an unknown threat, but he starts to act. It's really not reassuring. Tao Yinki cursed a few words, and walked quickly to the girl. She has deep bone wounds all over her body, but with a healing profession by her side, she has already regained consciousness. How? Tao Yinki asked. When the girl saw the principal, she immediately struggled and grabbed his hand. Principal, save them. There is a person chasing and killing us. Tao Yinki hurriedly asked, who is chasing you? Who else is in the team? The girl groaned in pain. Hurry up and save her. Chi Xiaoyi. That Chi Xiaoyi with S-level talent. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. After 16 hours of comprehension, So Mu finally absorbed all the comprehension of the world. He stretched his waist and relaxed his muscles and bones comfortably. Ah, it's comfortable, it's finally absorbed. Only then did So Mu realize that her clothes were drenched in cold sweat. This 10,000 worlds comprehends all things in Paul, and it consumes a lot of energy when absorbing them. Now that the absorption is complete, he also feels empty and a little weak. However, the many medicines and equipment swallowed are constantly restoring physical strength and energy, and it only takes a little time to restore them to their original state. Although a little weak, there should be no opponent in this secret realm, so that's it. So Mu thought for a while and walked out of the cave. In order to meet the combat effectiveness of the students in the trial continent, the monsters are all at level 10 to 20, and the threat is very small. Even So Mu, who is weak, can punch a group of people with one punch. The perception of the world is really strong. Although the panel has not changed in any way, the control of the skills is not a little bit stronger. So Mu sighed and sang, destroy the world and burn the prison. This was supposed to be a giant AoE, but this time it turned into a small flame in So Mu's palm. The beating light red flame exuded an extremely terrifying and devastating coercion. Now this skill can not only cause a terrifying range attack, but also hide in the palm of your hand, sneak attack, and instantly turn the enemy into ashes. You can go clean up the monsters and get a champion. So Mu blew out the flame casually and walked out of the cave. But before he had walked 2 kilometers, he heard someone calling him, the little brother in front. Wait a moment. So Mu turned her head and saw a charming girl approaching. Brother, can you form a team with the slave family? Chapter 52. So Mu turned her head and saw a girl in various poses, dressed in pink, as cute as she could be. He said decisively, no group. The girl said worriedly, little big brother, there are murderers now, kill anyone you see. Let's form a team, and we can have a support. As she spoke, she gently tugged on her collar, revealing her white and moist skin. So Mu cupped his hands, farewell. Whoosh! When he kicked his feet, his whole body shot out like an arrow from the string. The girl was stunned, and then stomped her foot angrily after a while. Humph! You idiot! She stayed in place for a long time, her shoulders lost strength, and her whole body sagged. After a while, she raised her head, this person is interesting. In the outside world, the principal and others saw this scene. Especially the only girl who teleported out, yelling in horror, it's her, she is the one who hunted us down. Tao Yinki frowned, she is Chi Xiaoyi, your teammate. The girl screamed, "That's right, I know, I know. She has changed, she has become Chi Xiao Ei. The former teammate was killed by this person. She pretended to be Pei Yulan, killed Liu Jiao, and then wanted to kill me." Tao Yinke immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. "You mean, she will take on the appearance of one of her own?" At the same time, the surveillance personnel shouted, "Principal, look here." Everyone looked closely and saw a tragic scene. A student, acting like a ghost, easily tore apart his teammates. Before his teammates died, they didn't understand why their friends behaved like this. A teacher's face changed drastically. "This is a student in our class, how could he?" Tao Yinke's face was solemn. "Trouble, the enemy will pretend to be one of our own." From the perspective of speed, the opponent's attribute is very high, about 40 to 50 levels, which makes our students have no resistance. With such a big killer, it will be a massacre. Everyone was anxious, but now no one can go in. What should I do? Tao Yinke was worried. According to the current situation, the number of opponents is very small. This is also normal. If the enemy wants to infiltrate the trial continent, they must only send out a small number of low-level assassins. If it's only 40 or 50 levels, the students can only gather together and rise up to resist, and it is possible to fight back. Someone said, "But one-on-one, these assassins must win." Tao Yinke also felt uncomfortable. Chi Xiao Ei, who is an S-level talent, has obviously been controlled. And, she also found Su Mu. All of a sudden, the last two hopes fell into danger, which cast a layer of grey on everyone's heart. A teacher comforted, "It's okay, Su Mu is a straight steel man, ignore Chi Xiao Ei who is being controlled, there is still a chance." Tao Yinke thinks about it too. This is also a blessing in misfortune. The authorities are still working hard to repair the space access, and during this period, we can only hope that the students can hold on. As long as they can react and form a group, they can resist the assassin to a certain extent. As for Su Mu, I hope he will continue to be lucky and not encounter enemies again. But before he was relieved for 3 seconds, someone shouted, "Chi Xiao Ei appeared again." No, Su Mu has gone up. In the trial continent, Su Mu hadn't walked half a kilometer when she heard the sound of fighting and screaming from the south. He turned and walked north. "Help! Little big brother, help me!" Chi Xiao Ei fought with a puffy-headed elephant and kept dodging. Seeing that Su Mu turned his head and walked in the opposite direction, she had to scream. Su Mu picked out her ears, as if she didn't hear it. As soon as Chi Xiao Ei gritted her teeth, she suddenly stopped dodging and stopped in place. Boom! The leg with a swollen head that was as thick as a bucket hit her chest, sending her whole body flying. There was a strange wave of black ripples on Chi Xiao Ei's body, and she actually absorbed the impact. But she still looked in pain, flew out backwards, and fell precisely beside Su Mu. "Save me!" Chi Xiao Ei looked in pain with blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Su Mu was speechless for a while, but at this moment, the puffy-headed elephant had already charged in front of her in a mighty manner. In desperation, he pulled out the sword of lightness. Swish! The giant elephant slammed past, split in two when it was about to hit Su Mu, fell forward a lot, and flattened a small tree. Killed, puffy elephant. Obtained, occupation book, elephant driver, silver. Trash. Su Mu was speechless for a while, but still put away the books. He lowered his head. "Are you still vomiting blood?" Chi Xiao Ei froze on the spot, and spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood when she heard the words, indicating that she was seriously injured. "He's so strong." A wave of waves flashed in her heart. Although she can easily kill the swollen-headed elephant, but because her attribute is biased towards assassination, she may not be able to cleanly kill the sword head-on in seconds. Different thoughts flashed in Chi Xiao Ei's mind. This young man is not simple, Killing him will surely bring great rewards. But you can't go head to head, you may not be able to kill them quickly, but you will be run away by him. She immediately showed a weak look. Little big brother, I'm injured, can you help me out? Chapter 53. Off the court, Tao Yinki and others looked at the screen anxiously. Don't save her. This sentence burst out in everyone's heart, and they watched very nervously. They saw the assassin disguised as Chi Xiaoei, pretending to be attacked by a swollen-headed elephant, and fell in front of Su Mu. I feel pity for that appearance. But everyone knew that it was a terrifying assassin, and no student could fight it alone. Run away. Su Mu, run. I have already sacrificed an S-level talent, and the SSS score can't be lost. Everyone was shouting anxiously, but at this moment, swish! An ordinary Jianguang sword, the level 18 puffy elephant, was split in two, and collapsed neatly to both sides. There was a sudden silence on the field. What? What? The head teacher murmured, one sword, for a second. Chen Kai, the Minister of Internal Affairs, also stared wide-eyed. I remember that the blood volume bonus of the puffy elephant is very high, and there are also passive thick skin and blood of the colossus, which have a scary high damage reduction. Although it is an ordinary monster, its blood volume is higher than that of an elite, and its damage reduction is comparable to that of a boss. Unexpectedly, Su Mu cut me off with a sword. Behind him, Sun Yuzheng suddenly stood up. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. After Tao Yinki was surprised for a while, he laughed wildly, I knew it, I knew it. Su Mu has been hiding his clumsiness all the time. With this sword, the number 1 scholar in Zhejiang province is stable. The people next to him hurriedly reminded, it's not that when the champion is mentioned, the assassin is next to him. Tao Yinki also calmed down immediately, and then fell into thinking, the enemy still uses assassination methods when dealing with students around level 10, which means that they are not good at fighting head-on. From this point of view, Su Mu must have had adventures and reliance. His frontal combat ability is not weak. As long as you don't show your flaws in front of the assassin, maybe you can persist until the space is restored. Everyone also deeply felt it. Su Mu's sword has surpassed ordinary level 10 students, even stronger than level 30 professionals. At level 18, the swollen elephant with high blood volume and high damage reduction can really compete with those assassins in seconds. Su Mu is leaving. Someone shouted. On the screen, Chi Xiaoei looks weak, showing her fragrant shoulders and blood on her mouth. She is very pitiful. Big brother, I want to go with you. Su Mu just put away the sword, turned around and left. I still have to collect career books, I don't have time. Chi Xiaoei had a look of disbelief. I am such a sloppy, but the other party ignores me? But in these days, Su Mu had already left 100 meters away and almost disappeared. Chi Xiaoei quickly clutched her chest, a light blue light gushed out, and the injury immediately recovered with a visible injury. Big brother, wait for me, she hurried to catch up. People outside were talking about it. Chi Xiaoei's profession is a priest, and she should use energy type, light type spells. But she used lifelike, natural spells this time. It seems that controlling her existence cannot use her own power. This is a good thing, at least the opponent's strength attribute is also limited. I hope Su Mu can handle the beauty trap, alas. Hey, where is he going? It wasn't just the teachers who were confused, Chi Xiaoei was also in a daze. She ran after Su Mu for a certain distance, but the other party did not communicate with her in depth, and the single page did not stop her from following. When Su Mu saw the monster, he cut it for a second, then lowered his head to check the fall, and then showed a disgusted expression. It seems that this guy doesn't know what's going on, and he's still brushing up his professional papers. Chi Xiaoei's eyes were full of calculations. Find an opportunity to lure him into a strong monster pile. During the fierce battle, if I attack suddenly, I will definitely win. After Chi Xiaoyi thought about it, she said loudly, "Big brother, I know there is a place where you can find a good job as a warrior, maybe you can directly get a second-rank job. It's just that there is some danger there. With the strength of Big brother, he will definitely be able to." "Hey, where are you going?" Su-mu ignored her at all, just brushed forward on her own. "But the further you go, the lower the level of the monster. They have gone from the level 20 monster area to the level 15 monster area, then to the level 10 monster area, and now they have even entered the level 5 monster area." Chi Xiaoyi was stunned. Such a weak monster, even a poor student, could still punch one. In this place, the ultra-low intensity battle, how can she launch a sneak attack? "Big brother, did you go to the wrong place? You can't get a career book here." Chi Xiaoyi couldn't help shouting. Su-mu swept the slime around with a sword, and said calmly, "Then don't follow." Chi Xiaoyi continued to caress and said, "How can I go? Where the big brother goes, I will go there." Su-mu stopped and looked at the girl behind her. When the other party was already blushing and started rubbing his legs, he suddenly showed a smile, "Then follow." With that said, Su-mu cut a spell with a sword and walked into the cave behind. Chi Xiaoyi gritted her teeth and quickly followed. As soon as she walked in, her eyes widened immediately. "I'm stupid." And a group of teachers in the outfield also stared wide-eyed. "I'm stupid." Chapter 54. Everyone looked at the screen in surprise, dumbfounded. After a while, someone said, "Principal, do you know about this thing?" Tao Yinki looked solemn. The trial continent was originally a separate world, but it was transformed into a place for the college entrance examination because the rules were right. Only keep level 10 to 20 monsters. Monsters beyond the ability of ordinary students will naturally be sealed. On the screen, a giant crystal beast appeared. Crystal Shell Turtle, Master Boss, Level 40, Skills, Crystal Strike, Blade Shell, Fear Bite, Hardening. It lay on the ground, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. But lying on the stomach also has a 10-meter high body. Even through the screen, you can feel its shocking power. "Boss is asleep, it's okay, as long as it doesn't wake you up, it shouldn't be a big deal." The head teacher wiped off his cold sweat. Even if he faces this boss, he might not be able to save his life. Tao Yinki's voice was bitter. "The spell outside is to hypnotize and seal. When the spell is opened, the boss will wake up." A group of people suddenly fell silent, their hearts caught in the air. Behind Su-mu is the assassin, and in front is the terrifying boss. Dead. And the assassin was having a hard time at this time. Chi Xiaoyi's eyes widened, and she looked at the crystal shell turtle in disbelief. "Who I am? Where am I? Why am I facing the boss? Didn't the quest description say that there are only level 10 to 20 monsters, including humans, who can be killed at will? Why are there level 40 monsters?" Chi Xiaoyi is still a specialist in assassination, so she has absolutely no power to fight against this 10-meter high, rough-skinned and thick-skinned boss. Take out the little ancestral dagger, but where to find the aorta? That turtle meat is probably thicker than her height. "Brother, shall we go?" Chi Xiaoyi said tremblingly. She no longer cared about assassinating Su-mu. When the boss woke up, the first slap was Su-mu, and the second slap was herself. "I'm just here to do the task, I'm not going to die here." Moreover, Chi Xiaoyi also saw that the eyelids of the crystal shell turtle began to tremble, as if waking up from the dream little by little. Su-mu also hung his sword and began to read the article. "FK. Chi Xiaoyi exclaimed, "Brother, what are you reading for nothing?" She could keenly feel that the opponent's momentum was accumulating, and he was constantly accumulating strength. This is the rhythm of war. And if I can feel the momentum, the powerful boss must also feel it. Sure enough, the crystal shell tortoise's eyelids jumped faster and faster, it suddenly paused and opened its eyes. "Ah, The crystal shell turtle let out a sharp and long whistle, and its huge body stood up. Rumble! It hit the top of the cave directly, and the huge stone fell down. Chi Xiaoyi was pale and kept dodging. But when such a huge stone hit the crystal shell turtle, it just kicked up a cloud of dust. Such a powerful boss made her feel a little hopeless. The crystal shell turtle roared and noticed the two little ones in front of it. There was a hint of anger in its eyes, and the creatures that sealed it also looked like this. But at the same time, it also showed a bit of disdain. The opponent's aura is too weak to be worth mentioning at all. It only takes one sneeze to blow it to death. Chi Xiaoyi's face was pale. Brother, let's really go, we can't beat it. Su Mu remained unmoved and continued to accumulate energy. Chi Xiaoyi backed away silently, trying to leave quietly. But when she looked up, she saw the human eyes of the crystal shell turtle. It looked at itself jokingly, as if as soon as it ran away, it would immediately catch up and crush her to death. The opponent has a big body and has various boss skills. I am a little crispy, I can't escape at all. Dead. Chi Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with despair, which immediately turned into determination. She gritted her teeth and took out two black daggers. Since this human being wanted to die, he dragged himself into the water. Then kill him first to vent the hatred in your heart. Shadow Fangs. Chi Xiaoyi raised her dagger. But at this moment, Su Mu also drew his sword. Swish! Su Mu held up the sword and swiped it in a circle from bottom to top. Chi Xiaoyi withdrew the dagger abruptly. Could it be that a miracle will happen? She thought about Su Mu's shocking sword attack before, killing the swollen elephant with extremely high blood volume in seconds. Could it be that this time, he can still perform miracles? Minus 10,484. A volume of blood jumped out. The crystal shell turtle suffered from pain, and its blood volume dropped, and then stared at Su Mu angrily. Chi Xiaoyi watched the boss's HP drop by 1.7%. Damn it! Why do you want to open the boss if you can't beat it? Chi Xiaoyi was desperate and shouted violently. More than 10,000 blood was cut with one sword, which seems like a lot, but this is a master boss. There is still 98.3% to fight, guess if the boss will be beaten obediently. The teacher outside the arena also fell into despair. What is Su Mu doing? Why are you going to deal with a level 40 boss? The examiner has already sealed the boss, why is he so cheap? If it's just a mistake, why do you want to take the initiative to attack? It's over, more than 10,000 swords, this achievement is enough to stand out from the crowd. But the crystal shell turtle has too much passive damage reduction, and it can't be killed at all. Everyone is in despair, and now it's not the assassin's problem. This boss will not only kill the only two geniuses, but will definitely cause many casualties after going out to the trial continent. The situation is getting desperate. Chapter 55. The crystal shell turtle was in pain, and the fun just now turned into anger. These tiny bugs dare to attack themselves. It opened its mouth and was about to release the crystal breath. Chi Xiaoyi was desperate, she suddenly raised her dagger, it's all your fault. Since you are going to die, you should go first. At this time, Su Mu finished the final chant, destroy the world and burn the prison. The crystal shell turtle opened its huge mouth, releasing a terrifying crystal breath. At this time, a flame the size of a finger was going upstream, and hit the crystal shell turtle with a slow and unstoppable momentum. Minus 589,516. The crystal shell turtle's crystal breath was interrupted instantly, and a hint of disbelief finally appeared in its big human eyes. Then the whole body turned into fly ash. Killed, crystal shell turtle, master boss. Obtained, occupation book, heart of the jungle, master. Equipment obtained, crystal shield, master. Chi Xiaoyi was stunned, and everyone outside the venue was stunned. Such a big boss, how can it be gone without it? Su Mu turned her head and saw two pitch-black daggers, and said calmly, "Who are you?" Chi Xiaoyi quickly showed a bright smile, "Hehe, the big brother has worked so hard to fight the boss, and I want to help." Su Mu nodded, "Oh, let's go." Chi Xiaoyi was stunned and shocked. She looked at the 2-meter-high ashes on the ground in disbelief, and her mind was turned back and forth. With one move, level 40 boss in seconds? Moreover, this blow did not leak any power at all. After burning the crystal shell turtle to ashes, the attack stopped abruptly and had no other effects. What kind of terror control is this? There was also an uproar outside the arena. Everyone stood up, unable to speak for a long time. My school. Tao Yingqi had tears in his eyes. "I'm out of the dragon." Chen Kai sighed, and also smiled, "Old Tao, I was wrong before." Su Mu did not disappoint anyone. Everyone was immersed in the blow just now, unable to extricate themselves from the shock. The boss with 600,000 blood, the first hit melee, cut 10,000 blood. And the second blow seemed to be a mass of flames, directly burning out the remaining 580,000 blood. On the scene, who can do this blow? Our school has become a pillar. The head teacher shouted to the sky, his heart was full of excitement. "Congratulations, congratulations!" The teachers next to me also cheered, "You can teach future pillars, and you are also developed." Only Sun Yuzheng was at the end, with his brows tightened and his face solemn. Chen Kai said at this time, "Old Tao, you can't be too happy. Su Mu has an adventure, but he still has to come out alive. You see there is an assassin following him, it's not optimistic." Tao Yingqi also calmed down, "Yes, but with his strength, the other party must not dare to act rashly. As long as Su Mu doesn't die and waits for rescue, she will definitely come back." At this time, everyone's attention is on Su Mu, and they can only pray that he is safe. But the happiness only lasted 15 minutes before they were stunned again. "Principal, Su Mu has opened the seal again." The surveillance personnel shouted, "He broke the seal of the tiger and scorpion." Su Mu dropped the crystal shell turtle in seconds and left without stopping. Chi Xiaoyi took a deep breath and hurried to follow. He doesn't seem to realize that I replaced this girl, and he doesn't intend to do anything. She thought to herself. It seems that he is a glass cannon with high damage and limited melee attacks. Chi Xiaoyi thought about Su Mu's 2 strikes against the crystal shell turtle. The first melee attack only cut 10,000 blood. The important second hit, which is obviously a legal skill, hit a terrifying 580,000. It seems that his melee attack is limited, so there is still a chance for a sneak attack. The legal system has high attack and low defense, as long as you can kill him while he is not paying attention. If you destroy the hope of the human race, you will definitely be rewarded. Chi Xiaoyi made up her mind and followed Su Mu. "Big brother, go slowly. Don't worry, I will go wherever you go." Then she fell into a daze. In front of her, Su Mu cut through the spell with a sword, and stepped into a swamp. Ow! This time the boss didn't fall asleep, and jumped out angrily the moment the seal was released. Tiger Scorpion, level 45, Master Boss, Skills, Desperate Sting, Roaring Roar, Dense Mane, Kingly Coercion. Chi Xiaoyi was dumbfounded, "FK. Are you crazy? You just killed the boss, and then come again. It's 5 levels higher this time, go crazy." Boom! Huxi heard someone yelling, and slapped Chi Xiaoyi away with a slap. Puff! Chi Xiaoyi spat out a mouthful of blood, and quickly shrank aside, treating her carefully. Su Mu was already holding his sword, fighting with the tiger and scorpion. Slash quickly! Minus 20,178. Burn the world and burn the prison. Minus 72,123. Janayu Thunder Tribulation. Minus 41,258. Dark Brilliance. minus 29,871. This time it took Mu half an hour to kill the tiger and the scorpion. Killed, tiger scorpion, master level. Items obtained, poisonous stinger, master. Item obtained, lion cloak, master. So strong. Chi Xiaoyi's eyes were full of shock. This person can actually single out a level 45 boss. And he has a variety of skills, and every move can deal huge damage. What is this called level 10? But Chi Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with excitement. Although the level of the tiger and scorpion is 5 levels higher than that of the crystal shell turtle, it is a high damage crispy skin. This kind of boss, Chi Xiaoyi is easier to kill. Moreover, it only took Mu half a minute to deal with the crystal shell turtle. It took half an hour to deal with tigers and scorpions. This shows that he has a special ability that can only be used once, or that it needs to be recharged for a long time. Chi Xiaoyi showed a ferocious smile. The opportunity has come. As long as Mu dies again and continues to consume physical strength, the opportunity for his own assassination will come. He is dead. Chapter 56. In fact, Chi Xiaoyi was right. Mu used several skills to deal with crystal shell turtles very well. Before the crystal shell tortoise woke up, Mad God Rage was already stacking up. Rage, gain an aura of madness, and the sanity of all enemies within the range will continue to decrease. Your damage is increased by 0.25% for each 1% of your madness. For every 1% increase in the enemy's madness, the damage received increases by 0.5%. The aura of madness is on, so Mu's damage is increasing, and the crystal shell turtle's vulnerability is increasing. At the same time, Mad God Pride and Mad God Jealousy are also at work. Arrogance, gain the eye of arrogance and keep becoming egotistical. The longer eye of pride gazes, the stronger the effect of the skill on the target. Jealousy, acquired the heart of killing, wanting to kill all living things. The longer you have killing intent on a target, the more you will be able to discover the opponent's weakness. As he continued to observe the crystal shell turtle, the opponent's weakness became clearer, and the damage received continued to increase. Coupled with the fact that Mad God Laziness can stack casting time infinitely, he chanted from the beginning, and only started to fight back when the crystal shell turtle attacked. Laziness, get the soul of laziness, and the attributes will continue to decrease. Skills can be prepared for infinitely extended spell casting, resulting in infinitely superimposed power. Although the title of the 7 Deadly Sins of the Mad God has a lot of side effects, it is really strong. In particular, Mu can also block side effects and stack titles together. The final effects are superimposed on each other, causing geometric multiples of damage. But when facing tigers and scorpions, it is an encounter battle, and these effects cannot be superimposed, so it is much weaker. As for why he slashed with the sword first, it was because he wanted to see how much his melee attack had improved after absorbing the perception of the world. But it turns out that it is still not enough for crystal shell turtles with high damage reduction. Mu is quite distressed now, can't just practice the law system because the Yuan Liu wise man is passive and strengthens all spells? His strength, physique, and agility are more than 6,000, so they can't be wasted. But now he doesn't care about these, he continues to the next location. Chi Xiaoyi followed behind with a thief-like face, ready to strike at any time. Regardless of whether he uses a high damage skill next time, he can do it. She thought to herself. If you use it, the next time the CD is very long, you can do it directly. If you don't use it, it means it hasn't cooled down yet, so you can do it. A group of people outside the arena were stunned when they saw that Mu killed a level 45 boss single-handedly. Damn it, didn't you see it? Mu really killed the tiger and scorpion. I didn't look at it, I fought for half an hour. That's a level 45 master boss, a group with high agility, and Mu killed it by himself. Where did he learn so many skills, every energy level is really high. Chen Kai-chen regretted, old Tao, you hide it well. To teach so many skills secretly, the power is at least epic. Tao Yingqi smiled wryly, I have this ability, how can I teach here? Epic level skills and epic level equipment have the same level, but they are completely different things. Level 10 epic equipment is very strong at this stage, but at level 20 and 30, the gap is getting smaller and smaller. Even in the end, it couldn't compare to high-level silver equipment. But the skills will improve with the increase of attributes. If there is no special instruction, they can be used from level 10 to level 100. If Tao Yingqi could teach epic skills, he would have been transferred to Longdu as an elite instructor long ago. Then, how can he have so many things? Chen Kai hesitated. Tao Yingqi shook his head, I don't know, but he must come out alive. As long as he can live to a high level, he will become the mainstay of the human race. But when everyone turned their heads and saw Chi Xiaoyi's gloomy gaze, they were instantly anxious. Su Mu, don't be fooled. That's not Chi Xiaoyi, don't be caught by her. It's over, it's over. Su Mu only used one blow against the crystal shell turtle, but it took half an hour to deal with the tiger and scorpion. Apparently one of his skills has a long cooldown period, which must be his weak period. If Chi Xiaoyi succeeds during this period, it will be over. What worries them even more is that Su Mu has opened the third seal. What is the monster over there? Tao Yingqi shouted. The inspector showed a look of horror, it's a fallen soul. Level 50, a lord-level boss. Everyone is like falling into an ice cave. Chi Xiaoyi didn't know this information, and followed Su Mu into a dilapidated temple full of expectations. He is now in the recovery period waiting for the cooldown, and it is a good time to do it himself. As long as the timing is right, when Su Mu and the boss are trembling, they will attack boldly, and the probability of success is very high. Thinking of this, Chi Xiaoyi followed closely behind Su Mu. Big brother, go slowly, I'm afraid. Su Mu walked several hundred meters into the temple, and stopped suddenly after seeing a deity. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Chi Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, his wear is very high, and he needs to meditate to recover. It's time to do it. Chapter 57. But just in case, Chi Xiaoyi still asked, Big brother, why are you not moving? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Mu said lightly, this boss has a special mechanism, don't worry. Chi Xiaoyi looked around, but didn't see the boss at all, and couldn't help but sneered in her heart, special mechanism? I think you can't stand it anymore. Good opportunity, please die here. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Chi Xiaoyi raised her dagger and stabbed Su Mu's neck fiercely. It's over. She's done it. Su Mu, run. Everyone was ashamed and hopeless. Is a generation of human beings going to fall like this? Seeing that the black dagger was about to pierce into the back of Su Mu's neck. Just at the moment of lightning and flint. Whoosh! Chi Xiaoyi's pupil shrank, I will die. With a subconscious jump, she rose up from the ground and escaped the sudden attack. Did that kid find out? He's attacking me. Chi Xiaoyi's fingernails grew longer, and they hooked directly onto the beams of the house, hanging in the air. But when she looked closely, Su Mu was motionless, still sitting cross-legged. Not moving? Who is that attacking, coming? Chi Xiaoyi felt a gust of black wind hit, kicked her feet on the beam of the house, and fell quickly, dodging the attack. Call. It was as if a gust of wind had blown by, soft and harmless. But Chi Xiaoyi was surprised to find that the beams just now had been completely corroded and turned into a puddle of black water. What is attacking? Chi Xiaoyi kept looking around, and finally saw an invisible black wind floating in the temple. She typed up an identification technique. Corrupted Soul, Level 50, Lord Level Boss, Skills, Wind of Corrosion, Howling of the Fallen, Halo of Despair, Invisibility. Chi Xiaoyi's face turned pale. How could there be a level 50 boss here? Although she also has level 50, she can only find trouble with small monsters and the highest elite monsters. Bosses of the same level require at least a fully armed squad to annihilate them. If you encounter a special boss, you even need to send troops to fight in an organized way. The Trial Continent is an important city for human beings, and there are many barriers. The group spent a lot of energy, but they could only send assassins with a total level of 500 into it. And in order to make room for that person, Chi Xiaoyi and others were assembled. They are more than enough to deal with students below level 20. But facing a level 50 boss, there is only one dead end. How could there be a boss? Chi Xiaoyi showed panic, and a black brilliance radiated from her body. Call. A gust of wind blew by. She suddenly lowered her head, and saw that the surface of her body began to dry, and her skin began to lose moisture. Cursed boss! Chi Xiaoyi was shocked, raised her dagger and slashed at the fallen soul. But the dagger was like passing through the wind, it didn't work at all. Damn it, can't physical damage work? Chi Xiaoyi looked solemn and stepped back step by step. Seeing Su Mu, who was still sitting cross-legged, she gritted her teeth suddenly and rushed towards him. Lead the boss to that kid, let them fight together, and you can get away. The fallen soul chased after Chi Xiaoyi, and soon reached Su Mu's back. Successful. Chi Xiaoyi turned around and jumped high, just about to watch Su Mu being swallowed by the boss. Call. Another gust of dark wind blew by, and the fallen soul let out a silent and miserable laugh, and rushed towards Chi Xiaoyi. Wow! She felt a chill in her body, all the blood seemed to freeze into ice, and her whole body became dull. How could this happen? Chi Xiaoyi was shocked. The boss bypassed Su Mu and charged towards her without even touching her. Chi Xiaoyi quickly resisted, with a black brilliance on her body. Call. The fallen soul passed through Chi Xiaoyi's body and was not hurt this time. Void step, gold dodge increased by 15%, can avoid a fatal effect, enters a 24-hour cooldown after triggering, and requires a lucky event to recharge. Chi Xiaoyi was sweating coldly, the boss's attack had brought out her death prevention skills. Without life-saving skills, every second is fighting for life now. But the corrupted soul didn't give her time to think, and charged forward with a roar. Why didn't the boss attack that kid? Chi Xiaoyi was puzzled in her heart, and she lay on all fours like a cat, moving swiftly. But facing the boss who can pass through the entity, her dodging space is constantly compressed. The Claw of Destiny. Chi Xiaoyi was forced to a corner, and when she was in despair, she swung her claws to fight back. -4700. Claws with mystical properties tore open the fallen soul, dealing damage. But thousands of blood loss, in front of a boss with hundreds of thousands of blood, can at most irritate it. Sure enough, the fallen soul let out a silent howl, and slammed into Chi Xiaoyi fiercely with gusts of wind. It's over. Call. Chi Xiaoyi was pierced by the fallen soul, and she immediately lost all her strength and knelt down on the ground. The brilliance on her body lost its color, and instantly became old and lost its luster. Chi Xiaoyi's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head dejectedly. But in the next moment, she raised her head abruptly, her eyes were full of heroism and determination. Kill me. Chapter 58. Everyone outside the venue saw Chi Xiaoyi being passed through by the fallen soul, and fell to their knees. But after a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and shouted decisive words, "Kill me." The head teacher was shocked. Chi Xiaoyi has regained her sanity. The existence controlling her was attacked by the fallen soul and lost her power. One person said anxiously, "Kill her quickly, I can't let that thing recover its strength." Tao Yingqi and the others looked sad. After all, this was their only S-level talent. If they really died, it would be a big loss. But if Chi Xiaoyi is not dealt with, the things on her body will regain their strength, and I am afraid that they will attack Su Mu again. Tao Yingqi sighed, her fate can only be handed over to Su Mu. Su Mu's fate is also in his own hands. When Su Mu heard Chi Xiaoyi's call, she also opened her eyes. Chi Xiaoyi raised her staff, and several beams of light shone on Su Mu. Blessing of strength, gain a blessing and increase all attributes by 5%. Power word fortitude, the holy light flows through the whole body, and the physical fitness is increased by 10%. Fear defense barrier, holy light fills the body and mind, resisting a fear effect. Chi Xiaoyi panted, and said sadly, that thing is on me, it killed the rest of the team, it can't be kept. While it is weak and I can still control it, kill me. Su Mu raised the sword of lightness. Everyone outside the court, including Chi Xiaoyi, closed their eyes. They are in distress, waiting for Su Mu to take action to eliminate this danger. But Su Mu said indifferently, I'll talk about it later. Chi Xiaoyi. Counting the time of various buffs and debuffs, Su Mu found that both himself and the boss were full of damage boosters and vulnerability. And as he observed the fallen soul for longer, its weaknesses became clearer. In particular, the Eye of Nothingness also searched in the energy world and the life world, and finally found the boss's life core in the former. As I said, this boss has a special mechanism. Su Mu said, as long as it doesn't move, it won't attack. Chi Xiaoyi was startled, she was not unconscious before. Could this be all his calculations? He didn't move, but let the thing that controls him do it, thus triggering the boss? After preparing for some time, it's time to make a move. Su Mu raised his sword and pointed it at the fallen soul. Seeing Su Mu's body movements, the fallen soul suddenly changed direction, howled silently at him, and rushed towards him. Burn the world and burn the prison. After 10 minutes of chanting, Su Mu cast the spell on the boss. Minus 560,000. The fallen soul didn't make a sound, and when it touched the tip of the light spirit sword, it was vaporized and disappeared from sight. And in a place where others couldn't see, this huge force flowed into the energy world along the body of the boss, and easily destroyed the life core. The big boss at level 50 just disappeared without a sound. Outside, there was silence. Such a big boss, is it just gone? Everyone made unbelievable voices. Level 40 boss, seconds away. Level 45 boss, trembling for half an hour. And now the level 50 boss is another move in seconds. What exactly is going on? Chen Kai's eyes brightened, I understand, it must be that Su Mu's skills require a long preparation time. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. That's right, it was because the level 45 boss Tiger Scorpion jumped out directly that he had no time to prepare. As for the two bosses before and after, Su Mu prepared for a long time before releasing his skills. But even so, it is shocking enough. Too strong, Su Mu has far surpassed you and me. A teacher exclaimed. Even if he needs to prepare for a long time, this high amount of damage alone is enough to persevere in the forest of the strong. Someone retorted, it's a complete coincidence, who would make him prepare for so long in actual combat? Looking at the chanting skills, I have already run away. The homeroom teacher sneered, actual combat? Isn't it actual combat now? Can you beat a level 50 boss? Besides, with such a mobile turret, can't we ask corresponding professionals to help control and contain it? The objector immediately fell silent. Tao Yingqi was overjoyed, that's great, Su Mu is not only brave, but also resourceful. He brought Chi Xiaoyi to the fallen soul, maybe he wanted to use the special ability of the boss to make the controller lose his power. Everyone was shocked, if this was the case, Su Mu's thoughts would be deeper than the sea. Did he always know Chi Xiaoyi's identity, that's why he acted like this? Kill her quickly, we can't leave any trouble behind. Chen Kai said decisively. It was only for 2 minutes that everyone was happy, and then they became depressed again. It's a pity to let one Tianjiao kill another Tianjiao. But Qi Xiaoyi has to die. Once the existence that controls her regains its strength, it will pose a threat to Su Mu and other students. Alas! Everyone sighed, their words full of sadness. Up to now, it can only be like this, watching one Tianjiao kill another Tianjiao. Chapter 59. Su Mu did know that something was wrong with Qi Xiaoyi from the very beginning. The malicious perception strengthening rune had discovered early on that this woman was harboring strong malice and was thinking of how to kill him. Su Mu thought it was a wild monster, and was ready to kill it. But he took another look with the eyes of nothingness, only to realize that this person has two souls. One is very weak, being suppressed by another powerful soul. That's where it gets interesting. Su Mu didn't know the specific identity of the other party, so she took her and started to brush bosses around. Job books can also be dropped by brushing mobs, but the level dropped by bosses will definitely be higher. And it just so happened that after killing the tiger and scorpion, the Eye of the Void found a third special boss. The fallen soul will fight back against the attacker, and that's where the problem begins. The object of its attack was Qi Xiaoyi, or something on her body. The results show that Su Mu guessed right, the fallen soul accurately attacked the controller's soul, thus allowing Qi Xiaoyi's soul to be temporarily liberated. Kill me! Qi Xiaoyi yelled loudly, her face was full of fear. This thing can possess itself, and it can pretend to be anyone. Don't let it kill you anymore. Su Mu looked at her with great interest. What's going on? Qi Xiaoyi recalled the previous tragedy, and said with difficulty, she pretended to be Pei Yulan and killed Lu Jiaojiao. Then she turned into Lu Jiaojiao again and approached me. It is attached to me, I can have a vague perception, but I can't control the body. Let me die with it. Su Mu nodded, it means that there was an accident and someone tried to sabotage the trial. Qi Xiaoyi said, that's right, I vaguely heard it talking to itself, there are still hundreds of infiltrators here. Must stop them, don't let them harm other people. People outside the arena raised their hearts, hundreds of infiltrators. Although it is almost negligible compared to the tens of millions of testers. But these people are all advanced players, and they are crushing against ordinary students. Let them mess around here, that is, wolves into sheep, sheep into tiger's mouth. Moreover, in case they were like Qi Xiaoyi, targeting other S ranks. That would be a huge loss. Kill me quickly, or... Qi Xiaoyi lowered her head, then suddenly raised it again, otherwise, die. A black brilliance suddenly shot out from her body, and she jumped up violently, waving her sharp nails and stabbing at Su Mu. Be careful! The people outside the venue suddenly exclaimed. Boom! Su Mu stomped Qi Xiaoyi under her feet. Hush, be quiet! Qi Xiaoyi yelled, human beings, if you dare to hinder our cause, you are doomed. Su Mu asked suspiciously, is it you who are being trampled on now? Qi Xiaoyi paused, and then cursed. Su Mu held up the ring of salt and iron, it's time to separate the two of you. Qi Xiaoyi suddenly became nervous. This person has so many strange methods, can it really be separated? The ring of salt and iron in Su Mu's hand glowed, and he tried to control the changes in the salt in Qi Xiaoyi's body. Nothing happened. After a while, Qi Xiaoyi laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you still want to lie to me, you can't do it at all. I'm deeply bound to this girl's soul, you can't separate us. Su Mu scratched her head and opened her hands, the door of killing. After obtaining the title of Lord of Slaughter, Su Mu obtained the ownership of the secret realm and can open the door at any time. Qi Xiaoyi was startled, and then saw that nothing happened, and laughed loudly, I'm laughing to death, don't try to lie to me. Su Mu frowned, can't you open the door? The killing realm is bound to Blue Star, and this is the trial continent, so it is indeed not on the same plane. He thought for a while, took out the scroll to return to the city, and said again, "The gate of slaughter." A door to a secret realm suddenly opened, spinning and emitting light. There is a blue star's space beacon in the city portal scroll, which can just help open the door of the killing secret. Everyone was stunned. The principal and others were stunned. This kid, he has a private secret realm. How is this possible? God, how the hell did he do that? And Chi Xiaoyi was the one who panicked the most. She didn't know why she opened the door, and said forcefully, "Don't think that opening a door is useful, it just allows you to escape, my clan can still slaughter here." Su Mu said to the door of the secret realm, "Set restrictions, no one except humans can enter." After speaking, he grabbed Chi Xiaoyi and threw him into the gate of the secret realm. Swish! Chi Xiaoyi's body instantly disappeared behind the door, and a cloud of black smoke appeared in front of the door. Parasitic. It turned out to be a parasitic. Tao Yingqi's eyes widened, full of shock. Could it be because of the undead god king? Chen Kai was also shocked, and looked at the principal in blank dismay. After thinking for a while, Tao Yingqi shook his head. "No, this parasite doesn't look like he knows Su Mu. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "That's a good thing." "No. A lot of people died, it's not a good thing." Chen Kai held his chest, relaxed and heavy. Since it's not aimed at the future Tianjiao Su Mu, it's barely a good thing. But so many students died, it still makes people feel heavy. Chapter 60. The rest of the people also exclaimed, "Why do parasites appear?" Foreign tribes invaded and targeted the students in the trial. Damn it, this group of aliens are so wicked. Behind the crowd, Sun Yusheng's face was gloomy, showing a strange and dignified expression. "Afterwards, we must settle accounts with the parasites and make them look good." Chen Kai clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. Su Mu threw Chi Xiaoyi into the killing secret, and a cloud of black mist was released and floated in the air. If the parasites have a face, they must be dumbfounded. If he wasn't deeply connected to that girl, why was he pulled out? Su Mu looked at the black mist and chuckled. Crossing the secret realm is a space to change the body. I restricted only humans to enter, and everything else will be blocked. The black mist and the whole mist are dumbfounded. This kid, how can he have so many tricks? It was agitating all over, and suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Su Mu, covering him completely in an instant. "Since you are so strong, I will accept your body." The parasite activates the population characteristic and attaches itself to Su Mu. It was overjoyed that the other party had no resistance at all. The next step is to suppress the opponent's reason and soul, and take this body for his own use. The black mist unleashed all its power and completely enveloped Su Mu. But the next moment, it was dumbfounded. "I have eroded the opponent's mind, but I can't control this body." Cold mind, passive, sanity will not drop below 85%. Active, immune to charm, hypnosis, control, terror, berserk and other effects, lasting 36x sanity seconds. Su Mu took the initiative to activate the cold mind active skill of the Abyssal Sage, and for the next 3420 seconds, he will be immune to all thinking shocks. The whole black mist is in a daze. What's going on? It has eroded the opponent, why can't control the body at all? Su Mu stepped into the killing secret realm step by step, and the black mist was separated out and floated in the air just like before. The next moment, destroy the world and burn the prison. Boom! The body of the black mist is extremely fragile and cannot resist at all. He will avenge me. It's useless for you to kill me. As long as the spirit tower is under control, we will win. The black mist only struggled for half a second before dissipating. Hearing the final roar, Su Mu shrugged and didn't care. In front of him, Chi Xiaoyi stood sluggishly, completely unable to believe that she was out of danger. Su Mu, thank you. With tears in her eyes, Chi Xiaoyi bowed deeply, almost kneeling down to thank her. Su Mu looked at her, "You know me?" Chi Xiaoyi nodded, "You are very famous for clearing the secret realm with an SSS score." Su Mu nodded, "Oh, where is the spirit tower?" Chi Xiaoyi was taken aback for a moment, wondering why the other party's topic changed so suddenly. She thought for a while and said, "It's a tower in the middle of the Trial Continent, with 100 floors inside. The higher you climb to the top, the greater the danger, and the more experience the monsters have. Ordinary students will not climb the tower, but if someone chooses to climb the Star Spirit Tower, they will get better grades." Su Mu nodded and saw that the target of these parasites was the Star Spirit Pagoda. Killing ordinary people is just incidental. Chi Xiaoyi glanced at the secret realm around her, and was immediately curious, "Brother Su, where is this?" Su Mu said, "Killing secret realm." Chi Xiaoyi was startled, "The killing realm? Wait, you can open the door. Could it be that you were the one who kicked everyone out of the secret realm this morning?" Su Mu no longer intends to hide his secrets. The more he shows and the stronger he is, the more he will be protected by the Yan League. Nodding, "Yes." There was shock outside. My god, Su Mu actually entered the killing secret realm. Chen Kai was full of shock. He thought that he looked down on Su Mu before and thought he was too arrogant. Thinking about it now, I really feel stupid. Tao Yingqi murmured, he must have received a very high score to open the door to the secret realm. Wait, if you can enter the killing secret realm and isolate the parasites, wouldn't you be able to rescue all the students? Chi Xiaoyi also thought of this, and said to Su Mu, "Brother Su, can you use your killing secret to save everyone? There are still many assassins of the parasitic race here. If they are not stopped, many people will die." Su Mu nodded, "Yes. Non my family, its heart must be different. He would not allow any foreigners to slaughter his own people here." Chi Xiaoyi smiled, "Brother Su, you are so kind." She raised her staff and released a white barrage towards the sky. That was the distress signal agreed by Yanmen. Not long after, two teams came over. "What happened?" the captain of a team asked with concern. After Chi Xiaoyi told the story, they realized that the scroll to return to the city had expired, and they became nervous. "You're lying. Trials are the most important event of Yanmen, how could there be foreign invasion?" a person yelled. Immediately, the rest of the disbelieving people also started talking. Boom! Su Mu destroyed the world and burned the prison, and burned down a small hill next to it. No one beeped at the scene. Boom! Su Mu kicked again, and kicked the first stab that jumped out into the gate of the secret realm. A cloud of black mist was instantly separated and floated in the air. Parasites! Immediately, everyone around turned pale. Chapter 61. Boom! Su Mu, a ball of flames, creaked the black mist, and quickly disappeared. Chi Xiaoyi looked at the people around her, who else doesn't believe it? Believe it, believe it. The person who was kicked in just now jumped out and bowed suddenly to several people, thank you, I always thought I was going to die. Being manipulated by others is really uncomfortable. Thank you for saving my life, after you will be my big brother." Su Mu spread out her hands with a look of disgust. Everyone took out the city scroll, and I set it as the key to open the door of the secret realm. Everyone complied. Su Mu said, "If you find other people, you will open the door of the secret realm, let people enter it, and you can isolate the parasites. People with high levels, and people with special resistance to parasites and special skills, as a patrol team, looking for other people, and bringing them into the gate of the secret realm. The parasites are not scary, the level is between 40 and 50. As long as you don't stand alone and watch out for each other, with the advantage of numbers, there is a possibility of a battle." Everyone was convinced, and with a few words, the task was clearly arranged. The main reason is that this person is handsome and has a personal secret realm, so he can easily identify and distinguish the parasites, which makes the task much simpler and clearer. Understood. Several people confirmed the non-parasitic group respectively, and quickly moved in different directions, starting to look for the scattered people. Chi Xiaoyi was in charge of coordinating and arranging, introducing the situation instead of Su Mu, and letting the students who were kept in the dark know the situation. Su Mu sat firmly in the killing secret, waiting for someone to open the door and teleport in. Soon, the students scattered and quickly found others. When they saw that a parasite was separated out, everyone was convinced, and immediately went into the secret realm, for fear that their partner would be stabbed suddenly by the control. A single person sending a signal into the air can attract several squads. After these teams knew the truth, they asked Su Mu to give the city portal scroll permission to open the door, and they would disperse and continue to search for more people. Soon, the scattered parasites suffered a fatal blow. They didn't believe that they would be separated until they stepped into the gate of the secret realm. That is the characteristic of the ethnic group, with great concealment and relevance, allowing the parasitic race to conquer many races. I have never heard of a gate to a secret realm that can separate the body from the parasite. But these parasites are quickly separated, and then undergo a saturation attack and die out quickly. The parasites who have lost their bodies are very fragile, and the students also hate this kind of compulsory second devil very much, wishing to smash them to ashes. 2 or 3 hours later, the number of people in the killing realm exceeded 300,000. And the further back, the faster the speed will be. The students knew that there were alien invasions in the secret realm, so they naturally didn't dare to be greedy and go to kill monsters. Outside, a group of teachers were stunned. It's really useful for him. Chen Kai said excitedly, with the gate of the secret realm, the students can gather safely until the rescue arrives. I didn't expect that. Tao Yingqi also sighed, not only did he enter the killing realm, but he also got the right to open the door. He didn't dare to think that Su Mu really owned the killing secret realm, it was a whole secret realm with countless resources. As long as you close the door of the secret realm, it will be your own private territory, and you can build it however you want. The liaison officer suddenly said, Principal, Yanmen executives have highly praised Su Mu. After this matter is over, he will definitely be able to win an alliance hero. Tao Yingqi nodded, not surprised. It is not an exaggeration to make the students safe and a hero title. Although the title of alliance hero can only be used in the human territory, it is a real honor. Chen Kai sighed. In the future, who will dare to underestimate Su Mu? Su Mu saw that the number of people entering the secret realm had exceeded 600,000, which was already a sea of people. He arranged this group of people on the outskirts of the Singer forest and forbade them to go deep, so as not to be attacked by the boss. With such a large number of people, it is not a big problem to protect themselves in the killing secret. I leave it to you. Su Mu said to Chi Xiaoyi, the number of doors is enough for the rest of the people to enter. You arrange it. Chi Xiaoyi was taken aback for a moment. Brother Su, where are you going? Su Mu said, the score is not enough, I will go to the Star Spirit Pagoda. Score. Chi Xiaoyi was stunned. Su Mu's current score is only 2,931, mainly because those bosses are not included in the assessment at all, so they don't count at all. He agreed to Tao Yingqi and won the national champion. Or go to the Star Tower and brush monsters with high scores. Either kill all these students, and if there are no competitors, you can be the first. Moreover, Su Mu also needs to change jobs. He has obtained a total of 12 job books in the trial continent. Among them, there are only 3 master-level books, which are dropped by the Crystal Shell Turtle, Tiger Scorpion, and Fallen Soul. The rest are the silver level dropped by mobs, which is the most basic career branch. Su Mu is not very interested in these professions, and also needs to try his luck in the Star Tower. After hearing what he said, Chi Xiaoyi was dumbfounded, now that there is a foreign invasion, you still want to try it? Su shrugged, why not? Okay, I'll leave it to you here, let people keep it honestly, don't make trouble. Whoever makes trouble, throw it out and don't allow it to enter. Before the words were finished, there was a roar and tsunami from the side. Godsu, you go. Leave this place to us. Chapter 62. A group of students immediately gathered around, eyes full of excitement. Godsu, don't worry, we will maintain the order of the killing secret. Whoever dares to refuse, I will make him look good. The person who took the lead was Yao Hanhai. After seeing Su annihilate a forest with a ball of fire in order to shock everyone, he immediately became the #1 fan. He also saw that Su had his own secret realm, and he was even more admiring. Spontaneously organized manpower and became Su guard team. At this time, he was even more enthusiastic. Godsu, your business is my business, little brother, and I will definitely help you to check it out. People around who didn't join the escort, but were very grateful for Su rescue, also nodded one after another. Godsu, don't worry, go score points, we won't go anywhere, and won't cause trouble for you. Yeah, that's our level. An ordinary fighter, don't worry about it. That's right, aliens are invading, we can help if we can, and if we can't help, we will be honest. Su had a headache, but this was not the time to worry about such things, so she nodded, okay, I have to deal with things on my own. He passed through the gate of the secret realm, and started heading towards the center of the trial continent according to the direction given by others. Many people were missing on the road, and Su ignored the wild monsters and quickly found the Tower of Trials. It was a short, dilapidated tower that looked like a dry tree trunk standing on the ground. But through the eyes of nothingness, Su saw that this tower has an endless extension in the space world. He walked in and saw a wide desert. Endless venomous snakes, insects, and ants rushed out from all directions. Rumble. Just as Su was about to clean up, he felt a huge vibration coming from the direction of the top of his head. Arrow rain from heaven. Battering hammer. Plague swarm. Ice crystal dust. On the 32nd floor of the Star Tower, 5 geniuses are constantly fighting monsters. This layer is a piece of Wang Yang, which is obviously in the tower, but it has a boundless and endless ocean. Lang Junyeo froze a piece of sea water, stood on the ice floe, and killed the deep sea monsters that kept coming. Others followed suit. Tactician Huang Tianli summoned a huge battle flag and stood on the curtain. The destroyer Chuchenjao transformed into a shield and used it as a foothold. Insect control teacher Huan Yanwei was more relaxed, letting the flying insects support herself in the air. Zai Tong, the trick assassin, stepped lightly on the sea water, killing his own monster. A few people killed from the first floor to the 32nd floor, although they still maintain high efficiency and high intensity. But everyone's face could not help showing fatigue. By the 32nd floor, the attributes of monsters are close to level 40. The levels of these Tianjiao are all around level 30, but there are families who have started a small business, whether it is attributes or skills, they are far beyond this level. But facing monsters with level 40 attributes is still very difficult. They are secretly competing to show off in front of Lang Junyeo, trying to prevent the Lang family from going south from the northern border. Whoever gives up at this time will definitely be ridiculed and bullied by others. Swish. Rumble. Release skills one by one to wipe out the sea monsters. People kept killing all their own pieces, and started to fold their hands and look at others. Miss Ling, do you need help? Huang Tianli said with a smile as he was the first to kill all the sea monsters. Lang Junyeo is still at level 10, and the sea monsters in front of her are still all over the mountains and plains, and she can't kill them all. Hehe, I don't know what you are still insisting on, so surrender quickly. Chuchenjao also sneered. Level 10 can mix with us to the 32nd floor, it's not bad, don't insist on it. Huan Yanwei also said. Lang Junyeo gave them a cold look, and sighed in a low voice, "I can't hide anymore." Swish! A bloody aura erupted from her body, and was swallowed by her body in the next instant. What? Huang Tianli was shocked, watching Lang Junyeo's aura rising continuously. Level 12, Level 15, Level 20, Level 23, Level 27, Level 30. Lang Junyeo didn't hide the information either, she just revealed her grade openly. Now, she has reached level 30, only 2 levels lower than Huang Tianli, who is number 1. Everyone around was shocked, and Chu Chenjao reacted the fastest. "I see, she has been in the killing secret for several months, so she is using the killing value. Relying on the killing value and suddenly increasing the level, it's our fault, right?" Huang Tianli also understood. What's the use of having a level? A sudden increase in attributes will lead to lack of control and can't deal damage. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lang Junyeo flapping her ice crystal wings, floating in the air. Extremely cold dance. A strong wave of spells emanated from Lang Junyeo's side, and the surrounding sea area was instantly frozen, and all the sea monsters were also frozen in it. When the icy sea breeze blows, these sea monsters turn into powder one after another, and all of them dissipate. Everyone was dumbfounded and froze in place. Huang Tianli and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. "Okay, so strong. At level 10, you can spawn ordinary monsters at level 40. Now that you have raised it to level 30, isn't this time the number 1 pick will be given to her?" Chapter 63. A group of Tianjiao feel sad. Lang Junyeo has been hiding her strength, but now she suddenly broke out, and their strength on the books is far inferior to hers. "No, for the Wang's family in Haikan, I have to fight." Huang Tianli clenched his fists and walked down the floor with great momentum. Chu Chenjao and Huan Yanwei also nodded. "Yes, even if you can't stop it, you can't lose your momentum. She can really win the first place, we have nothing to say, admit it." Soon, a group of Tianjiao continued to climb up. 33 floors, 34 floors, 35 floors. At the 36th floor, facing the plant monsters all over the sky, someone finally couldn't bear it. Huan Yanwei knelt down on the ground. "My insects can't break through the defense, I can't stop it." She was almost covered by flora, and countless vine tentacles had struck like sharp swords. Swish! Swish! A rain of arrows and a piece of ice crystals shot from the side, freezing the vines around Huan Yanwei into ice, and then smashed them to pieces. Huang Tianli and Lang Junyeo looked at each other with dissatisfaction in their eyes. But at this time, they didn't care about the emotional conflict, and they shot one after another, and rescued Huan Yanwei. Huang Tianli said, "As I said before, those who can't hold on can admit defeat, and the monsters in that piece will be shared by the other 4. As an audience, follow at the end." Huan Yanwei conceded the bet and bowed. The others didn't say anything, and redivided the area for killing monsters. A few people went up 2 more floors, there was a boss floor and a mob floor. On the 39th floor, Chu Chenjao couldn't take it anymore. "I'm sorry, Brother Tianli, I can't take it anymore." De Tong beside him also said, "Me too, I can't bear it anymore." Lang Junyeo frowned, and looked at Zai Tong twice more. Zai Tong hurriedly explained, "It was the end of the crossbow just now, and it was hard to hold on. Now it can't work, and the physical strength and mana are empty. Now, only Huang Tianli and Lang Junyeo are left to kill the monsters, and each is responsible for half." When they reached the 41st floor, Huang Tianli's complexion was already pale, and Lang Junyeo's complexion was not very good either. But in order to compete for the first place, the two sides had to grit their teeth and hold on with a sense of weakness. But both skills and spells have shown signs of fatigue, their power is far less than before, and the chanting has become longer due to mental weakness. On the 42nd floor, this floor is a Tauren boss. Huang Tianli summoned stone servant warriors, put on the battle flag buff, and cooperated with the dense arrow rain and insidious traps to attack the boss in all directions. Lang Junyeo, you are very strong. Huang Tianli said weakly, this is my last skill, if you can't kill the boss, you will win. Lang Junyeo looked at the boss, the Tauren's attributes were close to level 60, and she had no chance of winning. If it's just a mob, you can grind it to death with various skills. But this is a boss, with a stronger template and skill set, its power is dozens of times stronger. Crash! The Tauren boss defeated the stone servant warrior, and Huang Tianli's face became even paler. Looks like it won't pass. He smiled wryly, Lang Junyeo, you won. Lang Junyeo said, then accept it. Huang Tianli took out the scroll to return to the city. Okay, don't be ashamed here, our white-gloved families can't stop it, let those old yin coins block the cold family by themselves. The others also sighed, took out the scrolls, and prepared to go back to the city together. What's the rush? Zai Tong suddenly smiled, don't take a second look. Huang Tianli glanced at this inconspicuous person, what's there to see, the level is high, and I can't find a boss anywhere. He tore open the scroll to return to the city, but was suddenly taken aback, what's going on, why didn't the scroll activate? The others did the same, and then froze in place, the scroll to return to the city is invalid. Could it be that the Star Tower is special and cannot use scrolls? It is possible. I heard that after entering the Star Spirit Tower, the external monitoring magic will be cut off. Let's go then, leave first. Several people were about to walk back, but they saw Zai Tong standing there motionless. Huang Tianli frowned, feeling that this person was a little strange. He obviously still had some strength left, but he stopped brushing up. Everyone else was using a scroll to return to the city, but he didn't take it out. But strange is strange, the Zai family is indeed a big family, and Zai Tong is considered well known among his peers. Huang Tianli still said, let's go out together. But Zai Tong showed a weird smile, don't worry, let that girl consume some energy. Huang Tianli said strangely, exhausting energy? Whether she can brush up or not has nothing to do with us, what does she do? Zai Tong said with a strange smile, it takes a lot of energy to kill. The eyes of several people immediately locked on him, Zai Tong, I don't know what your family said, Lang Junyeo can't die. If the northern border goes south, if the heir dies, it will definitely cause civil strife. We can only compete, not black hands. Huang Tianli frowned, and whispered, Huan Yanwei, you go out first, contact the outside as soon as possible, and let senior professionals enter the trial continent. Huan Yanwei nodded, knowing that the situation was wrong, she turned around and left. I've said it all, don't worry. Zai Tong suddenly sighed. Die together, save me some snacks. Bursts of black mist emanated from Zai Tong's body, and black membrane wings suddenly opened behind him. Huang Tianli's complexion changed drastically, parasites. Chapter 64. Parasite. Huang Tianli's eyes widened, his face full of shock. How could there be a foreign invasion? Attack! The rest of the people also reacted quickly, and had already activated their skills quickly, flying axes, insect swarms and arrows towards Zai Tong. Crash! With just a wave of the membranous wings behind Zai Tong, all attacks were deflected away. Why court death? He smiled evilly. Click! Chu Chenjao showed a shocked expression, he couldn't react at all, the other party had already rushed in front of him, and lightly slapped his chest. This seemingly light palm carried a terrifying wind pressure. Chu Chenjao's chest made a crisp sound, and he flew upside down. Zai Tong turned his head and looked at Huan Yanwei. Buzz buzz! With this second as a buffer, Huan Yanwei immediately summoned the swarm to stand in front of her. In a blink of an eye, Zai Tong arrived in front of the swarm. These pitch-black swarms of insects with fierce mouthparts were all chopped into pieces with a wave of the opponent's hand. Only fought for half a second. After Zai Tong looked at the swarm, Huan Yanwei had been taken away by a huge dragonfly and quickly arrived at Chu Chenjiao's side. She glanced back in fear, quickly grabbed Chu Chenjiao, put the flesh weaver into the damage on his chest, and repaired the wound as soon as possible. All this took only 3 seconds, but Huan Yanwei heard Huang Tianli's heartbreaking cry, "Run away!" She raised her head and saw that Zai Tong had arrived in front of her in a daze. He didn't use his skills, he just gently raised the knife in his hand and slashed straight down. Click! Huan Yanwei was split from the shoulder blades to the chest cavity, and even the beating internal organs could be seen. She spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell down without saying anything. Go to hell! Huang Tian looked crazy, raised his arms high, and chanted the greatest skill. Tian Gang Arrow Array. A huge array hundreds of meters wide stretched out in the sky, releasing a dense rain of arrows with a strong pressure. This is a tactician's great skill, not only has a very long cooldown, but also makes the user lose the tactician's sensitivity and passiveness for a period of time later. This was already Huang Tianli's final killer move. But in the next second, his expression became stiff. Zai Tong just wrapped himself with membrane wings, those arrows rained on it, as if hitting a piece of hard latex, they were bounced off one after another and fell to the ground, turning into golden light and disappearing. All these attacks did not cause any damage at all. The geniuses of the 3 Central Plains families failed to harm each other. After the array of arrows dissipated, Zai Tong spread his membrane wings, walked to Huang Tianli's side, and said with a smile, "Any tricks?" Huang Tianli was completely out of strength. Without the opponent's attack, he fell to the ground in despair. Zai Tong smiled contemptuously, "Human genius is nothing more than that. Killing you, this task is too simple." "But," he suddenly said mysteriously, "guess, what purpose do I have?" Huang Tianli gritted his teeth, "It's useless to kill us. Yanmen will definitely kill your mother world and kill you all." He he. Zai Tong laughed, "Human beings have been in peace for too long, but they won't be so united. If you are all dead, will there be any interesting stories?" Huang Tian's facade is whitish. He knew that once the heirs of these families fought to death, conflicts and wars among the major families would inevitably arise. These parasites are just to stir up the inside of human beings. Zai Tong said again, "I will keep one person and spread the news." "Well, this Zai family is not very good, so I should choose the Huang family, which is more powerful, what do you think?" Huang Tianli was angry in his heart, but he couldn't move, there was nothing he could do. The so-called leaving one person must be parasitized by the other party. When the time comes, I will still be alive, but I will watch the other party sabotage from the inside. That would be worse than death. Huang Tianli said without confidence, "It's useless. You will definitely be found out. You will be found out and killed." Zai Tong smiled slightly, "He, the invisibility of the parasites has never scared anyone. As long as we want to hide, it is impossible to find out." Huang Tianli turned his head with a guilty conscience, and could only say forcefully, "Your plan will be thwarted. For so many years, the parasites have been suppressed and beaten, and it is impossible to succeed this time." Zai Tong straightened his chest confidently, "That is already in the past, now we have changed our thinking and started from the inside of human beings. Let's start with you as my stepping stone." With a grin, he stretched out his hand towards Huang Tianli. Huang Tianli suddenly showed an expression of generosity to Dai, "Don't hold back. Attack with me." Zai Tong suddenly turned his head and saw an ice crystal mysterious girl standing in the sky. Lang Junyao stood tall in the air, with 6 broad and huge ice wings extending from her side. A group of bitter cold winds swirled around her, and even tens of meters away, she could feel that stern cold air. Lang Junyao was reading the strongest spell, and suddenly a scarlet aura erupted from her body, and her level also increased accordingly. 34, 38, 42, 46, 50. She skyrocketed to level 50 in a few seconds. Huang Tianli was both surprised and delighted. I knew it, she really kept her hand. It's right to admit defeat, she and we are not on the same level. The next moment, the scarlet aura on Lang Junyao's body suddenly restrained, and all of it entered the whirling cold wind. Huang Tianli's pupils shrank. It was the bottom of the box skill of the Lang family in the Northern Territory, Ice Age. She is going to work hard. After using this trick, she will also enter a long period of weakness. And the Ice Age will also cover itself. Huang Tianli felt a little sad in his heart, but he also had a sense of pride. Being able to walk with foreigners is also considered to have done something for mankind. Wow! Lang Junyao pushed out her hands, and the Ice Age spread in all directions. Chapter 65. The Ice Age suddenly erupted, sweeping in with a chill that froze everything. The Tauren boss was not dead yet. He held up a huge axe and slashed at Lang Junyao. And at the moment of contact with the Ice Age, the entire monster was frozen into solid ice, and then fell to the ground due to inertia, and shattered into dregs. Just the cold air around it can destroy the boss. As for the main casting direction, Zai Tong received the most severe impact. Huang Tianli saw a blazing black light erupting from Zai Tong's body. The black light collided fiercely with the Ice Age, and the place where they touched was like boiling water, with black and white mist constantly rising. Boom boom! The huge energy fluctuations sent out deafening roars, and the entire space trembled in the huge explosion. It will definitely be killed. Huang Tianli stared at the center of the collision. Perhaps due to good luck, Zai Tong absorbed most of the impact, and Huang Tianli, who was behind him, survived the terrifying coercion. Lang Junyao really hit her hand. She is not level 30, but level 50. The group of them did not push her limit. If Zai Tong didn't jump back suddenly and wanted to kill them, Lang Junyao would still be hiding this whole card. Huang Tianli felt a little lucky. They obeyed the unspoken rules, did not use despicable methods, but competed openly. If they really wanted to kill Lang Junyao, they would definitely fall down in the end. And Lang Junyao used the unique trick of the Lang family in the north, which was also their last trump card against Zai Tong. Huang Tianli could only pin all his hopes on Lang Junyao. As the smoke dissipated little by little, the effect of the Ice Age weakened little by little, and finally disappeared completely. Did it succeed? Huang Tianli looked at the center of the battlefield, his expression suddenly changed. Zai Tong stood up in embarrassment. It's interesting, it actually made me suffer a bit. Huang Tianli turned pale with shock. This terrifying enemy is still alive. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still alive. Lang Junyao also turned cold, staring at him firmly. Zai Tong showed a sinister smile, no longer concealed it, and revealed a message above his head. Level 200. Huang Tianli turned pale with shock. Lang Junyao also showed an unbelievable expression. 200 levels, how is it possible? How could such a high-level foreign race enter the Trial Continent? This secret realm is protected layer by powerful people from all walks of life. How could such a high-level professional be allowed to enter? In order to come in, our clan spent 50,000 lives to finally open the passage. Zai Tong whispered, those subordinates outside should have killed the same number of humans, right? Several people were taken aback for a moment, and then they were shocked. Outside of the Star Tower, there are also parasites. If they were all as powerful as Zai Tong, then everyone else would be slaughtered as easily as melons and vegetables. This is a disaster. Hehe, don't worry, I'm the only one at level 200. Zai Tong approached Lang Junyao step by step, and said slowly. There are some children of 40 or 50 levels outside, but it is enough to deal with those fragile human cubs. Lang Junyao's complexion turned pale. She has dealt with the Dong clan in the northern border for many years, and knows how bloodthirsty these foreigners are. In order to survive, they will do everything they can, and will kill all human beings that can be killed. Frozen bloodline. Big ice spike. Lang Junyeo summoned a huge icicle and shot towards Zai Tong. Even if the opponent is level 200, she will do everything possible to stop it. It's useless. Zai Tong's body only emitted black mist, and it corroded the icicles that were close to it. With a gap of 150 levels, the attributes of the two are very different. Even with a draw of A, Zai Tong can defeat Lang Junyeo. What's more, after the opponent used Ice Age, he has now entered a period of weakness, and his strength has dropped by half. Zai Tong approached step by step, determined to win, and said, "This body is not bad, just lend it to me. Go to hell." Lang Junyeo continued to chant, and the ice wings and crystals around her body fell or dissipated. She wants to use all her magic power and vitality, desperately, to release her final skills. When the Ice Age. Click. Zai Tong didn't let her read out this skill, and with a flash of membrane wings, he knocked her to the ground. Blood gurgled from Lang Junyeo's neck, she murmured, but she couldn't make any more sound. "It's a pity, just wait and be honest, won't you cooperate with me?" Zai Tong showed a regretful expression. "When human beings fall apart, maybe I will give you back your freedom. If you die, what else can you get?" Huang Tianli roared angrily, "I will never cooperate with you even if I die. Don't even think about getting our bodies." Zai Tong spread his hands and said indifferently, "Go ahead and kill yourself. Anyway, the goal is to let you kill each other. As for whose body you hold in the end, it's not particularly important." Huang Tianli's face was pale. The opponent's strength is too strong, he can easily crush them. Is there really no chance of a comeback? Zai Tong is gearing up, the time is almost up, we have to let you all die before humans open the space channel. Then I'll do it. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps came from the entrance of this floor. Zai Tong and Huang Tianli couldn't help looking towards the door. Who is it? Who else can enter the 42nd floor? Huang Tianli was full of doubts. Each floor does not share the progress with different people, and the one who can enter the 42nd floor is the rescue of the family. Zai Tong also frowned, ready to attack. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps stopped, and Su Mu poked his head out from the entrance. "Hey? Why is there someone on this floor?" Chapter 66. Huang Tianli's heart suddenly became cold. He clearly saw that the person's level was only level 10. And not transferred. Zai Tong also let go of his clenched fist, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be a fool, just like you, who came up to die." Shua. The giant axe of the Tauren boss suddenly rose from the sky, and an identical sculpture walked down the wall, grabbing the weapon. There are newcomers entering, and the Tauren boss has been refreshed again. Su Mu glanced at the group of people. This floor is so difficult? Why did they all fall down? Huang Tianli's heart was full of despair, and he shouted, "Run! There are parasites here." Su Mu's ears moved, and she looked at the only standing Zai Tong. "It's him." Zai Tong made no secrets. "That's right, don't panic, are you ready to die?" Su Mu glanced at the panel and shook his head. "No, I'm still short of points." Score. Several people were taken aback. Huang Tianli subconsciously breathed out the panel, and looked at the trial scores. Now Lang Junyeo ranks first with 300,000 points. Then came the group of them, all with a score of around 280,000. And the one behind is a man named Su Mu with 250,000 points. Huang Tianli said, "Are you this? Su Mu?" Su Mu nodded. Huang Tianli was speechless for a while, and then said angrily, "Now is not the time to collect points, there are foreigners here. Mu waved his hand, do foreigners give points? Ah! Huang Tianli was speechless for a while, and his whole body was furious, still talking about scores. Run! Pass the news here. Let people outside be vigilant to prevent alien massacres. Mu looked indifferent, it's okay, it's safe outside. It's safe. Huang Tianli didn't digest the information for a while. Zai Tong looked contemptuously, humph, a weak person dares to speak arrogantly. Level 10, dare to appear here, don't die. Huang Tianli also felt that Mu was weak, but felt something was wrong in his heart. Level 10, how did you get here? Has the spawning mechanism changed? But after he entered the 42nd floor, the Tauren boss was refreshed again. What's going on? Mu explained, the parasites have been discovered outside, and everyone has been allowed to enter the safe zone. Well, after such a meeting, most of the people should be safe, and wait for the space door to be repaired. Zai Tong snorted coldly, too much nonsense, how could my family's plan be deciphered by you weak people? I don't even need to do anything, this weak cow can kill you. The monsters in the spirit tower are dynamic levels, but this Tauren boss has a level 60 attribute. Huang Tianli also smiled wryly, this level 10 who doesn't know how to live or die is completely here to die. The Tauren boss can easily kill him with just one of the most common attacks. It's useless, run away. Huang Tianli shook his head. He can only regard the other party's words as dying comfort, even if it is a lie, there is still a trace of comfort. At this time, the Tauren boss had slowly approached Mu and raised his giant axe. Mu glanced at the identification technique, although the attribute is high, the blood volume is not as good as the fallen soul. Destroy the world and burn the prison. Bang! The giant axe fell to the ground for the second time, making a crisp sound. Huang Tianli's eyeballs were about to pop out, damn it! He saw Mu summon a ball of flames, and then incinerated the entire boss into ashes. The Tauren boss didn't even hum, he emptied his health and died on the spot. What an attack! Huang Tianli hesitated in his heart, did this person really rely on his own strength to reach the 42nd floor by himself? Zai Tong's complexion also became serious, it seems that I underestimated you. His figure disappeared in an instant, and the huge agility of level 200 made him rush in front of Mu in an instant. Dark Poison Claw. Zai Tong saw that Mu instantly killed the Tauren boss, so he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, and used the ultimate move without reservation. But his expression changed immediately, his skills were suddenly stagnated in mid-air. As if entering thick tar, it moved very slowly. The salt and iron ring in Mu's hand lit up, controlling the salt in Zai Tong's body and preventing him from attacking. He distanced himself immediately. The World Destroyer and Burning Prison was cooling down, and several epic and legendary skills such as Jinyu Thunder Tribulation, Annihilation Technique, Fall of the Stars, and Moonfire from the Sky were thrown out, blasting deep pits around Zai Tong. Huang Tianli was dumbfounded. He guessed that Mu had some skills, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Those skills are powerful, and every energy fluctuation that comes out is enough to shock the entire space. Based on his knowledge, this must be a skill above the epic level. How many attributes can a level 10 professional have? To produce such a high amount of effect, there must be an extremely large panel. But Huang Tianli was also suspicious, why did that man release so many high-level spells? Does he have so much mana? Mu really has endless mana, 100 times mana and recovery speed, allowing him to release skills endlessly. Only through the continuous singing of Mad God Gluttony will the mana consumption be stacked and the blue bar will be emptied. It's just normal casting, it's impossible to run out of mana. Within a few seconds, Mu threw out several high-level spells. Dark Brilliance, Earthquake. For a moment the ground was shaken. Chapter 67. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist flashed out of the dust, and Zai Tong flapped his membrane wings and rose from the ground. He was covered all over, very embarrassed. "Human, you angered me." Zai Tong's speed surged, and he rushed towards Su Mu. Su Mu used the ring of salt and iron again, but the opponent's body was shining with a black light shield, which isolated the manipulation to a certain extent. So strong! Su Mu couldn't help but marvel, and activated the barbaric power and Zinjao shield to block in front of him. The former is an active skill equipped with a triangle bowl shawl, which can reduce damage by 35% for 6 seconds. After being devoured, there will always be a 35% damage reduction. The latter is an ordinary spell shield, which has been strengthened to a mysterious level by the title of Abyssal Sage. Boom! Su Mu was blasted out by Zai Tong's punch, and hit the wall behind him deeply. -721. Devouring a lot of equipment, the high damage reduction given by potions, and the defense of the shield, so that this blow only hits a little bit on the body. The blood loss of 721 is filled by the active blood return in just 1 second. Hiss, I'm injured. Su Mu felt a little headache. This boss has level 200, so we may not be able to defeat it. He can spend time with Zai Tong by constantly using shield skills and output skills. But the other party's level is high, and the attribute is still several times higher than his own. I really want to go, but I can't stop myself. Moreover, my goal is to go up, and if he doesn't let me pass, I won't be able to kill him in a short time. Su Mu thought, this is the only way to do it. He took out a career book from his pocket. Zai Tong's entropy magic impact hit the opponent heavily, and he was quite satisfied with the substantial feel. After this blow, I'm afraid it will lose 100,000 blood. Even people of the same level can't bear it. What's more, this is a level 10 kid, I'm afraid he will die on the spot. When the smoke cleared, Zai Tong's eyes widened. Su Mu on the opposite side was still standing, except for some dust on her body, there was no sign of injury at all. Not even a trace of blood. Zai Tong was stunned. Missed? No, I smashed his mana shield, and I did hit him. But why? He was terrified in his heart, his heavy blow didn't cause any damage to him. Zai Tong had an ominous premonition, his figure bent slightly, and he was ready to continue chasing, and he couldn't let the opponent have a chance to breathe. But at this moment, the person on the opposite side patted the dust and took out a book. Zai Tong's pupils shrank. Career book. He suddenly remembered, this guy seems to be level 10 and has not changed his job? What kind of monster is this? Zai Tong was shocked. Those who have not changed jobs can injure themselves. But his own attack cannot cause damage. What a monster! No, I can't let him change jobs. Zai Tong rushed out suddenly, and was about to repeat the old trick and use the entropy magic shock again. Su Mu frowned, but decided to avoid it first. The salt and iron ring in his hand glowed, controlling the salt in his body, driving his body to fly sideways. Zai Tong missed a hit, but showed a successful smile. He raised his finger, and a purple light hit the job book in Su Mu's hand. Professional book, Elemental Swordsman has been blocked, unlock time, about 12 minutes later. Su Mu was slightly taken aback, and there is such an attack? But he didn't panic at all, it was just that a professional book was blocked, so it wasn't a big problem. Su Mu put down the Elemental Swordsman resolutely, and was about to take out another book. Swish! With sharp eyes and quick hands, Zai Tong shot out another purple light. He knew that these people were testing the mainland, so they must have saved more than one career book. The item bar has been blocked, it is forbidden to take it out, unlock time, about 13 minutes later. Su Mu frowned, this person was really annoying. Can you even ban the use of props? Zai Tong panted slightly. This skill did not hurt, but it consumed a lot, and he was struggling a bit. But it is enough to block the opponent's job transfer. Although this young man is ridiculously strong, there is still a gap compared to him at level 200. As long as it takes time, it can still be won. Su-mu also felt a little tricky. The current situation couldn't superimpose the vulnerability of violent anger, and the damage to Zai Tong was limited. Even if a skill costs tens of thousands, it is still not enough to look at in front of level 200. The scene froze for a moment. Use me cough, use mine. Suddenly a hoarse voice came. Su-mu looked around and saw that Lang Junyeo stood up coughing blood, holding a shimmering professional book in her hand. Why is it still there? Zai Tong's eyes twitched, and a black ripple shot away. He wants to kill Lang Junyeo directly. But Zai Tong suddenly twitched his hand, and the black ripples flew towards the sky. Su-mu used the ring of salt and iron to deflect the enemy's direction. With a little step on his feet, the whole body rushed towards Lang Junyeo like an arrow from the string. No! Zai Tong let out a roar, and rushed forward desperately. But the time was too late. Su-mu got closer, had already grabbed the occupation book, and immediately chose to use it. A ray of brilliance spread out and entered his body. At this time, Su-mu looked at the item introduction. Occupation book, botanist, normal. Available skills, jungle knowledge, plant nourishment, natural affinity, natural resistance. Su-mu's eyes twitched. What the hell? Zai Tong had already caught up, and a dark drop shot out. Go to hell. Su-mu stared blankly at the panel, completely ignoring behind her. Lang Junyeo was drenched in blood, but she still jumped out and set up the last ice crystal shield. Boom! Lang Junyeo was blasted out, fell heavily and fell into a coma. Only then did Su-mu come back to her senses, with a gloomy look on her face. After looking for a good job in the trial continent for a long time, how did I learn to be a chef in the end? Zai Tong also saw the change in the state of the other party's head, from a blank to a chef, and suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, have you learned a life profession? It's better not to learn, trash, let me see how you win. In the distance, Huang Tianli also looked desperate. He thought that Lang Junyeo could come up with a good career, and instantly turned the tables. I didn't expect it to be an ordinary career book. He also has a lot of this kind of props in his bag, why not take the most basic fighters and magicians? Zai Tong sarcastically said, useless and lowly races, they were overthrown at the last moment. She must be jealous of you to let you study botanists. Su-mu sighed, stop rambling, get rid of you, and then learn the second profession. There are still 11 minutes left for the props to be blocked. He is now restless. He needs to kill this annoying villain first, and then learn the second profession. It is impossible to learn a living occupation as a second job. Zai Tong was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing, ha ha ha, a waste botanist, you still want to make a comeback. No matter how strong you are only at level 10. I don't believe that you can still kill me with one move. He suddenly stayed where he was. Su-mu on the opposite side exuded a burst of scarlet aura, thick as a ball of glue, shining and fluctuating in the air. And the scarlet aura quickly drilled back into his body. Su-mu's rank keeps rising. Level 10, Level 15, Level 22, Level 30. Level 35, Level 40, Level 50, Level 67. Level 70, Level 82, Level 92, Level 100. Chapter 68. Zai Tong was stunned, what's going on? Why can this person upgrade in place? Is this scientific? Is it magic? Huang Tianli's eyes widened, he was extremely shocked, he also stored killing points. He also entered the killing secret realm. But, how is it possible? From level 10 to 100. At least hundreds of millions of killing points are needed. Wait, is he still rising? Su-mu's level stayed at 100 for a while, and then continued to rise. Level 105, Level 110, Level 119, Level 120. The number stayed at level 120, and at this moment Su Mu erupted with a frighteningly powerful aura. Lang Junyeo seemed to have noticed something, raised her eyelids slightly, and glanced weakly. Sure enough, he was the one who caused the big explosion in the killing secret realm. Come on, live on. She tilted her head and fell down. Zai Tong was so shocked beyond words, his eyes were full of panic. Is this still human? Can it be upgraded in place? What kind of black technology is this? Su Mu also opened his eyes from the continuous level promotion, feeling the huge power in his body, very satisfied. Crack! Zai Tong was very panicked, and quickly launched an attack before the other party could react. Snapped! Su Mu easily grabbed Zai Tong's wrist and threw him out with a little force. It's like throwing a little chicken, effortlessly. It took 90 million kill points from level 10 to 100, and the remaining 20 million has been upgraded to level 120, which is all used up. Su Mu checked the panel and was very satisfied. All attributes have increased to about 100,000, and the life value has reached 1.5 million. Compared to the same level? No, compared to people at level 200, the attributes are only higher or lower. The bonuses of various titles are small at low levels, but they appear to be much higher at high levels. For example, primary diving increases stamina by 3%. Low level only has 20 points of stamina, which can only be increased by 0.6 points. And when you have 100,000 points of stamina, you can increase it by a full 3,000 points, which can almost increase your blood volume by tens of thousands. Now Su Mu has crushed Zai Tong in all aspects. Impossible, it must be an illusion. Zai Tong roared, and began to accumulate energy. He used the strongest blow of the entropy demon to shatter this illusion and kill Su Mu by the way. Su Mu glanced at him and raised a finger. The entropy demon strikes hard. With deep black brilliance in his hands, Zai Tong rushed towards Su Mu. Su Mu just said indifferently, the ring of salt and iron, the master of ocean currents. 100,000 points of spirit instantly penetrated Zai Tong's passive defense and easily affected the flow of salt in his body. Zai Tong was forced to slip and fell to the ground. Boom! The entropy demon hit the ground hard and exploded at a very close distance. His whole body was blown away, his body was bloody, and there were deep bone wounds everywhere. Ugh! Zai Tong cried out in pain, flapping his membrane wings to escape. It's late. Su Mu had already been thrown out. He has been relying on the 50,000 damage of the panel before. But now, Su Mu has 100,000 spirits, multiplied by 2 of the magic system bonus, and can instantly cause 250,000 damage. This is still a situation where you don't read the article. If you can continue to sing, it is not impossible to do millions of damage. But this is not enough. Su Mu remembers that in the secret realm of the Abyss Mage, his spell directly caused an explosion AoE within a few kilometers, and the enemies within each range suffered tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of damage. Ah! Zai Tong curled up in pain and kept crying. His life value continued to decrease, and the chaotic effect of destroying the world and burning the prison also made him spin around for a while, and he couldn't tell who was up or who was up. Su Mu showed no mercy. It's all because of you that I chose a career in life, go to hell. He sang Janayu Thunder Tribulation, and he deliberately extended it for a while before falling down with a loud crash. With the earth-shattering purple lightning falling, Zai Tong's whole body was burned into coke. He is different from the outside parasites. The original owner of his body has been completely swallowed, leaving only a soul imprint. So Su Mu doesn't need to hold back, just instantly kill. A 200 level master slaughtered like a pig like a dog without causing any waves. Su Mu walked to Lang Junyeo's side and glanced at her. Her life force was running out, and she was about to die. Even if you take it out now, if you can't return to Blue Star, there is no way to treat it. Sorry, I can't save you. He apologized slightly. After all, the opponent blocked a blow before he was seriously injured and his life was in danger. Lang Junyeo weakly raised her eyelids, suddenly moved her fingers slightly, and pointed to her waist. Is there a last word? Su Mu looked over Lang Junyeo and found a scroll. He thought it was a scroll to return to the city, but after opening it, he was suddenly taken aback. Deed of subordination, Master. Party B becomes Party A's servant in the form of a spirit body and obeys all instructions. The contract can only be broken by the death of one of the parties. Su Mu looked at Lang Junyeo. Do you want to use it? Lang Junyeo couldn't speak, blood was coming out of her throat, but she still nodded. Su Mu frowned. In the form of a spirit body, it means that you will abandon your original body and exist in a half-energy state. Although I'm not interested in controlling you, your ownership will be limited by the contract, is that okay? Lang Junyeo looked determined and shook her head. If she didn't use the contract, she would die, but if she used the contract, she could survive in another way. Of course, she had to choose the latter. Su Mu was also slightly amazed. The Lang family in the northern region must have attached great importance to Lang Junyeo, with so many life-saving things on her body. He didn't care about having one more so-called follower, so he tore up the scroll and let Lang Junyeo sign the contract dipped in blood. With a flash of light, Lang Junyeo's body turned transparent and floated in the air. Her body is elementalizing and remaining on the physical plane in another form. Su Mu sensed that there was an extra connection in his heart, and he could manipulate this connection at will to control Lang Junyeo. If you want her to die, it is also a matter of one sentence. In the distance, Huang Tianli was stunned. No wonder the Lang family didn't have any helpers except Lang Junyeo. They left too many tricks on her. Huang Tianli and the others tried to defeat her. Now it looks like a dream. But he also sighed. The Lang family is really about to rise. Although Lang Junyeo has become a servant, her status does not necessarily become lowly. Huang Tianli met Su Mu for the first time, but he already had a deep understanding. This talent is the real dark horse and the real cornerstone of the future. What he has to do now is to go back and persuade the Huang family, and all the united families, to please Su Mu and lay the foundation for the future. Su Mu didn't go to see Lang Junyeo, who was in elementalization, and took out the professional book of elemental swordsman with some regrets. If you use it earlier, you don't have to learn the life profession of botanist. However, now that he is over level 30, he can already start a second career, and it is not too late to learn now. Use the job book. Su Mu said. Two light curtains jumped out in front of him. Will the elemental swordsman be the first job? Do you want to be an elemental swordsman as a second job? Su Mu was slightly taken aback. What's the matter, didn't you learn the first job? How come? Chapter 69. Su Mu tentatively said, learn elemental swordsman. Ding! Career selection success, the first career is locked as elemental swordsman. Skills learned, elemental affinity, sword affinity, wind spirit step, earth vein hidden, elemental blade, 4 forms of earth, fire, water, wind, shock power, form transformation, astral zone. Su Mu was shocked immediately. FK, can I still choose my first job? He looked at the panel again. Su Mu. Grade, 120. Occupation, botanist, elemental swordsman. Skill. After the botanist, the character of the elemental swordsman is dim, obviously only he can see it. But all the passivity of the elemental swordsman, as well as the bonus of the main attribute, have already been added to the body. How is this going? Su Mu pondered for a while, and suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that the profession is actually realized with a hidden title? My talent still extends to the professional certificate. He thought of the many games he played in his previous life. The continuous blood loss skill was a debuff. And an instant damage skill is realized with a fast debuff of 100 milliseconds. This is simple to implement, only need to do a buff system, you can achieve a variety of functions. Could it be that in the era of global digitalization, occupations are actually hidden titles, but 707 cannot see them under normal circumstances? And because of his special talent, can he learn more professions? Su-mu didn't say anything, and immediately took out a pile of professional books in her arms. Occupation book, Heart of the Jungle, Master. Transferred to the Heart of the Jungle, the main attribute, Agility. Obtain passive, Jungle Elegance, Spirit Swiftness, Leather Armor Affinity, Beast Master Heart. Get the Initiative, Taming Creatures, Bloody Call, Healing of All Spirits, Hidden Breath, Deep Forest Halo. After taking out the career book, I saw 2 prompts. Do you take the Heart of the Jungle as your first job? Do you use the Heart of the Jungle as a second job? First career. Ding. The career book turned into golden light and entered Su-mu's body, his attributes suddenly increased by a bit. He clicked on the panel. Su-mu. Grade, 120. Occupation, Botanist, Elemental Swordsman, Heart of the Jungle. Sure enough. Occupations can be superimposed infinitely. Su-mu was overjoyed. He looked at the attributes, among which agility was the highest, and the 2 agility-enhancing professions were passive, which immediately increased the attributes and defense. Now agility has 150,000, followed by spirit with 120,000 and strength with 100,000. The passive of each profession will increase the main attribute, because there is only one bonus, so it is a high percentage bonus. Su-mu was shocked. If every occupation learns Elemental Affinity increases agility and spirit by 20%, Jungle Grace increases agility by 30%. This improved efficiency stunned Su-mu. Sure enough, he took out the pile of professional books that he had dropped before and studied them one after another. Occupation book, Chef, Normal, Occupation book, Warrior, Silver, Occupation book, Conjurer, Silver, Occupation book, Elephant Rider, Silver, Occupation book, Blaster, Gold. Study. Ding 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 ding. Su-mu's body is constantly shining with brilliance, and each of her passive and active skills has been learned from medicine. His attributes kept skyrocketing. Although his level remained the same, his attributes had risen to an unattainable height. Whether to integrate occupations, Conjurer, Silver, Heart of the Forest, Master. Su-mu suddenly heard the prompt. Oh! It can still be integrated according to the first and second occupations. Okay, Fusion. Acquired a new job, How to Train Your Dragon, Epic. Main attributes, Strength, Spirit. Gain passives, Flame Resistance, Dragon Affinity, Magic Resistance, Obsidian Skin, Ancient Blood. Get the Initiative, Tame Dragons, Dragon Blood Magic, Dragon Tooth Thrust, Blood Burst, Multidimensional Breath. Su-mu was taken aback for a moment, then exulted, Dragon Master, this is a good job. In his impression, this is a very advanced summoning class with a very high bonus. The profession comes with magic resistance and spell enhancement, and its strength and speed are also extremely fast. It is a very strong hexagonal warrior. And it can also tame dragons, which is one of the top summons, very rare. Su-mu has learned all the occupations at hand and acquired many skills. He looked at his panel again, and each attribute exceeded 200,000. Physique, 27, Calf, million. Power, 250,000. Agility, 230,000. Spirit, 220,000. Hiss, so strong. Su-shu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now his attributes have far exceeded level 200. If you deal with Zai-tong now, you don't need skills, and you can directly strangle him to death by relying entirely on your physical advantage. Blue Star is the rear of the human base camp. Level 30 is a threshold that distinguishes ordinary people from professionals. Level 60 is enough to hold a management position in any city. At level 100, you can already become an elder or a guest in the local area. From level 100 onwards, they are all elite level professionals, either guarding the rear, or entering the secret war realm to start bloody battles with alien races. Although Su-mu is only level 120, his attributes have already exceeded level 200. Even on the front line, he can serve as a party, command, and manage a powerful team. This is just the beginning. Su-mu's eyes were burning with war. With the omnipotent godhead, only the god level, the group is my goal. Su-mu looked towards the top of the 42nd floor, full of fighting spirit in his heart. Only by standing at the top of the world can he stop his pace of fighting. Swish! There was a soft sound from the side, and Lang Junyeo's elementalization was completed. She was floating in the air, her body was as translucent as ice crystals, and her clothes made of ice and snow floated in the air, as beautiful as a fairy. Lang Junyeo opened her beautiful eyes with a trace of glamour and arrogance. But the moment she saw Su-mu, she immediately fell from the air and knelt on the ground. Master. Su-mu's mentality grows with the level, just glanced lightly, I give you two choices. First, the contract can only be revoked after death, I will not control you, you go back to Lang's house, what to do? Second. Lang Junyeo immediately lowered her head, Master, I choose to follow in your footsteps. You saved me, this life is yours. I am already a semi-elemental body, and it is no longer convenient for me to go home, I just want to be able to guard my master and gallop for you. Just ask me to contribute to the family at special moments. If the master is against the Lang family, please allow me to arrogate myself. Su-mu didn't talk nonsense, yes. Bind as the first summoned object. Various occupations with babies, you can tame living creatures. There is no essential difference between human beings and other alien races and beasts, and of course they can be tamed. It's just that powerful professionals are difficult to capture, and they violate the Yanmen agreement. If caught by a low-level professional, it is not as good as a beast with skills. So very few people practice it. Ding! Pet, Lang Junyeo has been bound. Su-mu scratched her head, calling pets is a bit weird, it's better to follow her. But it's just displayed on the panel, it doesn't matter. After the binding was completed, balls of white light poured out from Su-mu's body and submerged into Lang Junyeo's body. She looked at her hands in amazement, what a strong force. Pets can only inherit part of the main attributes, Master, you are so strong. Chapter 70. Lang Junyeo was shocked, and her attributes also skyrocketed. The average attribute at level 50 is only 8,000 points. Relying on the equipment, occupation, and skills provided by the family, she barely pulled it to around 1W2. But unlike Su-mu, she is seriously biased and only has a particularly high spirit. Strength and agility are much worse, only around 700. But now, her attributes are constantly increasing. 20,000, 30,000, because. In the end, the spirit rose to 80,000 points, and the rest of the attributes were not bad, so it stopped. Lang Junyeo was greatly shocked. She knew that Su-mu was not a summoning profession, and the pet inherited the owner's attribute bonus very low. My own attributes have skyrocketed so much, how strong should the master's attributes be? Su-mu glanced at her panel. After the fusion of the Heart of the Jungle and the Conjurer, the two professions not only did not disappear, but continued to function. The summoning professions such as Heart of the Jungle, Elephant Trainer, and Dragon Master have high attribute bonuses for pets. With this combination, Lang Junyeo can inherit 60% of his attributes. However, because of her low level, she cannot fully obtain it. Now on Lang Junyeo's panel, it says level 50, 120. It means that she has a high experience bonus before level 120, and can increase the level at several times the usual speed. The experience bonus doesn't disappear until master level is reached. Su-mu glanced at Lang Junyeo's other information. Occupation, Snow Girl, with a lot of skills, most of which are cold attributes. And the biggest Ice Age is already at the level of forbidden spells, but the low level can't exert its effect yet. After Lang Junyeo released Ice Age, there should be a long period of weakness. But since elementalization is equivalent to dying once, the debuff of weakness is gone. Su-mu nodded, this helper is not bad. All her skill combinations are very reasonable, obviously formulated by the masters in the family. With this helper, there is no need for Su-mu to do some dirty work by himself. And Lang Junyeo looked at her attributes, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, she apologized, Master, I'm sorry, at this critical moment, I only have a career book for a botanist, which has delayed your career choice. Su-mu waved his hand, it doesn't matter. Even if you can't learn multiple professions, a botanist will only slightly delay the integration of professions. As long as he finds another career book of the botanical department, such as jungle sage, druid, and forest hermit, he can still integrate botanists and become a senior professional. Lang Junyeo lowered her head, Master, everything about me belongs to you. From now on, I will only serve you. Su-mu nodded, stay at a high level, if there is a way to cancel the contract, you can leave. Lang Junyeo immediately shook her head, Master, I only want to follow you. She saw Su-mu's vast ability, and her heart was clear. This is the real pride of heaven, able to shake the entire blue star, no, the existence of the entire myriad realms. It was an absolutely correct decision for her to follow him. Those members of the family who want to go south are nothing more than fighting for more interests within the Yan League. You can follow Su-mu, and you can reach out to the heavens and souls. If you take someone else's, you will always grab your own. Not far away, Huang Tianli also woke up from the shock, Brother Su-mu, you are really too strong. He saw the name on the trial leaderboard and knew Su-mu's name. You actually killed a level 200 alien, that's a great credit. With Su-mu's hands behind her back, Lang Junyeo stood up and spoke on her behalf, Master's mighty power is beyond your imagination. Huang Tianli looked at Lang Junyeo with mixed feelings. What I thought was my biggest opponent turned out to be someone else's entourage. But now it seems that this is not a cheap thing. On the contrary, from the strength that Su-mu showed, he will definitely have a place in Yanmen in the future. At that time, maybe he will still be jealous of Lang Junyeo. Thinking of this, Huang Tianli said, Brother Su-mu, don't worry, after I go out, I will tell the people outside what happened here truthfully. Thanks to your action, otherwise we will all be killed by the parasites. Su-mu nodded. Huang Tianli said cautiously, outside, as you said, the rest of the parasites have been eliminated. Lang Junyeo frowned, do you still want Master to give you a guarantee? No, no, no. Huang Tianli quickly waved his hands, I'm just talking too much. Brother Su-mu, what are you going to do next? According to his thinking, since the parasites have offended Su-mu, he will definitely be furious and kill back to the territory of the parasites. Su-mu pointed to the top of her head, the college entrance examination. Ah! Huang Tianli was dumbfounded. He had heard Su-mu say that the score was still poor, but he never took it seriously. Seeing the foreigner who easily killed level 200 in seconds, and then thinking about the trivial matter of the college entrance examination, Huang Tianli felt a sense of gap for a while. Such a strong person, why did he still take the exam? But Su-mu said to Lang Junyeo, heal them, let's go. Lang Junyeo nodded, and read the healing technique to Huang Tianli, Chu Chenjiao, and Huan Yanwei. The simplest healing technique, everyone will learn it, one for everyone. Plus 45,781. Plus 40,841. plus 41,349. 3 white lights brushed on the 3 people's heads, filling them up with milk. Huang Tianli felt a surge of heat in his body, and in an instant, his whole body regained its strength. Damn it, what kind of milk is this? He was shocked. As soon as they turned their heads, the other 2 also stood up blankly. 0. There was a big hole in Chu Chenjiao's chest, but at the last moment, Huan Yanwei threw in a few flesh and blood-weaving worms to repair it bit by bit, so that he could not die. The same was true for Huan Yanwei herself, who was almost split in 2 by Zai Tong, and was slowly repaired by the worms in her body. But both of them are on the verge of death. Even if they are sent outside, they still need severe treatment. But Lang Junyao's simple healing technique filled them all up. The physical injury still needs to be treated again, but the life value is filled directly. Huang Tianli was completely dumbfounded. This shit is too strong. Healing skills only have a 0.5 spirit bonus, and Lang Junyao can fill them up with a normal skill. Then how high should her attribute be? Huang Tianli didn't think that Lang Junyao had always had such high attributes. If she had such a strong ability when fighting Zai Tong, she would have screamed at the opponent long ago. Then there is only one possibility. Huang Tianli looked at the direction in which Su Mu left, and was even more shocked in his heart. I only inherited some attributes, but suddenly it increased several times, no, dozens of times. Su Mu, how strong is it? He made up his mind to mobilize the family when he returned, and his history supports it. If it is not within his comprehension to please his toughness, it will be too late. Huang Tianli gritted his teeth, searched Zai Tong for a while, and then chased after him. Brother Su, wait for me, I also want to open my eyes. Chu Chenjiao and Huan Yanwei looked at each other, but they also vaguely understood what was going on. They dragged their bodies and quickly followed the 43rd floor. Chapter 71. The 43rd floor is the mob floor, which is a gloomy tomb. An armored skeleton climbed out of the coffin, with frightening glimmers of light in the 2 eye sockets, and rushed forward screaming. Huang Tianli lost an identification technique. Undead bones. Level, 32, dynamic level. Blood volume, 100,000. 8,500. Agility, 3,400. Spirit, 0. Hiss. Huang Tianli sucked in a breath of cold air. It's just a mob with a strength of around 60. Chu Chenjiao and Huan Yanwei, who came from behind, also appraised the immortal bones, and immediately exclaimed, they are so strong, can they handle it? Su Mu stood with her hands behind her back, while Lang Junyao took the lead and attacked dozens of undead skeletons. Chu Chenjiao and Huan Yanwei watched Lang Junyao fighting against so many monsters alone, and couldn't help but sweat. Shall we help? Huang Tianli knew that they were in a coma, that 760 lost consciousness, and didn't know what happened, so he smiled wryly. Look at it, there is no need for Brother Su Mu to take action. Brother Su Mu. Chu Chenjiao was a little confused by this title, but he didn't quite understand it. When he woke up, Zai Tong had disappeared, thinking that the proctor had taken action. But I followed to the 43rd floor, and I didn't see anyone else. Yet. Lang Junyao made a move, and a ball of pure ice breath swung out, covering all the dead bones immediately. Huan Yanwei worried, Lang Junyao is only level 50, but monsters have attributes of level 60, let's help. Huang Tianli smiled without saying a word, hee. Huan Yanwei. She looked puzzled, and the next moment, she saw a scene that shocked her. All the immortal bones touched by the breath of pure ice stopped moving. The soul fire in their eyes persisted for a second, and quickly dissipated. Lang Junyao walked across the courtyard leisurely, and the breeze blown by the wings of ice crystals blew these powerful undead monsters into pieces like flying ashes. How is it possible? Huan Yanwei's eyes widened. Lang Junyao, why are you so strong? Her memory still stays at the time when Lang Junyao was level 30, she was very strong at that time, but her strength was limited. It is also quite difficult to deal with monsters on the 41st floor. But now, with 2 floors higher and monster attributes greatly improved, she can do it in seconds. Chuchenjao gradually came to his senses. No, it's not Lang Junyeo that is fishy. Look, her body is translucent. I thought it was some kind of temporary buff, but it seems to be an elemental spirit. She is that Suumu's pet. Huan Yanwei was also shocked. No, it's impossible. She couldn't understand, such a powerful Northern Lang family, such a proud daughter of a genius. Would you be willing to be someone else's follower? Thanks to the Xingling Pagoda's isolation from outside monitoring, if someone knew that the only daughter of the Lang family had been tamed, what a shock it would be. TB. Huan Yanwei tremblingly said, so. Lang Junyeo suddenly became stronger because of that man. Huang Tianli glared at her. What is that man called Brother Sumu? Master Sumu is also fine. Huan Yanwei panicked. It was the first time she saw the young master of the Huang family in Haikan speak like this. The Huang family can also rank high in the entire Yanmen, stomping their feet, can also dominate the death of millions of people, and also have their own secret cultivation realm. Even the young master is so humble. How strong is that Sumu? Sumu followed Lang Junyeo and walked slowly. Undead bones, revenant liches, and blood-winged bats appear from coffins, sealed crystals, and murals everywhere. With a creepy howl, he rushed towards the 2 of them. Lang Junyeo opened her hands, and the icy breath spread in all directions. In just an instant, these powerful undead creatures were frozen into ice. She then shot out a fine rain of ice crystal arrows, and the monsters that she touched turned into dust one after another. A group of powerful level 60 attribute monsters were all destroyed in such a light manner, leaving no dead bodies. And as Lang Junyeo became more proficient in attributes, her efficiency in killing monsters was still improving. Sumu followed behind slowly, looking at the panel. Killed undead bones. Dead soul lich has been killed. Bloodwing bat has been killed. Acquire experience value 10,284. Pet gains experience value 50,284. Acquired experience value 16,123. Pet gains experience value 51,251. Both of them are gaining experience crazily, and because Lang Junyeo's level is low, there is a bonus in absorbing experience. Also because level 50 does not require much experience, she cleared the 43rd floor, and she was also promoted to level 51. Sumu looked at another watch, which was the ladder map of the trial. Lang Junyeo ranked second with a score of just over 300,000. And his score has reached the first 10,000. Although he didn't do anything at this level, but because of the summoning profession, all of Lang Junyeo's kills were counted under his name. It's quite convenient, let's go to the next floor. Sumu waved her hand, telling Lang Junyeo to continue walking up. The score has reached the first, the principal should be satisfied. If Tao Yingqi hadn't given the killing secret realm keystone, Sumu's growth would not have been so fast. Maybe because of insufficient attributes, they can't beat the 200 level parasites. Sumu sees that the score is the first, and the picture of gratitude is enough. But the Star Spirit Pagoda has already come, so just finish brushing. The few people behind were stunned. There are so many elite monsters on the 43rd floor, and it only took them 5 minutes. It's too strong. Huan Yanwei sighed, her heart was full of admiration. At this level, they are completely unworthy as opponents. Not to mention the mysterious Sumu, Lang Junyeo alone is enough to rival the elders of their clan. Chuchenjao hesitated for a long time before saying, Sumu, brother is so strong, why do you still come to the college entrance examination? Huang Tianli shook his head, maybe it's just a personal preference, I like this kind of atmosphere. Huan Yanwei said, I guess he must be the apprentice or heir of a certain saint-level or god-level powerhouse. Participating in the trial is nothing more than having an open way to get in front of people. When the matter is over, see which strong man he will leave with, and then he will know his identity. The eyes of the other two people brightened. That's right. When I go back, I will also tell my family that Su-mu will become the mainstay of the front line in the next 10, 50, or 100 years. As long as he doesn't fall, he will surely ignite the divine fire. But thinking of igniting the divine fire, several people were a little bit embarrassed. That 0.1 difficulty is too big. For 300 years, genius has never stopped. There is even a King Ching-Keng who reached level 1000 at the age of 18. At that time, everyone thought he would become a god. It's a pity that in the end, the foreign race used a small battle as a disguise, dispatched a large number of strong men, and fell into a small secret place. It doesn't matter, anyway, as long as I have me, I must support brother Su-mu. Huang Tianli's eyes were shining with fighting spirit. Whether it's for selfish reasons or for the entire Yan League, we must do our best to support it. At the same time, Su-mu has cleared the 44th floor, and Lang Junyeo has been promoted to another level. When you reach the 45th floor, there is a cat demon boss blocking the way. Under the pressure of 80,000 attributes, Lang Junyeo took it away with just 2 skills. Ding! Su-mu was about to go up when she heard a prompt. Occupation book obtained, Phantom Cat Demon, Epic. Chapter 72. Without thinking about it, Su-mu gave Lang Junyeo the job letter. I learned to be a second job. Lang Junyeo was taken aback for a moment, then said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." She used the occupation book, and a golden light overflowed. Your pet has started a second job, Phantom Cat Demon. Main attributes: Agility, Spirit. Gain passives: Civet Agility, Lucky Bait, Shadow Lurker, Predator Speed. Get the initiative: Claw of Fate, Phantom Spirit Strike, Dark Night Sprint, Deadly Guerrilla Element. Lang Junyeo's attributes have been raised again, and now all attributes are at 90,000, close to 100,000. Su-mu took a look at the skills. The epic class bonuses are good, each panel and bonuses are very strong. But one of the passives interested Su-mu more. Lucky Bait, dodge is permanently increased by 30%, you can dodge a fatal attack, after which the passive invalidation requires a lucky charge. Lucky Charge. Su-mu looked at this passivity and found it a bit unique. What is luck? He called Lang Junyeo, dodge the next attack. Lang Junyeo was taken aback. What? Su-mu raised the sword of lightness and slashed head-on. Lang Junyeo was startled, and she immediately dodged like a black shadow. But Su-mu-20 has 230,000 attributes, both strength and agility are much higher than her. Lang Junyeo tried her best to avoid it by chopping and wiping the corner of her clothes. Who, Master, you? She was startled, and just about to speak, she saw a long and deep gully drawn on the ground in front of her. As if the ground had been cut open, a long and narrow gully appeared, fully 100 meters long. But looking down, you can't see the bottom. Lang Junyeo broke out in cold sweat immediately. If that sword hit her, she would be dead. Su-mu glanced at the panel. Lucky Bait, Lucky is fully charged, and the color has been activated. It's interesting. Lang Junyeo was lucky enough to avoid her own sword. It seems that it can be used for some interesting things. Su-mu thought to himself. Since he can recharge Lang Junyeo's brother Chun's skill with one strike, he can make her do some dangerous things when he has no indestructible passive. The elemental body is not easy to die, or it can be repaired if it is damaged. Coupled with immortality, and perpetual motion can be formed. Lang Junyeo shuddered, always feeling that something bad happened. Su-mu thought about his skills, and raised his head cheerfully. Go ahead, brush forward. At this time, the trio behind also followed up, and seeing the huge gully on the ground, Their hearts trembled. They didn't feel energy fluctuations at all, which meant that the opponent relied on pure physical strength to cut a gully several hundred meters long. What a power it is! Go, if you don't hurry up, Brother Su-mu will pass the level. Huang Tianwei shouted, waking up the two people behind. Huang Tianli and Chu Chenjiao hurriedly followed behind and headed towards the high level together. Then, they saw a shocking picture. On the next level, countless pterosaurs appeared in the sky, and endless earth dragons emerged from the ground. A piece of ice crystals, across the country. On the next floor, a lion covered in flames and a hyena that was completely shadowed rushed out. A piece of ice fog, completely wiped out. On the next floor, there is a real dragon boss, 10 stories high, like a hill, staring at the comers. A huge ice thorn, instantly. Next level. Huang Tianli and the others watched Su-mu leisurely walk through the floors. The attributes of monsters increased layer by layer, but he didn't feel it at all. No matter what monster you encounter, it is a second move, and then you can get the loot. Beasts, elementals, aberrations, humanoids, ghosts. No matter who jumped out, they couldn't escape a piece of ice crystals, and were easily turned into powder. Obviously every monster has its own attributes, but under the overwhelming power, it has completely become a joke. As long as you show your head, you are dead. And it was only Lang Junyeo who did it. Su-mu just followed behind with her hands behind her back. It seems that everything has nothing to do with him, he is only responsible for following behind and picking up the spoils. And Lang Junyeo has changed a bit from before, 2 black cat ears appeared on the top of her head, and a fluffy tail followed behind her. The ice crystal clothes also added more colors before, with black stripes, which made her limbs more delicate and attractive. However, Su-mu's madness and lustful passiveness make him more attractive in the eyes of different people. Lang Junyeo inherited the attributes of the master, and also inherited the charm. Whoever sees her is subconsciously charmed, thinking it's just a lazy, alluring cat. But when the destructive icy breath approached everything, it was too late. Huang Tianli and Chu Chenjiao hurriedly turned their eyes away, not daring to look any further. That's not something they can covet, don't look at evil. What surprised them even more was that Lang Junyeo's level would increase every time she passed 1 or a half floors. 52, 53, 54, 60, 62, 67, 70. How did she level up so fast? Huang Tianwei was shocked. Huang Tianli pointed to Su-mu who was strolling in front of him. Don't you see how big Brother Su is? Huang Tianwei looked at it, but didn't dare to throw the identification technique. How many levels? Huang Tianli, level 120. Huang Tianwei was startled. FK, level 120? No wonder. When the pet is at a low level, it will have experience bonuses and can quickly catch up. She couldn't help being a little envious. If she could also curry favor with Su-mu, she might be able to soar into the sky. Ding! When Lang Junyeo reached level 100, a wizard boss also fell. 143. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Star Tower, you are the first person to clear the level in 117 years. Please withdraw the prize. Irrelevant, please leave. A portal opened, and Huang Tianli and the others were shocked to find that the Star Spirit Pagoda had been cleared. This is the first customs clearance in 117 years. They were both shocked and reasonable. If Su-mu can't pass the level, who can? Moreover, after he dealt with Zai Tong, he never made a single shot. Only relying on pets can easily kill everything in the rear. In the end, the boss only lasted 30 seconds longer before dying. From the 42nd floor to the 100th floor, it didn't even take an hour. Let's go, the reward is not something we can covet. Chu Chenjiao sighed and walked towards the portal. Huang Tianli walked up to Su-mu and bowed, Brother Su-mu, thank you for saving me. This is something from Zai Tong. It may not mean much to you, but you deserve it. He put down his things, and he and Hualengui left together. Of course Su Mu didn't think too much, so he glanced at the things. There are several career books, the best of which is Master Illusionist. Without further ado, he learned all of them, added a bunch of active and passive skills, and improved his attributes a bit. Afterwards, Su Mu said loudly, "Get the reward from the Star Tower." Chapter 73. Ding! A reminder came from Su Mu's ear. Reward withdrawal. Acquired, 117 years of trial experience. Obtained, Certificate of Storage, please select the form. Obtained, Occupation Clearance Document, Normal. Obtained, Occupation Book, Demon Storer, Epic. 4 objects were suspended in front of Su Mu, and he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. These things are so precious. It is indeed the reward of the 100th floor of the Star Tower. The first one is an ordinary elixir, but it is actually a 117-year trial comprehension. The trial continent accommodates millions or tens of millions of students every year, and everyone's fierce battles, struggles, and production will stir up the rules, and condense into a strand of trial sentiment. Because no one cleared the Star Spirit Pagoda in 117 years, these insights were preserved and accumulated year by year. Su Mu swallowed the elixir without thinking. A hot current gushed out from his stomach, and quickly entered his mind and limbs. In just a few seconds, Su Mu felt that he had gone through countless trials and saw endless students fighting and fighting with monsters. There are also tens of millions of life professionals who search for resources in the boundless forests, deserts, and oceans, and manufacture equipment with effects. Su Mu stood there, motionless. Lang Junyeo stood quietly beside her, guarding her surroundings. Although the Star Spirit Pagoda is very safe, she still has to fulfill her responsibilities. About half an hour passed before Su Mu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It's so rich in insights, I can't absorb it all for the time being. Su Mu feels that she has strengthened a lot, although the level of the testers is not high, the average level is 20. But there are too many people, and there are thousands of occupations. The display of such a large number of occupations allowed Su Mu to comprehend by analogy and generate many ideas. Now even with a basic blade-heavy strike skill, Su Mu can extract the essence from hundreds of professions that use swords, and make a shocking blow. But this comprehension is too profound, and it is different from the comprehension of myriad worlds in the slaughtering secret realm. This one is more gentle. Su Mu can't fully absorb it for the time being, and needs to be stimulated and comprehended little by little in actual combat. Next, Su Mu looked at the second item. Certificate of Storage, please select the form. Su Mu was delighted, this is not a standard space ring. After the global digitization of this thing, it was produced by space professionals. But the price is too expensive, 1 cubic meter can be sold for 300,000 yuan. Su Mu was so cash-strapped that she couldn't afford it at all. But now it's different, there are rewards. Ring shape. Su Mu said. The certificate of storage emitted bursts of light in the air, and then turned into a silver ring, which fell into Su Mu's hands. He opened it and was shocked. FK, 10,000 cubic meters. A cubic meter of storage equipment costs 300,000. The bigger the space, the more expensive it is per cubic meter. After all, it is better to carry a large space equipment than to carry a bunch of dingling clanging. For 10,000 cubic meters, the price must be at least several billion, or even tens of billions. Su Mu was overjoyed, poured out everything in the bag, and put it into the interspatial ring. Next came a career clearance paperwork, which was of no use to Su Mu. Holding the paperwork, he pondered for a moment whether to get rid of the botanist. After thinking about it, forget it. Although botanist is a life profession, it also provides several jungle affinity passives, so there is no need to clear them. This thing is useless to oneself, but it can be sold to the outside world. After choosing a job, many second-generation workers found that their compatibility was inconsistent, but another job position was taken. If you show this thing to them, it will be very popular. The last is a career book. Magic storage. Soo-Mew looked at the item introduction, a little puzzled. Why did you give it a life occupation? Forget it, let's learn first. He used the occupation book, and a purple ray entered his body. Seeing that Lang Junyeo had been guarding him, Soo-Mew asked, "Aren't you curious that I used this career book again?" Lang Junyeo immediately bowed her head respectfully. Master naturally has his own thoughts, I dare not talk too much. Soo-Mew smiled, "It's okay, just don't talk nonsense." He just said lightly, but the contract will burn this sentence into Lang Junyeo's heart. Even if she was coerced and controlled, she couldn't tell this matter. Even death cannot break through the contract. Soo-Mew absorbed the job book, looked at the effect, and suddenly changed his face. It's not a 100-layer reward. Demon storage, epic. Main attributes, strength, spirit. Gain passives, scholar thinking, enchanting specialization, magic absorption, mana source. Gain initiative, efficient enchantment, magic manufacturing, spell storage, spell granting. Although this magic storage is biased towards life occupations, it doesn't have a single damage skill. But the passivity inside is all ridiculously strong. Scholars thinking, the speed of casting spells, including enchanting and manufacturing, is increased by 10 to 50%, depending on the proficiency. Enchantment specialization, the effectiveness of created magic items is increased by 30%, and the success rate is increased by 30%. Magic absorption, absorb 30% of magic damage received and store it as mana. If the mana is full, a mana shield will be formed. Source of mana, mana regenerates 100% faster. Energy, stamina, focus, rage, etc. regenerate 30% faster. All enchanted items slowly recharge. Seeing these passivity, Soo-Mew was slightly surprised. The speed of casting spells is increased, and the chanting is faster. At the same time, others only cast one spell, but I can cast 2 or 3 spells. Quantitative changes can produce qualitative changes. Not to mention the enhancement of the enchanting effect, this is a magical skill for life occupations. The effect is increased by 30%, and the production of primary enchanted items can reach the intermediate level. The same materials, but better equipment can be produced, and the things will never be sold. And the magic absorption and mana source in the back are a perfect match. Soo-Mew has the title of Abyssal Wise Man, and already has 10,000% mana recovery speed, plus all kinds of mana recovery equipment and mana potions devoured. The mana value can't be used up at all. Now it has increased the recovery speed by 100%, and the mana, has it, value is basically full. The magic absorption can absorb spell damage, and if it is full of blue, it will form a shield. If the enemy casts a fireball with 100 damage on Soo-Mew, the magic absorption will be 30%, which is 30 points. These 30 points will form a shield, and will instantly offset 30 points. In the end, the one who hit the body only had 40 points of damage. 100 points of damage, only 40 points take effect in the end. It means that Soo-Mew can always have 60% magic resistance, which is not weak. Moreover, other magic shields can be opened at any time to offset the remaining 40%. Permanently maintain 60% magic resistance, it is ridiculously strong wherever it is placed. Unexpectedly, the passive skills most desired by combat professions are in life professions. But these are not enough to shock Soo-Mew. His previous spell resistance wasn't high, but he wasn't afraid of legal professions either. What surprised him the most were the 2 active skills of the magic storage. Chapter 74. Spell storage, store an arbitrary spell, up to 100, 0/100. Spell granting, grant stored spells to any item, and each item can grant up to 5 spells. Spells take effect between spells. Mu was very pleasantly surprised, the effects of these 2 spells fit so well. If it is just a pure magic storage, as a life profession, it means storing some ordinary spells in it, such as healing, spell shield, or enchanting fireball on bows and ammunition. As a life profession, combat skills, control skills, healing skills, and auxiliary skills are not much stronger. The effects given by these 2 skills are not much better than other enchanted equipment. But Mu has too many skills, among other things, enchant 5 parts of the World Destroyer and burn the prison on 1 arrow. As long as you find another shooter class, relying on high-value attributes, you can perform super wide-range AoE several kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers away. Or enchant the drowsiness, confusion, blinding and other effects in the poisonous needle. With a light blow, the guard can be controlled and sneaked in easily. Or simply enchant the armor with concealment, invisibility, stealth, and untraceable, and you can become a super assassin, who cannot be observed at all. Or if the trap is enchanted with stasis, the captured person will be bound by the position in an instant, unable to even think, and can only be captured obediently. 683. This effect, combined with Mu's ability to learn unlimited professions, is really a perfect fit. He simply took out an ordinary white sword and enchanted it with a copy of Exterminating World and Burning Prison. Ding! Successful enchantment. Sharp sword, normal. Weapon damage, 8 to 13. Features: destruction of the world and burning prison, unstable, may erupt at any time, causing 50,000 plus 520,000 points of damage. Mu watched the blade of the white sword begin to crack, and a frightening firelight appeared underneath, and quickly put it into the space ring. The space ring has only space, which can isolate matter, time, and other factors, and the sword is also stable at the moment of cracking. It seems that it has something to do with the level. If the item level is too low, the enchantment will be unstable. Mu thought, but was still very happy. It's not a big problem. I also have life occupations. If I forge some high-grade equipment, I can enchant stronger skills on it. This time, Mu didn't even break a sweat, but he gained a lot. His fighting power has soared a lot, and it's time to leave. Outside, everyone looked at the screen nervously. It has been more than an hour, CAD, since Mu entered the Star Spirit Pagoda, and everyone was on tenterhooks. Why did you go in for so long? Could something have happened inside? Chen Kai, the Minister of Internal Affairs, asked anxiously. The Principal Tao Yinki wiped off his sweat, but he still forcibly calmed down and said, "It's okay, Mu is very calm and will not do dangerous things." But he has no idea. A few days into the tower, the score soared for a while. The scores of Lang Junyeo, Huang Tianli, Chu Chenjiao, Huan Yanwei, and Zai Tong were among the best, once reaching more than 200,000 and 300,000. According to the score conversion, they are probably located on the 40th to 45th floor. But since then, the number of embarrassment has stagnated for a long time. Will something happen? At that time, a teacher was very nervous. There are casualties every year in the trial. Will they be killed by the boss? Don't talk nonsense. Tao Yinki glared at him. These are all the treasures of the big families, how could there be no means to save their lives? Humph. Sun Yuzheng folded his hands and stood behind the crowd. The way to save your life? Where is the Star Spirit Pagoda? There are lives to enter, but no lives to spend. What did you say? Chen Kai glared at him. They are all students of my Yanmen, how could you curse like that? Sun Yuzheng spread his hands, looking leisurely, I'm just telling the truth. Get out of here. Sigh. Chen Kai wanted to drive him away, but in the end he just let out a long sigh. Sun Yuzheng is a member of Wenxi Academy, and the secret realm around the Yanmen of this organization has very strong forces, and there are more than a dozen strong people. He came to Huangshi this time to win over talents as a fellow villager. Sun Yuzheng once used the disappearance of S-level talent Pan Xian as an excuse to interrogate Su Mu. This kind of thing is already regarded as meddling in the internal affairs of the Yan League, but it is powerful and it is also for the reason of the human race. Chen Kai is a minister of internal affairs, and he really can't do anything to him. I can only think about it, report it quickly, and order him to be expelled immediately. But now that there is an accident in the trial continent, it is a mess from top to bottom, and I really can't care about such trivial matters. Fortunately, the scores changed quickly. The arrogance of several families is no longer changing. Song Yu Su Mu 10 people's scores keep rising. And going up really fast. Teachers, staff, and the principal watched Su Mu's score jump from 300,000 to 400,000 to 500,000. I was very happy at the beginning. I felt that Su Mu no longer kept it, and went all out to give them a face. But soon, their worries outweighed their excitement. Principal Tao, is his speed too fast? The head teacher hesitated for a long time before speaking tremblingly. Su Mu's scores never stop rising, they always jump up by big numbers. They couldn't imagine how a level 10 student could brush so fast. No, Su Mu must have successfully changed his profession. Only with professional skills can he move up quickly. Tao Yingqi said calmly. Humph! What about a level 10 professional? Sun Yuzheng said strangely, look at the score, it has reached about 60 floors. Monsters have a level of 70, can level 10 defeat a monster of level 70? Others smothered their anger, but could not refute. It took Su Mu half an hour to deal with the level 45 Tiger and Scorpion before. If he changed jobs again, he would still be at level 10, but with a few more active and passive skills. At level 10, can you brush all the way up without stopping, like cutting melons and vegetables? Tao Yingqi said, he entered the killing secret realm, so he must have killing points. Everyone nodded slightly. With kill value, it can indeed be converted into experience value and upgraded in place. Sun Yuzheng sneered, how much can you save? 100,000? 1 million? Or 10 million? He can only open the secret realm door, so he really thinks he is the master of the secret realm. With this killing value, it has risen to the top of the 20th and 30th levels. Can it kill monsters of the 70th and 80th levels? While speaking, Yin Mu's score jumped up again. The monsters now have levels of 80 to 90. The dynamic level is just to prevent the tester from being crushed by the level, causing resistance, or missing. But the attributes of monsters are really high. If Su Mu stays in one area, it will take a long time for the score to rise a bit, which can also make everyone feel at ease. But his score never stops and keeps rising, which is worrying. There was another thought in the hearts of the people present, but no one dared to say it. That is the person who is still climbing the Star Spirit Pagoda Su Mu? Chapter 75. What happened in the trial continent is already an open secret. Everyone knows that parasites have infiltrated and caused harm to the students. Fortunately, Su Mu made a move and opened the door to the killing secret, allowing people to avoid danger. Now there are 7 million students in the killing realm, and the remaining 3 million are still searching. The students have uncovered hundreds of parasites. They are isolated by the gate of the secret realm. Once they enter, they will be separated and dropped, and then they will be attacked by groups. A parasite without a host is very fragile and can be wiped out by a few students. But if it is parasitized, there is no good way to identify it except for the door of the killing secret. If there is no such safety zone, it is unknown how many people will die among them. Everyone sighed in their hearts thanks to Su Mu, and worried about him at the same time. No matter how strong his skills are, he is only a low-level professional. According to the parasites, one of them hides. Now it seems that there is a high probability that it will enter the Star Spirit Pagoda where the Tianjiao are. As for Su Mu, the speed of climbing is too fast, which is worrying. If he has already been defeated by the parasites, he has been manipulated. With the ability of a high-level powerhouse, climbing at this speed corresponds to the soaring score. Everyone at the scene looked gloomy, especially Tao Yinki, who had already clenched his fists tightly. It was hard for them to accept that a newly discovered genius in the rough would be corrupted by parasites. Also at this time, the liaison officer said pleasantly, "Principal, Yanmen has summoned new space professionals, and the access has been opened." Everyone was surprised. "Can you come back?" The teacher in charge was the fastest, grabbed a rabbit and threw it towards the gate of the secret realm. The rabbit disappeared out of thin air, and on the screen, there was a small image of the rabbit. It has entered the trial continent. At the same time, in front of the Star Spirit Pagoda, Huang Tianli and others were teleported to the main entrance. They were all pale, with traces of serious injuries on their bodies, and they were very weak. In about half a minute, a dozen or so people flew towards them and surrounded the group. Huang Tianli and the others wanted to say something, but these people had already used soothing spells to put them to sleep, and after a simple treatment to stabilize their injuries, they flew away with them. "Chen Kaidao, it's those family members, they have already started to save people, let's evacuate the students too." Tao Yinki nodded, "Okay, all the teachers will enter, bring more scrolls back to the city, and bring out as many of our students as possible." A group of teachers took orders, took the things, and immediately entered the gate of the secret realm. Soon, the trial continent became lively, and the outside support quickly intervened to drive away their own people. And those students who had never entered the killing realm were brought into it, screened out for being corrupted by parasites, and then tore open the scrolls and returned to the city. Tao Yinki stood in front of the screen, still staring at it. Sun Yuzheng looked a little regretful, but he still said sarcastically, "Don't think about it, that Su Mu must be controlled by the parasites. A little kid at level 10, can he get to the top? Look, it has reached the 99th. 100th floor now, does he have this ability?" Tao Yinki gave him a hard look, "My student, I will arrange it myself." Chen Kai sighed, and said in a low voice, "Old Tao, I also hope that the deserted city will emerge, but the situation is special now, let's make a decision. It has been 117 years since no one reached the top of the Star Spirit Pagoda, and even God-level powerhouses cannot fully develop their talents during this period. Su Mu is indeed strong, but it is impossible to reach the 100th floor. We can't let parasites enter human territory, it will cause a huge disaster." Tao Yinki's face was cloudy and uncertain. Chen Kai turned his head and said regretfully, "If you can't make up your mind, I can only follow the route of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and arrest Su Mu on the spot." "No." Tao Yinki still lowered his head, "My student, I will take responsibility for him. When he comes back, I will inquire personally. If there is something wrong, I will go through the way of your Ministry of Internal Affairs." Chen Kai shrugged, "Okay." The crowd waited for another half an hour, and more students were picked up. After arranging them to register their occupations and grades, they should be treated and healed. The scores will be aggregated at the end, and then the selection of colleges and universities will be carried out. Swish! In front of the Star Spirit Pagoda, Yin Shui's figure appeared. Appearing at the same time as him, there was also Lang Junyao in black and white clothes, floating gently in the air. "Su Mu! Miss!" Two voices came out, and Su Mu looked up. The two were suspended in the air, and one stepped on a flying rock, staring at him coldly. One person flapped his wings, landed excitedly, and half kneeled on the ground. "Miss, this old servant is late." Lang Junyao shook her head, "Uncle Qin, please tell my father for me that the former Junyao is dead, and now only the master's pet." "Guard!" Su Mu said. Uncle Qin was dumbfounded. "Miss, what are you talking about? Wait, why are you elementalized? How is your body?" Lang Junyeo glanced at Su Mu gratefully. You go back, I will communicate with my father. Uncle Qin glanced at Su Mu, wondering whether to express anger or hostility for a while. Su Mu said, I am in the deserted city. This matter is too big. The young lady of the Lang family suddenly changed her appearance. You have to take care. Uncle Qin looked at Lang Junyeo with complicated eyes, and tore open the scroll to return to the city. In the sky, the person stepping on the flying rock said coldly, yes. Su Mu nodded, what can you do? The man looked at him very vigilantly, ready to strike at any time, tear off the scroll and go back to the deserted city. Su Mu was a little confused, and came here to watch her go back to the city? His scroll was gone when he opened the gate of the rift, and my team asked for another one. Tear open the scroll, and bring Lang Junyeo back to the deserted city. As soon as she walked out the door, Su Mu felt something was wrong. There are a lot of powerful auras around. Although no one can be seen, there are people hiding behind the usual teaching buildings, playgrounds, and warehouses. These people are very high level, and they cannot be detected normally. But the eye of nothingness can perceive malice, it senses different sights from different directions. But the strange thing is that these malice are not pure, but also mixed with a lot of regret and reluctance. Su Mu raised her eyes and saw Tao Yinqi and the others standing in front of her. Tao Yinqi sighed, Su Mu. Arrest him. Before the principal finished speaking, Sun Yuzheng yelled, human traitor, catch him. Swish. A few people jumped down from the surroundings and immediately surrounded Su Mu in the middle. Tao Yinqi was furious, Sun Yuzheng. What are you doing? Sun Yuzheng sneered, I asked the people of the World Academy, do you still need to ask? Su Mu sensed that after these people jumped out, the hidden aura hadn't disappeared. It just diverted attention to some of these people. It doesn't look like they belong to the same group. The corners of Su Mu's mouth rose slightly. Sun Yuzheng pointed at Su Mu and said proudly, the traitor controlled by the parasites, catch him. Tao Yinqi sighed, Su Mu, don't resist, don't worry, I will ask clearly. It's fine. Su Mu shook his head, by the way, Principal Tao. Tao Yinqi looked up, hey. Su Mu said, fortunately, I did not disgrace my life and won the first prize for you. Tao Yinqi opened his mouth slightly in surprise, he was accused of being a traitor. But he actually still remembered his wish, to win a champion. Tao Yinqi burst into tears, and said vaguely, okay, good boy. Don't be fooled by him. Sun Yuzheng shouted angrily, the parasites absorbed his memory, it's just a trick. Don't delay the time, obediently catch him. While speaking, his men approached Su Mu step by step. Su Mu also turned her face and looked at Sun Yuzheng, it's your turn. Sun Yuzheng. Swish. People around showed surprised expressions, and they didn't even bother to hide the auras in the distance, they stuck their heads out one after another, showing shocking expressions. Su Mu's movements are so fast that the afterimage is drawn out. He rushed to Sun Yuzheng in a flash, grabbed his face and smashed it to the ground. Boom, long time. Chapter 76. Boom. With a loud explosion, Sun Yusheng's face was directly pressed against the hard ground. Boom. The gravel splashed and directly smashed out a deep pit. The people around are not low level, so naturally they are not afraid of gravel, but are extremely shocked. Chen Kai said angrily, Su Mu, what are you doing? Swish swish swish. 4 people jumped out of the surrounding hiding places, and each of them was burning with not weak energy fluctuations. Wind, shadow, sharp blade, musket, several of them took out or used their skills, all aimed at Su Mu. A powerful aura erupted from Sun Yusheng's body, causing the complexions of the people around him to change. You provoke fire me. He put his hands on the ground and pulled his face out of the pit little by little. Tao Yinqi's complexion turned pale. This Sun Yuzheng must be at least level 200. Among the surrounding crowd, he is the highest level. Su Mu is in danger. Tao Yinqi didn't care about any human traitors, so he hurriedly shouted 980 and said, Su Mu, resign. The momentum accumulated in Sun Yusheng's body was getting stronger and stronger, every muscle in his body was trembling with anger, and he was about to pull himself out of the ground. Boom! Su Mu stepped on his back and nailed him into the ground again, noisy. Special Envoy. Sun Yusheng's subordinates were shocked, and immediately summoned flames and lightning, and rushed forward. Stop! Lang Junyao made a cold voice, gently raised a hand, and the white mist circled towards Sun Yugui's men. Sun Yusheng's subordinates were still charging, and suddenly felt a year old under their feet. Click! Several people fell heavily on the ground, trying to get up, but found that they couldn't do it. They were horrified to find that their ankles were frozen to the ground, and there was nothing under their calves. And their arms, because of this fall, subconsciously supported the ground, and shattered into ice balls. Several people wailed in horror. The cold froze their nerves. It was not painful, but desperate. Only then did Tao Yinqi notice Su Mu's little follower, and he was shocked. Leng, Miss Leng. Why is she here? Sun Yusheng's body was nailed into the ground in a shape. He just felt dumbfounded at this moment. Who I am? Where am I? Who hit me? A student, let me stand up? Anger welled up in his heart again, and Sun Yusheng's aura became more and more intense, and even the capillaries were burst by the energy, dyeing the surface of the skin blood red. I want you. Die. Sun Yuzheng roared angrily and wanted to stand up again. Chen Kai saw the increasingly chaotic situation, Miss Leng's family hurting people openly. Su Mu attacked the envoy of the Academy of Adventism? How is he so strong? He mentioned the majesty of the minister and shouted, Su Mu! Stop! Tao Yinqi also said, Su Mu, stop! Do you know what you are doing? Su Mu stepped on Sun Yusheng's back, crushing him like a dead dog. Of course I know. Tao Yinqi hated iron and said, although he provoked you, there are certain, reasons. You accept the investigation honestly, as long as you prove that you have not been parasitized, you will be innocent. You saved so many people, Yanmen will definitely give you the title of Hero of the Alliance. Su Mu chuckled, okay. Tao Yinqi breathed a sigh of relief, and whispered to Chen Kai, I advise him not to do anything, and your people don't do it either. Chen Kai nodded dissatisfied. He was looking forward to Su Mu very much, but now it seems that he is just a capable reckless man. Such a person can easily be led away by emotions in the future. Tao Yinqi cleared his throat, okay, Su Mu, come here, don't step on Special Envoy Sun again. Sun Yuzheng, don't give me any wrong thoughts, let's sit down and talk slowly. Sun Yuzheng was furious in his heart, but he still snorted with difficulty. He, a level 203 master, was stepped on by a student he couldn't move. Sun Yuzheng made up his mind that once Su Mu let him stand up, he would destroy him with thunder. Su Mu let go of his legs, and said calmly, Principal Tao, you said that the Yanmen will give me the title of Alliance Hero, right? Tao Yinqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. Chen Kai frowned, why is this kid so greedy? Have you started coveting rewards before your suspicions have been cleared? Su Mu smiled, then this guy, deliberately attacking the heroes of the Alliance, is it considered a traitor? The expressions of the others changed immediately. No. Tao Yinqi yelled. The helper Chen Kai invited has jumped up, attacking with various attributes. Lang Junyao's robe fluttered, thousands of ice crystals shot at the four masters with precision. These four people all have level 150, and their faces are full of disdain. How dare you attack a few people in their 60s and 70s? But when the ice crystal was drawn in front of them, they were shocked. Damn it! Boom! These 4 people were all blown away, but fortunately Lang Junyeo saved her strength, so they would not become sieves. And Sun Yuzhong felt that the feet on his back were removed, and he was about to explode. You're dead! He roared angrily, suddenly feeling something was wrong. A hand rested lightly on his back. Boom! Sun Yuzhong was pressed even harder into the ground again. 0. Puff! 1/3 of his body was crushed, and fluid gushed out from the 9 palaces. Different from the previous 2 attacks, this one directly severely injured him, with 1/5 of his life remaining. How could this happen? Sun Yusheng's mind was in chaos, and he didn't understand the situation at all. Why can a student seriously injure himself with one palm without relying on skills? He kept coughing up blood, and felt that hand on top of his head. Tame! Su Mu said softly. The expressions of Sun Yuzhong and everyone around him changed drastically. What are you doing? Chen Kai roared angrily. The Ministry of Internal Affairs does not have such a strong military force, and those 4 people are good players he invited for his personal relationship. Now they were all blown away by the followers, and he didn't dare to go forward. Sun Yuzhong felt his mind was empty, as if he was being pulled from his body. You, how dare you, he uttered his final roar, how dare you tame, the special envoy of the seminary. Su Mu read the note calmly. Dying, mentally frustrated, unable to move, such a creature could not be tamed more easily. Ding! Human Sun Yuzhong has been tamed. Sun Yuzhong, attributes brief. Loyalty, 10%. Su Mu raised his hand, and threw out a deliberately weakened healing technique, causing Sun Yuzhong to kneel. He looked around blankly. I, Master. Sun Yuzhong hated in his heart, and returned to the contract to let him abide by the most basic rules of life. Tao Yingqi was stunned, and after a while, he sighed, Su Mu, 0.0 you, oh. Do you know what you're doing? He was troubled. Attacking Sun Yuzhong was considered a personal grievance. But to tame officials in public, this is stepping on the face of the academy. The academy of Wenqi is huge, and as the principal, he is powerless to protect it. Su Mu said calmly, I know. Sun Yuzhong, tell me, why are you dealing with me? Sun Yuzhong opened his mouth, struggling fiercely in his heart. Force the will. Su Mu activated a skill randomly, temporarily increasing Sun Yusheng's loyalty to 45%. He knelt down on the ground, with a distressed face, I have been ordered. Wow. Suddenly burst of light blue flame rose from Sun Yusheng's body, he rolled and howled in the fire. Every few seconds, it turns into a pool of ashes. Tao Yingqi's eyes widened, thinking taboo has been triggered. This breath, it's the Ghost Clan. Chapter 77. Ghost Clan. How can there be foreigners? Sun Yuzhong, there are foreign taboos on the special envoy of Wen Seminary. Everyone present was shocked. This official from the Invention Academy actually bears the imprint of a foreign race. He has been banned. If he tells the secret, he will burn himself to death. Tao Yingqi frowned. Su Mu waved his hands in distaste. Sun Yuzhong was instructed by foreigners to let the parasites invade the trial continent. Now that the truth is revealed, is there any business for me? He didn't intend to let Sun Yuzhong live for too long, it would be easy for him to be burned. Tao Yingqi smiled reluctantly. Su Mu uncovered foreign spies, loyalty can be learned, you first. No. On the ground, Sun Yusheng's men with severed arms and legs screamed, Ghost Clan and Parasite Clan are not the same thing. Sun Yuzhong died when he died, and he deserved it. Whether you are controlled by the parasites or not is still unknown. Shut up! Tao Yinki yelled angrily, follow the lackeys of the ghost clan, the next step is to deal with you. Sun Yusheng's subordinates looked at Su Mu with hatred, knowing that he could not die well today, and he dragged anyone into the water if he could. Old Tao. Chen Kai hesitated, although I don't want to, but the words are not wrong. U20 the Soul clan is different from the Parasite clan, and Sun Yuzheng is a spy, so there is no way to prove that Su Mu. Tao Yinki looked at Chen Kai in amazement, Old Chen, you. Sigh. Chen Kai turned his face away, not daring to look at him. Don't worry, let Su Mu go back with me to accept the investigation, I won't make things difficult, and I will make a conclusion soon, I will answer the phone. Chen Kai's phone rang suddenly, and when he answered the phone, his expression became more and more surprised. Yes. And there's this thing. Okay, I see. Thanks. Chen Kai got off his phone, suddenly with a smile on his face, he said loudly, I just received a call from the Internal Affairs Department of Longdu, the Huang family in Haikan, the Chu family in Shandu, and the Hua family in Xiangcheng have all given guarantees. Not only was Su Mu not under control, but he defeated a level 200 parasite expert in the Star Spirit Pagoda and saved the 3 heirs. The 3 families have verified with the soul contract, this matter is true. Su Mu, there is no suspicion. Crash. Immediately there was a burst of applause, and everyone had beaming smiles on their faces, that's great. Hero, Su Mu is our hero. I defeated the parasites alone and saved thousands of students. Awesome. Tao Yinki was also surprised, Su Mu actually defeated the 200-level parasite powerhouse? When was he so strong? Tao Yinki also came to his senses at this time, Su Mu was able to suppress Sun Yuzheng like a dead dog. The latter is also a powerhouse of more than 200 levels, and everyone on the field risked their lives to die together. But Su Mu, with 1 foot and 1 hand, didn't even use his skills, so he easily suppressed him. Tao Yinki also gradually began to believe that Su Mu really has the ability to defeat the strong parasites and clear the Star Spirit Pagoda. Chen Kai apologized at this time, Su Mu, I'm sorry, for the safety of the people in Huangshi, I had to doubt your identity before. Su Mu thought for a while, but still waved her hand, it's okay. In that position, it's normal to be skeptical. Moreover, Chen Kai just wanted Su Mu to be investigated, but Sun Yuzheng wanted to be imprisoned directly. Su Mu doesn't have a bad impression of this kind of person. Chen Kai Dao, congratulations, you took this year's champion. Do you have any follow-up arrangements? I want to ask you a few questions, which can be regarded as an explanation to the upper echelon of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Su Mu agreed. Several people entered the room. Before they started asking, Tao Yinki said, Su Mu, I don't care what adventures you have. Answer if you want to answer, and if you don't want to answer, don't say anything. Su Mu was a little moved, the principal was all for his own good, and nodded, okay. Chen Kai asked some questions, probably about the situation in the Xingling Pagoda and about Lang Junyeo. Su Mu didn't hide anything here, after all, Huang Tianli and others also knew it, so they couldn't hide it. Chen Kai didn't ask why Su Mu is so strong, and what skills and templates he has registered his level and occupation. Botanist. Chen Kai and Tao Yinki frowned slightly, but then let go. Don't be discouraged. Tao Yinki patted Su Mu on the shoulder, it's a first-class job. After that, I'll ask my old friend if there are any job books like Druid, so I can make a fusion for you. Su Mu smiled slightly, no need, I have my own arrangements. It's good to have an arrangement. Tao Yinki said with emotion, you really surprised me. How much experience do you need to upgrade to level 110 in one day? Killing Realm. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it, what rating did you get? Su Mu smiled and said, SSS. Hiss. Both of them gasped. How much authority do you have over the entire secret realm? Su-mu shook his head. Not much, I can only open and close the door of the secret realm. The two people were slightly relieved, so it would not be too much. Su-mu continued, there is also the ability to control the entry and exit of objects, living things. Both of them jumped up. It was you who kicked everyone out of the secret realm earlier. Su-mu nodded. Chen Kai and Tao Yingqi looked at each other, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder Su-mu was able to pass through the gate of the secret realm and keep the parasites out. On the surface, he only has the authority to enter and exit, but he has completely mastered this secret realm. Tao Yingqi said seriously, Su-mu, don't agree to anyone's request for a short time. The killing secret realm connects many worlds and has extremely high strategic significance. It is waiting for the Yanmen to negotiate with you. If Su-mu can remove the level 10 entry restriction, then this secret realm can become a passage world. It turns out that you need to go through several, or dozens of secret realms to reach the world. You can quickly reach the sky only through the killing secret. Whether it is business contacts or tactical airborne, it is of great significance. As long as you spend a little effort to manage it, this secret realm can bring extremely high returns. Chen Kai smiled wryly, Old Tao, okay, you are teaching Su-mu to pluck the wool of Yanmen. Tao Yingqi said proudly, I'll just ask you if you want it or not. Chen Kai could only nod his head, okay, I will submit this matter up. 940 Su-mu, just like Lao Tao said, don't agree to other people's requests for now, and wait for the Yanmen to negotiate with you in order to achieve the highest return. Su-mu also knew that they were doing it for her own good, so she nodded, okay. Chen Kai continued, by the way, you opened the door to the secret realm in the trial continent, don't withdraw for now, wait for 2 or 3 days, and confirm that all the students have left and there are no parasites on them before cancelling. Su-mu agreed. Tao Yingqi thought for a while, and added, you killed Sun Yuzheng indirectly, he is a spy of the ghost tribe, we have the upper hand in this matter. However, Wen Shi Yuan's behavior is more domineering, and you have to be prepared for the other party to find fault. Su-mu nodded. Not only did he know that the other party would find fault, he also knew who it might be. Don't worry, you are the champion of the Yan League this year, and you are the hero of the alliance. They dare not do anything wrong. Tao Yingqi said, if they really want to come, my old man, and this dead old Chen, will definitely keep you. He waved his hand, okay, let's go back and rest first. Remember, you must grasp the original intention, and don't be affected by the sudden increase in power. Su-mu nodded. His first powerful title came from the Undead God King. This extremely powerful God-level powerhouse will also be defeated and sealed. Su-mu's goal is also to become a god, so naturally he won't die in the early stage. He bid farewell to the two and returned home. Big brother, have you finished your college entrance examination? Suonen opened the door and welcomed her with open arms in surprise. But she immediately looked behind Su-mu in surprise, who is this? Chapter 78. Su-mu waved his hand, a friend. Lang Junyeo bent slightly, I belong to the master. Friend, cough cough. Su-mu said, call me Su-mu here. Lang Junyeo opened her mouth, the contract had engraved the words in her heart, she nodded, brother Su-mu. Su-mu pointed at Suonen, my sister, Suonen, is my mother in the kitchen. This is Lang Junyeo, a friend. He yelled inside, Mom, I'm back. Suonen looked at Lang Junyeo curiously, and the latter smiled unaccustomedly. Jingrong walked out of the kitchen and said happily, I'm back. How was the college entrance examination? Su-mu replied, not bad. Jingrong didn't ask any further questions, but just took Su-mu's hand and kept checking, just come back safely. Just now the little Li from next door came back first and said that she didn't know what happened inside. He hid in a place with a group of people and waited until someone came to rescue him. Mu thought about it, and it should be an ordinary trainee who failed to get in touch with the parasites and was brought into the secret realm in a daze. He comforted, "It's okay, everything is normal, don't worry." Jingrong looked at Lang Junyeo, "Ah, this big girl looks really good. How can you bring someone home without pouring water? Go." Mu had no choice but to pour water. Lang Junyeo looked anxious, but was stopped by his eyes. Jingrong pulled Lang Junyeo to sit down, and asked here and there, "Where is the girl from? What does it have to do with my little Mu? Your hands are so cold, do you want me to bring you some clothes?" Lang Junyeo was at a loss when asked. She was always a lone person, and she was not good at dealing with such occasions. But Jingrong is Mu's mother, she dare not resist at all. Mu smoothed things over, "Okay, I still have something to do." He winked, "If you need to communicate with your family, just go." Lang Junyeo breathed a sigh of relief and went outside to make a phone call. Mu comforted Jingrong, "Your son's grades are good, and you will enjoy happiness in the future." Jingrong said with a smile, "Your safety is my greatest blessing." Mu suddenly thought, "Anan, come here." Suanan obediently pushed the wheelchair closer. Mu looked at her lower limbs, first through the penetration of spiritual power, and then through the eyes of nothingness, observing from the material world and life world. Suanan's lower limbs were paralyzed, and now it seemed that the bones, nerves, and tendons inside were damaged to varying degrees. And it has not recovered for many years, and it has gradually shrunk. Mu sighed, "Anan, I'll treat you." He is not a doctor, but he can use his healing skills to directly refresh Suanan's state, making his body full of vitality. Suanan's eyes widened in surprise, "Really? Big brother, how do you know how to heal skills?" Mu smiled slightly, he would have been able to, but the primary healing technique can at most relieve fatigue. But first, his spirit is as high as 250,000, and his healing skills have also been strengthened to the master level, so anyone can do it. "Don't worry." Mu raised her hand and began to read the blessings of all souls. He learned the two professions of warrior and priest, and merged to become a paladin. The Holy Knight's Holy Light blessing was enhanced by the Abyssal Sage's passive into an epic blessing of all souls. A complex ray of light spilled out, like thousands of demigods singing in the void, releasing soothing goodwill and blessings. Suanan was pleasantly surprised, and felt that her body was 1,000 times lighter, like a feather, about to fly to the sky. And her lower limbs gradually regained feeling. The legs that have not moved all year round, the muscles are twitching a little bit, recovering their strength. Jingrong looked at her son in shock, with complicated expressions in her eyes. "Grow up, the child has grown up." She didn't know how powerful this spell was, only that the child learned to share for the family. Just as Jingrong watched Mu cast the spell in relief, there was an angry shout from outside, "Stop!" Boom! When Lang Junyeo went out, the door that was half opened was suddenly pushed open, and a woman wearing glasses rushed in. "Stop!" Mu frowned slightly, but her hands didn't stop moving. "Stop! Don't use healing spells," the glasses woman yelled, and she stretched out her hand to stop it. Swish! A cold hand grabbed her, and Lang Jun looked at her with a cold face. "Don't get close to the master." The girl with glasses felt that her arm was frostbitten instantly, but she still said anxiously, "Don't cast spells, you are hurting her." Mu turned his head sideways, and the light in his hand slowly disappeared. "What are you talking about?" "Release." The glasses woman struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lang Junyeo's grasp. Mu nodded, "Let her go." He didn't feel any malice, the anxiety was more like blaming him. Jingrong already recognized Dr. Hu Jian. "Why are you here?" Hu Jian glanced at her complainingly, "How can you treat yourself? If you can rely on healing spells for any injury, what else do we doctors need?" She hurriedly checked Suoanen's situation, and while checking, she complained, using spells indiscriminately, not to mention that injuries cannot be healed, and those damaged nerves will also grow indiscriminately. If there is congestion, hyperplasia, or tumor, it will even be stimulated, and it will devour healthy tissues in turn. Suoanen woke up from the warm feeling at this time, and she was also shocked. Doctor Hu, why are you here? Hu Jian glared at her, still talking. After you are discharged from the hospital, please pay attention to maintenance, don't treat yourself on your own, how do you remember it? Suoanen blushed and lowered her head. I feel quite comfortable, and my legs have strength now. Hu Jian sighed, I haven't checked you for a long time, so I came here today, fortunately I have time. It was only then that Suomu remembered that this Hu Jian was Suoanen's previous therapist and had given her a lot of care. But later, because the family's funds were tight, and the continued treatment required huge surgical fees, he had no choice but to be discharged from the hospital. Later, Hu Jian also visited her home several times, but Suomu was busy practicing skills and rarely saw each other. After checking, Hu Jian was suddenly surprised and said, why is this happening? There is no problem at all, the nerves in the legs are growing well, and the tangled tendons are also relaxed. Lang Junyeo snorted proudly, it doesn't matter who the master is. Ahem. Wang Zhao, Suomu quickly interrupted her. Hu Jian couldn't believe it, and checked it again. Suoanen's condition is really good, many times better than the last inspection. The tissues in both legs have regained their vitality. According to this trend, the risk of surgery is extremely low, and the probability of recovery is very high. Hu Jian turned her head in shock. Yes, it's your magician just now. Suomu spread her hands, and said honestly, I am also a blind cat and a dead mouse. The treatment is up to your doctor. Hu Jian was shocked in her heart. She has practiced medicine for many years, so she naturally knew how bad Suoanen was before. Either spend tens of millions and barely be able to stand on crutches. Or just sit in a wheelchair all your life, don't think about free movement. But after Suoanen's big brother used a certain healing method, her condition improved several times. What a powerful skill this is! While Hu Jian was still in shock, someone knocked on the door suddenly. Excuse me, is this Mr. Suomu's home? Chapter 79. Suomu raised her chin, and Lang Junyeo ran to open the door. At the door, stood a man with a big belly. They didn't know Suomu, but Hu Jian looked surprised. Dean Lin, why are you two here? When Dean Lin saw Hu Jian, he was also surprised. Little Hu, why are you here? Hu Jian stepped aside and revealed Suoanen. Anan is my former patient, and the hospitalization fee was not enough before, so I had to go home. Dean Lin hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Oh, that's why I came here today. He walked up to Suomu and took off his hat. You must be Suomu. You are really a good-looking talent, tall and handsome. My humble servant is the director of the number 1 hospital in Huangshi, and my surname is Linear. I happened to know about your family today from Minister Chen. I heard that your sister's health, it's not convenient for activities. Suomu nodded. It's not a secret. Most of his classmates knew that Suoanen's legs were disabled. Dean Lin said with a smile, how can our outstanding students in the deserted city be dragged down by this? Don't worry, I have already arranged the best treatment resources. Not only the excellent doctors in Huangshi consulted, but also invited high-level professionals from Longdu, Modu, and Shandu to discuss the treatment plan together. Suomu was not surprised by this scene, and nodded slightly. Thank you, Dean Linear. Dean Lin dares to accept thanks. The other party is the champion of the league this time. Talents like 497 will definitely become the god of war, and god of killing on the front line in the future, and will have a very high status in the entire Yan League. He can have a therapeutic contact now, and maybe the whole family will be shaded in the future. Moreover, Dean Lin was not aware of the parasitic race's invasion of the trial. After many students came out, they were immediately warned or signed a confidentiality contract, so that the matter did not escalate. If he knew that So Mu is still a quasi-alliance hero, he would probably be scared to pee on the spot. Dean Lin said, because Ms. Su's condition is special, we also want to include the symptoms in the medical record. So this time the medical expenses will be covered by the hospital, and when there are new discoveries, the hospital will also be willing to give you the proceeds. So Mu listened to his fawning overtly and secretly, and smiled slightly, okay. Dean Lin was afraid that the other party would not accept the kindness, so he hurriedly said, who is that? Xiao Hu? Ah no, Director Hu, this Ms. Su is still in charge of the bed, so you must take care of it. Hu Jian looked surprised, what? Director Hu? Dean Lin said with a look of resentment, you are now the director of the general department of our number 1 hospital in the deserted city. Now you only have one task, which is to take good care of Mr. Su's younger sister. Is there a problem? Hu Jian was already dazed and could only shake her head, no, no problem. Dean Lin heaved a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing in his heart, the file is so beautiful. Although Suanan had no money for treatment and was discharged from the hospital, she has been tracking her condition and often visited her home to help her recover. This can bring the relationship between the hospital and So Mu closer. So Mu knew that the other party was showing favors, so she also smiled, thank you Dean Lin for taking care of me, why don't we have a meal together? Dean Lin couldn't really believe it, and smiled quickly, it's no big deal, the hospital has an appointment with a specialist, and I have to go back to arrange a consultation, so don't bother me. Well, I'll send a car to pick up Miss Su tomorrow, and if it's convenient for you, come along. So Mu nodded, definitely. Dean Lin pulled the stunned Hu Jian out, and gave her a slightly jealous look, you are blessed. Confused, he didn't understand the situation at all. Dean Lin sighed, of course he didn't dare to do bad things, that is the benefactor of the future god of war sister, you have the support of noble people, and your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. When the time comes, don't forget. Hu Jian was so dizzy that she could only nod her head. But she was also happy that Suanan's leg was in much better condition, and the probability of recovery was very high. She also hopes that this beautiful and lovely girl can stand up again. After seeing off the guests, he went to So Mu, are you hiding something from me? So Mu played dumb, I don't know. Jing Rong said, why is Dean Lin so enthusiastic? It's free? Did you do something secretly? So Mu spread her hands, I don't know. Jing Rong reached out to grab Lang Junyeo, looked at her dignified appearance, wiped off her apron, stood up straight and said, Miss Lang, what do you think? Lang Junyeo looked at So Mu innocently, without him speaking, she dared not say anything, I don't know either. Seeing that her mother still wanted to ask, So Mu quickly grabbed her, okay, an An's leg can be healed? Are you going to push it away? Jing Rong didn't dare to say, catch, words. Suanan looked forward to it, can I really stand up again? So Mu touched her head, absolutely. The family chatted for a while, Jing Rong made dinner, and said nothing to ask Lang Junyeo to help. After eating, each took a bath and went to bed. After both So Mu and So Mei entered the room, Lang Junyeo entered So Mu's room from the guest room, Master. So Mu nodded, go ahead. Lang Junyeo was a little hard to speak, I told my father about the situation at that time, and expressed my willingness to follow you. So Mu, and then? Lang Junyeo said, he is going to visit the deserted city. So Mu said indifferently, come on. Lang Junyeo said anxiously in a rare way, my father, he has a very domineering personality, I'm afraid. So Mu raised a finger, I said, if you want to go back, I can let you go at any time. But if you want to stay here, someone wants to force you to go back. He stood up, and his clothes were windless, no one can do it. Lang Junyeo looked at Su Mu, momentarily bewildered. After a while, she nodded, "Thank you, master." Su Mu hummed, "Okay, go to sleep." Nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, Su Mu was woken up by Jing Rong's knock on the door. "Wake up. Sleeping late all day, I'm useless." "Su Mu? I just finished the college entrance examination yesterday, can't you let me sleep late?" Parents really look forward to it when they are not at home, but hate it when they come home. "No way," he got up. As soon as he went out, he saw Jing Rong's face full of joy. "What's so happy about it?" Su Mu looked into her expectant eyes and asked the question proactively. Jing Rong took a picture of the phone. "Haha, we're lucky. The noodle stall said that a new commercial center will be built and rented for free to the merchants who originally set up the stall. In the future, there will be no wind and rain, and you can do business indoors." Su Mu doesn't have to think about it. There must be some people who know that he won the first prize in the league and are trying their best to please him. Building a commercial center just to give Jing Rong a reasonable gift is considered a big deal. He yawned, "Mom, in fact, you don't need to do business." Jing Rong rolled his eyes at him, "If you don't do business, what will you do to support your family?" "Su Mu, I will support you." Jing Rong snorted, "Are you rich?" Su Mu really has no money now, not now, but soon. Jing Rong shook her head, "No, money is water, and we need to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. If you don't work, you can't do it, and your bones will soon collapse." Su Mu didn't insist either. If the older generation can't take it easy, she can just do it. "Anyway, there will be money soon, do what you want to do, hire someone to help you if you don't want to do it, and be a hands-off elder." Jing Rong excitedly said, "Did you know? I heard that Huangshi is about to start a project, so they used rock and steel professionals and said that it will be built within 3 days. With only 3 days off, we can have a store." Su Mu let out a casual "oh," and was immediately dissatisfied. While Jing Rong was babbling about her lessons, there was a burst of lively jubilation outside. "Jing big sister, come out quickly. There is a good show to watch." Chapter 80. Jing Rong also stuck her head out of the window when she heard the neighbors shout, "Aunt Lan, what are you looking at?" Aunt Lan stood downstairs, pointing to the door, "Look, there's excitement. There are a lot of cars outside, surrounded by a lot of people." Jing Rong looked up and saw dozens of luxury cars parked at the gate of the community. Hundreds of people got on and off the luxury car, and then 2 handsome and tall professionals walked towards the community carrying a heavy plaque. In the community, neighbors who eat melons are already standing in 2 rows, their eyes full of excitement. "What's going on? Why is there such a big battle? I heard that someone got good grades in the college entrance examination." "What's the grade?" "And a plaque. Look, it's uncovered." The 2 professionals lifted the curtain methodically, revealing the words on it. "Number 1 and Number 1. The surroundings became quiet for a while, and everyone's eyes widened, staring at the plaque. "This is Number 1. Those who can become the champion will be able to become a big boss in the future. Even if you are just doing clerical work, you must be the best. Our community is very lucky. This year's Number 1 in the Baron Market fell to us. Yeah, I just don't know which kid it is, so lucky. Be sure to pay a good visit when you come back." Everyone talked a lot, with jealousy and complacency on their faces. It is also a great honor for them to live in the same community as Zhuanggai Yuan Lang. At this time, a person hurried over. He was a relative of a certain manager of the deserted city, and he had already asked about the inside story. He grabbed an old man, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, "I got it! It's not the champion of the deserted market." The old man hurriedly pushed him away. "I'm not the champion, why are you pinching me?" The man took a breath and almost roared, "It's not the Number 1 in the deserted city, but the number 1 in the All Yan League. The number 1 scholar this year is in our community. Wow! The crowd suddenly started talking in amazement. Really? Number 1 in the league? The number 1 scholar, in our community. Oh my god, if he is number 1 in the entire league, he will definitely go to the outer battlefield in the future, and he will become a general. What is a general? Every year's top pick can all be judged as the god of war outside the territory. What is the god of war outside the territory? You don't understand, but you are a first-class big shot anyway. Even the management of the deserted city, you have to bow your head when you see it. Wow! Whose child is this? He has a long face. Let's all follow suit. The old man hurriedly put the man's hand on his shoulder. Pinch, pinch hard, see if I am having a good dream today, old man. Looking at the professionals and the dozens of followers behind them, everyone in every community feels extremely proud. This year Yanmen champion is at our house. But someone recognized the people who followed behind the plaque, and they were all shocked. Is that the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs? My God, such a big man is here. Look at the Deputy Minister, that's the Minister Chen Kai, you can only follow carefully. Minister of War Wu Zeki is also here. You see, those standing outside are all elite soldiers. I heard that everyone is above level 100. Level 100. I'm afraid one person can kill our community. SHH, what are you talking about on a happy day? Look, there are 40 people standing here. What a big show. Look over there, the president of the Bounty Hunters Guild is here too. There are also business hunting groups, aren't they fighting with the Bounty Guild? In front of the number 1 scholar, who dares not to come? Envy, there is no one else with this momentum. Whose family's child is it? It's a glorious ancestor. Upstairs, Suanan also heard the voice outside, and hurriedly pushed the wheelchair out of the room. Brother, what's the matter? Suanan reached the bedside and tried to look down, but couldn't reach it. Su-mu smiled and picked her up. It's nothing, just a little fun. Suanan was greedy. Brother, take me down, I want to play too. She has limited mobility, and there is no elevator in the residential building, so going downstairs is simply a luxury. Su-mu thought for a while, the excitement will come later. Suanan looked at the crowd who were still far away, gagged and unhappy. Su-mu just smiled and didn't explain. Jingrong wiped her hands on the apron, eyes full of envy. It seems to be talking about the champion. Is our community out of order? Suanan nodded. Yes, the plaque says no. Wow, it's so lively. Big brother is bad, don't let me go out to play. Jingrong glared at her. There are many people outside, so it's right not to go. We don't have that blessing, and it's useless to go there. What should we do if we squeeze you out? Well, if I can touch it, no, I'll be content with just looking at that plaque. Su-mu chuckled. I'll ask them to bring the plaque over later so you can touch it. Jingrong said unhappily, you have that ability, your father and I will be happy. Look, they're walking towards our building. They seem to be from our building. Several people saw that the celebration team was getting closer and closer, and they had already reached the downstairs. The noise broke in from the window. It was very lively and full of festiveness. Suanan screamed in surprise, they have entered the building. The champion is in our building. She hammered Su-mu's chest with her little pink fist, and said excitedly, brother. The champion lives in the same building as us. The crowd entered the building, and the family became more and more excited. Su-mu said, Mom, open the door. Jingrong froze for a second, then nodded, yes, it's good to take a closer look. She opened the door, and together with Suanan, stood guard at the door excitedly. It's a joy to be able to look at the plaque. Despair. 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 The footsteps were getting closer, closer. Everyone's mood became more and more excited, and they couldn't help but clenched their fists. Finally, a professional showed his head in the corridor. Two tall professionals dressed in neat attire solemnly carried the plaque, and the small corridor came up. Great! Jingrong and Suonen stood guard at the door, ready to take a serious look when someone passed by. And the two professionals did not live up to expectations, and indeed appeared at the door. Jingrongze looked at the plaque carefully, and sighed in his heart, "It would be great if this plaque could be in our house." She read it a few more times, and the more she read it, the more she felt that the golden font was full of artistic conception. Until the two professionals stood a little embarrassed, one of them couldn't help but said, "Mother of the champion, do you see this plaque? Is it hanging outside or inside the house?" Jingrong? Suanen? They froze in place, completely unresponsive. Fortunately, at this time, Chen Kai showed his head in the narrow corridor and shouted, "Of course it's a doctor. There is not enough space now, let's carry it in first. Wait for us to expand." After finishing speaking, he looked at Su Mu who was standing behind Jingrong again. "Zhuang Yuan Lang, is it okay?" Su Mu waved his hand, "Come in." Jingrong avoided it subconsciously, and the professional carried the plaque and entered the house. But now, the congratulations from the neighbors came like a tsunami. "Jing big sister, your family has fallen to the stars. It's obviously a martial arts star. Xiao Jing, I knew that your Su Mu is not immortal. Look, the champion of the league. Congratulations, big sister Jing, you've made a fortune. Su Mu is now the #1 big shot in our community. Follow you, and we'll all be stained." Seeing the endless congratulations, Jingrong didn't react at all, and just smiled instinctively. Listening to those passionate words, a tear fell from the corner of her eyes. "Old BD, see? Our eldest son is promising." Chapter 81. The sound of blessings continued, and everyone had festive smiles on their faces, clapping their hands and saying auspicious words. "Congratulations, lucky stars from heaven. Jing big sister, good luck. I see that you are quite plump, and there is light between your brows. You must have great blessings. Sure enough, haha. Don't worry about the rest of your life." Jingrong kept clasping her hands together, bowing back, smiling from ear to ear. Every neighbor came to congratulate her, wishing she could say a few more words and show her face in front of the #1 scholar. Whether it's a neighbor who had a good relationship before or someone who was not easy to deal with, now I can't wait to put a smile on my face and give her a good impression no matter what. Jingrong felt a surge of happiness and pride from the bottom of her heart. Her family has become the #1 scholar. "Brother, you are really the #1 scholar." Suonen was sitting in a wheelchair, her face full of disbelief. Her eyes glowed with surprise, and she covered her mouth. 427 was so excited that it was hard to hold back. Su Mu smiled and nodded, "Yes. Yet." Suonen hammered Su Mu's back with her small fist. "My big brother is the champion, he, my big brother is the champion of the league." She took out her mobile phone and wanted to post this good thing to Moments. But the speed of those little sisters was even faster, and countless words of blessing had already been issued. "Anan, I heard that your big brother is the champion. My uncle lives in your community and told me just now, is it true? Anan, congratulations. I'm downstairs at your house, your brother is so handsome. Can you take a group photo for me?" And the old classmates who didn't have a good relationship before also sent messages enthusiastically. "Anan, I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have robbed you. Now that I think about it, I was indeed wrong. I don't know if you are free. I want to treat you to a meal. Anan, I haven't contacted you for a long time, do you have time to have a meeting?" Student Suonen. Beside the door, a person stepped forward, first bowed slightly in the direction of Su Mu, and then held Jingrong's hand. "Mother of the champion, congratulations, your son has given Mayor Huang a face this time." Number 1 in the league. I'm Chen Kai, Minister of Internal Affairs. On behalf of Huangshi and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I'm presenting an award to your family. He took out a huge red envelope with 10 million yuan written on it. Jingrong was frightened immediately. She had never seen so much money before. She waved her hands repeatedly. No, no. Oh. Chen Kai hurriedly stuffed the red envelope into Jingrong's hand. This is an arrangement from above. If you don't accept it, we will be punished. And he whispered, in the future, the money your family Mu will earn will be much more than this. Jingrong was a little apprehensive. She was confused by what he said, so she could only accept it. Chen Kai shook hands with Mu again, and said a few words enthusiastically. Mu, the official can't give too much cash, it's not good looking. Don't worry, the matter of killing the secret realm has been brought up, and the higher UPS are very interested. In the future, you will earn hundreds and thousands of times more than now. Mu nodded. Thank you, Minister Chen. You won the first prize, so I should thank you. Chen Kai smiled all over his face. His district was ranked first in the league, and he will definitely be promoted. At this time, another person stepped forward, also slightly bowed to Mu, and held Jingrong's hand. Hello, Ms. Jingrong, I am Sengzeki, Minister of War in Huangshi. Only on behalf of the War Department of Yanmen, award this year's champion. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite command sword and was about to give it to Mu. Chen Kai hurriedly blocked it, with a face full of blame. You old Wu, you don't know how to do things at all, give it to our champion mother. The officials who followed all complained that Chen Kai was an old fox. Mu's future honors will only increase and never decrease, and there will be no shortage of one-time awards from the Ministry of War. If it is given to Jingrong, she will be happy, and so will Mu. Wu Zeki was kind and respectful, and handed the sword to Jingrong respectfully. Please accept it. Jingrong took the sword tremblingly. Her hands were trembling, but her heart was extremely happy. Ahem. Chen Kai saw her holding the sword in a daze, cleared his throat. Open it and see. The only sharp weapon Jingrong took was the kitchen knife, and she carefully drew out the commanding sword. Swish! Whether it is a combat professional who knows how to do it or a passerby who doesn't know how to do it, they all expressed their admiration. Beautiful! The sword body glowing with silver light, and the hilt inlaid with rubies and sapphires all tried their best to express the preciousness of this sword. Jingrong looked at it for a while, but still didn't dare to give Su Yang the weapon. Ding! Acquired a new title, War Leader, not worn. The moment Mu got the sword, he heard a prompt. Oh! There is also a surprise, a title. He glanced at the panel, but fortunately the scene was noisy and no one paid attention. Fighting for the leader, the morale of surrounding teammates is increased by 50%, the pain is reduced by 30%, the damage is increased by 10%, and the damage received is reduced by 10%, need to wear a command sword. Mu directly ignored the last sentence. Originally, this title needs to be obtained by holding a command sword, but holding a fancy weapon on the battlefield will greatly reduce the combat effectiveness 0. Unless dual wielding, otherwise very tasteless. But Mu can keep the title permanently, and can make the title effective without holding a weapon. The moment the title was worn, everyone around felt their expressions lifted. I don't know why, but anyway, the mood has improved again. Afterwards, all the high-level executives in the Barren City showed up one after another, those in charge of municipal administration, those in charge of secret realms, those in charge of infrastructure, and those in charge of education. There are also Mu's principal and class teacher, who are also honored. All respectfully paid respects to this ordinary middle-aged woman. They all gave gifts, which looked inconspicuous, just some decorations, calligraphy and paintings, bracelets, amulets and the like. Even from the perspective of workmanship, the value will not exceed 100,000. It seems that both parties have nothing to do with profit. But Soo-mu could tell that there was a lot to be said here. For example, the bracelet given by the director in charge of education is enchanted with several magics such as physical fitness, continuous recovery, and energy expansion. Wearing it doesn't mean prolonging your life, at least you can be healthy. And those decorations also have various buff effects. It can't be seen in a short time, but it can also improve your physical fitness over time. Things are worthless, but with magic, they are much more expensive. Soo-mu estimates that these things add up to hundreds of millions of dollars. Jingrong was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth from ear to ear, her smile lines were wrinkled a few more times. Jing big sister, I'm so happy today, why don't you let us have a good time? A neighbor shouted standing on the stairs. Yes, yes, Aunt Jing, let your number one scholar take a photo with people from our community. A middle-aged woman said with a smile. Yeah, let's hang it on the wall in the future and tell that kid who doesn't live up to expectations to learn from Soo-mu. A group of people laughed and laughed. Chen Kai and Soo-mu looked at each other, and after getting the consent of the other party, they opened their hands and said in a low voice, "Everyone be quiet. Our Zhuang Yuanlang has already prepared, and has already made an appointment for the chef of Tiandinglu, and I will invite you to dinner in a while. We have a lot of people, and we are all friendly neighbors, so we just set up a table in the square of the community, and let's have a feast of hundreds of families." The crowd was full of enthusiasm. Of course, Beijia banquet, yes. I heard that 300 years ago, when the Wanzu didn't invade, even the champions in the exam had to invite the villagers to dinner. After eating the top prize, my son will be able to get into a good university next year. Chapter 82. Soon, a banquet was set up in the community. The staff of Tianding building kept walking, bringing their own tables and chairs, as well as flower pots, red carpets, colored strips, and balloon decorations. In just 10 minutes, the community was arranged into a festive event site. The dishes are exquisite and delicious, and everyone is full of praise. "Anan, that's your brother? He's so handsome. Number 1 in the league. Not to mention becoming a god, at least it is at the lord level and holy level. Wow, isn't that a person can own a world? So romantic. I also hope that my future husband will have a world of flowers, full of lavender. Wow, just thinking about it makes my eyes wet." A group of little sisters chattered around Suonan, praising and flattering her, which made her very unhappy. In particular, the community is semi-blocked and no outsiders are allowed to enter. And she just asked a tentative question, and the administrator of the security team immediately greeted her warmly, and sent a luxury car to pick up the little sisters one by one for the banquet. This made Suoanan's vanity burst, and she froze in front of her sisters. She looked to the other side. All this is because of the amazing big brother. There were people making toasts to Soo-mu all the time, and he always drank all of them. 20. As long as the group of level 100 professionals and professionals who specialize in drinking do not play, Soo-mu can drink to the whole community by himself. Lang Junyeo was also given 2 glasses of wine, and then she felt that she should not appear on this occasion, so she quietly hid. Seeing her mother happy, Soo-mu couldn't help giving Chen Kai a high look. This person is quite good at coming, compared to going to a big hotel. A few managements are talking empty words. In this familiar atmosphere, Jingrong was even happier. Someone also offered a toast to Jingrong, and Soo-mu persuaded her, but the other party just gave him a look. "Happy life, so what if you drink some?" Luan Yuan, the president of the business hunting group, approached with a smile, and handed Soo-mu a jade pendant, to hang over. Soo-mu raised her eyebrows. "There is such an enchantment?" He checked the panel, and it turned out that the alcohol volatilization speed was plus 300%, and the liver protection was plus 100%. "Thanks." Soo-mu turned around and hung the jade pendant on Jingrong. Luan Yuangzi of the business hunting group smiled, it's a small matter, I'm old, so I'll call you a small one. Xiao Su, I heard that you have the ability to open doors in the killing realm. President Luan's news is really well informed. Su Mu didn't hide it, but Minister Chen asked me to talk to Yanmen first. Luan Yuan nodded, yes, of course Yanmen is the main one. But Yanmen can't do it by itself, the implementation still has to be outsourced. I just hope Xiao Su can see more of our business hunting group when the time comes. Rest assured, no matter what kind of cooperation we have, we will definitely do our best. Su Mu nodded, okay. It's just a familiar face, there is no need to refuse. Soon, many people came up and gave some gifts overtly and secretly. Afterwards, the neighbors excitedly came up to ask for a group photo, and wanted to hang his photo above their children's bedside. This made Su Mu dumbfounded, but he had to do it. At the same time, outside the community, 2 ordinary pedestrians passed by. Non-community residents, no entry. The senior professional at the door raised his hand and stopped the 2 of them. The passerby glanced in surprise, then nodded repeatedly, yes, just passing by. The 2 left, walked to a dark corner, and suddenly puffed up their chests, and the momentum suddenly became thick and powerful. These are 2 powerful pros. The first person said, damn it, let the SSS grades be mixed up, I would have done it if I knew it. Another human said, that S-level talent is useless, a waste of opportunity. Now many eyes are staring at it, so I can't make a move. The first person said, wait, shoot when he is most relaxed. Another person said, yes, do you have the feeling that someone is spying on you? The first person held a rune and shattered it. After a while, he said, no, there are no snoopers nearby. Another person said, that's good, prepare something, and we must destroy him. The 2 of them bent down again, their aura dropped sharply, and they turned back to ordinary pedestrians again. Moments after they left, an eyeball emitting a faint light appeared in the material world. It paused for a moment, then hidden into other planes. The 100 family banquet is still going on, and everyone is very happy. Jingrong has a jade pendant to protect her body, but she is also drunk a lot. She pulled Su Mu, with mixed emotions in her eyes, tomorrow, go to toast your father and talk to him about it. Su Mu nodded, okay. Jingrong was still about to say something, but suddenly there was an exclamation from the side, number 1 scholar. Your sister has fainted. Su Mu was startled, her figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared beside Suonen. The little sisters next to her were at a loss, screaming and shaking Suonen in the wheelchair. Get out of the way. Su Mu sneaked into the crowd like a ghost, and immediately picked up her sister. He had a pulse, jittery, but still beating. The aura on Suonen's body was mixed, but full of vitality. How so? While Su Mu was hesitating, Minister of War Wu Zeka had already driven a military vehicle into the community, get in the car and go to the hospital. Su Mu's combat power is strong, but the treatment can only refresh the life value. If you really encounter a family member fainting, you still have to listen to the doctor. Take care of my mother. He jumped into the car with Suonen without saying a word. Wu Zheqi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and in less than 3 minutes, he drove more than 10 kilometers and arrived at the number 1 hospital in Huangshi. A group of experts and senior therapists were already guarding the door, took Suonen and pushed them in. Wu Zheqi jumped out of the car and said loudly, treatment of the highest standard. Dean Lin wiped off his cold sweat, of course, I'm ready. He didn't understand, the girl was not well yesterday, why did she pass out? Su Mu wanted to follow up in the treatment room, but 903 was blocked outside. Hu Jian said, Brother Anan, I know you are anxious, but you are not a healer, so you will make doctors nervous. Su Mu had no choice but to endure the anxiety in her heart and wait. And at this time, Chen Kai also came with Jingrong, and asked as soon as he entered the door, "What's the situation now?" Ding! The door of the treatment room was pushed open, and a group of experts pushed Suonen out. Everyone looked nervous, waiting for the trial. An expert took off his mask and smiled, "It's okay, don't worry. Call." The hearts of the people were a little more relaxed. The expert said, "Director, whose report yesterday said that someone used advanced healing skills on Ms. Su." Su Mu raised her hand, "It's me, the skill is Blessing of All Souls." The expert nodded, "That's right, your sister is only 15 years old, she hasn't awakened yet, and her talent hasn't been revealed yet. Your skills stimulated her, inspired her talent to continue to grow, and led to a lack of vitality, which led to her downfall. It's okay, add some life essence, and I'll wake up in a while." A group of people breathed a sigh of relief. Su Mu said, "Talent still stimulates continued growth." The expert nodded, "Yes, but this matter is still in the research stage, and there is no conclusion. If conditions allow, we can get some high-grade medicinal materials and medicines, which can help her awaken better talents to a certain extent." Su Mu's eyes lit up. Chapter 83. Can you really improve your talent? Su Mu was overjoyed. If his younger sister can also awaken a powerful talent, he can rest assured of his family. Moreover, high-end drugs can always be obtained as long as they are willing to spend money and energy. The expert nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It's best to get the world's wonders." Wonderful things in the world. Su Mu had never heard of this word. The expert said, "The wonders of the world are quite special, and they are not in the rank C of ordinary items. There is no complete model for enhancement talents, but according to records, using world wonders is more effective for enhancement talents." At this time, the headmaster Tao Yingqi also said, "The missing Pan Zion, his family has a legend." Su Mu said, "I see, can I buy it?" The expert was a little embarrassed and didn't speak. Chen Kaidao, Minister of Internal Affairs, "It's a bit difficult, the market price is more than 10 billion, every family and big power want to own it, and there is no market for the price." "But Su Mu, don't worry, I'll ask on the internal network, maybe I can find it." As soon as Su Mu heard this, she knew that it was not easy to get her hands on this matter directly, but she also nodded, "Thank you, Minister Chen." The expert said with a smile at this time, "No hurry, Miss Su is only 15 years old, and there are 3 years before she wakes up. Take time, if you can get the world's wonders within a year and a half, and spend another year and a half to absorb and get familiar with it, you should be able to get a good talent." Su Mu nodded. From this point of view, the time is neither long nor short. He rose from a level 10 little transparent to level 120 in 7 days. But strange objects are very precious, and there must be differences in attributes. Within a year and a half, we must get the one that suits Suonen the most. The matter in the hospital came to an end, and it was still the original Hu Jian who helped manage the bed. Suonen was injected with life essence, and she woke up soon, with a confused face, "What's wrong with me?" Su Mu touched her head, "It's okay." Hu Jian came over, "Since you're here, let the experts consult and prepare to heal your legs." Suonen's eyes lit up suddenly, "Really?" Su Mu smiled, "Of course." After that, they didn't go home again. Chen Kai had already arranged for someone to communicate with the neighbors, telling Suonen that he was fine, but that he was about to wake up. They will also be jealous if Su Mu's grades are only a few points higher than the neighbors' children. But what he won was the champion of the league, and the neighbors were only envious and flattered. Hearing that Suonen's talent might be enhanced, they cheered together, as happy as their own daughters. Many people also bought flowers and placed them in front of the building where the Su family lived to bless them. But it was quickly cleared by the elderly neighbor, Go, it looks like a memorial service." Suonen participated in the consultation under the careful inquiry of the experts. As Hu Jian said, the result is very good. It was originally estimated that it would cost 30 million yuan to barely stand on crutches. But under the healing of the blessing of all souls, the condition of the body has improved a lot. Not only the cost has been reduced to 100,000, but also the ability to exercise can be fully restored. Suanan was so excited that she couldn't help herself, jumping up and down on the wheelchair, trying to stand up. Anan is going to have surgery soon, so go see your dad while you're free today, Jing Rong said. Su Mu asked, and immediately borrowed Dean Lin's car. The family arrived at Chongqing Cemetery and stood in front of Su Yun's grave. Old BD, look at my son, he is capable now. Jing Rong said calmly, as usual. Not only is he the champion of the Yan League this year, he also had the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of War come to his house to congratulate him. The number 1 scholar and number 1 sign will be hung at the door of your house. If you come back, don't admit your mistake. She babbled a lot, and asked Su Mu and Suanan to worship a stick of incense and leave from the cemetery. After getting in the car, Jing Rong looked out the window and remained silent for a long time. Suanan wanted to hand over the tissue, but Su Mu grabbed her wrist and shook her head. Send Suanan back to the hospital, she will have surgery tomorrow. When Su Mu and Jing Rong returned to the community, the neighbors on the road stood up and greeted each other, with a good attitude. When I got to the front of the building, I saw a group of people walking down. Chen Kai looked at Su Mu, and immediately pulled the person next to him. This is Director Zhou Venkeng of the Civil Engineering Department, just right, Su Mu, we can choose the shape of the door when you arrive. Jing Rong was stunned, what? Zhou Venkeng greeted Su Mu upstairs with a smile on his face, and pointed to the door of his house. Su Zhuang Yuan, you see how to change the door, whether it is wider or higher. I have several versions here, you can refer to them. He handed out the drawings he had prepared and asked Su Mu to choose. Jing Rong asked strangely, what is this for? Just this one. Su Mu pointed directly at a door model. Okay. Zhou Venkeng immediately greeted his subordinates, start work, that's it. 2 soil and rock professionals stepped out and directly manipulated the shape of the door frame. Soon, an old ordinary wall began to be carved with cloud patterns, full of charm. Jing Rong looked dumbfounded, it can still be like this. Zhou Venkeng directly opened the door of the neighbor on the opposite side under the pretext of starting the construction, and brought several people in. He showed a circle of decoration configuration of this room, whether it is walls, floors, furniture, rooms, all are new. Clean to perfection and sparkling. Zhou Venkeng took out a few more blueprints. Su Zhuang Yuan, Huangshi wants to give you a house as a gift. Do you think it's better to get through here, or go to Yunding Mountain? The villas there are also good. Jing Rong didn't understand at all, what? Why get through? Su Mu asked, Mom, do you want to live here, or move out? Jing Rong immediately said, I live here, the neighbors all know each other, it's strange. Su Mu nodded towards Zhou Venkeng, it's here. Zhou Venkeng said, then I demolished the wall. Jing Rong immediately became alert, what tearing down the wall? Su Mu said directly, move. Zhou Venkeng called 2 earth-type professionals and started casting spells directly. Immediately, on this floor, the walls between the 3 households began to shrink a little bit, and finally disappeared. These 3 houses have been connected together from the inside. The walls disappear, and the old furniture of Su Mu's house is in the same space as the new items, which immediately shows a sense of hierarchy. Zhou Venkeng regretted, we dare not tamper with your family's things. The 2 houses were just constructed ahead of schedule, the furniture was replaced with new ones, and all the places that could be decorated were high standard and elegant. Don't worry, we have given away a house of higher value to our neighbors. One of them likes this place, and we will also arrange to live in the vacant room downstairs. Su Mu nodded, if you have a heart, the old things at home have feelings, and we will deal with them. The Ministry of Civil Engineering also took great pains to let them choose whether to move to the villa. If they have affection for the neighborhood, they are unwilling to move away. Just bought the 2 neighboring households and directly changed them into large flats, improving the quality of life several grades. It's just that Jingrong still looked confused. What? 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 Why is my house so big? At this time, the outer door was also successfully widened. A majestic red wooden door stands, Niu Hao Zhao, with a thick plaque on the top, the champion and the second. Even though he was inside the building, he looked mighty and domineering. The House of Champions is worthy of its name. After sending the civil engineering department away, Su Mu persuaded Jingrong for a long time, telling her that for Suanan, she also needed a good environment, so she finally settled down with peace of mind. The next day, Suanan's surgery went smoothly. "Brother, Doctor Hu said that I have 1 month left before I can stand up." Suanan was lying on the hospital bed with an oxygen tube inserted, but she still couldn't restrain her excitement. Su Mu smiled, "Okay, take care of it with peace of mind, don't move around now. What if I sprain my leg again and can't stand up again?" Suanan nodded sharply, "I know. Brother, don't worry, I will become a professional in the future to protect you and Mom." Su Mu smiled and nodded, beside Jingrong silently wiping her tears. Jingle bell. The phone rang and Su Mu answered the call. From the other end came the voice of Principal Tao Yinqi, "Su Mu, 2 things, 1 good thing and 1 bad thing. The climax is approaching, and the Jushuan plot is about to start." Chapter 84. The next 3 days passed relatively peacefully. Suanan was recovering slowly after the operation. Under the urging of the high-level therapist, her legs were smooth and white, without leaving any scars. It will take a while to walk. Su's mother, Jingrong, went to see the store decoration excitedly. There were also professionals building a new shopping mall. The entire huge building seemed to grow from the ground, and the construction was fast. And Su Mu, after spending time with her family, began to practice meditation. The 117 years of comprehension and absorption he obtained in the Star Spirit Pagoda have come to an end. I am becoming more and more familiar with various occupations and skill combinations. Su Mu only needs to sit cross-legged quietly, and in his mind, it is as if he has experienced thousands of people fighting and fighting, using thousands of skills to fight in person. Although the level of these people is not high, but the victory lies in the extremely large number. The abilities used are ever-changing and dazzling. Su Mu not only extracted the essence from these skills, but also engraved them into his fighting instinct. Also obtained the strength, power, speed, effect of different abilities. Now he can easily comprehend by analogy, and as long as he understands a little, he can command a team and play an astonishingly perfect coordination. There was a mysterious wave emanating from Su Mu's body, and the sleeves of her clothes were automatic without wind. He opened his eyes, and the eyes seemed to have gone through vicissitudes, and they were as pure as a newborn. "Master, congratulations!" Lang Junyeo stood guard at the door, congratulating her quite excitedly. Su Mu nodded, opened the panel and took a look. His 970 attributes have not improved, but some things cannot be directly displayed by numbers. Now even if there is a super genius of the same attribute in front of him, it may not be able to hurt even a single hair of Su Mu. His combat ability has changed by leaps and bounds again. I guess I can beat the 2 previous me. Su Mu clenched his fist, his strength remained the same, but his control over his body and skills was twice as proficient, as expected of 117 years of experience. Too strong. He was ecstatic in his heart, it was just the right time for him to break through. Jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly and Su Mu connected. "Su Mu, it's almost time, come here." The Principal Tao Yinqi's voice came from the other end. Su Mu nodded, "Okay." Tao Yinqi paused, and then said, today the Yanmen awarded you the title of Alliance Hero, but the people from the Invention Academy are also here, and they may come up with some tricks, you have to be prepared. Su-mu replied, okay. Hearing his voice, Tao Yinki felt uneasy, and told him, Sun Yuzheng has been confirmed as a betrayer of mankind, but after all, you have slapped the academy in the face, they will not let it go, you have to cheer up. Su-mu smiled, don't worry, what can they do? Do they have the authority to cancel the awards? Tao Yinki thought for a while, that's right, forget it, soldiers will come, CAD, to block you, and water will come to cover you. Come to the auditorium. At this moment, Lang Junyeo held a ceremonial robe in both hands, and stood beside her. It was specially prepared by Chen Kai, and the price is not expensive, several thousand yuan. But there is a saying in their system that it belongs to the type that cannot be worn below the level. Lang Junyeo waited for Su-mu to put it on, and asked, do you want to tell the old lady? Su-mu shook her head, go back and read the news. Lang Junyeo hummed, and continued to help Su-mu put on her ceremonial robe. When the two went downstairs, there was already a car parked at the entrance of the corridor. All the way unimpeded, went straight to the auditorium of the deserted city. The Yanmen's reward was issued, and as everyone expected, it was the title of Alliance Hero. The deserted city has invited a lot of prominent people, whether it is the person in charge of a big force or the head of a family, they have all been invited in place. When Su-mu got out of the car, she was greeted immediately. Congratulations, young hero, there will be a lot to do in the future. A good-looking talent, okay, really do my best for me. Congratulations, brother Su, the population. SHHH, get out of the way, don't hand out business cards on this occasion. These characters all maintain social etiquette and polite smiles, but they don't try to obstruct them, just to make a good impression on Su-mu. Their news is better than those of Dean Lin, knowing that Su-mu single-handedly defeated the invasion of the parasites and saved thousands of candidates. This kind of talent will definitely enter the top universities for further study in the future, and gradually emerge on the stage of Wanja. If you are familiar now, it will definitely be useful in the future. But besides the big guys who were invited, there were also some uninvited guys. It's like asking the world. Su-mu, you are here. Tao Yinki had been here for a long time, hugged Su-mu's shoulders, and laughed loudly, look, this is my student, ha ha ha. The head teacher stood aside, rubbing his hands happily and nervously. On this occasion, he is not qualified to communicate with Su-mu. Principal, the old class just happens to be here, let's take a photo together. Su-mu walked up and enthusiastically grabbed the head teacher's shoulder. Tao Yinki's eyes shined, this kid can be a man. Okay, of course. Su-mu. The homeroom teacher blushed with excitement and smiled ugly in front of the camera. An outstanding student never forgets his mentor, this matter is worth bragging about for a lifetime. After the group photo was finished, Tao Yinki led Su-mu into the auditorium, and suddenly said calmly, front right, Feng Jiyang, the examiner of the Wenxi Academy. Examiner? Su-mu asked. Well, he is the boss of Wenxiwen. Tao Yinki explained, the one next to him is called Lu Yingren, you have to be careful. He and Sun Yuzheng came from the deserted city together, and I heard that they have a good relationship, so they might try to play tricks on you. This time in the name of returning home, Minister Chen and the others can't stop it. Su-mu hummed and looked over there. Two seemingly ordinary people stood at the edge of the crowd, seeing Su-mu's eyes, they smiled, saluted, and looked friendly. Su-mu couldn't help smiling, and bowed to them as well. They come, the security. If you want to make a move, come on. The protagonist arrives at the scene, the award ceremony begins soon, and everyone is seated. A senior administrator from Longda delivered an official speech and invited Su-mu to the stage. Heroes are born in youth, and it is precisely because of Soo-Mu's heroic resistance against the enemy that the future talents of the Yanmen can leave safely. Soo-Mu glanced down. Both Liu Yingren and Feng Jiyang were sitting on chairs, watching the ceremony very normally. Because some people are willing to sacrifice and others are willing to give, Yanmen has a better future. Under the stage, it was still calm. Liu Yingren and Feng Jiyang leaned comfortably, as if they were really just spectators. In recognition of Soo-Mu's heroic performance, Yanmen decided to ding, diddy, jingle bell. Under the stage, suddenly many mobile phones rang. Someone took out his mobile phone in a daze, and when he saw the screen, his face suddenly changed. The speaker was interrupted, somewhat dissatisfied. But he frowned, and continued to speak, because Yanmen decided to award Soo-Mu the title of Hero of the Alliance as an encouragement. Any objections? The last sentence is just a convention, and the speaker himself did not plan to pause, and was about to continue. I have objections. A loud shout appeared in the venue. Soo-Mu turned her head to look, and couldn't help being slightly surprised. Feng Jiyang and Liu Yingren were still sitting on the chairs, holding hands, without saying a word. And in another corner, a violent middle-aged bald man jumped out. I have objections. I'm Pan Dongja, I have objections. Soo-Mu killed my son Pan Zion, this kind of murderer does not deserve to be a hero of the Alliance. Chapter 85. When Soo-Mu saw Pan Dongja, he was still a little surprised. How many years have passed since Pan Zion, yet he still has a relationship with him. Silence. The spokesperson frowned. If you have anything to do, please communicate in private. Now, I will present the Alliance Hero Badge to Soo-Mu. From now on, you will be protected by the Yan League. At the same time, you also need to protect the interests and dignity of human beings. In the outside world, you must. No. Pan Dongja roared, he is a murderer, he killed my son. He doesn't deserve it. At this moment, Soo-Mu had already grasped the Alliance Hero medal, and a warm current surged through his body. Ding! Title obtained, Alliance Hero, not worn. Alliance Hero represents human forces, that is, time sword and shield. Coercion against humans plus 50%, pressure against aliens plus 30%. Human beings will subconsciously respect you, and when your interests are harmed, they will gain higher and higher psychological pressure. In the human territory, the damage is increased, and the value is determined by the distance from the human-centered world. Current bonus, 50%. In the alien field, the damage reduction is increased, and the value is determined by the distance from the human-centered world. Current bonus, 5%. Friendly humans around will get a halo bonus, and this effect will increase with the time the title is worn. Current bonus, plus 0.1% damage, plus 0.1% damage reduction, plus 0.1% efficiency, range of action, 0.5 meters. The surrounding friendly alien races will get stronger and stronger degrees of loyalty, and this effect will increase with the time the title is worn. Soo-Mu was slightly dumbfounded, this title is so strong that it defies the sky. Whether it's the combat bonus, the psychological pressure used for socializing, or the degree of loyalty to aliens, they are all so strong. If someone can obtain this title, they must wear it all the time, and it is almost unnecessary to take it off. However, the title of Alliance Hero is very rare, and it may not be possible to award one in 10 years. Every time the title is given, it is entrusted with the Yanmen's national operations in the heavens, which is also destined to be rare in number. And everyone who has won this title has become a big shot. Soo-Mu saved countless trial students and saved the future pillars of Yanmen. Yanmen also reciprocated, and returned with the fortune of the country. But Pan Dongja didn't understand, he just felt that he had simply handed in something, the ceremony was not completed, and he was still yelling, a murderer is not worthy of being a hero. The spokesman sulked, "Guard, take him away." Several professionals were already waiting. As soon as they heard the order, they immediately stepped forward and surrounded Pan Dongja. "Murderer!" Pan Dongja continued to push and push, but he couldn't shake the professional who crushed him with attributes. Just as he was about to be taken away, a middle-aged female voice said, "Don't worry." A feminine force spread out, and several professionals suddenly froze, unable to move. A middle-aged woman stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "I accuse Mu on stage of being a murderer. Not only did he kill his classmate Pan Zion, but also made this poor father cry and cry for nothing. Also in the Xingling Pagoda, kill my son Zai Tong, brutally dismember him, and burn him. This is a provocation and insult to my Zai family, and it will never be forgiven." The people around were all surprised. "That's Zai Qin? The current head of the Zai family? Why did she come here? The visitor is not kind. I heard that Ditong died in the Xingling Pagoda. He is a contemporary genius. This is to settle the score. Huotong's father is a married man, right? It's hard to find Huotong, who is considered a genius. I thought I could use this to climb to a higher position, but I didn't expect." The spokesman frowned. "Zai Qin, do you know what you are doing? The Huo family wants to fight Yanmen." Zai Qin's face was frosty, and he said coldly, "The Zai family is small, so of course they dare not disobey. But I want the whole world to know that the person on stage is a wolf-hearted, evil-doing person." This remark scolded the spokesperson, and he became even more angry immediately. Zai Qin said, "Everyone here should have received the information, why not express their opinions?" The spokesperson frowned and asked the nearest person to bring a mobile phone and read the information on the screen. Immediately, he also frowned. Several photos appeared on the screen, as well as surveillance cameras on the street. On the screen, Mu beat her classmate Pan Zion so hard that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he even knocked out his servant in the street. Pan Zion begged bitterly, and finally he was able to carry his companion on his back, and left towards the side path. Not long after, Mu also followed. Pan Dongja has already fallen into a rage, almost yelling, "Mu was just an ordinary student before, all the grades are average. His attribute is only in the early 20s Song Goddessy level talent. How could it be possible to win the champion of the league after a few days? Look, he followed my son into the alley, and then my son and his friend disappeared. Mu must have used some means to steal my son's S-level talent, so that he can shine in the college entrance examination. This honor, which should belong to my son, was taken away by this murderer, thief, and bandit. Give me back. Gong. Dao." When the people at the scene heard this, hesitation also appeared in their hearts. Judging from the current evidence, it is true that Mu's behavior is very suspicious. Moreover, before Pan Zion disappeared, he had always been an ordinary person. Exactly after that day, there was a huge change suddenly, and he even won the top spot. The spokesperson put down his phone and looked at Mu. "I believe you, but please tell everyone, you followed Pan Zion, what happened next?" Mu shook her head, "I didn't follow Pan Zion. After he left, I helped my mother clean up the noodle stall and took the garbage to the trash can in the alley." When these words came out, the expressions of the audience were very strange. 0. Compared with the well-documented photos and surveillance, this reason is too simple and not convincing at all. Pan Dongja yelled again, "Besides, Mu has been behaving strangely for a few days since then." On the screens of the mobile phones of the people present, there was a picture of Mu being photographed by school and street surveillance in the next few days. He does strange things, feeds strange animals, tends flower gardens, does handicrafts, mops the floor, helps in the kitchen. I have reason to believe that he did these things either to deceive others, or to dispose of my son's body. You murderer! Speak! Speak to me! Criminal, Where is my son's body? The spokesperson looked at Su Mu. Is it true? Su Mu shook her head. No. The spokesman snorted. Su Mu said he didn't do it. Please find better evidence before making an inquiry. Pan Dongja was taken aback. How dare the other party openly sideline? But at this time, Zygo said coldly, everyone please watch again, and my son. On the screen, members of the Zai family entered the trial continent and took away Zai Tong's body. The corpses were violently decomposed and burned into coke. Zai Qin said, I believe this Mr. Pan. Su Mu was just an ordinary person before, how could his strength improve by leaps and bounds? I deeply suspect that he was controlled by the parasites long before he entered the trial's secret realm. He was in the Xingling Pagoda, and my son Zai Tong discovered him, so he killed him and killed him. He's not only a murderer, but a traitor to humanity. I demand that the title of hero cease to be awarded to him, and kill him on the spot. Chapter 86. The scene was silent, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This Zai family came aggressively, with a tough attitude. That's right, Su Yingxiang, your rise is too strange, there must be a ghost. A spectator said with a strange air. Su Mu looked at him and asked politely, excuse me. The man suddenly stopped breathing and felt an invisible pressure permeating the air. When the heroes of the alliance play a role, the human race will subconsciously show respect to Su Mu, and the psychological pressure will increase by 50%. But thinking about the previous promise, he still insisted, Jiang Bei Sen's family, Sen Wei. Su Mu nodded, okay, I've made a note. Anyone else have any chapter? Another audience member stood up, Su Mu, it's not that we suspect, but you can defeat hundreds of levels of parasites by yourself, no matter how you think about it, it's strange. I suggest that you sign a soul contract, once you betray, you will die immediately. His words seem to be pertinent, but they are full of unreasonable. Su Mu also smiled and said, what's your surname? The man patted his chest, Nanhai, Panghung, if you have anything to do, just come to me, I will be afraid of you young man. Su Mu nodded, write it down, is there any more? Two more people from March 17th stood up, Donghu City, Lin Zhan. Su Mu, why don't you disclose the skills and equipment you have acquired so that everyone can see them? Look, you can convince the public, right? Zhang Lushi, Lujafei. Alliance hero, I am not targeting you, but everyone has doubts. Why did you kill your classmate and kill the young master of the Huo family? As human beings, you shouldn't be so violent. You still take the initiative to return the title. After 10 years, if you grow up, my Lu family will apply for you again. Su Mu nodded without being impatient, okay, thank you for your chapter, I will take note of them. Pang Hung sneered, humph, a brat, is it useful to hold grudges? Sen Wei said, hee, aren't you afraid that 10 years will not be too late for revenge? Lin Zhan said, if you offend the Zai family and ask the World Academy, he will not live for 10 years, hee, I'm afraid he won't be able to make it through today. Pan Dongja saw more and more people standing up to oppose, and he was full of confidence, Su Mu, you must give an explanation today. I demand that Su Mu be imprisoned until my son's body is found. Humph. The spokesperson snorted coldly, enough. The scene was silent for a moment, and everyone shut their mouths. The spokesperson looked around and said coldly, these are just circumstantial evidence, and cannot prove that Su Mu has a different intention. All arguments stop here, otherwise. Otherwise what? Lu Yingren from Wenxi Academy stood up with a weird smile on his face, this is how the Yanmen does things, so no one will doubt it. Just as the spokesman was about to speak, he saw Feng Jiyang staring at Lu Yingren behind him with a half-smile. This is behind the push of Advent Institute. The spokesperson is a senior administrator of Yanmen, but he is still a little lower than the boss of Wenxi Academy. He dares to ban those aristocratic families, but he can't say harsh words to the Wenchi Academy. The above game and battle are involved in the middle, and he can't make the decision alone. The spokesperson was silent, but Liu Yingren's face became more and more complacent. So Mu's behavior is indeed weird, I suggest a thorough investigation of him. As Mr. Pan, Patriarch Zai said, he suddenly rose strongly, showing strength that does not belong to him. When he was still leaving the trial secret realm, he immediately attacked the special envoy of the Adventist Academy. Chen Kai, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Huangshi city, stood up suddenly. I testify. Sun Yuzheng, the special envoy of the Wenshan Institute, is a spy of the Ghost Clan. During the interrogation, he triggered the memory restraint and burned himself to death. Liu Yingren looked at him with a sinister smile. You saw the flames of the Ghost Clan, did you see clearly who set the fire? This. Chen Kai fell silent. Liu Yingren said, I received an explanation from the scene that Su Mu not only attacked the special envoy of the Academy of Invention, but also tamed him on the spot. This is an attack and insult to the Academy of Adventism. It is enough to kill you 10 times. 10 times. And his eyes were gloomy, and his smile was extremely strange. Also, I suspect that he planted the aura of the ghost race on the special envoy of the Invention Institute, and then burned him to death. As we all know, Su Mu has long been possessed by parasites, so he killed people with a knife, making everyone think that it was the ghosts who killed the special envoy of the Invention Institute. What the hell? Chen Kai was extremely angry, and swears directly, who the FK knows you well, you are AFG nonsense, despicable and shameless. Chen Kai. The spokesperson said in a deep voice, shut up. Chen Kai was taken aback for a moment, then he also thought about the matter between Yanmen and Wen Shiwen. The Wenchi Institute was completed for human beings, but it did not belong to the Yanmen. He is a small official, so he really can't spit and curse at the people of the Wen Shiwen. Humph. Chen Kai flicked his sleeves and sat down angrily. Seeing this scene, Liu Yingren continued proudly, there is also. What the hell, I don't want to be this minister anymore. Chen Kai tore off his suit, roared angrily and rushed towards Liu Yingren. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the scene. Admin of the Yanmen, have you made a move towards Wen Xiuan? Liu Yingren is not worried but happy, his strength crushes this civil servant, he will die as soon as he comes up. Boom! Wu Zeka suddenly appeared between the two, hugging the furious Chen Kai. Calm down, go outside first. Humph, it's useless. Liu Yingren felt a little regretful that he lost a chance to kill on the spot. Let go. Let me clean up this beast. Chen Kai roared, but he was no match for Wu Zeka's strength. After all, Wu Zeka is the Minister of War in the deserted city. Although he is in a command and management position, his combat effectiveness is still much stronger than that of Chen Kai. He forcibly dragged Chen Kai and left the venue first. The moment he left the door, he suddenly turned around and made a confirmation gesture to Su Mu on the stage. Su Mu smiled slightly. Liu Yingren sighed, look, this moth must be sheltering Su Mu, a human traitor. My thoughts are the same as Patriarch Zai Qin's, stop awarding him the title of hero, and kill him on the spot. Hiss. The audience on the field gasped, feeling that things had become serious. The scene turned to Liu Yingren and others, and Su Mu was already unable to support herself. With the support of the Academy of Enlightenment, Yanmen can't ignore the demands of these people and continue to award Su Mu. Liu Yingren paused, and said, however, the World Academy does not intend to be a culprit. 0. Well, give Su Mu to us. We will have professionals to torture Su Mu's soul. As long as he is not a human traitor and did not kill Pan Ziyan and Zai Tong, we will send him back. He killed Zai Tong. Zai Qin screamed, he killed my son, I must make him pay for it. Master didn't kill it. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees, and ice wings floated behind Lang Junyeo, slowly falling down. Miss Lang's family! Someone exclaimed. Isn't that Lang Junyeo? Why is she here? I heard something happened to her and she became someone else's. Lang Junyeo looked cold, and said loudly, Zai Tong was controlled by a 200-level parasite, and it was the master who killed him, so that Zai Tong could rest in peace. You have found the wrong target for revenge. Zai Qin was taken aback for a moment, his eyes quickly returned to coldness. I want to ask, who are you? Lang Junyeo said, I am Lang Junyeo. No, you're not. Zai Qin's expression became sour. I heard that you gave up your human body, signed a contract, and turned your whole body into elements. Now, you are just someone else's pet, the murderer's puppet. You have such a humble status, why dare I speak? How dare people believe it? Lang Junyeo froze for a moment, her fair face became even paler. She clenched her fist angrily, but couldn't say anything. That's right, when she was dying, she had to use the master-slave contract, and another form survived. Although she still has a physical body, it is already different from a human body. In the senses of human beings, followers are indeed one level lower. No. Master is not like this. Lang Junyeo lowered her head, her tone was bleak. It's okay. Su Mu stepped forward, smiling as usual at 5.8, and patted her on the shoulder. Thank you for helping me speak, ignore her, and leave the rest to me. Lang Junyeo stared blankly at Su Mu, and suddenly felt the heart of the buyer. Despair. Su Mu snapped his fingers. Hehe, when did the Zai family become so arrogant? Behind the scenes, a male voice sounded. That's right, Aunt Zai. I still remember how humble you were when you came to my house to ask for medicine. Why did you become arrogant today? A female voice came out. If Lang Junyeo's words don't count, then it's useless for us to talk? That's fine, I'll tell my father when I get home that the Zai family will have the final say in the Southwest League in the future. Okay, said a male voice out. Two men and a woman came out and bowed deeply to Su Mu. Brother Su Mu, thanks to you killing the parasites that day, we survived. Thanks. Wow. Several people in the audience stood up involuntarily. Oh my god, Xiang Chenghua family. The insect control family. Shandu Chu's family has 3 independent secret realms, and has also cultivated several lord-level powerhouses. My god, the young master of the Huang family in Haikan, Huang Tianli. The Huang family is the biggest benefactor of the Huo family. Zai is done. Chapter 87. Everyone was shocked and looked at the few people who appeared on the stage in amazement. Behind Huang Tianli is the Huang family in Haikan, the leader of the Southwest League, with strong strength. Behind Chu Chenjao is the Chu family in the mountain capital, which has 3 independent secret realms, has cultivated several strong people, and has endless talents. Backed by the Hua family, Hua Nianwei has the ability to control insects with one hand. Not only is she brilliant in intelligence, she also has special skills in cultivating medicinal plants, and she has many partners. As soon as these 3 people appeared, Zai Qin's entire face turned pale. Huang Tianli said proudly, Aunt Zai, your Zai family has the academy as a backer, are you planning to withdraw from the Southwest League? Okay, I'll tell my father when I get back, and get rid of the Zai family. Blade Peak Secret Realm, you guys just leave. Zai Qin opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. Whether it was cold and noble, or acerbic expressions, they were all shattered on the spot, leaving only dullness. She faltered and said, I didn't, Mr. Huang, the Zai family will always be the most loyal partner of the Huang family and will never betray. Humph. Huang Tianli said, what kind of benefits did the Academy of the World give you to make such absurd accusations? Zai Qin couldn't help looking at Liu Yingren, looking for help constantly. Liu Yingren said with a sinister smile, Master Huo, no matter how you explain now, the Huang family will not recognize you as a partner. 20 In the future, we have to plan carefully. Zai Qin felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes suddenly became firm. Having offended the Huang family, they will definitely settle accounts later. It's better to completely fall into the world. She gritted her teeth. You are committing perjury. I propose to conduct a soul search on Su Mu. Yes, take him to the Ascension Institute and conduct a soul search. Unless he passes the inspection, he is the army who killed my son. Invalid. The spokesperson said simply and rudely, the Huang family, the Hua family, and the Chu family have all given their own verification results, and the three have no signs of possession. The evidence is cross-correlation. Yanmen can conclude that they did not speak. Su Mu never killed Zai Tong. Zai Tong was killed by the parasites. Zai Qin was stunned. The spokesperson continued, Zai Jian will avenge his revenge and downgrade his family's credit rating to B level, and will notify the entire human territory. Zai Qin suddenly turned pale. No, no, this is not true. How can you listen to the words of a few children? Her voice became lower and lower, and eventually she slumped in her chair, losing all strength. The scene was silent, and everyone did not expect that Su Mu's counterattack came so quickly. Even if Yanmen protects him, under the attack of Zai Qin and others, he will definitely feel very uncomfortable, and will be dragged into a long investigation and accusation. But Su Mu seemed to have been prepared, and beat Zai Qin to the ground on the spot. Huang Tianli and the others said, in addition, Tian Jiao of the Lang family, Lang Junyao, the eldest lady of the Lang family, performed outstandingly in the secret trial realm and made outstanding contributions to resisting the parasites. Without her, we would all die on the spot. Zai Qin's accusation is unreasonable and inhumane. On behalf of the Huang family, I will severely protest against her. I will suspend all cooperation. Lang Junyao glanced at Huang Tianli, feeling a little grateful. But soon he looked at Su Mu again, with obedience and admiration in his eyes. All of this must be arranged by the master. Chu Chenjiao and Hua Nianwei also follow the gourd. Our Hua family and Chu family also cut off cooperation with the Zai family, and do not accept any business partners who have cooperation with the Zai family. Everyone knows that the Zai family is really doomed. Liu Yingren frowned. Why is this woman so useless? Ahem. He cleared his throat, and Pan Dongjin next to him immediately woke up like a dream, and shouted, that's just to prove that Su Mu didn't kill Zai Tong. Where's my son? The evidence is solid. It was because Su Mu was jealous of his S-level talent that he killed him. Su Mu must be punished. The people at the scene frowned again, even if Yanmen would not arrest Suda for the sake of face today. He will also bear the title of murderer and be cast aside, and even the title of hero will be covered in dust. The spokesperson turned his head and looked at Su Mu, frowning, thinking about what to do. Su Mu was not in a hurry, but just smiled calmly. For the time being, I will call you Uncle Pan. I would like to ask, what benefits has Wen Shiwen given you, so you are targeting me like this? Pan Dongjia grabbed the back of the chair angrily. The Institute of Inventions didn't give me anything. They gave me photos and videos. If it wasn't for this information, I wouldn't even know you killed Pan Zion. Murderer, pay for your life. Liu Yingren also said with a sinister smile, that's right, what are you waiting for, arrest him. Su Mu smiled and shook her head, don't worry, I'll show you something. He held his palm empty, and a ball glowing with dim light appeared. The spokesman frowned, always feeling a little familiar. Could it be the Eye of Nothingness? No, how is it possible? That thing is just a toy, and it can't be brought out yet. The Eye of Nothingness appeared in the palm of Su Mu, and then a three-dimensional picture bloomed. In the picture, two passers-by faces are talking. For 3 days, he has been hiding at home, with a secret whistle next to him, so it's not easy to do anything. If he doesn't come out, he will be in trouble. Human beings have one more genius, which is a hindrance to our race. No matter the people on or off the stage, their eyes widened. They are all well-informed and well-informed big shots, so they can naturally see the clues. In the picture, these two people are no different from ordinary people in terms of posture, behavior, and communication. Obviously, a master of disguise, or even a super killer. But this picture shows all the details of the two people's bodies at a glance. Here's how it works. The two of them can't even notice it. Among the crowd, it was Liu Yingren who looked more and more shocked. In the picture, the two people are continuing to communicate. We can only wait, or go to the outside world to do it. It's difficult. The S-level talent 7 days ago is easy to kill, but it's a pity that it's 200, he's just a fake S-level inspired by rubbish strange things, in fact it's still rubbish. Yet, his death is very interesting. It seems that his surname is Pan? I don't know if there are any strange things in his house. You can look for them. There is information. A paper crane suddenly flew out of the pocket and hovered in front of the two of them. Is it connected? I know you want to kill Mu. Zhai he spoke. The two said, closing communication is expensive, let's talk straight. Zhai he said, I will arrange an opportunity to arrest him, and you all find the opportunity to encircle and kill him. Two people said, who are you? Where is the location? Zhai he said, don't worry about who I am, seize the opportunity by yourself. Swish. The screen is interrupted. The people at the scene were shocked. These two killers are obviously of extremely high strength. Mu, the quasi-assassin, recorded the whole situation. What shocked them even more was that Zhai's voice was very distorted, but the cold tone of his speech was exactly the same as that of Liu Yingren from the academy. But at this time, Pan Dongjia was the most furious. His eyes were red, the veins on his neck were bulging, and he looked up to the sky and screamed, Liu! Thank you! You lied to me! You know who killed my son and cooperated with them! Die! While roaring, Pan Dongjia charged towards Liu Yingren. Chapter 88. Boom! Pan Dongjia was kicked by Liu Yingjia and fell backwards on the ground without moving. He is just a businessman, how can he beat high-level professionals? The spokesperson didn't stop him, and after Pan Dongjia was kicked away, he said coldly, Wang Shiyuan, conspired to kill the heroes of the Yan League, and attacked the citizens of the Yan League. Examiner Feng, how do you settle this account? Feng Jiyang, the boss of Wenxi Academy, sat with a stern face, not saying a word. Come on, arrest this guy. The spokesman waved his hand, and immediately several professionals followed. Put on the magic shackles, Liu Yingren, if you resist, you will know the consequences. Liu Yingren's face was cloudy, and he suddenly yelled, No! No! The professionals who followed were hindered by the air wave, and they all stopped. Liu Yingren shouted, What can this prove? It's just that someone imitated my tone of voice, how dare you slander the special envoy of the House of Advent? Go and investigate if you have the ability. Find out and talk about it. And what is that video? Maybe Mu directed and acted on his own, and the editing is fake. He had confidence in his heart, and it was just a coincidence that Mu recorded him. There are extremely complicated connection lines in contact with those alien killers, it is impossible to find out the initiator. Liu Yingren was wrong on this point. He felt that he couldn't find out, so he didn't change his tone. Although the tone of voice has changed, the way of speaking is still the same. The spokesperson frowned slightly, feeling a little pity. Like Zai Qin's slander against Mu, those evidences can only be used as circumstantial evidence. No one can prove that the video shown by Mu is Xia. Today, we can only fight back the attack of Wen Xiuan, but we cannot directly arrest it. The spokesperson looked at Mu, let's do this first, the ceremony continues, and you are still a hero of the alliance. Mu chuckled, I also guessed that Mr. Liu Yingren would definitely not admit it. Hey! The spokesperson wondered, what is this going to do? Mu looked at the many prestigious missions in the audience, and asked a question, everyone is not confused, why do I know that Sun Yuzheng, is the special envoy of the Academy of Enlightenment a foreign spy? Feng Jiyang's complexion immediately turned bad. This was not beating around the bush, but scolding him openly. The people in the audience also became curious. That's right, Sun Yuzheng has been investigated as an iron case, and he is indeed a Ghost Clan spy. But why would Mu know something that more advanced detective professionals can't find out? Mu raised 3 fingers, because there were 3 great people in Huangshi. One is Sun Yuzheng, who is relatively young and only at level 200. The other is Liu Yingren, who is here today. He became famous earlier and seems to have been stuck at level 500 for a long time. They are all from the deserted city, maybe we can call them fellow villagers. Of course there is a third one, named Zhang Jianming, who is also a special envoy of the Academy, a Lord-level powerhouse. It was only then that everyone discovered Hua Dian, and it seemed to be the case. Several good characters from the deserted city have entered the Academy of Veneration. But they also figured it out wrong, because there are quite a lot of people going out of the deserted city, and these 3 are only a small part of them. But, what do they have in common? Mu smiled slightly, why only mention these 3 people, if someone has a better memory, they will find out. The 3 of them have cleared the Heroic Spirit Memorial Hall in the deserted city, the secret realm of the reappearance of the Abyss Mage. Liu Yingren's face suddenly turned pale. But other viewers showed puzzled expressions, what does this have to do with reappearing the secret realm? Mu raised his hand, revealing the ring on his finger, this is the ring of salt and iron. Swish! Under the stage, an old man suddenly stood up, the ring of salt and iron. You, how could you have it? The people around were surprised, Old Chi, what's wrong with you? What is the prison ring? Old Chi is an expert in historical research, there must be a story in this. Old Chi's face was excited, the ring of salt and iron is the magic weapon of the Abyss Mage. How could you have it? Wow! Everyone at the scene was in shock. Abyss Mage? This name, which was nearly 100 years ago, has blurred everyone's memory. Hearing this name made the people on the scene feel as if they had stepped into history. Mu smiled slightly, because, with SSS score, I cleared the secret realm of reappearance of the Abyss Mage and got his reward. There is no need to hide this matter, the more Mu shows, the more powerful she is, the more attention and protection she can get. He still needs to protect himself at level 10, but now, he can show his strength as much as possible. Crash! The people at the scene showed expressions of astonishment, whispering to each other, and constantly exchanging words. SSS rating? Is it really that high? I heard that this Mu, before he won the first prize, had received the SSS rating of the Immortal King. My God, is there really such a genius? I remember that it was very difficult to reproduce the secret realm. Since the production was successful, only 3 people have cleared the level. 3 people? Wait, they're connected together. Isn't it the Liu Yingren 3 people that Mu mentioned? The person who found it was also slightly surprised, and nodded towards the person next to him. Soon, the liaison officer held the mobile phone and trembled excitedly, yes. The staff of the Memorial Hall immediately confirmed that the highest score in the secret realm has been raised to the SSS level. No one would do a thankless job, go to the secret realm of reproduction, the difficulty is high, and it is really uncomfortable to be brutally killed by monsters. The staff only maintains once a month, and they never go to observe changes these days. When they received the call and checked the reappearance secret realm again, they were all shocked. The highest score of the secret realm, directly jumped from S rank to SSS rank. The people in the audience were shocked, and the spokesperson also showed a look of relief, Mu, you really surprised me. And then? What does it mean if you clear the level? Mu smiled slightly. Since 80 years, only 3 people have passed through the secret realm and obtained an S-level evaluation. It's the Sun Yuzheng and Liu Yingren I mentioned, and Zhang Jianming who didn't show up. And after I cleared the SSS level, I saw some interesting things. Liu Yingren's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes suddenly rolled. Swish! Liu Yingren's figure disappeared instantly, and he was about to break through towards the roof. He wants to escape. Someone screamed. The spokesman's pupil shrank. Catch him! Whoosh! In an instant, another shadow flashed up, intercepting Liu Yingren at a faster speed. Boom! The huge air wave landed on the ground, but it made the surrounding people look surprised. Liu Yingren looked terrified, Li Hazeo, and was strangled by someone, trembling like holding a weasel. And the person who controlled him turned out to be the master of Wen Shiwen, Feng Jiyang. He actually took the initiative to go to Xiang Renayun. How is this going? Feng Jiyang captured Liu Yingren with one hand, and waved the other hand in the air. A blue-green line emerged, and stretched towards the distance at the speed of light. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, Zhang Jianming stole the secret treasure of the Wenxi Academy, the hidden lotus flower, and now he has fled. The spokesperson and Feng Jiyang looked at each other for a few seconds, and suddenly said to Mu, there is no need for Examiner Feng to lie to you, just keep talking. Feng Jiyang threw Liu Yingren to the ground, and said in a cold voice, I came here only to wash away the shame of the academy. If you are right, Liu Yingren will be handed over to you. If it's just you and the 4 of you in the deserted city fighting for the relics of the Abyss Mages and affecting the academy, don't blame me. He showed a murderous look in his eyes, obviously he was really angry. Mu smiled lightly, and said confidently, don't worry, you will apologize. Chapter 89. A saint-level powerhouse stood in front of him, staring at him with murderous eyes. No matter who it was, he would be Alexander. But Mu was not afraid at all, pulled the collar, and Lang Junyeo immediately helped him adjust the dress robe. He said loudly, when I cleared the secret realm of the Abyss Mage at the SSS level, I saw his last scene when he was dying. Below, everyone held their breath and raised their ears to listen. And that old history professor, Qi Lao, also had tears in his eyes, leaning on the back of his chair excitedly, for fear of missing a second. Mu said, the Abyss Mage, with the power of one person, resisted the 100,000 troops of the Ghost Tribe, and there are many strong people of the same level among them. Reinforcements have not come for a long time, and the Abyss Mage is fighting against 100,000, gradually exhausted, and surrounded by more and more enemies. Seeing the doomed ending, he resolutely launched the forbidden spell Frost Dip Annihilation, which wiped out all life within 7 kilometers, including himself, and left behind a memory crystal. This should be the history in everyone's memory, and it is also the truth unearthed by later generations. That's right. Qi Lao nodded earnestly. The scene recorded after the arrival of the reinforcements, and the information extracted from the memory crystal, are indeed true. Everyone also nodded slightly at 303. Indeed, this is how history is written. The Abyss Mage annihilated the entire local army with the power of one person, and died together. The last remnant of him was imprinted in the memory crystal, wrapped in the mana shield, and was taken away by later generations. What could be wrong with this? Mu smiled slightly, but have you ever thought about whether the memory crystal is really left by the Abyss Mage? Old Qi frowned. What could be wrong? Besides him, who else could record the scene at that time? Some people even began to complain, this is a defilement of the Abyss Mage. He sacrificed his life for the human race, yet someone questioned him. A reasonable explanation must be given. Mu opened her hand to make people quiet. Masters of the Abyss sacrificed for human beings, it is indeed worthy of respect. But neither he nor the latecomers have forgotten one important thing. The structure of ghosts and humans is completely different, and the main structure of human beings is matter and life. The ghosts are energy and life, and there is no real entity. The projection in the material world can be minimized. The forbidden curse, Frost Annihilation, is actually a powerful spell that specializes in destroying matter, but its power is somewhat compromised when facing the ghost race. 99.9% of the Ghost Clan's army was annihilated, and the powerful forbidden spell killed them all. But there is only one of the most powerful Ghost Clan experts who survived. Su-mu glanced around below and saw that everyone was quiet, and then slowly said, and that Ghost Tribe couldn't bear the failure of the tribe's attack, so he decided to use his tricks. It created a memory crystal, disguised as the perspective of an abyss mage, and placed it on the top of the battlefield for humans to discover. 99.9% of the scenes of that crystal are real, and it is indeed the real situation of that battle. This is also the reason why humans have never discovered the clue. But just in the last 0.1%, the strong ghosts have saved a little bit of their own thoughts. Why? I don't know what is there specifically, whether it is the temptation of power, or direct mind manipulation, or generous gifts and promises. But what I know is that only 3 of them cleared the secret realm of reappearance, and at the last moment, they saw the strong ghost race man himself. And, it has been reduced to its lackey. Su-mu slammed the ground, and the words hit the venue, bursting out with deafening shock. He entered the secret realm with a cheat. Not only did he spend 3 million to buy props to restrain the Ghost Clan, but he also used the Undead passive to gain several extra lives. Even so, he was one step short of reaching the top of the mountain, and the forbidden spell was still activated by the Abyss Mage, and the secret realm had already failed. Thanks to the fact that it happened to be judged to have entered the perspective of an Abyss Mage, he was resurrected and faced face to face with the strong Ghost Clan, Kadf. And also because he won the title of Passerby Yin Angsuan, Backtracking Master. Only then did he regain control of the initiative, activated the forbidden spell again, and wiped out the strong Ghost Clan in the secret realm. If it cannot kill the opponent in the secret realm, it will also confuse and manipulate Su-shu. But luckily, Su-mu won. There was silence below. Lu Yingren's face was pale, he was no longer the gloomy look before, and the precious gifts all over his body were wet with cold sweat. Trembling with fear, trembling with fear. But he still gritted his teeth and said forcefully, "Fart. You're lying. You are just fabricating, you want to monopolize the inheritance of the Abyss Mage. Su-mu, you must die. If you have evidence, show it." Su-mu chuckled, turned to the spokesperson and said, "Can you bring the memory crystal of the Abyss Mage here?" The spokesperson sent someone to pick it up in the middle, nodded, and someone immediately brought a memory crystal to the stage. Su-mu said, "Evidence? Isn't this what it is?" Everyone stretched their necks, but they didn't see anything. Thinking about it is also true, so many experts have not discovered the clue, how could it be possible to see it with the naked eye? Su-mu smiled and said, "As long as you destroy it, you can see the breath of ghosts in the middle." As soon as these words came out, Lu Yingren howled, "He wants to destroy the evidence, stop him! Stop him!" The spokesperson glanced at Lu Yingren, and then fixed his gaze on the memory crystal. "This matter is very risky. That is the relic left behind by the sages of mankind after their death. If it is destroyed and nothing happens, he will also be involved and severely punished." The spokesperson turned his attention to Su-mu, saw the iron ring on his finger, and said decisively, "Open it." The history expert Chi Lao said that the thing in Su-mu's hand is indeed the property of the Abyss Mage. There's a good chance he's right. Chin. Su-mu drew out the Qingling sword and swung it down easily. Click. The engram is just one crystal, easily chopped in two. Everyone stood up, their eyes widened, and they looked intently. The crystal splashed a pile of debris, which lit up in the air, emitting a beautiful shimmer. And amidst these shimmering lights, there is a very, very, very tiny fluorescence. The light blue luster disappeared half a second after it appeared. 99% of the people at the scene failed to observe this fluorescence. It is too small, too hidden, and extremely difficult to detect. But the faces of the spokesperson and Feng Jiyang both changed. They gritted their teeth and said, "You! Soul! Clan! Wow!" There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone was stunned in shock. In the Memorial Hall of Human Heroes, there is really a trap set by the Ghost Clan. The person who cleared the secret realm of the Abyss Mage is not only a pillar of human beings, but a spy deliberately selected by the Ghost Clan. Chapter 90. Once this news comes out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Liu Yingren's eyes were full of death. He opened his mouth suddenly. At this moment, a light blue brilliance rose from his body. The people in the audience were shocked. He is going to attack Su Mu. Hurry up and protect the heroes of the Alliance. No. Su Mu also stared at Liu Yingren, and said another answer, he wants to commit suicide. Sure enough, Liu Yingren showed a cold smile and said loudly, the Lord's goal is. Stop him. The security professional yelled immediately. But Liu Yingren is a level 500 professional, and he can kill 90% of the participants on the scene by himself. They can't stop it at all. In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the power. A strong light blue light erupted from Liu Yingren's body, and an invisible flame was already burning on his body. In this situation, he has no way to escape. But don't let the Lord's secrets be revealed. As long as he actively violates the prohibition, he will be burned instantly. There were very few people who could stop him at the scene, and the spokesperson's guards only cared about protecting safety, and could not prevent him from committing suicide. Liu Yingren glanced at Su Mu triumphantly, so what can I do if I find out? It's not like I can't stop me. He yelled, the Lord has decided to carry out. Swish! His mouth opened suddenly, physically. Liu Yingren's lower jaw was completely torn apart, his mouth was exposed to the air, his tongue was not supported, and the whole root was limp. Cough, cough. His eyes widened, and he could no longer utter a complete sentence. The light blue flame on his body did not continue to burn because he did not continue to trigger the restriction. On the contrary, a large piece of skin on his body was scalded, causing large blisters to form in an instant. Feng Jiyang squeezed Liu Yingren's jaw that was still dripping blood, and said coldly, the spy who has been lurking in the institute for decades? Humph, you really are here. Snap! The jaw was thrown to the ground, spattering a large pool of blood. The scene became cold, and only Liu Yingren was left coughing up blood. The audience below recovered from the shock just now, seeing Liu Yingren whose face had been torn off half, couldn't help swallowing. Humph! Feng Jiyang kicked Liu Yingren to the ground, but without any movement, a few thin lines appeared in the air and penetrated into his body. Liu Yingren twitched twice, his whole body stiffened on the ground as if the stop button had been pressed. Feng Jiyang said to the spokesperson, I would like to bet and admit defeat. I am blind, people, I leave it to you, and you can try it as you want. I have nothing to say when I find out the secrets of the Ascension Academy. The spokesperson nodded, okay, take it down. Several professionals rushed up immediately, put complicated magic-proof shackles on the stiff Liu Yingren, and covered them with paralyzing, soothing, and hypnotic charms, put them into the stasis box, and dragged them down. When they left, Feng Jiyang looked at Su Mu coldly, and the scene suddenly fell into a tense silence. Everyone felt that Feng Jiyang would not let it go. Sun Yuzheng has been confirmed as a spy, but he still wants to stand up for him, just to bring someone to trouble Su Mu. Now another decades-old spy has been found out, which can be said to have severely slapped the academy in the face. With Feng Jiyang's character, Wuqiu must be. A few minutes passed, when everyone was extremely nervous. Feng Jiyang suddenly faced Su Mu and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. All? Feng Jiyang said loudly, Mr. Su, the hero of the alliance, I'm sorry, but I, Feng Jiyang, have no eyesight, and even took the spy as a confidant. I would like to apologize for this. Whether it was the spokesperson, the administrators, or the leaders of various forces and families, they were all stunned. The boss of Wenxi Academy, a saint-level powerhouse, apologized to a 120-level small professional? They watched. Su Mu should avoid bowing at this time, and then say something nice and let both parties go down the steps. This is Feng Jiyang. If it is said that Liu Yingren can kill 90% of the people on the scene by himself, he will be subdued by the spokesperson's guards or other powerful people. Then Feng Jiyang can slaughter the whole deserted city by himself, and then walk away. And after he left the Blue Star Plane, Yanmen even had to carefully consider whether to take revenge. God-level powerhouses have extremely limited shots, and holy-level powers are almost the top combat power in the entire world. Not to mention that Feng Jiyang led people to trample on Su Mu. Even if he really trampled to death, Yanmen could only find the scene from other places. The big fist is the boss. But Su Mu didn't avoid it, but accepted the bow heavily. Feng Jiyang stood up. This old man admits it. I originally wanted to get back the scene of the Manor Academy, but I didn't want to have a few spies in succession. This matter, let's settle it. 2 cleanups? No. Su Mu smiled slightly. Today is my awards ceremony. You oppressed and destroyed the scene in public, without any real apology. Hiss. The audience in the audience gasped. This shit. Feng Jiyang apologized. He not only dared to accept it, but also dared to ask for benefits? Go crazy. I'm afraid I'm not courting death. Even the spokesperson frowned slightly. Su Mu, accept it as soon as you see it. I have a sense of proportion. Su Mu smiled as always. Feng Jiyang was very straightforward, and grabbed the equipment stored in his waist. Liu Yun sword, epic weapon, dynamic level plus 50, as my apology. Wow! Everyone screamed. Each piece of epic equipment is priceless. According to what he said, this sword not only has a dynamic level, but it can fit any owner, and it can also increase its attributes by 50 levels. Feng Jiyang actually made an apology, and even spent a lot of money. Su Mu accepted it naturally, and if you admit your mistakes, you must have the attitude of admitting your mistakes. His various attributes are very strong, but he really doesn't have a good piece of equipment. The previous Sword of Lightness was obtained at level 10, and the attributes at level 120 are slightly insufficient. Liu Yun Sword, all attributes are top-notch, and there are good special effects. It can be used as the main output weapon. Su Mu looked at Feng Jiyang, and suddenly asked, Are you not convinced? Feng Jiyang snorted, and said bluntly, Yes, the old man is very angry. The first anger is that you don't give me face, deliberately make the old man, let the hospital make a fool of yourself. Second anger, I am old and dim-sighted. I let the spies, and there are still 3, become members. I was also stolen from the hidden world Lotus. I am so mad. Su Mu couldn't help feeling less disgusted with Feng Jiyang. He was obviously here to slap him in the face, but when he realized something was wrong, he was the first to subdue his subordinates and threw it to Yanmen for disposal. Yanmen must have a way to bypass the ban and torture out quite a lot of information. And among them, there must be many secrets of the Academy of Adventism. Feng Jiyang just said a word, but it was equivalent to confessing to the Yanmen and transferring a lot of benefits. This can be regarded as having a clear distinction between likes and hates, and if you know your mistakes, you can correct them. Su Mu nodded, Okay, then I'll show you something. He clapped his hands, and a backstage staff came over with a tray. But before the person approached, a gleam flashed in Feng Jiyang's eyes. The guard of the spokesperson moved half a beat slower, but he also roared, "You are not a staff member, who are you?" The staff in the backstage suddenly raised their heads, lifted the tray in their hands, and a crystal curtain wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the guards. And he also sprinted towards Soo-Mew with the momentum of thunder. Sudden mutation. Chapter 91. The backstage staff rushed towards Soo-Mew suddenly, raised his right hand, and the palm fell off and turned into a sharp blade. It's an alien killer. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the scene saw the situation. But seeing Gui saw, the killer moved too fast, there was no time to stop it. Boom! A ball of acid-etching arrows shot by the speaker's guard hit the crystal curtain wall, corroding a large hole. He came out like a ghost, but he was still several positions behind the killer. Want to catch up? Hard to catch up. Soo-Mew took half a step back, from the point of view, just to avoid the killer's charge. But he didn't see that a sharp blade suddenly stretched out from the shadow on the ground, stabbing towards the undefended back. These are two killers. One after the other, one attracts attention, and the other strikes with a thunderbolt, instantly killing the target. Soo-Mew's attention was only on the assassin in front, but he couldn't see the assassin behind him at all. The guard's face was tense. 227 chased after him with all his strength, but the distance was only a short distance, and he was too late to rescue Soo-Mew. Soo-Mew, already in a desperate situation. Everyone in the audience showed a look of panic, and couldn't bear to see a human celestial group fall. At this time, the only one who is free to watch the show is Feng Jiyang, who is only 2 steps away from Soo-Mew. The two 500-level killers seem to be very strong, but he can easily catch them. But Feng Jiyang felt rebellious in his heart. This kid slapped him in the face in public, no matter what he had to make him embarrassed. Of course, Feng Jiyang is also human, it is impossible for Soo-Mew to be killed by the killer. As long as Soo-Mew was cornered by the killer, he showed a frightened and desperate look and bowed his head to him for help. Feng Jiyang will act like a master outside the world, and easily deal with the two assassins. And when the time comes, Soo-Mew will not only thank him, but also severely save his face. Feng Jiyang had a good plan, so he kept his hands behind his back, waiting for Soo-Mew's desperate call for help. In his eyes, these people are like slow motion, progressing slowly. But Soo-Mew never saw the killer behind him, and still focused on the front. He seemed to think that as long as he avoided the attack ahead, he could save himself from danger. But behind him, the sharp blade is getting closer and closer. Even, the tip of the blade was about to touch the dress. In half a millisecond, it will penetrate into Soo-Mew's body, and then come out through the chest. The more Feng Jiyang waited, the more anxious he became. What the hell, is this kid so stupid? I wonder if there is another one behind him. He waited another half a millisecond, and saw that Soo-Mew was still not aware of it, and was still dodging the killer in front of him. It's just that he seems to be chanting quickly, about to throw a shock spell. Damn, I can't wait anymore. Feng Jiyang ran out of patience. If he didn't make a move, Soo-Mew would die. He had no choice but to stretch out his hand suddenly. Stagnation. The space is like being poured with crystal, which is instantly frozen. The two killers were forced to stop in the air. One brushed past Soo-Mew's chest, and the other had already pressed the tip of the blade to the back of Soo-Mew's heart. The person behind him still had a little bit of consciousness, and said with difficulty, "Why?" Feng Jiyang sneered, "Why? Because Liu Yingren has already been arrested. Do you still think that the World Academy will help foreigners? Yet. Catch the assassin. Be careful. Protect the heroes of the League." All of this happened within half a second, when the people below screamed. But when they regained their composure, they discovered that the two foreign killers had been fixed in the air, had been hit by the spell of stasis, their eyelids were motionless, and all activities in their bodies had been stopped. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly moved the two controlled killers away. "Are you okay, the spokesperson asked concerned. It's okay. Su Mu nodded, turned her head, and looked at Feng Jiyang with a half-smile. Feng Jiyang looked a little embarrassed, and coughed twice. Okay, you don't have to thank me. Wenqi Academy has been cooperating with Yanmen, but this time I did something wrong. Naturally, I won't just watch you get killed. Su Mu smiled slightly. Thank you, Examiner Feng. Feng Jiyang always felt that Su Mu's smile was a little weird, but he couldn't put it into words. He saw the professionals of Yanmen coming to the stage, and he lifted the stasis spell. Swish! The two killers were shocked suddenly, their bodies turned grey, and in the next second they turned into dust and fell to the ground. The guard felt a little regretful. It seems that if you have a spell, you will die automatically. It's a pity, it would be great if we could interrogate. Feng Jiyang was stunned for a moment. This scene did not seem like a suicide spell. He couldn't help looking at Su Mu, who had already turned his eyes away, but still had a mysterious smile on his face. Feng Jiyang was astonished. He thought that the assassin was frozen in time and asked why. At that time, he guessed that the other party was surprised that Liu Yingren wanted to cooperate with them, why he suddenly backed out. Now that I think about it, the assassins are also surprised, why Su Mu is so strong. The method of turning into dust is most likely used by Su Mu. But Feng Jiyang, being a saint, didn't even notice when he made a move. He just read a very short spell. Could it be that he could kill 2 level 500 killers just by reading the spell for half a second? This kid, does he really have a hand? Feng Jiyang was surprised. 0. An alliance hero, for an existence like him, he has seen a lot, and it is not worth mentioning at all. And this 120 level hero title is probably the youngest one in the history of Yanmen. Feng Jiyang didn't look down on geniuses, but had seen too many geniuses fall. Thousands of extraterritorial battlefields have been fought in 100 years. Countless geniuses rose up in the sea of blood, and then fell in front of endless and overwhelming enemies. Human beings regard foreign races as sharpening stones and keep forging. The same is true for foreigners, killing everyone they see. Su Mu, an early talent, what can be so special? Feng Jiyang has been in a high position for many years. He has long been used to seeing everything, and with a natural indifference, he looked down on this young man from a high position. But this time, it really surprised him. Maybe, he can really bring some changes to the whole group? A little episode. Su Mu smiled without changing her face. Then let's continue and show you something. The audience was also amazed. Being assassinated in public, they didn't change their faces. Although there are several strong men nearby, the other party also relied on strong means to get into the backstage and even replaced the staff. Who can guarantee that the security guards of Yanmen's senior administrators can take action in time? And who dares to guess, will the boss of Wenqi Institute who was slapped in the face in public, will help? To be able to collapse Mount Tai without changing his face, this child's heart is indeed firm. The person who passed the SS score of 5.9 in the Undead King's secret realm is really extraordinary. Even if you are a senior professional, you dare not say that you can continue working. He can also see through the conspiracy of the memory crystal of the Abyss Mage. His title of Hero of the Alliance is really worthless. And they were also very curious about what Su Mu would come up with. Soon, the spokesperson's guard personally went behind the scenes and came up with a plate. Su Mu pulled off the red cloth and revealed the contents inside. Now, let the whole world see his ability. When 1/3 of the people in the audience saw the items on the tray, they suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Could it be, that person is him? My God, the hero of the Alliance, unexpectedly. Genius, real genius. I don't know how to describe it other than genius. In the next 100 years, it will surely rise. Su Mu grabbed a ghost mask and held it up under the spotlight. Chapter 92. Everyone saw the ghost mask, and 1/3 of them showed a shocked expression. And the rest were lost in confusion. what are you doing? What is that? Is it precious? I'm going, isn't that an ordinary mask made by my subordinate factory? It costs more than 30 yuan each. My daughter even sold it for events. The spokesperson also widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, So Mu, you and that person, no, you, could it be him? So Mu smiled, raised the mask, and said loudly, This sentence may be a bit late, but please allow me to introduce myself. A simple sentence made the audience quiet down. Everyone was secretly exchanging glances, but they couldn't stop the tremor in their hearts. It really is him. The person who caused the undercurrent of the Yan League to surge was actually him. So Mu said, My name is So Mu, and I am the #1 student in the college entrance examination this year. Everyone nodded secretly, this is irrefutable. So Mu, I cleared the Star Spirit Tower, and I am the first person to clear the level in 117 years. As for the rewards, nothing unusual, a life occupation book, a space storage equipment. No one would dare to covet these things, even if they are very precious, they can't dream of them. As for the information about the first person to pass through the Star Spirit Pagoda in 117 years, even though they already knew it, they were still shocked. Clearing the Star Spirit Pagoda requires not only strength, but also a strong plan. Moreover, they also collected information, so Mu entered the trial continent at level 10, and exited at level 120. This is not a simple sentence that can be explained by Tibetan clumsiness, it must contain amazing courage and strategy. So Mu continued, I discovered the parasites, and prevented them from invading, and saved. I dare not say too many, there should be millions of students, right? Everyone nodded. It is for this feat that So Mu was awarded the title of League Hero. This honor is well deserved. Moreover, the children of some of them participated in this year's college entrance examination practice. They sincerely expressed their gratitude to So Mu. Without his help, it would be difficult for Yanmen to screen out the parasitized students from tens of thousands of students. Moreover, what So Mu said was easy, but in fact he killed a 200-level parasitic expert. Not to mention level 10 versus level 200, even if So Mu is now at level 120, against level 200, there is still a huge difference in numbers. A simple sentence, but it sums up the endless dangers. He deserves this feat. So Mu continued, as you all already know, I passed the Undead God King and the Abyss Mage's reappearance secret realm with ssss score. The audience nodded, everyone knew that. SSS level rating, unprecedented achievements and unprecedented achievements. Although it is only a reappearance of the secret realm, it is still an achievement that is enough to enter the annals of history. This has nothing to do with ability, but more with talent and character. Even if a secret realm gets an S achievement, it is enough to become a big boss. And the two secret realms got SSS scores. Everyone can't imagine how far So Mu will grow in the future. Moreover, the secret realm of the Abyss Mage gave him the Ring of Salt and Iron. That ring seems simple, but it has infinite uses. The reward of the Undead King, you don't know, but there must be some factors for So Mu's rapid rise. So Mu paused, I said something that everyone knows, and then I talked about something I don't know. When everyone heard it, they immediately pricked up their ears and listened carefully. They have a feeling in their hearts, and there will definitely be more information that shocks the world. So Mu smiled, the reason why I can open the door to the killing secret is because I am in the killing secret. Killed 247,276 monsters and gained 114,184,931 kill points. Killing points can be exchanged for experience points, so you can directly upgrade from level 10 to level 120. Now, everyone on the field sat up straight, showing expressions of disbelief. What? 100 million kills? 240,000 monsters? This is a bulldozer. Let's not talk about it, this is too strong, How can it be done? Even if it's just a level 10 killing secret, but relying on one person to get 100 million points. Maybe half of the people and monsters in it have been killed. Mu smiled slightly, although it was a coincidence, it also got the SSS score of level 10 killing secret realm. In essence, I have obtained the ownership of the killing realm. This secret realm is now my private property, only whoever is allowed to enter can enter. Now, no one can underestimate Mu. They only thought that Mu could open and close the door. That killing secret realm kicked out everyone was nothing more than some mechanism triggering, that's all. But now it seems that it was Mu who took the initiative to do this, so he was able to isolate the parasites and let the students enter the safe zone. He owns an entire huge secret realm, which is a property so huge that everyone covets it. Even the Chu family has 3 independent secret realms. But those were small half-worlds, maybe just a continent floating in the void. This is completely different from the killing realm, which is self-contained and has a complete ecosystem. Moreover, the killing secret realm is because it connects hundreds of secret realm worlds, so that different races can enter it with the keystone. As long as it is developed, this will become a gateway world. Just imagine, if the aliens hold the killing secret realm. Then Blue Star will be worried at any time, a door to a secret realm suddenly opens, and trillions of alien troops pour out from it. It can be said that as long as Mu holds the killing secret realm in his hands, he can rival the background of a big family. He alone can match the efforts of generations of other families. Mu held up the ghost mask and continued, in addition, with this mask, I entered the secret realm of the peak of bloodthirsty and passed the test of the road to madness. This sentence is simple, but it makes people who already know and those who don't know swallow their saliva. Some people got the news in advance that there was a young man wearing a mask who had entered the path of madness. And, he has a great probability of clearing the level. Because, that young man received the blessing of the secret realm beyond everyone's expectations. That is a reward that a super strong person who has walked more than 2 or 3 kilometers has never received. They don't know what Mu got, but it must be extremely powerful. Although the road to madness does not cause physical damage, it is a huge test of mind. Even if he has seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he can never change his face and talk about a murderer in the whole city. It is also difficult to walk more than a kilometer in it. That road has exceeded the psychological limit of human beings, or all intelligent creatures. But the people present also had a certain understanding in their hearts, Mu must be extremely resolute. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass the test of the Undead God King and the Abyss Mage. It is precisely because of his perseverance that he can achieve unprecedented achievements and pass the road to madness. Reach the only one among billions. 787 Seeing a group of people shocked and moved, Mu cleared his throat and said, I forgot to say, I cleared the road to madness 7 times. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone was shocked. What? Even the spokesperson and Feng Jiyang were stunned. The road to madness, they naturally know. Moreover, they are not sure that they will be able to pass through the astonishing spectacle. Mu cleared the level once, and let them know that the test has an end, and they can pass the level. Before they recovered their mood, Mu dropped another bombshell. That path can be cleared 7 times. 7 times. This news is enough to shock the Yan League and even all powerful forces. Their research on the road to madness will also take an epic step forward. Of course, the most important thing is Mu. He has proved that he has an unparalleled mind, enough to crush 99% of people in the 10,000 realms. And he must get unimaginable rewards in it, so that he can rise so smoothly and shock the world. Mu, Mr. Su. The spokesperson said with emotion, you surprised me too much. Yanmen will always be your warm harbor, and we are willing to be the most solid stepping stone on your way to rise. Mu put down the ghost mask and looked at the scene, the one standing in front of you now is this year's top student in the college entrance examination. The hero of the league, the savior of millions of students. Undead God King, Abyss Mage Reappearance Secret Realm SSS Level Clearer. Kill the owner of the rift. Those who have cleared the road to madness 7 times. He looked at Feng Jiyang, showing a gentle smile. Examiner Feng, I wonder if I can afford your apology with my current qualifications.